Chapter 1: The Savage Planet. The dim, golden sun reluctantly cast off Ulandran greys, as of Toshroud Thirds Barenis, amidst the jagged rocks, a bullet-shaped, dark grey object stood silently, casting a slender shadow upon the ground. Time passed. The carnicle apex of the grey object opened toonside, revealing the hemispheric glass dome. Inside, a man sat in the ground, gazing blankly at the sky. Where am I? Lin Ming strained his neck, attempting to discern the celestial body radiating a pure, bright light above him, its silver exterior, marked by visible craters and a desolate surface, bore a striking resemblance to familiar Munifon light Torino for Orphivetum larger. He could even make out peditail shidden thickness, along with its rounded contours. In the distance, the sun hung just above at the horizon, appearing no larger than a sugar ball, and Lin Ming felt no warmth emanating from it. Suddenly, a dispassionate electronic synthesized voice erupted in his mind. Human, welcome out of the boundless deep space filled with challenges and exploration. You're now tens of thousands of light years away from my stellar system. However, in the scale of celestial bodies, this distance is still negligible. The good news is, you can still call yourself a life form of Milky Way. Due to my oversight, while piloting the shuttle, inadvertently passed by our home planet at great speed, resulting in its unfortunate disintegration. As compensation, I have deposited surviving humans from our home planet on toner by similar worlds. You may harness your own strength to transform this planet. Upon successful transformation, you may store retrieve our fellow beings soar up to via your days in solitude. Of course, should you fail, it is of no consequence if the spacecraft retains an escape pod that can freeze the auto temperature of -200 degrees and launch you a random line in a direction. Theoretically, you could spend the remainder of your life in a dormant state during the long journey. For further information, please start the her crystal embedded in the back of your left hand. Good luck, surviving humans. What on earth? Lin Ming struggled to process information he had just received. Family how could possibly understand? You might not believe it. But upon awakening, he discovered a Shima planet had exploded. He had been cast in thousands of light years away from the solar system. And ways a truly smithing to celebrate that they remained within the Milky Way. And wait in the old waste eyes other crystal. Lin Ming looked at dark diamond-shaped crystal embedded in the back of his left hand, emanating a greyish-white glow. It must be her crystal mentioned by that voice. After a brief hesitation, Hedgend lighted her crystal. A soft blue light projected from the crystal, coalescing before him into a translucent blue screen. The interface resembled a smartphone display, with an 8-line-range squarey shaped icons, vibrant in colour and stylishly designed, each accompanied by corresponding label. Survival pod information, planet information, chat channel, interstellar exchange to be opened. No way, to hear really find himself in kind of survival game. Lin Ming clicked in survival pod information and was greeted with the details of the survival pod. Interstellar survival pod. Description: accept your fate as is the home a while never leave in a lifetime. Fuel 0100 on a platter move. Electricity 10500. Electricity is essential for your survival. Oxygen 24500. Eakinito of oxygens 1 horse of vigorous activity, 2 horse of rest sleep, or 10 horse of dormancy. Purified water 10500 unit liters. Food nutritional paste X3 each super provide calories 4 in a day. Space 112 items not stored within the survival pod may be damaged due to extreme temperatures or other causes. Accessories: solar panel damaged, electromagnetic communication device damaged, dormancy pod available, escape pod available. Expansion interfaces 2. Seriously? Lin Ming cowed and Thelper raised his middle finger in disbelief. This was absurdly stingy, only 24 hosts of oxygen, 10 liters of water, and what heaven waste is nutritional paste. After a brief search around him, he quickly spotted 3 tubes resembling to the past, their pure white surfaces devoid of any textile patterns. He attempted to twist open a tube of nutritional paste, squeezing out a bit half brownish substance that emitted a strange odour. Is this for dogs? Lin Ming tentatively licked a bit, nearly itching from the taste. It was as if all the ingredients in a cold find in a kitchen had been tossed into a blender, along with every conceivable seasoning. Salty, sour, bitter, spicy, and fish. It was an explosion of flavors. In a word, it was akin to Indian cuisine. Not feeling hungry at the moment, Lin Ming cowdered endured the peculiar taste, hastily sealing the tube and cast into his eye. Next, he opened planet information. Unknown planet. Description: Yuk know nothing about this planet. Fortunately, its parameters are remarkably similar to those of our home planet. Rotation time 24 blue star house. Revolution time not important. Current surface temperature 50-75 degrees Celsius. Current status continuous daylight. Current gravity constant 9.8 nkg. Current atmospheric composition 80 nitrogen, 19 carbon dioxide, 1 other. After reading the planet information, Lin Ming was bewildered. Aside from the gravity and rotation time being similar to Earth, waddles wasaliki, the sun was still setting, yet surface temperature remained above 50 degrees, and the atmosphere was composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Where was the oxygen? The 21 oxygen isleiden? Lin Ming than open the chat channel and finally found a semblance of connection to him. How the hell through mine to this godforsaken place, I curse your ancestors. Damn it, the atmosphere here is 10 hydrogen sulfur dedo isn't that me and it's just farts. Oh has it worse than me, I have no atmosphere and in Thessalonat areas it's over 200 degrees while in the shade it's below minus 100. Hey, the guy was spoke earlier, my daughter is just off a year-old and still nursing, where is she? Shouldn't be at there surviving in some planeto. Only humans over the age of 18 will be sent to the survival planet so this remain in our dormant state within the escape pod until I successfully transform the planet and can send out. Our reply in red text appeared beneath the questioning player. Seeing that they could communicate with the entity that brought them here, the players become increasingly excited, eagle-eye typing out their demands in that chat box. Hey, yubble wop earth, it's only very urgiverse more compensation. Double, no, tenfold of your sources. Exactly, besides humans, there is so many adorable animals on earth, you should pay for air and humanity. FKIT, return a planet. Give us back earth. Suddenly, Lin Ming Notisi thought he vatar soft that replace her hard spoken ternegre with her bludder dia dembrazoned in the corner. There it text read. Unlike that strong may make a requests few donut deserve it over their rights. In toward Sophia our planet's oddest civilization, though so hopeful shall flourish though so who posum shall perish. Chapter 2 Exploring Outside of Pod. Hiss. Lin Ming hadn't helped for gasp and shock. Initially, her heart had the being that brought them here might be benevolent, beauty turny duty court kill without hesitation, having eliminated 3 people in an instant. However, upon reflection, it made a sense. That entity was no human, and it might not even be humanoid creature its sphere existences a carbon-based life form wage uncertain. There was no way to ascertain whether it possessed any sense of morality. Even if it did, that vast technological disparity would likely preclude it from feeling garnai compassion for the surviving humans. Casting all humans onto a savager planet for survival could free well have been a him, an act over muse meant in its part. Having come to this realization, Lin Ming no longer harbored any expectations for the entity to provide extra sources for humanity deciding steadily on her own strength to explore. Heglan seed out the chat channel, which was divided into 3 sections region district world. Legend channel currently had 997 participants, meaning there were a total of 10,000 people including the 3 who had perished. The district channel had only million, while the old channel boasted over 3 billion participants. This number represented less than half of the original Earth's population, likely due to those under 18 not tuning the survival effort rather so hard not survive a cataclysm that destroyed Earth. Finally, Lin Ming clicked on the interstellar exchange but found it completely empty, prompting him to close the interface. He dies available air sources, realizing that is immediate priority waste to find oxygen. Food and water would lost time a considerable time he could survive at 3 for days serving without eating or drinking. However, even if I remained asleep, maintaining the lowest possible oxygen consumption, the oxygen supply would lie last duties. With this in mind, Lin Ming began to explore her surroundings, discovering to a transparent chamber so neither city of Teamer Taliquolson waste his escape pod, and the other waste the dormant pod. The escape pod's spare pose was clearly twice meant for fleeing this savager planet until sources were depleted, allowing him to enter eternal slumber in the vastness of space, in other words, waiting for death. The dormant pod, however, could significantly reduce oxygen consumption during sleep. As Lin Ming touched the glass door of the dormant part, the other crystal projected a light screen. Deep dormancy, like sleep, can restore your energy. While dormant, oxygen consumption is greatly reduced, but dormancy does not alleviate mental stress blegie avoir continuous. Every 10 horse of dormancy consumes 1 unit of electricity. Would I like to beg in dormancy? No. Lin Ming quickly dismissed her prompt. Saw dormancy wasn't a perfect solution, it consumed electricity and did not alleviate mental stress. He observed the internal space of the survival pod, which measured approximately 2 meters by 3 meters and stood 2 meters high. Prolonged confinement in secure compete environment would indeed lead to mental strain. Then, he noticed 2 pieces of clothing in the corner of the room. Only was a heavy suit, resembling the space suit had seen in videos, the other was a lightweight suit, akin to a diving suit, with unlike the head covered by spherical glass helmet. Heavy-duty exiting suit. Description: a heavy exiting suit with exoskeletal assistance for movement, capable of withstanding extreme environments, maintaining a normal body temperature in conditions ranging from 100 to 300 degrees Celsius, and capable of carrying objects weighing less than a ton. Electricity consumption 1 unit hour. Oxygen consumption same as resting. Lightweight exiting suit. Description: an extremely lightweight exiting suit that allows for unrestricted movement, offering some degree of protection, capable of maintaining a normal body temperature in conditions ranging from 50 to 100 degrees Celsius. Electricity consumption: none. Upon reading the descriptions of the two exciting suits, Lin Ming increasingly understood the importance of electricity. He was determined to venture into the outside world, with two objectives in mind: on so search for oxygen or materials that could produce oxygen, and the other to find a source of generate power repair the Zolapanel. However, before setting out, Lin Ming climbed the shaped steps along the wall to the top of the glass dome to survey surroundings. Desolate, silent. His location resembled a barren desert on Earth, with nothing but sand and rocks. There were no signs of biological activity, not even a trace of plant life. It was known that this planet's atmosphere primarily consisted of nitrogen and carbon dioxide, with surface temperatures exceeding 50 degrees. How could any life form possibly vivre? After observing far high left from the lookout, Lin Ming finally selected a larger rock about 3 kilometers away from the survival pod. Its shape reminded him of the toll Newton the game plant's fees. Zombies, serving a silent mock to prevent him from getting lost. His initial exploration would focus on understanding the surrounding environment, feared Tatif Heventure to far he might not find Tibok. After spending more than 10 minutes observing and confirming that there was no unusual activity along the area, Lin Ming began his journey. He first donned the lightweight exiting suit, feeling as if a layer of skin-like material enveloped him, providing no discomfort or suffocation. His skin sensation remained intact. Next, Lin Ming checked the specifics of the lightweight exiting suit. It could carry a maximum of 5 units of oxygen, 1 liter of water, and a few other items. After some thought, Lin Ming decided to fill the suit with 5 units of oxygen, fully fill the water pouch, and take 3 tubes of nutritional paste. This way, even if an unforeseen circumstance required him to stay outside for a short while, he would not perish due to our lack of resources. Whatever he didn't risk would still be recycled, so had no fear of waste. After gathering his supplies, Lin Ming looked around and discovered that he was concealed numerous metallic cylinders for a source of storage. These metallic cylinders were to be Kalias said in Tothuel sang Kogau not Isigen less an elokit closely gentle touchwood Korzetham Toger. Each cylinder weighs about the size of an argil scalp, silver height in colour, like a madi of aluminium or similar alloy, hollow inside, and equipped with a rotating sealed lid. The overall weight was manageable. The cylinders could be used to collect resources as service makeshift weapons for self-defence. With that, Lin Ming completed his preparations to exit the pod. He mentally viewed the details of his exploration outside the pod, confirming that nothing was overlooked, and then approached the hatch. Hiss. The sound of gas venting filled the air as Lin Ming stepped into his mill transition chamber. The survival pod system recycled the oxygen within before opening the hatch at the outside. As the hatch gradually opened, Lin Ming gripped the metallic cylinder tightly, bracing for any potential threats. Fortunately, nothing emerged. The surroundings remained desolate and silent. Extending his right hand, Lin Ming felt the temperature outside. The air shimmered visibly for his eyes, clearly distorted by waves of intense heat. However, protected by the lightweight exiting suit, he felt no discomfort. They remained quite comfortable. Lin Ming descended the spiral staircase, slowly stepping onto the surface. The soft sandy ground felt pleasant beneath his feet for the first time. He left his footprints on the savage planet, tens of thousands of light years away from him. This is minimal step, yet each shall become a giant leap for humanity. My name is Lin Ming, and soon the entire planet shall remember me name. Chapter 3, Harvest, he. After uttering such an adolescent exclamation, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration within. As the sole human inhabitant of this planet, it was only natural to seek out some amusement. Otherwise, life would be dreadfully monotonous. Once the thrill subsided, Lin Ming resumed his cautious demeanor and circled the survival pod. The surface was strewn with fine gravel, which bore a striking resemblance to the deserts of Blue Planet. Beneath the gravel, 5 centimeters down, lay a hard, black-brown terrain, parched and devoid of any trace of moisture. Spotting the high knot rock that served as a landmark, Lin Ming suddenly felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Soon, he perceived the high nut rock shimmering with red and black specks. What the hell? His heart raced. Could it be that the high nut rock emitted radiation, with high-energy particles piercing his retina? Glancing around, he noticed that the scattered rocks nearby also flickered with similar hues. After blinking a few times, the warmth dissipated, and the twinkling lights vanished. What was going on? Was it some malevolent whim of fate, intending to inscribe, "You are mere insects," upon his retina with high-energy particles? Despite his perplexity, Lin Ming pressed onward, taking careful steps toward the high nut rock. The sound of his footsteps was not muffled by the glass helmet. He could distinctly hear the crunching of gravel underfoot and the howling wind surrounding him. As he walked, he scrutinized his surroundings. Apart from gravel and rocks, there was nothing else. The sound of his movement echoed loudly in the stillness, and Lin Ming found himself holding his breath repeatedly, able to hear his own heartbeat. He turned back to see the black survival pod standing silently, immobile. Is it truly just me here? With his chaotic thoughts gathering, Lin Ming's gaze hardened as he focused on the high nut rock, resolutely advancing step by step. Covering a distance of 3 kilometers took him over half an hour. He took a few sips of water from the straw at his mouth before gazing up at the towering structure, which stood over 5 meters tall. The high nut rock was predominantly grey-brown, its surface smooth, with distinct layers of texture. Clearly, it had stood here for ages, weathered by relentless winds and sun, enduring the passage of countless years. However, apart from these observations, Lin Ming discovered nothing else. There were no signs of moss-like plants, no biological fossils, nothing at all. Standing at the foot of the colossal stone, Lin Ming fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, he let out a primal scream, gritting his teeth as he gripped the metal cylinder tightly, bringing it down forcefully against the high nut rock. Bang! Once. Bang! Twice. Bang! 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 The more he struck, the more fervent he became, leaving white imprints on the rock's surface. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fist-sized chunk of stone shattered and tumbled to the ground at Lin Ming's feet. He picked up the stone, only to find that the fracture revealed nothing but emptiness, just as the exterior had shown. Tossing the stone aside, he resumed his vigorous assault on the giant rock. Bang! 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 More and more fragments fell from the high nut rock, but Lin Ming paid them no mind, continuing his relentless striking. Bang! 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 Finally, a gentle beep emanated from his lightweight exosuit, indicating that the oxygen supply had dwindled by half, necessitating a return plan. Only then did Lin Ming pause, gazing at the scattered debris from the giant stone. He panted heavily, taking deep gulps of air, and then hastily drank several sips of water. Squatting down, he meticulously examined the fragments one by one. Nothing, still nothing. There was absolutely nothing. Lin Ming picked up another stone, glancing at it before preparing to discard it when suddenly he froze. Holding the stone before his glass helmet, he scrutinized it closely. Within the stone, there was a shard of a black object, perfectly shaped and no larger than a fingernail. This is, Lin Ming swallowed hard, confirming repeatedly until he finally realized it was a chip. Damn it. I'm not the first to arrive here, nor the only one. I am not alone. Lin Ming laughed maniacally for a long while, looking at the stones scattered around him, suddenly finding them all so endearing. He inspected the metal cylinder, noting that aside from some minor dents at the bottom, it remained largely intact. Thus, he twisted open the lid of the metal cylinder and carefully placed each stone inside, sealing it securely. Having completed this task, Lin Ming set off with a buoyant step, reaching the survival pod in just half an hour. Decontamination is required post-exit. Please wait briefly in the transfer pod. Items collected outside the pod are prohibited from direct entry into the living pod. Please place them in the left-hand recycling area, where the processing system will operate. With a whoosh, a blast of hot air at 100 degrees struck Lin Ming as he underwent a 10-minute decontamination process before finally entering the living pod and shedding his lightweight exosuit. This time, collected oxygen. 2 units, water, 500 milliliters, nutrient paste, X3. Lin Ming glanced at the remaining oxygen, noting there were 20 units left, and 9.5 liters of water. At that moment, the ether crystal in his left hand emitted a soft hum. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a notification pop-up. You have collected 6 pieces of rock. Decomposition will consume 1 unit of electrical energy. Do you wish to proceed with the decomposition? Anxiously, Lin Ming inquired, if there are items within the rocks, will decomposition damage them? The notification clarified, a decomposition will gradually strip the rock, and any potentially useful objects will be preserved. Relieved, Lin Ming confirmed the option, yes. With a crackling sound, the grinding commenced, and soon after, the notification reappeared. A decomposition yielded 1 F-grade universal chip, 1 damaged universal chip, and 1 rusted iron ore. Shortly thereafter, beside the exit, a tray materialized, presenting several objects. Lin Ming hurriedly dashed over. Upon seeing the black chip and the red rusted iron ore on the tray, he was momentarily stunned. He recalled the black and red specks he had observed earlier within the high nut rock. Could he actually perceive the resources within the high nut rock? However, there was no time for such musings. Lin Ming bent down to examine a square black object the size of a fingernail, which was presumably the universal chip. After vigorously rubbing his hands and ensuring there was no static electricity by touching the metallic wall, he cautiously picked up the universal chip. The ether crystal promptly provided information on a holographic display. Smiley F-grade universal chip. Description: a universal chip with extremely low computational power, possessing little value. Note: can be used to repair electromagnetic wave communicators. Wow, repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Lin Ming quickly asked the ether crystal, what is the purpose of repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator? The electromagnetic wave communicator can be utilized for long-distance communication. Based on this chip's computational power, it can accomplish one of the following tasks. 1. Send a distress signal to all space within 1 light-year, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy. 2. Send a distress signal to a designated direction within 5 light-years, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy. 3. Use powerful electromagnetic waves to scan a radius of 10 kilometers, creating a 3-dimensional topographic map of the terrain above 5 meters underground. Note, due to the extremely low computational power of the F-grade universal chip, the aforementioned tasks require overclocking for use. After usage, the universal chip will be damaged and irreparable. After reading the ether crystal's response, Lin Ming swallowed hard. The electromagnetic wave communicator configured in the survival pod seemed far more formidable than he had initially imagined. He then inquired, "What is the use of sending a distress signal? Will someone come to rescue me?" The ether crystal quickly replied, "The density of life forms in the universe is much lower than you might think, typically measured in tens of thousands of light years. In interstellar travel, various unexpected incidents often occur, causing some life forms to become stranded on desolate planets. To ensure they have ample time to await rescue, various life forms will launch numerous resource supply pods into space. Upon detecting a distress signal, these pods will navigate towards the signal's location." Chapter 4. Interstellar Trade, Is It Really Like This? Lin Ming quickly comprehended the situation. He began to scrutinize the 3 options before him. The first 2 options were akin, with the sole distinction being the spatial coverage of the distress signal. Option 1 encompassed a sphere centered around him with a radius of 1 light minute, while Option 2 was a cone with a height of 5 light minutes. Option 1 provided a larger area of coverage, whereas Option 2 allowed the distress signal to reach a farther distance. As for Option 3, given his currently limited range of activity, even with the high-precision maps surrounding him, it was unattainable, prompting him to dismiss it outright. After much contemplation, Lin Ming opted for Option 1. Statistically speaking, a larger area would enhance the probability of locating a resource supply pod. Thus, he swiftly made his decision. Repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. I choose Option 1. The ether crystal promptly complied. An F-grade universal chip was inserted into the communicator, and shortly thereafter, the ether crystal emitted a notification. Distress signal has been dispatched. F-grade universal chip has been damaged. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is that it? Throughout the process, he had not heard any sounds nor sensed any anomalies. The text on the display then transformed. In 1 minute, the distress signal will reach its farthest point. The return signal will take the same amount of time. No later than 2 minutes hence, it will be possible to ascertain whether there are resource supply pods nearby. With a hint of anxiety, Lin Ming nodded, fixating intently on the countdown timer flickering on the screen. 1:59, 1:58, 1:57. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, the display abruptly changed. Resource supply pod detected. 1. Based on the current trajectory and speed of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 6 hours. Lin Ming clenched his fist. Good. He continued to wait. After all, there were still 30 seconds remaining. What if there were additional resource supply pods nearby? Each passing second meant the area covered by the distress signal would expand even further than before. Unfortunately, the outcome left Lin Ming somewhat disheartened. Within a light-minute radius, there was only a solitary resource supply pod. Well, this will suffice. What more could one desire? Observing the animation on the display indicating the resource supply pod had commenced its course adjustment, Lin Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him as he anticipated the forthcoming rewards. Damaged universal chip. X1. The ether crystal timely indicated that the damaged universal chip could be restored through laser cutting and high-precision welding, depending on the specific components. However, due to the potential for errors during the repair process, approximately 10 damaged universal chips could yield 1 functional chip. Wow, chips can be repaired. What an extraordinary technology. Lin Ming marveled. Although he was not an electronics specialist, he was aware that usable chips were at least at the micron or even nanometer level, and yet, within the survival pod, there existed instruments for chip repair. Currently, the system lacks a high-precision 3D printer. With that component, not only chips but anything with a manufacturing blueprint could be printed, provided sufficient raw materials are available. Glancing at the text on the display, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He was convinced. Lastly, he encountered a crimson ore, slightly smaller than his fist-sized smiley rusty iron ore. Description: decomposing yields 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of ultrafine iron powder. Consumption: 1 unit of electrical energy. Oxygen can be obtained. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. Oxygen was currently his most scarce resource. After all, one could survive for 7 or 8 days without food, 3 or 4 days without water, but without breathing, he estimated he would only last 2 to 3 minutes. Oxygen, often taken for granted, became critical when it was lacking. The realization that decomposing rusty iron ore could yield oxygen brought him a sense of relief as he contemplated the high-density rock and the countless surrounding stones. It seemed that oxygen would no longer be a concern. The issue remained, however, that electrical energy was beginning to dwindle. He had just consumed 1 unit of electrical energy to decompose the stone and another unit to dispatch the distress signal, leaving him with a mere 8 units. In essence, any action taken would quickly deplete his energy reserves. Consequently, Lin Ming resolved to store the rusty iron ore in a metallic cylinder, planning to decompose it only when oxygen levels became insufficient. He had discerned that any action taken within the survival pod consumed at least 1 unit of electrical energy. If he managed to gather more rusty iron ore for concentrated decomposition, he estimated that the energy consumption would be somewhat reduced. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming felt a pang of hunger. He retrieved a nutrient paste and downed half a tube with water, feeling somewhat better. Given the perpetual daylight, devoid of the concept of night and day, he decided to pass the time by exploring the various functions of the ether crystal. Opening the regional chat channel, he scrolled through the content, checking if any other players had made new discoveries. So boring. No phone, no social media, no TikTok. My world is dark. I need a chat buddy, preferably a beautiful one. Handsome. I added you. Just 1 unit of oxygen for a 10-minute video call. That's outrageous. Everyone's oxygen is only sufficient for 1 or 2 days. If we can't find a source of oxygen today, half of us will likely suffocate by tomorrow. Indeed. Has anyone discovered a source of oxygen, food, water, or electrical energy? Exactly, we must not hoard information. After all, one person's capability is limited. Only through unity can we overcome adversity. Lin Ming felt a stir within as he perused the messages scrolling through the regional chat channel. He contemplated revealing the information regarding the universal chips and rusty iron ore that could be mined from the stones, but he decided against it for the moment. No one in the regional channel had disclosed such information. Perhaps no one had discovered it yet, or perhaps they had, but chose to remain silent. After all, the disparity in information was one of the primary sources of profit. With this in mind, Lin Ming opened the interstellar trading channel and discovered that some players had already commenced trading. Water x 1 liter exchanged for oxygen x 3 units. Nutrient paste x 1 exchanged for oxygen x 5 units. Oxygen x 3 units exchanged for electrical energy x 1 unit. Urine x 500 ml exchanged for water x 100 ml. As he read through the listings, Lin Ming's brow furrowed. He could understand the exchanges of water or nutrient paste for oxygen, given that oxygen was a currently scarce resource, and in 2 days, the vast majority would encounter oxygen shortages. He also comprehended the exchange of oxygen for electrical energy, as some players might have already recognized the utility of electrical energy. However, the notion of exchanging urine for water was utterly perplexing. Suddenly, the last trading message flickered, indicating that 2 players had completed a transaction. Damn. Lin Ming quickly connected the dots. Due to the limited water resources and the human body's continual production of urine, if drinking water sources were exhausted before any were found, one would inevitably resort to drinking urine. Admittedly, it was a distasteful option, yet in a water-scarce environment, consuming urine could indeed be a means of survival. At this moment, if any psychologically vulnerable players chose to sell their urine for relatively small amounts of water, there would certainly be others willing to trade. After all, 500 milliliters of urine would be more beneficial to the human body than 100 milliliters of water. With this realization, Lin Ming swiftly decided to list the rusty iron ore for trading. When pushed to the brink, people could resort to anything. It was entirely possible that many players were already exploring the surrounding areas. If he continued to hoard the rusty iron ore as if it were treasure, its value would likely plummet in a matter of hours. Chapter 5 Agreement, Rusty Iron Ore, X1 Exchange of Electric Energy X3 Units. Lin Ming has set a high price for rusty iron ore, for it is not a primary resource, and it can yield the urgently needed oxygen. At the outset, he set a high price, intending to gradually lower it thereafter. Lin Ming estimated that once the price dropped to around 2 or 2.5 units of energy, he would likely succeed in selling it. After all, energy is not an essential resource for the vast majority of players, it is rather superfluous. In truth, Lin Ming had initially wished to list 5 units of energy, but the interstellar exchange imposed a restriction, allowing only a maximum exchange of 3 units of energy for rusty iron ore, forcing Lin Ming to relent. As soon as the rusty iron ore was listed, the chat feature of the interstellar exchange erupted with fervor. Wow, who is this Lin Ming? Where did you procure this rusty iron ore? Fellows, check the compendium. Rusty iron ore can be decomposed into oxygen. Lin Ming, esteemed player, please enlighten us on the source of this rusty iron ore. This segment of players was relatively polite. Lin Ming, we are all compatriots here. Given that rusty iron ore can yield oxygen, it would be best for you to disclose its source promptly. Indeed, I twisted my ankle a couple of days ago and am unable to move well. Lin Ming, could you sell me a few pieces at a lower price? I promise to repay you later. If he could find rusty iron ore at this moment, it indicates that there are mines near his escape pod. Iron ore is essentially free for the taking. Please gather some more and share with us. We can each contribute some nutrient paste and water as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Certain players were quite candid, openly expressing their thoughts. Lin Ming chose to disregard these players. However, despite his intention to ignore them, the players were relentless, and numerous trade requests flooded in. Player Chen Kuan wished to exchange water x 500 ml for rusty iron ore X1. Would you like to accept? The player Li Jibei wishes to exchange a nutritional paste X0. 1 for rusty iron ore X1. Do you agree? The player Qin Lingling intends to trade urine x 300 ml for rusty iron ore X1. Note: brother, I am a girl, and it's still warm. Hee, I'll let you drink it in the future. Do you agree? As the barrage of trade requests flooded in, Lin Ming felt overwhelmed and swiftly declined all offers with a single button press, subsequently disabling the trade option. At that moment, a notification from the ether crystal popped up, indicating the player Tang Haoren had exchanged rusty iron ore X1 for energy X3 units. Player Tang Haoren has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised that rusty iron ore commanded such a high price, attracting players willing to purchase it. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming accepted Tang Haoren's trade request. Hello, brother Lin. Tang Haoren humbly sent a message to Lin Ming. I didn't expect such a prominent figure to emerge in the region so quickly, striking precious resources. I'm honored to be in your presence. Lin Ming was uncertain of Tang Haoren's true intentions and merely replied, no need for such flattery. I was fortunate to stumble upon this resource nearby. Tang Haoren, undeterred, straightforwardly stated, brother Lin, to be candid, I'm looking to take over the rusty iron ore trade from you. Please provide me with a base price, and I will purchase any amount of rusty iron ore you have in the future. It appeared he aimed to establish a monopoly. However, Lin Ming pondered where Tang Haoren could possibly acquire such an abundance of energy. Expressing his curiosity, Lin Ming inquired, and Tang Haoren quickly responded, brother Lin, our regional channel consists of over 500 individuals, all from Tang province. Collectively, our energy should suffice to procure a substantial amount of rusty iron ore, right? So they hailed from Tang province. Lin Ming soon grasped the situation. Tang province has historically been a hub for merchants, renowned for its trade prowess. Moreover, they have thrived in the current era of foreign trade, with wealthy merchants aplenty. The people of Tang province are known for their solidarity. When one of their own is wronged in a foreign land, all nearby compatriots rally to support them, gradually instilling a sense of caution among others. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Tang Haoren continued, brother Lin, to be forthright, it seems that oxygen is destined to become a scarce resource. Currently, it may only yield 2 or 3 units of energy. However, should other resources emerge later, rusty iron ore will retain significant value and could be exchanged for even rarer items. Of course, our substantial purchases are contingent upon your assurance not to sell to others at lower prices. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire the foresight of Tang province. Thus, he resolved to agree to Tang Haoren's proposal. Very well, under the condition of equal pricing, I will prioritize selling to you. However, I cannot guarantee if other players offer higher bids. After some contemplation, Lin Ming replied, the minimum exchange is 1 unit of rusty iron ore for 2 units of energy, but my output is limited, as I still need to conduct the excavation. Agreed. Tang Haoren readily affirmed, brother Lin, feel free to excavate. We will purchase as much as you can provide. With Tang Haoren's assurance, Lin Ming felt invigorated. At that moment, his energy reserves had reached 11 units, surpassing his initial amount. Consequently, Lin Ming decided to attempt utilizing the heavy exosuit. Compared to the lightweight exosuit, the heavy exosuit boasts a larger size, capable of withstanding more extreme temperatures, and, with the aid of its exoskeleton, enables Lin Ming to transport up to 1 ton of cargo. The only drawback is that, regardless of whether he is transporting goods, the heavy exosuit consumes energy. With a reliable sales channel now guaranteed, Lin Ming aimed for efficiency, focusing on the excavation of rusty iron ore. He no longer regarded the energy consumption of 1 unit hour as significant. More importantly, he was racing against time. Currently, all players were likely in the exploration phase, unaware of how many might attempt to transport nearby stones to the survival pod for decomposition. The moment similar resources appeared on the market, prices would plummet. With this in mind, Lin Ming wasted no time. He donned the heavy exosuit and swiftly completed the resource replenishment. In comparison to the lightweight exosuit, the heavy exosuit can carry a greater quantity of resources. It can hold a maximum of 10 liters of water, 10 units of oxygen, and a certain amount of food. The energy capacity can store up to 10 units, meaning the heavy exosuit can operate continuously for a maximum of 10 hours. Since excess consumables are recyclable, Lin Ming was generous and filled it to capacity. After putting on the heavy exosuit, Lin Ming felt his body connected to the exoskeleton. The cumbersome suit moved with remarkable agility, mirroring his actions without any delay. After a few initial movements, Lin Ming fully adapted to the heavy exosuit. With a whoosh, after the oxygen and pressure balance were regulated through the transfer chamber, Lin Ming successfully descended to the surface. Compared to his first sortie, Lin Ming felt much more adept on this second venture, with a clear objective in mind, High Nut Rock. While other rocks might also contain rusty iron ore and universal chips, Lin Ming had already surveyed High Nut Rock, breaking it down into many smaller fragments. The distribution range of other rocks was extensive, and when it came to actual mining, the efficiency of transporting High Nut Rock was likely superior. Chapter 6, Output. Russell, clad in a heavy exosuit, Lin Ming left deep impressions in the gravel with each step he took. Fortunately, beneath the layer of gravel lay a solid ground, otherwise, he feared he might become ensnared within the shifting sands. With the assistance of the exoskeleton, Lin Ming moved with remarkable agility, striding purposefully towards the towering Nut Rock, arriving before its majestic facade in a mere 10 minutes. Here I am again, Lin Ming greeted the Nut Rock. He refrained from hastily commencing his extraction and instead endeavored to locate the elusive black and red specks upon the surface of the rock, yet found himself empty-handed. Could it be that what he had previously seen was merely a figment of his imagination? Reflecting on the moments when the black and red points had appeared, he recalled the act of gazing intently. Yes, that was it. He stood 5 meters away from the Nut Rock, fixating his gaze upon it. After staring for 10 seconds, Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes, and the black and red specks began to flicker into existence once more, evenly dispersed across the entirety of the rock. Extending his right hand, he noted that the exosuit had been reinforced at the hands and chest, boasting a thick layer of fortification, with an outer shell of metallic armor. He decided to test the waters by striking the Nut Rock directly, pondering whether the exosuit would sustain any damage. Out of caution, he did not unleash his full strength with his first punch, opting instead to utilize only 30% of the exoskeleton's power. Thud, his fist struck the Nut Rock, leaving behind a white mark, yet the rock remained uncracked, and the exosuit emerged unscathed. Once more, Lin Ming adjusted the exoskeleton's power to 50% and delivered another blow. Boom, crack, this time, fissures radiated from the point of impact, indicating that the Nut Rock had begun to fracture. Lin Ming meticulously examined the armor on his hands, finding no signs of damage or deformation. Excellent. He increased the exoskeleton's power to 70% and struck again. Crash, his fist shattered a basketball-sized fragment, sending countless pebbles scattering. Having mastered the requisite force to break the Nut Rock, the subsequent task became straightforward. Lin Ming unleashed a flurry of strikes, targeting the locations where the black and red specks had appeared, and within half an hour, he had reduced the Nut Rock to dozens of pieces, strewn across the ground. Upon completing his endeavor, Lin Ming assessed his energy consumption after nearly an hour of labor. The exosuit had expended a mere 1 unit of power. The consumption of oxygen took him by surprise, as it amounted to merely 0.6 units. It seems that the primary effort is exerted by the exoskeleton armor. My activity level is hardly distinguishable from that of rest. This was indeed a piece of good news. Lin Ming gazed at the scattered rubble, lifting a comparatively large stone with both hands. Beep, beep, beep. The heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately emitted an alarm. The current object weighs 1.4 tons, operating under excessive load, Power consumption has doubled. Prolonged operation may lead to damage of the exoskeleton. Upon hearing the incessant warning signals, Lin Ming hurriedly set down the stone. To Lin Ming's astonishment, the seemingly modest stone weighed an astonishing 1.4 tons, nearly half exceeding the maximum load capacity of the heavy-duty extravehicular suit. He clicked his tongue in amazement, his hands never ceasing their work, as he delivered a powerful punch that shattered the stone into 2 pieces, one large and one small. Picking up the larger fragment, he noticed this time there was no accompanying notification. Thus, Lin Ming meticulously selected only those stones that exhibited flickering points of light. He hoisted both a larger and a smaller stone, totaling over 900 kilograms, and made his way towards the survival pod. Due to nearing the maximum weight limit, his return journey was markedly slower, taking him over 20 minutes to reach the vicinity of the survival pod. Upon setting the stones down, he remotely controlled the mechanical arm within the pod to retrieve them. This collection yielded 2 stones, requiring 1 unit of electrical energy for decomposition. Proceed. Upon seeing the prompt indicating the appearance of ether crystals, Lin Ming opted for a no. He intended to gather several more stones to ascertain how many units could be decomposed with a single unit of energy. Currently, each round trip consumed over 40 minutes, and after another stone transport, he operated the mechanical arm to retrieve the materials and began a series of tentative experiments. Ultimately, Lin Ming discovered that 1 unit of electrical energy was precisely sufficient to decompose 1 cubic meter of stone, exactly as he had surmised. This collection yielded 3 stones, totaling 996 cubic decimeters, requiring 1 unit of electrical energy for decomposition. Proceed. Lin Ming confirmed the option, yes. With a buzzing sound, the grinding commenced, and soon thereafter, a notification appeared. This decomposition yielded F-grade universal chip X1, damaged universal chip X3, rusty iron ore X3. Indeed. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow upon glancing at the notification. He had observed a total of 4 black flickering points and 3 red ones across the 3 stones. Thus, it followed that the flickering black points indicated the presence of a universal chip, while the red points signified rusty iron ore. His keen eyesight enabled him to directly perceive the distribution of resources. Suppressing his inner elation, Lin Ming calculated his expenditures. Extracting 1 ton of stone, along with transportation, consumed 1 unit of electrical energy from the heavy-duty suit. Decomposing the stones consumed an additional unit. The rusty iron ore he could trade to Tang Haran for 6 units of electrical energy, coupled with the potential acquisition of universal chips and fragments, rendered the overall outcome relatively favorable. Whether it was due to the differing extraction methods or sheer luck on his inaugural attempt, he had only managed to extract 1 intact universal chip this time, with not many damaged ones. Lin Ming shook his head, dismissing such trivialities, and opened the chat window to Tang Haran. Tang, I have 2 pieces of rusty iron ore. Shall we exchange them for 4 units of electrical energy? Tang Haran immediately agreed, replying, Brother Lin, your efficiency is commendable. You've collected 2 pieces of rusty iron ore so swiftly. Observing Tang Haran's response, Lin Ming smirked knowingly. It was evident that Tang was probing his output efficiency. Thus, Lin Ming retorted, damn it, don't even mention it. I donned the heavy-duty suit, consumed 1 unit of electrical energy, not to mention the considerable amount of oxygen and water expended, and decomposing the stones consumed another unit. When I tally it all, I seem to be at a loss. Far away on a desolate planet, Tang Haran smirked at Lin Ming's message. This fellow had consumed 2 units of electrical energy alongside the minimum of 1 unit of oxygen, yielding only 2 pieces of rusty iron ore, which was hardly a lucrative venture. Not to mention he had donned the heavy-duty suit, a notorious energy guzzler that Tang had refrained from utilizing, saving it for emergencies. Furthermore, the heavy-duty suit was a consumable. Having used it now could render it unusable in the future. He noted that the sun lingered near the horizon. Under such circumstances, the surface temperature was still around 50 to 60 degrees. If the sun were directly overhead, the temperature would likely soar to 100 degrees or even higher. In such conditions, the lightweight extravehicular suit would be inadequate, leaving the heavy-duty suit as the sole reliance. With this in mind, Tang Haran sent Lin Ming 100 milliliters of water. Brother Lin, you've worked hard. Take a sip and rest a bit. Upon receiving the 100 milliliters of water, Lin Ming inwardly cursed Tang for being stingy. He replied, who would have thought that so far from home, I would become a miner on this desolate planet. Such is life. After venting his frustrations in the chat for a few moments, Lin Ming closed the window. He would not allow Tang Haran to perceive the rusty iron ore as easily obtainable, thereby avoiding any potential for price manipulation. He thus retained 1 piece of rusty iron ore.in Blue Star. He had a background in business, constantly navigating through the scheming minds of small-time bosses with millions, if not billions. All were seasoned foxes. No one should underestimate the cunning of the others. Chapter 7, Arrival of the Resource Supply Pod. After a brief respite, Lin Ming continued to shuttle between the rubble and the survival pod. With his eyes now able to discern the resource points, his efficiency in transporting stones had markedly increased, as he disregarded those devoid of resources. After nearly 5 hours of labor, Lin Ming finally managed to transport half of the high nutmeg rocks back. The spoils he acquired were quite substantial. Sat Smiley F-class universal chip, X4, damaged universal chips X7, rust iron ore X12. Lin Ming only traded half of the rust iron ore with Tang Haran, storing the remainder in a metallic barrel. Regardless of an item's intrinsic value, its worth diminishes with increased availability. Hence, Lin Ming opted to regulate the quantity of rust iron ore he traded. Why do I feel like a diamond merchant? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He reviewed his current resources: energy, 2500. Oxygen, 13500. Purified water, 8500. Food, nutritional paste X2. Rust iron ore, 7. F-class universal chips, 4. Universal chip fragments, 8. Although the energy reserves were steadily increasing, the essential life-sustaining resources, oxygen, food, and water, were dwindling. Presently, only oxygen was sustainable for Lin Ming, while he had yet to discover sources for food and water. I hope the resource supply pod brings me some surprises. Gazing at the resource supply pod, which had been captured by the planet's gravity and was in the process of entering orbit, Lin Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together. As the animation on the screen depicted, the resource supply pod drew ever closer to the survival pod. Lin Ming lifted his gaze to see a meteor streaking across the horizon, trailing a white tail as it descended towards the ground on a parabolic trajectory. When it was just a few thousand meters from the surface, Lin Ming could vaguely discern the shape of the resource supply pod, which bore a striking resemblance to the survival pod, albeit significantly smaller in size. Soon after, flames erupted from the head of the resource supply pod as it initiated retrothrust to decelerate. Warning, the resource supply pod is about to arrive. Please maintain a distance of 100 meters from the marked area to prevent accidents. The ether crystal promptly marked the landing site of the resource supply pod and indicated the danger zone. Lin Ming decided to enter the survival pod, observing the resource supply pod's gentle descent through the glass dome. Upon landing, the pod side opened, ejecting a square metal box. The mechanical arm of the survival pod immediately sprang into action, retrieving the metal box. Lin Ming watched as the box was swiftly opened, revealing it to be filled with grey blocks, each with a standard edge length of 1 decimeter. Resource supply pod recovered. This acquisition yields Energy X5, Super Alloy X1, Universal Code X6, Fuel X1. Lin Ming. Hey, are you skimping on my resources? Such a large box should contain 1 cubic meter, yet it only provided me with 5 units of energy. Do you think I'm blind? What about those greyish-white blocks? Where's the food, the water, the oxygen? And what exactly is this universal code? The ether crystal promptly replied, the box contains 950 units of energy blocks, which could originally provide 950 units of energy. However, over the long passage of time, most of the energy has dissipated, leaving only 5 recoverable units. The superalloy is the material used to construct the supply box, making it ideal for building expansion modules, and it has been successfully reclaimed. In the universe, not all life forms are carbon-based, or humanoid, for that matter. In addition to carbon-based life, there exist silicon-based, sulfur-based, arsenic-based, iron-based, and ammonia-based life forms, among others, whose survival does not rely on oxygen or water. Only energy is universally essential for all life forms. Therefore, the vast majority of resource supply pods primarily provide energy. As for the universal code, it serves to decrypt the corresponding life form's access. The more precise the decrypted code, the higher the grade of resources acquired from the relevant life form supply pod, leading to better provisions. Considering the costs and the total quantity of resources, higher-grade resource supply pods are increasingly scarce in the cosmos, and the energy required to maintain adequate resources within the pod is significantly greater. Lin Ming nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. It seemed that the resource supply pod was launched into space by other life forms, either out of charity or for some purpose. Given that it was indeed a charitable act, cost considerations must have been taken into account, preventing an indiscriminate investment in high-grade resource pods. Contemplating this, he inquired, what exactly is the universal code, and can it be decrypted now? The text transformed, and the ether crystal's response appeared on the screen. Certainly, with an F-class universal chip, it can be decrypted immediately, though only the most basic code can be revealed. Lin Ming stroked his chin, envisioning an incredibly complex computer or an exquisitely intricate mechanical code box, undoubtedly a creation of exceedingly advanced beings. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "May I take a look at the universal code?" Of course. The ether crystal complied without hesitation, and soon a metallic tray appeared, cradling a black object. This object, about the size of a fist and entirely black, reminded Lin Ming of the ink blocks used for grinding ink. Lin Ming noticed that the black object was levitating above the metallic tray, not making direct contact. He reached out to touch it, but the ether crystal intervened, stating, "The universal code is stored at temperatures below -200 degrees Celsius. To maintain the precision of the decryption, please refrain from any contact." Lin Ming promptly withdrew his hand, fixated on the black object without moving. It was a meticulously polished rectangular block, its black surface even reflecting human silhouettes. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in admiration, surprised that even the container for the universal code was so exquisite. After waiting for quite some time without the box opening, he curiously asked, "Why not open it?" "Ether crystal. Why should it be opened?" "Lin Ming, how can we decrypt the code without opening it?" "Ether crystal, this object is the code itself." Lin Ming suddenly understood, explaining, "I see, the surface of this object, while seemingly smooth, actually contains countless nano-level grooves that require an electron microscope to discern." "Right. I attended university, I comprehend this much." "Ether crystal, what is the universal language in the cosmos?" "Universal language, English. After all, in American commercial films, aliens often speak English." Lin Ming found himself momentarily speechless. The ether crystal, not one to keep secrets, continued to explain through text, "It is mathematics. The ratio of the length to width to height of this object constitutes the universal code. By measuring the length of each side and performing mathematical calculations, the universal code can be decrypted." Lin Ming felt somewhat perplexed. The ether crystal elaborated further. "There exists a fundamental understanding in the universe. High-tech civilizations must not directly transfer technology to low-tech civilizations. Thus, to prevent low-tech civilizations from directly acquiring high-tech products from resource supply pods, advanced civilizations conveniently ascribed universal codes to the corresponding supply pods. Chapter 8. Carbon-based life resource supply pod. Lin Ming let out a sound of realization, having come to terms with his lack of understanding. Fortunately, the ether crystal, not one to indulge in inquiries, continued its explanation. Thus, as long as the proportions of each edge are measured, the more precise the measurements, the greater the computational power, and the closer the deciphered code will be to the correct answer. As long as the correct ratio to 10 decimal places is calculated, it constitutes the most rudimentary universal code, capable of summoning the lowest tier of carbon-based resource supply pods. Lin Ming nodded, feeling that nodding was all he could manage at this point. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, prompting him to voice his query. I recall during physics class, the teacher mentioned that objects expand when heated and contract when cooled. Might this cause inaccuracies in the measured proportions? The ether crystal responded, such a situation may indeed arise, therefore, the measurement conditions will be set to default values to mitigate interference from external factors. Generally speaking, Lin Ming, having learned to interject, continued, generally speaking, it is under conditions of 0 degrees or 20 degrees Celsius at 1 standard atmosphere. The ether crystal. Lin Ming scratched his head, was I incorrect? The ether crystal replied, standard atmospheric pressure is merely a peculiar case of blue star, and the Celsius scale is a human construct based on the freezing and boiling points of water at standard atmospheric pressure. This is not universally applicable in the cosmos. Typically, the measurement conditions are absolute zero and absolute vacuum. Both of these conditions are challenging to achieve, thus reflecting the technological level of a civilization. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Based on the current understanding of human technological capabilities, absolute zero could only be approached infinitely, yet never attained. After all, humanity is unable to prevent thermal exchange between objects. Contemplating this, Lin Ming ventured to ask, are other universal codes similarly constructed? Once other forms of civilizations acquire these types of universal codes, how do they ascertain which object corresponds to their life forms? The ether crystal replied, it is quite simple, the object before you is crafted from pure carbon. Wait, what? A single phrase jolted him from his reverie. Lin Ming marveled at the fact that while the universal code was established in an extraordinarily simplistic manner, it was also exquisitely intricate. If the universal code for carbon-based life is derived from carbon elements, then for silicon-based life, it must be derived from silicon. And for sulfur-based and arsenic-based life, the life forms capable of traversing the cosmos must possess a considerable level of technological advancement. With just a slight assessment, one could identify the elemental composition of an object. Following this, by measuring the ratios of length, width, and height, one could derive the universal code and summon the corresponding level and life form of the resource supply pod. Remarkable, Lin Ming, now brimming with impatience, exclaimed, your computational capabilities must be quite impressive, capable of measuring to how many decimal places. The ether crystal responded, my civilization is one of the providers of resource supply pods and has already mastered the highest level codes, which do not require deciphering. However, I cannot disclose them to you, you must rely on your own abilities and the corresponding resources to conduct the deciphering. Based on the resources at your disposal and the measurement conditions you can achieve, 2 F-grade universal chips can barely decipher the code to 10 decimal places, yielding the most basic resource supply pod corresponding to life forms, with a deciphering cost of 1 unit of energy. Are F-grade universal chips really that inadequate? Lin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. Fortunately, he possessed 4 F-grade universal chips at this moment, allowing for an initial deciphering attempt. After retrieving 2 universal chips, the ether crystal swiftly commenced the deciphering process, and before long, it provided Lin Ming with a string of numbers. 1 3 1 2 4 2 3 5 5 5 6 0 7 6 5 7 5 8 6 6 6 4 5. Armed with a rudimentary universal chip, Lin Ming replaced the damaged component of the electromagnetic communication device and opted to emit a distress signal from a space defined by a radius of 1 light minute. 2 minutes later, the ether crystal indicated that there was no response. Quite normal, considering the sparse distribution of resource supply pods relative to the vastness of the cosmos, Lin Ming sighed. He had only 1 F-grade universal chip left, leaving him to rely on sheer luck. Selecting an arbitrary direction, he transmitted another distress signal across a distance of 5 light minutes. The ether crystal timely alerted him, in 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest point, and the return signal will take an equal amount of time. No later than 10 minutes from now, we may ascertain whether there are any resource supply pods in the vicinity. Observing the countdown on the display, Lin Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Time ticked away, and as the 9-minute mark passed, there was still no sign of success. Countdown for the return signal from the farthest point remaining 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. No carbon-based life resource supply pods found in the specified direction. Damn. Upon seeing the notification on the screen, Lin Ming slapped his thigh, exclaiming, this isn't how it works in the movies. Typically, during the final seconds, a plethora of supply pods comes rushing in, heralding the arrival of the logistical support. Hey, could there be an issue with the deciphered password? The ether crystal offered no reply. Feeling somewhat resigned, Linming muttered, "All right, back to work then, I need to procure more universal chips." As he stood up, he recalled that he still possessed 8 damaged universal chips and inquired, "You previously mentioned that 10 damaged chips could likely be repaired into 1 complete universal chip. Can these 8 also potentially be restored into 1? The ether crystal responded, provided the chips are largely intact, theoretically, 2 damaged universal chips can be restored into 1 complete chip, though the probability is exceedingly low, with the risks outweighing the potential benefits. Linming nodded. He then let us give it a try with the 8 damaged universal chips. Missing 2 shouldn't make a significant difference, my luck has already been abysmal today. Repairing the universal chip will consume 1 unit of energy, proceed with the repair. Upon seeing the prompt on the display, Linming waved his hand dismissively, go ahead. Everything requires energy, and it seems that energy is the most precious resource. Buzzing and crackling, after a brief moment of cryptic operations from the ether crystal, a complete F-grade universal chip appeared before Linming, repair successful. Hooray! His spirits lifted slightly as he replaced the chip on the electromagnetic communicator once more, selecting a direction to transmit another distress signal. The ether crystal reiterated, in 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach the farthest point, and the return signal will require an equal duration. No later than 10 minutes from now, we shall confirm the presence of resource supply pods nearby. Then commenced the 10-minute countdown. When the timer reached 3 minutes and 17 seconds, the display transformed, 1 carbon-based life resource supply pod detected. Based on its current trajectory and velocity, it is estimated to arrive in 13 hours. Wow, that is quite swift. Linming exclaimed with delight. The previous basic resource supply pod, located less than 1 light minute away, required 6 hours to arrive, whereas this pod, situated 3 light minutes away, would only take 13 hours. The speed was evidently much greater. Watching the animation of the resource supply pod's trajectory and arrival on the display, Linming felt a sense of buoyancy. He clapped his hands, with a bit of rock left. I'll finish gathering, break it down, sell it to Tangharan, and then take a well-deserved break. Chapter 9. A fractured alliance. After confirming that there were no new resource supply pods in the remaining space, the diligent Linming donned his heavy-duty exosuit and set out once more. Engrossed in his labor, he lost track of time. In less than 5 hours, he had transported all the remaining stones and completed the disassembly process. Upon finishing, however, Linming found his energy reserves reduced to a mere 5 units. He took stock of his haul, 3 F-grade universal chips, 12 damaged universal chips, and 15 rusted iron ores. To his dismay, the number of damaged chips had significantly increased while the intact ones had dwindled. On a brighter note, he had amassed a total of 23 rusted iron ores. Upon reflecting, Linming discovered that 1 unit of energy could disassemble a maximum of 3 rusted iron ores. Any attempt to process more would lead to increased energy consumption. After some contemplation, he opened the chat window with Tangharan and initiated a trade for 8 pieces of rusted iron ore. Linji, what a bountiful harvest. Tangharan quickly responded, your efficiency is truly commendable. With such output, you need not worry about oxygen or energy. Linming casually replied a couple of sentences while awaiting Tangharan's confirmation. However, Tangharan seemed to hesitate. Feeling a sense of unease, Linming inquired, what is going on? After a considerable pause, Tangharan replied, Linji, could you perhaps lower the price a bit? I'm a bit short on energy. What a surprise, he was attempting to haggle. Linming promptly declined. The reason he engaged in trade with Tangharan was precisely due to his stable channels and ability to purchase in bulk. Little did he expect that after merely 2 transactions, Tangharan would already be seeking to negotiate the price. Linming had previously made it abundantly clear that, under equal pricing conditions, rusted iron ores would be prioritized for sale to Tangharan. At this juncture, Tangharan resolved to drive the price down, to which Linming showed no leniency, promptly listing 8 units of rusty iron ore on the interstellar exchange at a price of 2.5 energy units per block. In less than 10 seconds, the rusty iron ore was snatched up. Tangharan immediately sent a message, Brother Lin, what are you doing? Linming replied, what? Tangharan quickly responded, didn't we agree that rusty iron ore would only be sold to me? Linming retorted, I stated that I would prioritize selling to you if the prices were the same. Now that you intend to lower the price, am I not allowed to sell to others? Tangharan insisted, Brother Lin, it is not that I wish to press the price down. You are aware of market trends. Initially, prices tend to be high when a product is newly available, but as time progresses and supply increases, prices will inevitably fall. Linming countered, however, I do not see anyone else selling rusty iron ore on the interstellar exchange at present. Tang Haran explained, that is because we have purchased everything that has appeared, Brother Lin. The individuals who just bought the rusty iron ore were also from our group. We must secure exclusive rights to this resource. I understand you intend to sell at a high price, but we have tested the waters and found that the maximum price for rusty iron ore can only be set at 3 energy units. Lin Ming, I call you brother out of respect. Let me be frank with you, before arriving in this godforsaken place, I managed several trading companies and have considerable experience in such matters. As the saying goes, with more friends come more paths, and with fewer enemies come fewer walls. Lin Ming, in a single phrase, 1. 5 energy units for a piece of rusty iron ore. I shall no longer haggle over prices. Should you dare to list it at a higher price on the interstellar trading post, I shall consider you no friend of mine. Upon reading Tang Haran's response, Lin Ming found himself both amused and infuriated. Had the true nature of this unscrupulous trader revealed itself so swiftly, just hours earlier, he had made similar claims, regardless of the fact that they were separated by hundreds or even thousands of light years, and whether they would ever meet again remained debatable. Even if Tang Haran were standing right before him, Lin Ming would not yield to his threats. He had encountered numerous small-time bosses, and those like Tang Haran, who could not maintain their composure, typically operated within an annual transaction volume of around 10 million, with profits barely reaching 5%, often resorting to tax evasion. Genuine veterans, even if they engaged in underhanded tactics privately, generally conducted themselves with decorum in face-to-face interactions. After all, after decades of navigating the murky waters of survival, having finally managed to rehabilitate their reputations, what they valued most was their hard-earned respectability. Lin Ming chose to ignore Tang Haran entirely and promptly listed the remaining 15 pieces of rusty iron ore at a price of 3 energy units per piece on the interstellar trading post. As before, within mere seconds, they were snatched up. The chat channel of the interstellar trading post was filled with lamentations from players. Beast, can't you leave even one piece of rusty iron ore for me? I'm watching my oxygen levels plummet. Indeed, don't talk about 3 energy units, I'd gladly trade 5 for a piece. Who else has rusty iron ore? Please list more. Great ones, spare a thought for your humble brother. I've encountered a tempest, my escape pod has cracked from a rock impact, and oxygen is leaking out. Without a source of oxygen, I'll suffocate. At that moment, Tang Haran's message appeared in the chat, massive sale of rusty iron ore at 8 energy units per piece. Transaction method, first gift me 5 energy units, then we proceed with the trade, honest dealings, no deceit. Upon reading Tang Haran's message, Lin Ming couldn't help but admire the cunning of this fellow. The interstellar trading post stipulated that each piece of rusty iron ore could only be listed at 3 energy units, yet it imposed no restrictions on gifting. This method not only inflated the selling price of rusty iron ore but also completely circumvented any risks, an approach that most would not conceive. Since he had already severed ties with Tang Haran and had long intended to share the source of rusty iron ore with other players, he composed a message, no need to overpay for rusty iron ore. There are large boulders near your spawn point. Equip yourself with a heavy exosuit and mine them for decomposition, and you will obtain rusty iron ore without any middlemen profiting. Having finished his message, Lin Ming decisively sent it to both the chat channel of the interstellar trading post and the regional chat. Within 5 seconds of sending the message, Tang Haran immediately replied, Lin Ming, what are you doing? Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. Retract your message at once. Lin Ming scoffed and replied in the chat box, my apologies for making you an orphan. He then sent the message and promptly blocked Tang Haran. His actions were not solely driven by a desire to retaliate against Tang Haran, they stemmed from a deeper consideration. The surviving remnants of humanity were scattered across the untamed planets of the galaxy, struggling for survival, and the initial stages of development were always the slowest. Only when the majority had progressed, engaging in trade and exchanging resources, could they hope to carve out a semblance of existence amidst the harsh wilderness. Moreover, Lin Ming had already amassed 71 energy units, widening the gap between himself and other players. If he allowed Tang Haran and others to continue their development unchecked, he would inevitably be surpassed. By then, even if he could spot resource points, he would find himself lagging behind. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming chose to disregard the uproar in the chat channel and prepare to rest for a while. With 8 hours remaining until the arrival of the carbon-based life support pod, it was the perfect opportunity for a nap. He had 8 units of oxygen left. If he chose to sleep normally, it would consume at least 4 units. Given the scarcity of oxygen, Lin Ming decided to enter hibernation. Hibernation required only 1 unit of oxygen and 1 unit of energy, and with 71 energy units at his settling into the hibernation pod, he set it for 8 hours, and the comfortable environment gradually lulled his mind into a state of drowsiness, leading him into a peaceful slumber. 8 hours later, the hibernation pod awoke Lin Ming right on schedule. He opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings and checked the time. Goodness, did I truly sleep for 8 hours? Lin Ming was astonished as he sat up from the hibernation pod. He now understood why there was a notification stating, "Hibernation does not alleviate mental stress, please avoid excessive use of hibernation." He felt as though he had just closed his eyes when he was awakened, with no memory of the time that had passed, like a switch had been flipped in his mind. In contrast, during regular sleep, even if he was unaware of his surroundings while dreaming, he could feel that he had experienced a certain amount of time upon waking the next day. This discrepancy left Lin Ming's body rested, but his mind still felt fatigued, as if he had not truly rested. Today's objective: gather more oxygen, then devise a way to procure some food or water, and reward myself with a good night's sleep. Lin Ming stretched his body slightly before opening the ether crystal. The display indicated that the carbon-based resource supply pod was expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Shortly thereafter, a bright light appeared on the horizon, trailing a long tail of flame as it flew directly towards Lin Ming's location. In midair, the carbon-based resource supply pod commenced a retrothrust and landed steadily near the survival pod.as before the hatch opened, releasing an alloy cube. Resource supply pod has been retrieved. This time acquired, 3D metal printer X1, super alloy X1, big mouth flower seeds X5, fuel X1. Is that all? Lin Ming was taken aback by the stinginess of the carbon-based resource supply pod. This was no different from the previous general supply pod. Lin Ming touched the ether crystal to examine the properties of each item. 3D metal printer, type 1, description, utilizes ultrafine metal powder as raw material to print corresponding. Consumption, 1 energy unit hour. Seems decent. Upon reading the description of the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming felt it was a valuable asset. As long as he had blueprints and ultrafine metal powder, he had no shortage of energy units, and ultrafine metal powder could be obtained by decomposing rusty iron or into ultrafine iron powder, or super alloys could also be decomposed into powder, so he had no concerns on that front. However, he was lacking in manufacturing blueprints, having none at all. He instructed the survival pod to begin assembling the 3D metal printer and then turned his attention to the big mouth flower seeds. To his astonishment, what he read next caused his eyes to widen. Goodness, such a creature exists in the universe. Chapter 10, Trading Again, Mouth Flower Seeds. Introduction. The remarkable plant cultivated through biotechnological advancements possesses the extraordinary ability to thrive in exceedingly harsh environments. Upon maturation, it develops a lantern-shaped mouth capable of devouring other flora while retaining its formidable adaptability, subsequently specializing in the characteristics of the consumed plants. The description of the mouth flower is quite perplexing. It took Lin Ming several readings to comprehend its utility. To put it succinctly, the mouth flower is not choosy about its growing conditions and can mutate into the corresponding plant after consuming others, all the while maintaining its robust adaptability. For instance, if the mouth flower devours rice, it will transform into a rice plant, yet it does not require the typical growth conditions of rice. In layman's terms, it manifests the traits of whatever it consumes. Truly, it is a carbon-based life resource supply pod, providing nothing but superior offerings. Now that the mouth flower seeds are at hand, the next consideration is facilitating their germination and maturation. Generally speaking, during the germination phase of plants, providing suitable temperatures and adequate moisture suffices, and at this juncture, Lin Ming has met the conditions necessary for the mouth flower to sprout. However, to ensure the mouth flower reaches maturity, it must be supplied with specific nutrients. Even though the mouth flower can endure the most severe growth conditions, the fundamental law of conservation of mass must still be adhered to. At this moment, the most superior waste material available to Lin Ming is human excrement. While it may seem repugnant, Lin Ming, having experienced rural life, recalls that in his childhood, not far from his doorstep, there was a compost pile that adults claimed was more effective than chemical fertilizers. Those who aspire to achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities, and Lin Ming swiftly overcame his physiological disgust, posting several trading links at the Interstellar Trading Hub. Oxygen. Once the link was established, Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit and ventured out to continue his quarrying of stones. After all, he had only 7 units of oxygen remaining, which was hardly sufficient for a day of strenuous activity. Moreover, with the necessity of exchanging oxygen for resources, failure to diligently mine would soon deplete Lin Ming's oxygen reserves. Departing from the survival pod, Lin Ming fixed his gaze upon a direction densely populated with rubble. Before long, he observed that some of the debris began to shimmer with red luminescence. A cursory glance revealed that valuable stones constituted less than a third of the total, and all were marked by red glim. This indicated that if he failed to spot resource points, he would need to exert over thrice the labor. With a rustling sound, Lin Ming diligently traversed between the rubble zone and the survival pod. After several hours and expending 5 units of energy, he procured 20 pieces of rusted iron ore. At this point, Lin Ming was left with merely 2 units of oxygen. Without further hesitation, he proceeded to decompose all the rusted iron ore. This decomposition consumed 7 units of energy, yielding 20 units of oxygen and 20 units of ultrafine iron powder. Phew, at least I need not worry about suffocating, Lin Ming remarked as he returned to the survival pod, shedding his heavy suit for a brief respite. Simultaneously, he delicately tapped the ether crystal, activating the interstellar trading channel. Upon opening it, he was greeted by thousands of trading links flashing incessantly, leaving Lin Ming quite overwhelmed. It was understandable, as the rusted iron ore, a source of oxygen, was highly coveted. Previously, it had been driven up to the exorbitant price of 8 units of energy per piece by Tang Haren. Now, some players, having received Lin Ming's insights, were aware of how to mine rusted iron ore, yet due to the time and energy investment required, the price remained stable at 2 units of energy per piece. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was exchanging oxygen directly for what they deemed worthless excrement. Such an opportunity would not be overlooked by the players. Each trade request came with notes, and Lin Ming perused a few at random. Master Lin Ming, I am your fan. Thank you for sharing the rusted iron ore mining method earlier. I just produced this batch, still warm, and I offer it to you for free. Master Lin Ming, I didn't expect you to enjoy this. I have diabetes, and the taste is a bit better than others. Let's trade. Brother Lin Ming, you previously declined my trade, but now I'm offering to buy. Who would have thought you were so reserved? This time, I'll include an extra pair of original flavor stockings a day. Lin Ming gasped, nearly choking on his breath at the absurdity of their propositions. Upon reading the third note, he raised an eyebrow, recognizing a familiar name. Qin Lingling. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming opened the temporary trading chat with Qin Lingling. Although her words were laced with flirtation, her profile picture suggested she was merely in her mid-20s, adorned with a captivating smile. This indicated that she had entered society, fully aware of her beauty and adept at leveraging it. Lin Ming sent a message, "Are you there?" Qin Lingling promptly responded, "It's Brother Lin Ming. I am here." Following her reply, she sent a 10-second video in which a long-legged beauty clad in scanty attire danced provocatively, showcasing suggestive movements. Qin Lingling sat smiley video. Lin Ming scrutinized the video with a critical eye, inwardly lamenting the fruits of indulgence. Suppressing his own restlessness, Lin Ming inquired of Qin Lingling, "Do you still have urine available?" Qin Lingling replied, "Rest assured, Brother Lin Ming, I've kept some for you, but it's only 300 milliliters." Lin Ming nodded. He was already aware of the insufficiency of her supply, yet he sought to trade with her for other purposes she could fulfill. He then replied, "I suppose I have to concede a bit. 5 units of oxygen in exchange for 300 milliliters of urine. Did you not mention you would also provide a pair of unadulterated stockings?" Qin Lingling responded, "Indeed, dear brother, these stockings are indeed unadulterated. If you harbor any doubts, I could record a video of myself removing them for you." Lin Ming replied, "I do not require the video, let us proceed as is." After clicking send, he initiated the transaction. Qin Lingling said, "Very well, Lin Ming brother, I shall remove them right away." Qin Lingling sat smiley video. Upon completion of the transaction, Lin Ming did not personally handle the acquired items. Instead, he directed the ethereal crystals to be stored within a metallic cylinder, which included the pair of stockings still warm from her body. The rationale behind his willingness to pay a premium for Qin Lingling's unadulterated stockings was not due to any peculiar tastes, but rather because he vaguely recalled that successful composting required not only raw materials but also the involvement of microorganisms. Unadulterated stockings, of course, serve as an excellent source of such microorganisms. This was, of course, unrelated to gender, as men's socks could achieve the same effect. However, the mere thought of trading with men for socks that had been worn for an indeterminate period sent a shiver down Lin Ming's spine. After the transaction was finalized, Lin Ming completed another exchange with 10 players using 5 units of oxygen, securely sealing the acquired items within the metallic cylinder, ensuring there would be no leakage. Even so, Lin Ming felt a sense of unease and decided to cast the metallic cylinder into the transfer warehouse, preferring to avoid the sight of it. Having accomplished these tasks, Lin Ming produced an F-grade universal chip, replacing the one on the electromagnetic wave communicator, and then instructed the ethereal crystal. The simulated crab, the ethereal crystal rapidly mirrored the surroundings. Powerful electromagnetic waves enveloped a radius of 10 kilometers, and soon, a pale blue light screen materialized before Lin Ming, revealing a map of the surrounding 10 kilometers. The lower half of the map was a deep brown, indicating that 5 meters beneath the surface lay soil, while the ground was strewn with gravel and debris. Lin Ming noted that approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, in the opposite direction of the high nuts, there was a subterranean pit resembling an anthill. Upon carefully comparing with the scale, he discovered that these pits exceeded 2 meters in diameter, ample enough for him, clad in heavy exosuit, to enter. The pits branched out like tree limbs, meandering downward, evidently leading to deeper recesses below 5 meters where the electromagnetic waves could not penetrate. This structure is undoubtedly not a natural formation but rather excavated by some form of life. I wonder if these beings still inhabit the pits. The thought of an unknown entity existing merely 3 or 4 kilometers away sent a shiver of apprehension through Lin Ming. As he scrutinized the trajectory of the pits, he suddenly felt a slight warmth in his eyes. The once unremarkable map was now dotted with a multitude of luminous points, red, black, and green. How marvelous, I can see the resource points on the map. Lin Ming exclaimed, excitement surging within him. Surrounding him were countless red dots, signifying a widespread distribution of rusted iron ore, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding oxygen supply. He magnified the view of the subterranean pits, observing sporadic green dots at a depth of 3 meters. Furthermore, these green dots appeared to be in motion, occasionally lingering near the entrance of the pits. Living organisms, moving organisms. Lin Ming's spirit soared. Life meant sustenance. Moreover, areas inhabited by organisms typically harbored water sources and food. He meticulously observed the movement patterns of the green dots, noting their seemingly fixed paths, as if they were on patrol every 10 minutes. Lin Ming resolved to take action. Anticipating a possible confrontation with unknown life forms, he refrained from being overly ambitious and opted to expend 2 units of energy to instruct the 3D metal printer to fabricate a large sword and a heavy shield from 2 units of super alloy. Within 10 minutes, the 3D metal printer completed its task. The sword's blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness, while the shield exuded a sense of security with its formidable heft. When Lin Ming attempted to lift the sword, he found it weighed a daunting 1 to 200 pounds. With his strength, he could merely manage to shift it. Fortunately, he donned the heavy exosuit. After equipping himself with the sword and shield and replenishing his consumables, Lin Ming exited the survival pod. Compared to sending a distress signal over an extensive distance, the energy consumption of the electromagnetic communicator for mapping the surroundings was significantly less, with the Grade F universal chip able to sustain for an hour before being destroyed. Thus, Lin Ming effectively carried a real-time map with him. After approximately 20 minutes, Lin Ming arrived near the entrance of the pit, seeking refuge behind a rock 50 meters away. On the illuminated map, the patrolling green dot ascended the sloped pit slowly. Soon reaching the entrance, Lin Ming glanced up to find, emerging from the opening not far away, a jet-black crab the size of a basin. Indeed, a crab. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Upon exiting the pit, the crab surveyed the distant slant of the sun, adjusting its position to align its dark carapace with the sunlight, raising its body slightly, then remaining utterly still. Is it basking in the sun? Lin Ming pondered, recalling the Brazilian tortoise he once cared for, which required sunbathing daily. Could crabs share this habit? Estimating the size of the black crab, Lin Ming felt confident in his ability to confront it. He glanced at the real-time map and, noting that other crabs were patrolling the pit as usual, decided to stealthily approach. Carefully maneuvering around, Lin Ming stealthily approached from behind the black crab. When he was within 10 meters, the crab seemed to sense his presence, flattening its body in preparation to turn. In an instant, Lin Ming sprang into action, maximizing the power of his exosuit and leaping over 10 meters, bringing down the sword in a decisive strike. Clang, sparks flew, the black crab was cleaved in 2, and at the rupture, sparks flickered continuously. Goodness! Once the sparks subsided and Lin Ming discerned the interior of the black crab, he gasped in astonishment. This was no ordinary creature, it was an electronic crab. Instead of the familiar crab roe or gills, he found black circuit boards and energy cells inside. Among the circuit boards, Lin Ming recognized a familiar figure, a universal chip. Alas, this chip had been cleaved in half and was rendered unusable. Disappointment washed over him. He had harbored such great hopes, only to capture an electronic crab, missing out on any meat. Recalling the crab's earlier sunbathing behavior, he realized it had been charging using solar energy. Solar charging. Lin Ming remembered a damaged solar panel among the survival pod's supplies. Could the materials derived from this crab possibly repair the solar panel? Grasping his shield and sword in one hand, Lin Ming seized two of the crab's legs with the other, lifting the bisected electronic crab as he strode back towards the survival pod. Disassembling the simulated crab will consume 1 unit of energy. Do you wish to proceed? The ethereal crystal prompted. Lin Ming selected yes. So this creature is called the simulated crab. The simulated crab has been reclaimed. This time, you have obtained high-purity silicon ingot X2, damaged universal chip X1. The current repair requirements are as follows. 1. Primary repair, restores the basic functions of the solar panel, making it usable, consumes high-purity silicon ingot X10, electromagnetic coil X1. 2. Complete repair, fully restores the solar panel, maximizing its power generation capacity. Consumes high-purity silicon ingot X50, electromagnetic coil X5. Indeed, it was possible. Upon seeing the materials required for repairing the solar panel, Lin Ming felt a pang of frustration. Killing the to acquire an intact electromagnetic coil, he would need to capture a live simulated crab. However, given its size, attempting to seize it directly posed a risk. Even if he succeeded, Lin Ming worried that the crab's sharp claws might pierce his exosuit, and he currently lacked materials for repairs. After much contemplation, Lin Ming recalled the crab's actions after it left the pit, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Chapter 12, Reprogramming. Clad in the heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming set forth once more. This time, he opted not to carry the alloy greatsword, instead wielding a formidable alloy shield, while the greatsword was being reforged into a sophisticated alloy net by the 3D printer. At this juncture, the F-class universal chip in the electromagnetic communicator had succumbed to damage, prompting Lin Ming to replace it with a new one, allowing for real-time monitoring of the pit's conditions. The disappearance of a mimic crab did not stir much commotion. Upon noticing the absence of a companion, several mimic crabs congregated, swiftly redistributing their patrol routes. Each crab expanded its patrol radius by approximately 20%, thereby compensating for the missing member. Quite intelligent, Lin Ming remarked, observing the real-time map as the green dots resumed their systematic movement. Approaching the entrance of the pit, Lin Ming commenced his task. He set down the alloy shield and began to maneuver stones. With the assistance of the exosuit, he effortlessly lifted stones the size of grinding wheels and placed them 2 meters away from the pit's edge. Subsequently, he worked diligently, stacking stone after stone, erecting a 2-meter-high stone wall to enclose the entrance, leaving only a half-meter gap. Having completed this task, half an hour had elapsed. Lin Ming activated the real-time map, scrutinizing the green dots. According to protocol, within a few minutes, the outermost patrol crab would commence sunbathing to recharge. Indeed, as the seconds ticked away, the patrolling mimic crab came to an abrupt halt, then retraced its path, ascending the inclined tunnel. Crouched behind the stone wall, Lin Ming revealed only half of his head as he witnessed a jet-black creature, identical to the previous mimic crab, emerge from the cave entrance. Once outside, the mimic crab instinctively glanced at the sun's position before entering a state of bewilderment. After a full minute, the crab's rudimentary chip processed the situation, prompting it to begin exploring along the stone wall. As the mimic crab exited through the opening, Lin Ming, lying in ambush, swiftly seized a large stone to block the gap. With a swift motion, the mimic crab reacted instinctively, preparing to retreat back into the pit upon noticing Lin Ming's presence, only to find its escape route obstructed by the massive stone. Without hesitation, the crab darted away in the opposite direction, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. Observing the rapid movements of the creature, Lin Ming remained unperturbed. He leisurely retrieved the shield, trailing behind the mimic crab at a distance. Through a series of attempts, Lin Ming discerned that the crab's alert radius extended 10 meters. Should anyone encroach within that range, the crab would immediately flee. Conversely, it would perceive the surroundings as safe and attempt to position itself with its back to the sun in preparation for recharging. Lin Ming was determined not to grant it the opportunity to recharge. Armed with the shield, he aimed to thwart any potential counterattacks from the mimic crab while also blocking sunlight to prevent the creature from recharging. The mimic crab, having been deprived of energy, would soon find itself drained, and Lin Ming was confident that with continued pursuit, it would exhaust its remaining power. As anticipated, after trailing the crab for half an hour, it ceased to react to Lin Ming's approach, instead lying still and attempting to recharge. Lin Ming refrained from rushing to capture it. He knew how much backup energy this little creature retained. He positioned himself 5 meters away, hoisting the shield high to block the sunlight from the area occupied by the mimic crab. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Ming cautiously approached the crab, which remained motionless. He drew nearer and gently prodded the mimic crab with his shield, only to find it still unresponsive. Hey, it must be out of power. Even so, he opted not to seize it directly but instead retrieved the alloy net coiled at his waist, ensnaring the mimic crab within. Subsequently, Lin Ming held the alloy net tightly in his right hand while using the shield to obscure sunlight, preventing the mimic crab from surreptitiously recharging, and soon returned to the survival pod. Detected a dormant mimic crab. 2 options are available for selection. Option 1, recover the mimic crab, yielding high-purity silicon ingots X2, F-class universal chip X1, circuit board X1. The possibility of reprogramming the mimic crab was unexpected. Naturally, he selected the second option. Reprogramming the mimic crab requires the expenditure of 1 unit of energy. Do you confirm? Confirm. After confirming, he waited for a brief 10 seconds, at which point the ether crystal prompted him that reprogramming of the mimic crab had been successfully completed. So swift. Lin Ming mused in surprise. Given that the mimic crab was currently in a state of energy depletion, he instructed the ether crystal to place the crab outside the survival pod, allowing it to bask in the sun to recharge. While it was indeed possible to draw upon the survival pod's stored energy, the readily available sunlight made it an optimal choice, as wasting it would be imprudent. 10 minutes later, the mimic crab had recharged, approaching the exit of the survival pod and awaiting further instructions. Lin Ming had it undergo a cleansing process in the transit chamber before placing it within the living quarters. The ether crystal alerted Lin Ming that the mimic crab would comply with any verbal commands issued. Thus, Lin Ming issued a command, spin around. The mimic crab obediently turned in place. Lie down. Shake hands. Roll over. Lin Ming delightedly trained the mimic crab as one would a dog, reveling in the experience. After some time, he inquired of the ether crystal, what other functions does this creature possess? The ether crystal replied, it can perform tasks within its capabilities, such as mining, patrolling, combat, and more. Subsequently, the ether crystal illuminated a projection, displaying the mimic. This little creature can assist in exploring the pit. Lin Ming thought to himself, the electromagnetic communicator could only probe a depth of 5 meters underground, beyond which it was ineffectual. The mimic crab could navigate deeper, sharing its live feed with Lin Ming, proving to be exceptionally useful. Note: due to hardware limitations, the maximum connection distance with the mimic crab is 10 kilometers. However, this may be reduced under complex electromagnetic conditions. It is advisable to include an additional command during patrol orders. If commands are not received, immediately return along the original path. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. The electromagnetic transmission distance underground was undoubtedly limited, and the ether crystal's suggestion was valuable. He donned the heavy-duty exosuit, replenished his supplies, and addressed the motionless mimic crab beside him. Let us go, follow me. With a lively demeanor, the mimic crab promptly trotted along behind Lin Ming. Chapter 13, Discovery of Water Sources. Soon, a solitary crab reached the vicinity of the pit's entrance. Through the live map, Lin Ming observed that the remaining few simulated crabs had once again reallocated their tasks, expanding their patrolling territory and adhering to. As long as there is sufficient energy, they are perpetually tireless. Are these black-skinned creatures truly so resilient? Lin Ming murmured to himself, before issuing a command to the simulated crab, venture into the pit and explore within. Remember, should you lose contact or your energy dwindle, return promptly along the same path. The simulated crab responded with a pinch of its large pincers, indicating comprehension, and swiftly burrowed into the pit. Upon entering, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, the simulated crab was equipped with infrared emitters and sensors, capable of transmitting images of reasonable clarity. Lin Ming observed that the pit's surface was riddled with excavation marks, clearly not the product of natural formation, but rather the result of the simulated crab's painstakingly digging with their pincers. As the simulated crab descended along the gentle slope, the mist crystal began to kindly generate a 3D model of the pit's interior. Crack, crack, a faint sound echoed, and Lin Ming watched the real-time monitoring on the map as another patrolling simulated crab gradually approached. A slight tension gripped Lin Ming's heart. How would the other crab react to the reappearance of its companion after disappearing? Through the visuals, he saw the indigenous simulated crab adopt a defensive stance, its pincers waving in front, producing a series of clicking warning sounds. The controlled simulated crab mirrored this gesture, rhythmically clamping its pincers and emitting the same sound. Subsequently, the indigenous simulated crab ceased its vigilance, disregarding the other, and resumed its patrol. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it passed the enemy identification system. The simulated crab continued its descent, reaching a fork in the path where two simulated crabs were alternating their patrols. Lin Ming casually chose one side, instructing the simulated crab to proceed downward. Crack, crack. After cunningly deceiving its former companion with the pincers, the simulated crab had now delved 5 meters underground, an area unknown to Lin Ming. He noticed that this fork further divided into 2 paths, one of which no longer sloped downward but rather leveled off. A thought sparked in Lin Ming's mind as he maneuvered the simulated crab toward the flatter path. After traversing a few meters, he observed 3 simulated crabs forming a circle, their pincers stirring the ground beneath them. There was liquid in the pit. Lin Ming discerned faint ripples on the surface as the pincers gently agitated the ground, unmistakably indicating the However, whether it was a water source or something else remained uncertain. He glanced at the 3D model of the pit rendered by the ether crystal, pausing momentarily. His eyes widened as he noticed blue liquid light points emerging within the pit. It was water. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Ming felt compelled to exclaim. He had only 6 liters of water left, a quantity he had conserved meticulously. He would only drink when parched to the utmost. Discovering a water source was undeniably exhilarating. Utilizing electromagnetic waves, he commanded the simulated crab to return, resolving to send it down with a metal cylinder to fetch some water. However, with patrolling simulated crabs present everywhere, drawing water directly would likely lead to an ambush. After some contemplation, Lin Ming decided to divide his forces. He instructed the simulated crab to re-enter the pit and sent a communication signal to the outermost simulated crab, allowing it to exit and recharge while the others maintained their patrol. The indigenous simulated crab, unsuspecting of any deceit, obediently vacated its patrol route, climbing out of the pit to bask in the sun for recharging. Where was the sun? After a minute of standby, the simulated crab finally sensed something was amiss and began to circle around the stone wall. Thus, Lin Ming employed the same tactic once more, successfully capturing another simulated crab that had fallen into a dormant state due to low energy. Consequently, Lin Ming made frequent trips between the survival pod and the pit's entrance, capturing 5 simulated crabs in one go. As a result, only 3 simulated crabs remained patrolling the upper level of the pit, significantly reducing their security strength. With 6 simulated crabs at his disposal, Lin Ming found himself in a position of dominance. Clack, clack, the 6 simulated crabs formed a long line, obediently trailing behind Lin Ming while waving their pincers. He distributed metal cylinders to each of the 6 simulated crabs, instructing them to descend and gather water. Upon receiving the command, the swarm of simulated crabs charged into the pit, this time disregarding any secret signals. Upon encountering a surviving patrolling simulated crab, 2 of them swiftly subdued it, while the others proceeded to collect water with the metal cylinders. Before long, the group of simulated crabs emerged, carrying 6 filled metal cylinders, along with a struggling indigenous simulated crab in tow. Lin Ming grasped one of the metal cylinders, while the remaining simulated crabs held the other cylinders and the struggling indigenous crab, returning triumphantly to the survival. After reprogramming the resistant simulated crab, Lin Ming's contingent expanded to 7. The survival pod swiftly reclaimed the metal cylinders, confirming that the liquid within was indeed water, albeit contaminated. How is it contaminated? Lin Ming inquired, opening the entry for the polluted water, which displayed the data on it. Contaminated stinking water, introduction, a foul-smelling wastewater. Believe me, you would not wish to drink it. Gazing at the dark and murky depiction of the wastewater, Lin Ming could almost smell the rancid odor, feeling as though he might regurgitate his previous meal. Lin Ming asked, can it be purified using electrical energy? The ether crystal promptly responded, every 5 portions of a contaminated stinking water can be purified into 4 portions of pure water and 1 portion of a pollutant. Pure water required no further explanation, so Lin Ming turned his attention to the entry for a pollutant. Pollutant, introduction, a substance filled with various humic materials. Consumption by animals can lead to diarrhea, yet it contains essential nutrients for plant growth. Upon seeing the entry for a pollutant, Lin Ming was overjoyed. This was no mere pollutant, but rather high-quality fertilizer. Purify it all. After expending 1 unit of electrical energy, the pure water was directly added to the survival pod's water tank, and Lin Ming observed the quantity of pure water surge from 5 liters to 55 liters. With a reliable source of water now established, Lin Ming joyously drank several mouthfuls, exclaiming, now I can enjoy water for several days, perhaps even take a bath. However, bathing was merely a daydream. The current water supply was still insufficient, and he resolved to store more. Beyond that, electrolysis of water was also a source of oxygen. With rusty iron ore and water at his disposal, Lin Ming no longer had to worry about a scarcity of oxygen. Chapter 14, The Diligent Simulated Crabs. At this juncture, Lin Ming's oxygen reserves dwindled to a mere 8 units. He promptly issued a command to the remaining 7 simulated crabs. My little ones, you have rested for 5 minutes. Now it is time to labor. Go forth and gather all the stones you can manage nearby, stacking them up in proximity to the survival pod. With a flurry of activity, the 7 simulated crabs sprang into action, scouring the vicinity for stones and diligently piling them in the clear space adjacent to the survival pod. Lin Ming observed that the crabs could lift stones nearly equal in size to their own bodies, a commendable feat of strength indeed. Most notably, the simulated crabs required no electrical energy from the survival pod. They merely needed exposure to sunlight. Moreover, they exhibited an unwavering endurance far superior to their predecessors from centuries past, who necessitated the crack of a whip and the consumption of food to function. As the simulated crabs busied themselves with stone collection, Lin Ming accessed the survival pod's interface, simultaneously consuming nutrient paste while reviewing the current resources: fuel, 100 electrical energy, 500 oxygen, 500 purified water, 500 L food, nutrient paste X2 ultrafine iron powder, 21 super alloy, 2 space, 12 components, solar panel, damaged, electromagnetic communicator, damaged, sleeping pod, operational, escape pod, operational, rusty iron ore. 0 universal chips, 0. Chip fragments, 13 currently. Both water and electrical energy were relatively abundant, and oxygen was not a cause for concern. The solitary need remained sustenance. Upon entering the interstellar trading hub, Lin Ming discovered that the available trade items were still primarily basic resources, with rusty iron ore being exceedingly rare, leading him to abandon his quest. Noticing the passage of time, he realized he had been awake for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. Coupled with a sense of drowsiness after consuming the nutrient paste, Lin Ming decided to indulge in a brief respite. Given the ample oxygen, he opted for a normal sleep rather than a state of hibernation. 2 hours later, he awoke with a yawn. Through the perspective shared by the simulated crabs, he observed that the stones had been arranged into 7 diminutive hills. Of course, these hills were only small when viewed from the crab's vantage point. Gazing through the glass dome atop the survival pod, Lin Ming noted that each mound measured merely 2 or 3 cubic meters. Let us commence our. Once he accumulated 1 cubic meter of stones, he initiated the decomposition process. With a steady hum, electrical energy was consumed as 17 cubic meters of stones were dismantled, yielding a substantial bounty of resources. This decomposition yielded F-grade universal chips X20, damaged universal chips X96, rusty iron ore X53. Lin Ming collected all the universal chips for future use, opting to directly decompose the rusty iron ore. After expending 18 units of electrical energy, the rusty iron ore was converted into 53 units of oxygen and an equal quantity of ultrafine iron powder. This energy-intensive operation swiftly depleted Lin Ming's electrical reserves, plunging them back into single digits. He calculated that, excluding the byproducts of decomposition and solely considering the production of oxygen, an average of 1. Of course, such an assessment is somewhat unreasonable, given the substantial value of universal chips. Lin Ming opened the interstellar exchange, intending to trade oxygen for some electrical energy. After refreshing a few times, he noticed a new trading alert. Player Tang Haran had listed 200 units of rusty iron ore, with the price marked as Satsmiley rusty iron ore X1 for 3 units of electrical energy. A slight smile played upon Lin Ming's lips. As expected, the price of rusty iron ore is gradually declining. Is he ready to make a move? At this moment, they had been on the savage planet for over 20 hours, even though some players had begun to mine stone and decompose rusty iron ore for oxygen, as Lin Ming suggested. It was still barely sufficient for personal use, and some even found themselves at a loss. Oxygen was undoubtedly a coveted commodity at this juncture. Indeed, as soon as the rusty iron ore was listed, the chat channel of the interstellar exchange erupted with excitement. Wow, is the big shot finally ready to sell rusty iron ore? This price seems a bit steep. Hey, if you think that's expensive, I find it even pricier, but with oxygen running low, if you don't want to suffocate, you have no choice but to buy. All of you big shots with electrical energy, in the blink of an eye, half of the rusty iron ore has been snatched up by you. Wait for me. Oh my, look, big shot Lin Ming has started selling oxygen directly. Where it's actually true, but wait, is big shot Lin Ming mispricing? How come 1 unit of oxygen is only listed for 2 units of electrical energy? Wow, cool. Big shot Lin Ming is practically doing charity here. Love it, I'll buy it right away to show my respect. Lin Ming reserved 9 units of oxygen for personal use and listed 50 units of oxygen, which were almost instantly claimed, yielding him 100 units of electrical energy. The reason he listed each unit of oxygen for just 2 units of electrical energy was due to meticulous calculations. Based on his prior experience, players would likely need to expend 1 hour to gather 1 cubic meter of stone, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy for reloading their spacesuits. Decomposing stone required an additional 1 unit of electrical energy, and decomposing rusty iron ore also necessitated 1 unit of electrical energy. Thus, the majority of players would expend 3 units. This calculation did not even take into account the additional physical exertion, time costs, as well as the consumption of water, food, and stamina. If one were to disregard the consumption of 1 unit of oxygen through respiration, then it would require 1.5 units of electrical energy to produce a single unit of oxygen. Lin Ming directly set the exchange rate at 1 unit of oxygen for 2 units of electrical energy, thus alleviating the additional consumption faced by other players. The difference in value represents the diligent efforts of the simulated crabs. After the transaction was completed, Lin Ming felt elated, reclining comfortably while observing the bustling activities of the simulated crabs, relishing the moment. At this juncture, a notification from the ethereal crystal stone appeared. Player Tang Chengyan has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Tang Haran had already been blocked and was unreachable. It was likely that Tang Chengyan was akin to Tang Haran, both hailing from Tang province. Lin Ming chose to accept the request. Tang Chengyan promptly messaged, Lin Ming, you are crushing the market. Your actions display a lack of respect for your own labor. Do you understand? A lack of respect for his own labor. Reflecting on the industrious simulated crabs outside, Lin Ming took a sip of water and replied, what does this have to do with you? Tang Chengyan responded, Haran must have engaged in trade with you before. I understand his temperament. He is still a child, sometimes impulsive, and may have offended you. I apologize on his behalf. Upon reading Tang Chengyan's message, Lin Ming could not help but chuckle. In the realm of commerce, it was Tang Haran who had initially breached the agreement, and thus Lin Ming would never engage in business with him again, finding the individuals from Tang province increasingly irksome. Consequently, he had refrained from pricing the oxygen too steeply, aiming to slow the sale of the rusted iron ore that Tang province players were hoarding. He replied, oh, I do not accept. Friend, is that truly necessary? Tang Chengyan, exhibiting a more profound depth of strategy, gently coaxed, consider this. With such an abundance of oxygen resources at your disposal, if we were to collaborate, your resources and our operation, we could undoubtedly yield several times more electrical energy. As you know, prior to the restoration of solar panels, electrical energy is exceeding. Without the valuable resource of oxygen, what else can you leverage to acquire electrical energy? Upon reading Tang Chenyan's words, Lin Ming erupted into laughter, promptly listing the universal chips he had prepared. F-grade universal chip, X5, available exclusively in exchange for non-basic resources. Come one, come all. Chapter 15, Blueprints for the construction of a thermostatic greenhouse. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. At this moment, while the majority of players were still fretting over the insufficiency of oxygen, Lin Ming had already commenced the sale of non-essential resources. Many players, during their mining endeavors, had indeed stumbled upon F-grade universal chips, but their quantities were so meager that there was scarcely enough for personal use, let alone for sale. Yet, Lin Ming boldly offered 5 chips at once, showcasing his audacity. Upon witnessing the trading information displayed on the interstellar exchange, Tang Chenyan's expression grew exceedingly grim. They had not failed to unearth F-grade universal chips. In fact, some players from Tang province had already summoned a universal resource supply capsule. They had presumed that their progress was significantly ahead, only to discover that Lin Ming had accumulated enough F-grade universal chips to sell. In the chat channel of the Interstellar Exchange, players began to voice their thoughts in a cacophony of excitement. Wow, a universal chip that can be utilized to repair the electromagnetic wave communicator. Has the big shot really gathered non-essential resources so swiftly? Could someone elaborate on the utility of repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator? To the one above, I must confess my ignorance, but I feel it is pertinent to mention that I am quite significant. As someone who enjoys kite flying, I can attest that repairing the electromagnetic wave communicator allows one to summon a universal resource supply capsule. I have already called for one, and it will arrive in 3 hours. Wow, a universal resource supply capsule, what does it contain? I am yearning for a bucket of fried chicken. Lin Ming observed the lively discussions unfolding in the chat channel, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a transaction notification chimed. Lin Ming's heart raced. He had filtered out requests for basic resource transactions, so anyone initiating a trade at this moment must possess non-essential resources. He hurriedly clicked to open it, revealing a black chip in the trading panel. Is this also a universal chip? Lin Ming mused as he accessed the item's description. Blueprint for thermostatic greenhouse, description. Enables the construction of an expansion module, the thermostatic greenhouse, protecting against extreme temperature fluctuations, multiple authorizations required, bound upon use, material requirements, 100 units of ultrafine metal powder, 50 units of electrical energy, construction requirements. Requires a 3D metal printer, the blueprint for the thermostatic greenhouse. Lin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. As the name suggests, the primary function of the thermostatic greenhouse is to maintain a constant temperature. He currently possessed ample water resources and organic matter, but had been troubled by the lack of space for cultivation. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? The player initiating the trade, Sun Yao, promptly sent Lin Ming a private message. Blueprint for the thermostatic greenhouse. Would you exchange it for 5 F-grade universal chips? Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The last 2 words revealed Sun Yao's inner thoughts. He believed that the blueprint was not worth 5 universal chips. Without providing a direct answer, Lin Ming inquired, where did you acquire this blueprint for the thermostatic greenhouse? Sun Yao quickly replied, it was obtained from the universal resource supply capsule. Indeed, it appeared that some players had successfully mined F-grade universal chips and summoned a universal resource supply capsule. Why had Sun Yao been fortunate enough to acquire the blueprint while he had only managed to obtain electrical energy and universal codes? After contemplating, Lin Ming responded, currently, the survival pod can maintain a thermostatic function. I believe I do not require an additional greenhouse. It would be rather absurd to sleep in the survival pod for half the night and then switch to the greenhouse for the other half, wouldn't it? Furthermore, what is a 3D metal printer? I am unaware of such a device. Sun Yao, also recognizing that the greenhouse was somewhat superfluous at this juncture, proactively lowered his asking price. How about exchanging it for 4 universal chips? Upon seeing Sun Yao's price reduction, Lin Ming immediately discerned that he was still uncertain and replied, brother, you must be aware that since you can summon a resource supply capsule, you also know about the value of universal codes. The rarity of F-grade universal chips is not lost on you. Each chip corresponds to an opportunity to summon a resource supply capsule. I concede that the thermostatic greenhouse may prove useful in the future, but at this particular moment, I cannot fathom its significance. I apologize, but I do not recognize its value. After sending those 2 messages, Lin Ming clenched his fists tightly. His psychological price point stood at 3 universal chips. Should Sun Yao acquiesce, Lin Ming would immediately agree to the trade. After all, the significance of the thermostatic greenhouse to him was monumental. While he had an abundance of universal chips, should Sun Yao successfully decode the codes and summon a carbon-based life resource supply capsule, he would undoubtedly grasp the greenhouse's utility and cease to offer it for sale. After 5 minutes, just as Lin Ming was beginning to grow anxious, Sun Yao finally replied, "All right, big brother Lin Ming, you're progressing well, you will certainly need this late-game tool before us. A final offer, 2 universal chips, and no further reductions. Deal." Lin Ming nearly shouted the words from the depths of his throat. Fortunately, Sun Yao was oblivious to his current demeanor, otherwise, he would surely reconsider the transaction and raise the price. Once the trade was completed, Lin Ming gazed at the black chip in his palm, treating it with the utmost reverence as he examined it closely. Constructing the thermostatic greenhouse required 50 units of electrical energy and 100 units of ultrafine metal powder. He presently had sufficient electrical energy, but only 74 units of ultrafine iron powder, leaving him short. Observing the industrious mimic crabs outside, he estimated that within the next hour, he would gather the remaining metal powder, thus he felt no urgency. After completing the trade for the blueprint for thermostatic greenhouse, Lin Ming continued to refresh the interstellar exchange.at. This juncture, only a handful of players had unearthed F-grade universal chips and summoned resource capsules, estimating it would take several more hours for the capsules to arrive. Consequently, players like Sun Yao, who had reaped rewards from universal resource supply capsules, were exceedingly rare. After half an hour of refreshing, without encountering any further trade requests, Lin Ming, lacking enthusiasm, closed the trading interface. By this time, each mimic crab had gathered a substantial amount of stones, which were now piled beside the survival pod.as before. Lin Ming maneuvered the mechanical arm to collect the stones, subsequently disassembling them one by one. This time, he decomposed 9 cubic meters of stones, prompting the prompt. This decomposition yielded F-grade universal chips X7, damaged universal chips X68, rusty iron ore X31. The yield of rusty iron ore is quite satisfactory this time, Lin Ming remarked with satisfaction as he reviewed the notification. After processing the rusty iron ore, he had successfully gathered the ultrafine metal powder needed for the construction of the greenhouse. Lin Ming first listed 30 units of oxygen for sale, priced at 60 electrical energy. After a moment's thought, he also decided to list the damaged universal chips. He now possessed 177 damaged universal chips, which, based on probabilities, could be synthesized into 17 universal chips. However, Lin Ming opted to list the damaged universal chips at a relatively low price, allowing for an exchange of any 1 unit of basic resource for each damaged universal chip. This way, many players who had accumulated 7 or 8 damaged universal chips could affordably synthesize them into an F-grade universal chip to summon a resource supply capsule. Sun Yao's situation otherwise, no matter how many resources he possessed, he would be constrained by the developmental level of the regional players, unable to exchange for superior items. Capitalists elevate workers' wages not out of benevolence, but in pursuit of greater profits, Lin Ming murmured to himself, then summoned the 3D metal printer, placing the blueprint for thermostatic greenhouse chip upon it, commenced construction of the thermostatic greenhouse. Chapter 16. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod. The temperature-controlled chamber was exceedingly vast, rivaling the survival pod in its enormity. Consequently, its construction took place externally rather than within the confines of the survival pod, necessitating the use of an expansion interface. A mechanical arm transported a 3D metal printer outside the survival pod, commencing the gradual assembly of the temperature-controlled chamber. Lin Ming observed the progress displayed on the holographic screen, noting, "It will take 8 hours to complete the construction. That seems rather sluggish." Disregarding the industrious 3D metal printer, Lin Ming retrieved a universal chip, preparing to call for the carbon-based life resource supply pod. 10 F-class universal chips can form a chip array, enabling further decryption of the universal password. Decryption will consume 10 units of electrical energy. Would you like to assemble the chip array? Without hesitation, Lin Ming confirmed, recognizing that decrypting the universal password would yield ongoing benefits for future use. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal announced, "Universal password decryption successful. You will now be able to detect F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods." Is it only now that I can detect F-class pods? Lin Ming silently grumbled, thinking the advanced civilizations that deployed the supply pods were rather stingy. Nonetheless, he knew he had to send out a distress signal. The ether crystal once again displayed a prompt. Multiple F-class universal chips detected. 10 F-class universal chips can form a chip array, greatly enhancing the coverage of the calling signal. Would you like to assemble the chip array? Seeing the prompt, Lin Ming cursed, "Damn, are you intent on squeezing more resources from me?" He meticulously examined the expanded coverage of the distress signal. Once the chip array was formed, the calling range would extend to a spherical space with a 5 light-minute radius centered on him, or a conical space with a height of 10 light-minutes. Compared to before, the range had significantly increased. Confirm. The chip array has been assembled, please select the calling range. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, given that the planet was continuously orbiting its star, which in turn was moving with the moon. Thus, Lin Ming made his choice. I choose to send the distress signal within a spherical space with a 5 light-minute radius centered on me. The ether crystal promptly displayed, this distress signal will consume 10 units of electrical energy. In 5 minutes, the signal will reach its furthest point, and the return signal will take the same amount of time. No later than 10 minutes from now, you will be able to confirm whether there are any resource supply pods nearby. You could have mentioned the 10 units of energy earlier. Seeing the energy consumption displayed, Lin Ming felt a pang of regret. He hoped the return would be worth the cost. As time ticked away, by the 4th minute, Lin Ming had already received the orbital information of the first carbon-based life resource supply pod. Hey, why is it a basic carbon-based life resource supply pod? I wanted an F-class one. Lin Ming felt as though his heart were bleeding. Subsequently, at the 6th, 8th, and 9th minutes, the ether crystal informed him of the detection of 3 additional carbon-based life resource supply pods. What a loss! Watching the countdown diminish, and only detecting the most basic supply pods, Lin Ming's mood soured. At 9 minutes and 30 seconds, the ether crystal prompted once more, F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod detected. Oh, splendid! Lin Ming paced excitedly, astonished that a cinematic trope had manifested in his own reality, turning the tide in the final moments. Though the trope was well worn, its occurrence in his life was rather gratifying. You may select up to 3 resource supply pods for summoning, please make your choice within 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Lin Ming declared, I choose the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod. Let the other 2 be the nearest ones. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod 1 has been summoned. Based on the pod's current trajectory and speed, it is estimated to arrive in 9 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod 1 has been summoned. Estimated arrival in 10 hours. Carbon-based life resource supply pod 1 has been summoned. Estimated arrival in 13 hours. Indeed, observing the successive notifications, Lin Ming nodded. The F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod was the farthest from him, exceeding for light minutes, yet it would arrive first. This indicated that the manufacturing technology for resource supply pods had improved significantly with increased classifications, resulting in faster delivery times. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming found no pressing matters remaining and resolved. Lying in the sleep chamber, he consumed nutrient paste while perusing information from the interstellar trading hub before drifting off. As anticipated, players were continuously exchanging basic resources for damaged universal chips, even trading water and nutrient paste alongside oxygen and electrical energy. It seems these players only need 1 damaged universal chip to synthesize a functional one. I hope they manage to call in some worthwhile resource supply pods. Good luck to you all. Watching the notifications of successful trades pop up, Lin Ming felt immensely satisfied and entered a peaceful sleep. 8 hours later, Lin Ming was awakened by the alarm he had set. He sat up, stretched lazily, and felt invigorated. Ordinary sleep not only restored his physical strength but also provided a profound sense of mental fulfillment. This time, he did not experience that peculiar sensation of having slept yet not really slept. Opening the information display, Lin Ming reviewed the progress of various tasks. The simulated crabs were tirelessly at work, seemingly tireless. Each simulated crab had already collected 3 small mounds of stone. The fastest F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod was set to arrive in 1 hour, while the other 2 basic supply pods would follow suit within a few hours. Another piece of good news was that the temperature-controlled chamber had been successfully constructed. Lin Ming stood, splashed some water on his face to refresh himself, and made his way to the expansion interface leading to the temperature-controlled chamber. This was a massive metal door with a diameter of 2 meters. The ether crystal promptly informed him, the temperature-controlled chamber has balanced its air pressure and temperature. No space suits are required for entry or exit. Lin Ming nodded, pressing the door button, causing the metal door to open with a resounding clang. After traversing the 3-meter-long cylindrical connecting passage, Lin Ming entered the temperature-controlled chamber. It was a vast space resembling the survival pod, with the only distinction being 3 neatly arranged rows of shelves at its center. This is a soulless cultivation framework system. Activation will consume 5 units of electrical energy 24 hours, 1 liter of water 24 hours, 1 unit of oxygen 24 hours, and 1 unit of nutrients 24 hours. Would you like to activate it? Chapter 17. Microsatellites indeed. Although the resource consumption of the climate-controlled greenhouse was substantial on a daily basis, every input was indispensable. Thus, Lin Ming decisively elected to activate the soulless cultivation framework system. With a whoosh, following confirmation, pure water began to flow into the pipes on the shelves without delay. Before long, the water supply was fully injected, and the greenhouse automatically extracted nutrients from the metallic cylinder, initiating the circulation process. Fortunately, all of this transpired within sealed conduits, preventing any unpleasant odors from permeating the air. With great care, Lin Ming retrieved 5 seeds of the large-mouthed flower and placed them on the cultivation medium. Almost simultaneously, the medium began to moisten, with both temperature and humidity adjusted to optimal conditions for germination. Gently caressing the cultivation medium, Lin Ming murmured, "Hurry up and grow, for the Indian cuisine-flavored nutrient paste is utterly unbearable." Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming returned to the survival pod, activated the interstellar trading channel, and began to assess his harvest. A total of 177 damaged universal chips had been successfully traded, yielding 113 units of energy, 35 units of oxygen, 21 tubes of nutrient paste, and 8 liters of water. It could be said that the bounty was quite plentiful. At this moment, Lin Ming was entirely free from concerns regarding his survival. Currently, organic nutrients are rather scarce, prompting him to exchange 10 units of oxygen for a lump of manure at a rate of 0.5 units of oxygen per exchange. In less than a minute, the oxygen was entirely consumed, yielding 5 units of organic nutrients. Coupled with the remaining 2 units of organic nutrients, this was sufficient to sustain the temperature-controlled greenhouse for an entire week. With half an hour remaining until the arrival of the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, Lin Ming decided against further decomposing rocks and instead focused on awaiting the arrival of the resource supply pod. Gazing through the hemispherical glass dome above him, he observed the moon, now magnified several times, and couldn't help but feel a pang of homesickness. Having spent over 2 days in this barren land, he lamented that returning to Blue Star was no longer an option. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ming noticed a white light appearing on the horizon, its tail flame dazzlingly bright in front of it. He understood that the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod was traveling at such a high speed that it required an early retrograde deceleration. Otherwise, it might easily bypass the desolate planet he occupied and vanish into the endless depths of space. Shortly thereafter, the F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod slowed to a velocity that could be captured by the planet's gravitational pull, its retrograde power gradually diminishing as it traced a parabolic arc, gently descending beside the survival pod. With a hiss, the supply pod's door opened, releasing a standard alloy box of 1 cubic meter. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered, this time obtained. Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint X1, dehydrated vegetable pack X1, dehydrated seed pack X1, super alloy X1, fuel X3. Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint. Dehydrated vegetable pack. Dehydrated seed pack. Upon seeing the information provided by the ether crystal, Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement. He opened the Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint catalog. Micro-exploration satellite manufacturing blueprint introduction significantly expands your field of vision, capable of detecting surrounding terrain. Multiple authorizations allow for repeated use. Consumption: launching consumes 5 fuel, maintaining in orbit requires 1 fuel per 24 hours. Material requirements: high purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X2, F-class universal chip X10, circuit board X10, super alloy powder 10 units, ultrafine iron powder 100 units, fuel X6 minimum. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Upon reviewing the materials needed to manufacture the micro-exploration satellite, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. The required materials were indeed quite extensive. It seems I need to postpone the plan to repair the solar panels. Lin Ming felt a wave of frustration. As he operated the mechanical arm to clear the mountain of rocks, he began to post trade requests on the interstellar exchange. Oxygen X1 unit exchanged for a super alloy X1 unit. Purified water, X1 liter exchanged for a super alloy, X1 unit. Nutritional paste, X1 tube exchanged for a super alloy, X1 unit. Electricity, X1 unit exchanged for a super alloy, X1 unit. Lin Ming is trading again. Goodness, he even has nutritional paste and water. How wealthy is he to exchange such items? By the way, what is super alloy? Decomposing rusty iron or only yields ultrafine iron powder. Is there a super alloy or? You fool, super alloy is a byproduct recovered from the resource supply pod. Lin Ming must have previously salvaged a resource supply pod and stockpiled relevant resources. Lin Ming, can you wait for 5 hours? My resource supply pod will take 5 hours to arrive. I could trade with you then. Lin Ming ignored the messages in the chat channel of the interstellar exchange. His purpose in trading was to swiftly acquire super alloys. If he had to wait, he could simply send a distress signal using the F-class universal chip to summon more universal resource supply pods. Wasn't that a more sensible approach? Player Sun Yao has exchanged a super alloy X4 units for your nutritional paste X1 tube and a purified water X3 liters. Seeing the prompt from the ether crystal, Lin Ming let out a sound of surprise. He wasn't shocked that Sun Yao possessed super alloy, as he had previously traded for the temperature-controlled greenhouse construction blueprint, indicating that he had called for a resource supply pod. However, Lin Ming hadn't expected that Sun Yao had as many as 4 units of super alloy. This suggested that he had salvaged at least 4 resource supply pods. It seemed that Sun Yao's claim that he obtained the temperature-controlled greenhouse construction blueprint from a universal resource supply pod might not be entirely truthful. Nevertheless, Lin Ming didn't dwell on such matters. Everyone possesses their own unique strengths. While he could see resource distribution points, Sun Yao might possess other advantages. After some contemplation, Lin Ming opened a private chat with Sun Yao, sending him a message, "Pleasant trading experience. Let us share experiences more often for mutual improvement." Sun Yao quickly replied, "All right, Lin Ming, definitely." After Sun Yao traded for super alloys, other players gradually traded a few units of super alloy as well. Lin Ming set a purchase limit of 20 units for super alloys, as he anticipated that he might need them in the future. It was wise to stockpile a little. Having dealt with the super alloy matters, Lin Ming turned his attention to the remaining items. Dehydrated Vegetable Pack Introduction. Vegetables processed through dehydration preservation technology can be rehydrated with water. Dehydrated Seed Pack Introduction. Seeds processed through dehydration preservation technology, no longer viable for germination. The dehydrated vegetable pack contained only a few greyish-black objects, clearly having lost their original form after drifting in space for an unknown duration. The dehydrated seed pack was similarly unimpressive, containing just 2 shriveled seeds, devoid of any possibility of germination. However, these had already been anticipated by the advanced civilization that launched the carbon-based life resource supply pod. As long as these items were consumed by the mature Venus flytrap, it would specialize into corresponding traits. Chapter 18, A Frightening Encounter. Upon completing the harvest, Lin Ming also took the opportunity to dismantle the mountain of stones that had accumulated. At this moment, within a few kilometers surrounding the survival pod, nearly all the stones that could be moved by the simulated crabs had been collected, leaving only a few larger rocks. The simulated crabs would need to venture further afield to gather stones, resulting in a gradual decline in efficiency. In total, Lin Ming had dismantled 41 cubic meters of stone, and the ether crystal provided the following notification: dismantling yield. F-grade universal chips X38, damaged universal chips X132, rusted iron ore X116. Lin Ming directly dismantled the rusted iron ore, yielding 116 units of oxygen and ultrafine iron powder. Considering that he would soon be heading to the pit to capture simulated crabs, and that the constant temperature chamber would continue to consume oxygen, Lin Ming decided to retain 20 units of oxygen, listing the remainder on the interstellar exchange. He put up 126 units of oxygen for trade, receiving 252 units of energy in return. Lin Ming noticed that the rate at which players were exchanging energy for oxygen was gradually slowing down. This suggested that either everyone had begun mining rusted iron ore to produce their own oxygen, or that the reserves of energy were becoming somewhat insufficient. In either case, the value of oxygen was steadily diminishing, while the value of energy would increasingly become prominent. After completing the construction of the miniature satellite, he resolved to prioritize the repair of the solar panels. With his mind made up, Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to forge a new superalloy greatsword. Clad in his heavy exosuit, he departed the survival pod, armed with the greatsword, a heavy shield, and superalloy netting. "Everyone, gather around." Of course, Lin Ming did not forget to bring along his 7 simulated crabs and a metal cylinder, with the intention of returning with some contaminated water as well. Before long, Lin Ming arrived near the entrance of the pit. The stone wall he had previously constructed still stood firm. Through the real-time map, he could observe that several simulated crabs were emerging from deep within the pit, continuing their patrol along the original path. This sight eased Lin Ming's concern slightly. The construction of the miniature satellite required 20 high-purity silicon ingots, which meant he would need to dismantle at least 10 simulated crabs. If the number of simulated crabs in the pit was too low, it could become a troublesome matter. With 7 simulated crabs at his disposal, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't resort to the previous tactic of luring them out one by one and exhausting their energy before capturing them. Instead, he commanded the simulated crabs to enter the pit in pairs, employing a secret signal to deceive the indigenous simulated crabs, swiftly capturing them and bringing them back to the survival pod for reprogramming. "Be cautious. Don't get hurt. Whoever gets injured will be dismantled." Lin Ming issued his orders to the swarm of simulated crabs and, noticing one that had strayed, handed it the metal cylinder. "You two, don't be idle, go fetch some water." The simulated crab obeyed, promptly raising the metal cylinder and entering the pit. One by one, the simulated crabs were brought back to the survival pod to be reprogrammed, joining the ranks of Lin Ming's loyal simulated crab army. This process continued, and within 3 hours, the number of his simulated crabs had surged from 7 to 30. Observing the real-time map, Lin Ming noted that there were no new green dots appearing 5 meters underground. "While I might have inadvertently caused the extinction of the simulated crabs," he chuckled, standing proudly with his sword, commanding his underlings to continuously extract the contaminated water from the side passages. Metal cylinders were drawn out of the tunnel one after another, lifting Lin Ming's spirits considerably. Just as he contemplated entering the tunnel to investigate personally, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. What was happening? Lin Ming hastily activated the real-time map. To his astonishment, a massive green light appeared at the bottom of the pit, rapidly approaching the surface. Simultaneously, the 5 simulated crabs that were extracting water in the pit lost contact with Lin Ming. He immediately instructed one simulated crab to descend for reconnaissance, and through its shared vision, a colossal simulated crab materialized before it, only for the image to abruptly cut out. What the hell? I've drawn out the big one. Lin Ming swiftly retreated, raising his shield in his left hand and gripping his sword in his right, preparing to face the imminent threat. Crack! The tremors intensified, and in an instant, a jet-black simulated crab, exceeding 5 meters in length, emerged from the pit. Lin Ming observed that the leader of the simulated crabs had a body diameter of over 2 meters. Its upper half resembled a crab, while its lower half bore a chilling resemblance to a centipede. The leader sported 3 pairs of enormous pincers on its upper body, each pinching a struggling simulated crab. With a crunch, the pincers clamped down, simultaneously crushing 6 simulated crabs. The leader swallowed the remnants, its joints extending further as its length increased by another meter. Damn it! What kind of monstrous creature is this? Take this. Lin Ming maximized the power output of his heavy exosuit and hurled the great sword with all his might. Whoosh! The great sword transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the leader. Yet, the massive creature reacted with surprising swiftness. Its numerous black legs shifted, producing an excruciatingly grating sound as it evaded the colossal blade. Whoosh! Lin Ming flung the heavy shield next, and while the giant crabs dodged, he pushed the power of his exosuit to the limit and turned to flee. As he ran, Lin Ming remained vigilant, opting not to head directly back to the survival pod but rather towards the opposite direction. Crack! The leader of the simulated crabs did not pursue. It merely stood at the entrance of the pit, coldly observing Lin Ming as he retreated, before its massive form disappeared back into the depths of the pit. Phew, that was close. Lin Ming felt his heart racing, the veins on his temples pulsing fiercely. Had he ventured into the pit, he would undoubtedly have been torn to shreds by the leader of the simulated crabs. Who claims this is a savage planet? Such a terrifying creature lurks so near the survival pod, and on this vast planet, one can only imagine how many dangerous beings exist. After confirming multiple times that the leader of the simulated crabs had not followed him, Lin Ming finally paused, breathing heavily. He carefully erased his footprints and took a wide detour, returning to the survival pod 2 hours later. Let us leave it at that for now. It's best not to return to the pit in the short term. That creature is not to be trifled with. Observing the 24 surviving simulated crabs, Lin Ming reconfirmed with the ether crystal that the creature would not be able to locate him based on the position of the simulated crabs, allowing him to finally relax. Even so, he instructed the simulated crabs to remain active at least 2 kilometers away from the survival pod, awaiting further orders. After completing all these tasks, Lin Ming took a moment to recover within the survival pod, stabilizing his agitated spirit as he gazed through the hemispherical glass dome at the outside world. Outside the survival pod, 2 carbon-based life resource supply pods had arrived. Retrieve the carbon-based life resource supply pods. Let us see what treasures await this time. Chapter 19. The first dormant player. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time, the haul includes Energy X8, Dried Cyanobacteria Powder X1, Super Alloy X1, Universal Password X6, Fuel X1. The carbon-based life resource supply pod has been recovered. This time, the haul includes Energy X5, F-Grade Universal Chip X1, Super Alloy X1, Universal Password X6, Fuel X1. With the appearance of these 2 consecutive notifications, Lin Ming noted that, aside from the basic universal passwords, this resilient little organism grows without the need for oxygen and can perform photosynthesis, generating oxygen while also contributing to nitrogen fixation, thereby slightly enhancing soil fertility. F-Grade Universal Chip. Description: a universal chip with relatively low computing power, it is an upgraded version of the F-Grade Universal Chip, capable of withstanding short bursts of overclocking without damage. Not bad. The 2 resource supply pods that arrived later were the most basic, thus Lin Ming did not harbor excessive hopes. However, the contents provided by these 2 pods were a delightful surprise. Dried cyanobacteria powder speaks for itself. Other plants can convert carbon dioxide into oxygen through photosynthesis, but at night, in the absence of light, they respire, consuming oxygen and unable. In contrast, cyanobacteria can thrive in such conditions, having played a pivotal role in Earth's transition from an anaerobic to an aerobic environment. Moreover, cyanobacteria can enhance soil fertility and can even be consumed during. The F-Grade Universal Chip, being an upgraded version of the F-Grade, was promptly installed to replace the damaged one on the electromagnetic wave communicator. The ether crystal emitted a prompt, detected an increase in computing power of the universal chip. The electromagnetic wave communicator's functionality has been enhanced, now capable of providing a real-time map within a 10-kilometer radius without damaging the chip, or sending a distress signal every 12 hours. After transmission, the chip will overheat and enter a dormant state, without incurring damage. Indeed, the universal chip was no longer a mere consumable, and Lin Ming felt quite satisfied. He adjusted the electromagnetic wave communicator's status to continuously monitor the surroundings, observing that the enormous green light in the pit remained motionless near the water source. That crab-like creature posed a significant threat to Lin Ming. Until it was eliminated, he could not shake the feeling of unease, yet, without a suitable means of combat at present, he could only resort to surveillance, biding his time. Holding the dried cyanobacteria powder, Lin Ming entered the temperature-controlled chamber. He glanced at the culture medium and couldn't help but exclaim softly, the big-mouthed flower was indeed a product of bioengineering. Under optimal conditions, it had begun to sprout within just a few hours. At this rate, it would likely be ready for transplanting by tomorrow. In the first layer of the soulless cultivation system, Lin Ming poured in the dried cyanobacteria powder. The powder danced excitedly in the water, eagerly absorbing moisture and beginning its revival. Of course, from an external perspective, Lin Ming saw no visible changes. He could only wait patiently. After completing these tasks, Lin Ming intended. He climbed a bit higher and saw the highlighted message, his expression turning somewhat astonished. Jiao Hong, brothers and sisters, I regret to say farewell. I can no longer hold on. My survival pod has sustained damage, and the oxygen levels are nearing zero. I am already feeling the symptoms of hypoxia and am preparing to eject from the escape pod. I have some basic resources left, which I am unconditionally listing on the interstellar exchange, hoping to provide some assistance. My name is Jiao Hong, and I wish you all good fortune from this remote, desolate planet. Player Jiao Hong has listed a purified water, x 3 liters, exchanging for a purified water, x 1 milliliter. Player Jiao Hong has listed the energy X1 unit, exchanging for a purified water, X1 milliliter. Player Jiao Hong has listed a heavy load extravehicular suit, X1 piece, exchanging for a purified water, X1 milliliter. Player Jiao Hong has listed a lightweight extravehicular suit, X1 piece, exchanging for a purified water, X1 milliliter. Surprisingly, Jiao Hong had listed all his assets at an almost giveaway price, yet no players engaged in transactions. Many players in the chat channel sent messages, Old Jiao, you coward, don't give up, I have extra oxygen here, I will gift you 1 unit. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, to relinquish this opportunity now would be rather unwise. I shall also bestow upon you 0.5 units of oxygen. I may not possess abundant resources, yet if I can save even 1, I shall do so. I shall generously offer you 0.3 units of oxygen. One after another, messages poured in, as players who were once meticulous during transactions suddenly erupted with an unparalleled sense of unity. In the lower right corner of the chat channel, a small window unexpectedly appeared, showcasing Jiao Hong's live stream. Jiao Hong, a vibrant young man in his 20s, appeared full of vitality, seated within the escape pod, adjusting his hairstyle. Aware that he was being watched by all players, he smiled gently and waved, farewell, everyone. With that, Jiao Hong calmly reclined. With a soft hiss, the glass cover of the escape pod fogged over with white mist. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of a purified water for Jiao Hong's a purified water, x 3 liters. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of a purified water for Jiao Hong's energy, x 1 unit. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of a purified water for Jiao Hong's reinforced extravehicular suit, X1 piece. Player Lin Ming exchanged 1 milliliter of a purified water for Jiao Hong's lightweight extravehicular suit, X1 piece. The sudden appearance of the trading prompt sent all viewers of the live stream into a frenzy. Who on earth is the oblivious fool who dares to take advantage at such a time? It's Lin Ming. But honestly, Lin Ming, you hardly need this meager resource, there's no need to exploit the situation. You can never truly know a person, although Lin Ming has advanced well, it does not guarantee his virtue. Moreover, the extravehicular suits are currently irreplaceable, perhaps Lin Ming has his eye on these items. Disregarding the clamor of these individuals, Lin Ming addressed the regional channel, Jiao Hong, rest assured as you enter hibernation. Having taken your belongings, I solemnly promise that once I have transformed the planet, I shall return for you and all the other compatriots under 18 who continue to drift through the cosmos. Upon reading the messages in the regional chat channel, Jiao Hong nodded vigorously, a glimmer in his eyes suggesting the presence of tears. The white mist billowed, swiftly freezing Jiao Hong to a frigid temperature of -200 degrees, and the tear at the corner of his eye solidified, transforming into a crystalline droplet of ice. Chapter 20, Choices and Harvests. Whoosh! Jiao Hong's escape pod erupted with a dazzling tail flame, separating from the life capsule like a sharp arrow, piercing the heavens. Moments later, the brilliance of the tail flame faded from sight, transforming into yet another solitary star amidst the vastness of space. The live broadcast concluded. In the regional chat channel, an eerie silence enveloped the participants. A wave of inexplicable sentiment surged within the hearts of all surviving players, each experiencing a profound sense of shared sorrow akin to the lament of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Within the escape pod lay Joey home, the question lingered, who would be next? Might it be me? The regional chat displayed a dwindling number of participants, 9,996 10,000, observing the reduction by one. Lin Ming sighed deeply. He understood that with the emergence of the first player to utilize the ejection escape pod, there would inevitably be a second, a third, and so forth. The number of players in the regional channel would continue to diminish. However, this did not signify a decrease in competition, rather, it indicated an escalation in the probability of demise. After all, each player possessed a vast wilderness planet, brimming with boundless resources awaiting cultivation. The higher the developmental level of the players, the greater the mutual benefits derived from one another. They were in a symbiotic relationship rather than a zero-sum game. After much contemplation, Lin Ming finally made his choice. Greetings, everyone. I'm Lin Ming. I have successfully deciphered the universal code for the F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod, and I wish to share it with you all in hopes of providing assistance. The password is 1 3 1 2 4 2 3 5 5 5 6 0 7 65758666645. Indeed, as Lin Ming had anticipated, the ether crystal did not prohibit the sharing of universal passwords. In the regional chat channel, players began to stir with renewed vigor. Lin Ming, you are magnanimous. I admire you. Yes, thank you, Lin Ming. May good fortune follow you throughout your life. HMPH, who can say if the password is genuine? Perhaps he merely wants to silence us after being scolded for taking something that doesn't belong to him. You petty individuals, be quiet. Do not judge a gentleman with the mindset of a rogue. I have deciphered it as well. I can confirm that the password sent by Lin Ming is indeed correct. I can personally attest to its validity. I was astonished to detect an F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod the moment I sent out a distress signal. It will arrive in an hour. Thank you, Lin Ming. The few discordant voices in the regional channel were swiftly drowned out by the players. Lin Ming noted that some players had already deciphered the F-grade universal password. This indicated that their rate of development was comparable to his own. However, Lin Ming felt no remorse. Certain spirits, once ignited, usher in remarkable transformations. He had merely sown a seed. Player Zhao Hongjong requests to add you as a friend. Glancing at the sudden friend notification, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and chose to accept. Hello, Lin Ming. Zhao Hongjong greeted him, skipping unnecessary pleasantries, and promptly sent Lin Ming a blueprint. Electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint. Electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint. Description: a weapon capable of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy, lightweight and portable with moderate firepower, requires multiple authorizations. Material requirements: electromagnetic coil X5, F-grade universal chip X1, circuit board X1, super alloy powder 3 units, energy storage block X1. Minimum usage requirements: each shot consumes 1 unit of metallic bullet, recuperable, 1 unit of electrical energy. Manufacturing requirements: 3D metal printer. Wow, an electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, Lin Ming replied, what price are you asking? Zhao Hongjong promptly responded, I greatly admire your actions, Lin Ming. I will gift you this electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint for free, hoping that when you have sufficient materials, you can craft one for me at no charge. Lin Ming readily agreed. The materials needed to manufacture the electromagnetic gun were minimal, and he could procure them immediately. Player Zhao Hongjong exchanged the electromagnetic gun manufacturing blueprint, X1 for purified water, X1 milliliter. Should he accept? Yes. After confirming, a chip the size of a fingernail appeared in his palm. Summoning 10 simulated crabs, Lin Ming opted to decompose them. This decomposition consumes 10 units of electrical energy and yields high-purity silicon ingots X20, F-grade universal chips X10, circuit boards X10, electromagnetic coils X10. Lin Ming glanced. He had now gathered everything necessary. The energy storage block could be chosen freely, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per shot. Since the energy storage blocks could be disassembled at will, and given that the previous supply pod had provided him with thousands of energy storage blocks, Lin Ming filled them to capacity. After consuming 2 units of electrical energy, he successfully manufactured 2 electromagnetic guns. Wow, you call this a gun? Lin Ming exclaimed, staring at the 2 gleaming, silver electromagnetic guns on the ground. The electromagnetic gun primarily accelerates bullets using electromagnetic rails, resulting in a barrel that measures 1.5 meters in length, making the entire weapon over 2 meters long. Each energy storage block has a volume of 1 cubic decimeter, stacked 5 high. They appeared quite substantial. Lin Ming struggled to lift the electromagnetic gun with both hands, exerting all his strength before promptly setting it down. Each electromagnetic gun must weigh around 100 kilograms. Without a heavy-duty exosuit, one simply cannot wield it. Lin Ming then crafted several bullets using super alloy. Each unit of super alloy could yield 3 electromagnetic gun bullets. Although referred to as bullets, they were no different from shells. Who else has bullets the thickness of a thumb and the length of a forearm? These were clearly armor-piercing shells, generously charging the energy storage blocks to full capacity. Lin Ming traded 1 electromagnetic gun and 6 bullets to Zhao Hongzhong. The bullets are reusable. If you need more in the future, simply provide the materials, and I will craft them for you at no charge. Zhao Hongzhong was astonished that Lin Ming had manufactured the electromagnetic gun so swiftly, marveling at the abundance of resources at Lin Ming's disposal. He hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Lin Ming. If I acquire any other blueprints, I will certainly come to you for crafting." Zhao Hongzhong's words sparked an epiphany in Lin Ming. Indeed, he possessed an ample supply of electrical energy and owned a 3D metal printer. If other players had blueprints, he could craft them for free, thereby acquiring an abundance of blueprints in return. Lin Ming could position himself as the region's craftsman, transforming basic resources into advanced items for sale, thus reaping considerable profits and gaining access to a wealth of advanced technologies. Without further ado, Lin Ming summoned 5 simulated crabs for decomposition, remanufactured an electromagnetic gun, and listed it on the interstellar exchange for the exorbitant price of 9,999 units of oxygen, adding a note, in search of various rare materials or manufacturing blueprints. Can exchange blueprints for free crafting of various products. Lin Ming's creations are guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Wow, a gun! What kind of super scientific electromagnetic cannon is the slaying of the simulated crab leader with a new toy in hand? Lin Ming rubbed his palms together in anticipation, eager to test the might of the electromagnetic gun. He swiftly donned the heavy-duty exosuit, and after completing his supplies, he grasped the electromagnetic gun along with 3 bullets and departed from the escape pod. Standing outside the pod, Lin Ming's gaze fell upon a colossal boulder 3 kilometers away. This stone was scarcely smaller than the high-grade nut rock he had previously mined. If I can shatter this object, it will meet my expectations. With the gun in his right hand and a long armor-piercing round in his left, he inserted the bullet into the barrel. This scene evoked memories of the evolution of firearms. Firearms began with muzzleloaders, and now the electromagnetic gun followed suit. With the assistance of the heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming steadied the gun with one hand, unwavering, as he aimed for the center of the boulder and pulled. Whoosh! The slender bullet shot forth like a streak of light, the tremendous recoil causing Lin Ming, clad in the exosuit, to slide back 1/2 meter, his feet carving 2 trails in the gravel. Yet, nothing happened. Did I miss, or is the range insufficient? Lin Ming blinked at the unresponsive boulder in the distance. After 7 or 8 seconds, he heard a muffled thud. The heavy-duty exosuit was equipped with a high-precision camera, which Lin Ming activated. Upon magnifying the image, he observed a small hole, about the size of a finger, in the center of the boulder, from which wisps of smoke were emanating. As for the bullet, it had long since penetrated, soaring off to an unknown distance. Go, find that bullet. Lin Ming commanded a simulated crab. The simulated crab scuttled joyfully, its pincers clicking as it darted into the distance. The ether crystal emitted a prompt. Electromagnetic gun data calculation complete. Muzzle velocity 3000 meters second. Effective range 10 kilometers. An effective range of 10 kilometers. The data calculated by the ether crystal astonished Lin Ming. He recalled that the description of the electromagnetic gun was lightweight and portable, with average firepower. Well, this firepower seemed rather beyond average. Although the armor-piercing round had formidable penetration capabilities, its destructive power was relatively modest. Lin Ming returned to the escape pod and crafted 3 new bullets. These 3 bullets bore resemblance to their predecessors, but with hollowed-out tips and several decorative cuts. Indeed, they were the infamous dum-dum bullets. Due to their specific design, the dum-dum bullet heads would rapidly expand upon entering a target, creating devastating internal damage due to their rotational force. Given that their deformed appearance resembled a flower, they were also referred to as their flower of death. After modifying the bullet heads, Lin Ming aimed once more at the distant boulder to continue. Whoosh! Like before, the silvery bullet transformed into a streak of light, and 1 second later, the boulder erupted into a cloud of dust. Boom! 7 or 8 seconds later, even with the helmet's insulation, the deafening sound temporarily rendered Lin Ming's ears deaf. The ether crystal announced, electromagnetic gun data calculation complete, muzzle velocity 3000 meters second, effective range 5 kilometers. The effective range of the bullets equipped with dum-dum heads was halved, but their destructive power was significantly enhanced, yielding unexpectedly remarkable results when used in conjunction with armor-piercing rounds. After waiting for over half an hour, the simulated crab finally returned, clutching the undamaged armor-piercing bullet in its pincers. By this time, Lin Ming had already retrieved the deformed dum-dum bullet and manufactured a new one. After recharging the electromagnetic gun, armed with 3 armor-piercing rounds, 3 dum-dum rounds, and the previously crafted metal net, Lin Ming resolved to approach the pit and engage the simulated crab leader. Click, 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 10 simulated crabs, each wielding a metal cylinder, followed Lin Ming, forming a battalion poised to confront the simulated crab leader. Half an hour later, Lin Ming arrived near the pit. He did not hastily send the crabs down to fetch water and lure out the leader. Instead, he instructed the 10 crabs to begin digging at a spot about 20 meters from the pit. Drawing from prior experience, he decided to construct a simple trap to prevent the simulated crab leader from evading due to its swift approach. Click, click, click. The crab's pincers worked tirelessly against the hard ground, laboriously excavating a pit. After a full hour, they had managed to create a hole not even half a meter deep. Is the ground truly this hard? Lin Ming exclaimed, placing the metal net over the pit and covering it with stones. Once the pit appeared inconspicuous, he signaled one of the simulated crabs, "Go ahead, bring your leader out." The leading crab obediently took the metal cylinder and, with a cheerful gait, entered the pit. Through the shared perspective with the simulated crab, Lin Ming observed the previous simulated crab leader idly lingering by the sewage pool. Utterly motionless, the simulated crab, devoid of fear, was ready to fetch water with the metal cylinder. Suddenly, the simulated crab leader sprang to its feet, swinging its massive pincers and sending the water-fetching crab crashing against the wall. The shared perspective vanished. Lin Ming turned to the real-time map, witnessing the enormous green dot beside the sewage pool rapidly advancing towards the pit entrance. "It's coming." Lin Ming held the electromagnetic gun firmly, his legs slightly apart, prepared for the confrontation. Before long, the massive form of the simulated crab leader appeared at the cave's mouth, its small eyes quickly locked onto Lin Ming, recognizing this audacious carbon-based being once again coveting its water source, and it erupted in fury. With a thunderous clatter, dozens of crab legs thundered through the gravel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ming, gripping the electromagnetic gun, narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the simulated crab leader stumbled, stepping into the freshly dug trap, several of its legs ensnared by the resilient superalloy net, rendering it momentarily immobile. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Lin Ming squeezed the trigger. The alloy armor-piercing round shot forth like a silver flash, aimed directly at the leader's chest, where its universal chip resided. However, the simulated crab leader reacted with astonishing speed, evading almost instantaneously as the bullet was fired. Sizz! The armor-piercing round pierced through the leader's abdomen, creating a dark hole. Observing the simulated crab leader's agile form, it appeared unscathed. With a decisive motion, the leader abandoned the legs ensnared in the superalloy net, several massive pincers detaching from its body. Almost simultaneously, the simulated crab leader charged at Lin Ming again, seeing the leader's 6 pincers raised high, rapidly swinging towards him. Lin Ming raised the electromagnetic gun. "It ends here." The silver streak of light surged forth. Boom! This time, Lin Ming fired a dum-dum round, the immense destructive force causing the simulated crab leader's chest to explode, separating it into 2 halves in an instant. Chapter 22, Beneath the Blazing Sun. After vanquishing the leader of the mimic crabs, Lin Ming dragged its colossal body, enlisting the assistance of the remaining mimic crabs to hoist the head, as they hastened towards the escape pod. This disassembly yielded high-purity silicon ingot X30, circuit board X10, electromagnetic coil X10. Due to Lin Ming's decisive action of obliterating the mimic crab leader's thorax, the universal chip and its accompanying circuit board had vanished without a trace, leaving even the damaged universal chip unrecoverable. Fortunately, within the immense carcass of the mimic crab leader, there remained circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, resulting in a bountiful harvest for Lin Ming. Upon inspecting his current materials, he found he had amassed enough to construct a miniature satellite. Producing the chip containing their miniature probe satellite manufacturing blueprint, Lin Ming placed it into the 3D metal printer and commenced fabrication. The 3D metal printer whirred to life, and due to the modest size of the satellite, it was expected to complete the task within an hour. During this interlude, Lin Ming set about acquiring fuel. With only 7 units of fuel at his disposal, he knew the miniature satellite required a minimum of 6 units for launch, with 5 units necessary for ascent and a daily. Lin Ming was determined not to squander his resources on a satellite that would plummet back to the ground after a mere day in flight. Opening the interstellar trading post, Lin Ming sent a message in the chat channel, "Acquiring fuel. Thanks to you, I managed to obtain nutrient paste. While it's now completely dehydrated, it's better than starving. Lin Ming, do you have any food? I'll trade you 3 units of fuel for just 1 tube of nutrient paste." "Wait, let me go first. I only need half a tube." "Lin Ming, let's trade. My appetite is quite large, and I consumed the 3 tubes of nutrient paste given at the start on the very first day." Watching the flood of trade notifications, Lin Ming felt somewhat overwhelmed. Not wishing to take advantage of others, he negotiated a fair exchange of 1 tube of nutrient paste for 1 unit of fuel, ultimately securing 5 units of fuel. Following the transactions, Lin Ming's fuel reserve swelled to 12 units, while he retained 17 tubes of nutrient paste. Each tube sufficed for a day's sustenance, and with the temperature-controlled greenhouse's carnivorous plant beginning to sprout, Lin Ming anticipated a change in diet, freeing him from the monotony of the unpalatable Indian cuisine. After completing the fuel exchange, Lin Ming patiently awaited the culmination of the satellite's manufacturing process. Once finished, he accessed the launch interface, discovering that the satellite could carry a minimum of 6 units of fuel and a maximum of 10 units. Notice: due to the power limitations of the miniature satellite's engine, it can only hover at a certain altitude above ground and cannot achieve a synchronous orbit. It will consume 1 unit of fuel daily to maintain altitude. Once fuel is depleted, it will plummet into the atmosphere and incinerate. Reading the satellite's launch notification, Lin Ming felt a pang of anguish. Having expended so many resources, the satellite could only function for a maximum of 5 days. However, possessing a satellite would afford him greater intelligence. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Ming infused the satellite with 10 units of fuel and initiated the launch sequence. The mechanical arm extracted the miniature satellite from the escape pod and gently placed it on the ground. With a whoosh, the engine nozzle at the base of the satellite belched forth searing flames, propelling it skyward. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal emitted a notification: satellite launch completed. The current satellite can perform the following tasks. 1. Weather forecast. The satellite can detect cloud formations and airflow changes in your vicinity, calculating the weather fluctuations within a 100-kilometer radius over the next 12 hours. 2. Orbital calculation. The satellite can observe the orbital movements of your planet and its star, providing relevant information through computation. 3. Designated observation. The satellite can specifically probe the subterranean changes in the Earth, yielding geological conditions within a 1-kilometer radius at depths of up to 100 meters after a designated time. 4. Deep space exploration. The satellite can scan deep space, acquiring trajectories of objects within 1 light hour of your location. Upon reviewing the satellite's capabilities, Lin Ming nodded approvingly. The functionalities were indeed impressive. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Let us commence with the weather forecast. I wish to ascertain the recent weather conditions." The satellite promptly adjusted its trajectory, orienting its sensors to 10 minutes later, the ether crystal illuminated with a notification: "Good weather is forecasted for the next 12 hours, with no significant anomalies detected." In the perpetual daylight, the weather remained stable, allowing Lin Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. Contemplating further, he issued another command to the satellite: "Calculate the orbit. I wish to know when the perpetual daylight will conclude." With a whoosh, the satellite's nozzle emitted a diminutive flame as it gradually adjusted its position, beginning to observe the relative orbital movements of the star and the desolate planet. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal revealed, in approximately 30 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface will gradually increase, reaching a critical 90-degree extreme in 12 hours, persisting for 48 hours. Please take precautions to avoid direct sunlight. The perpetual daylight would not subside, the sun would not linger near the horizon but would remain high in the sky, causing the surface temperature to soar beyond 100 degrees. Upon receiving this information, Lin Ming involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Currently, the escape pod was capable of maintaining a suitable temperature, but if exposed to direct sunlight and the temperature rose above 100 degrees on the surface, it remained uncertain whether the pod could sustain its current conditions. Even if it could, the consumption of electricity and other resources would escalate dramatically, necessitating Lin Ming's early preparations. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming's expression turned grave as he commanded the satellite: "Probe the specified location. I require detailed information from beneath the surface." He wished to investigate the pit where the mimic crabs resided. After designating the location, the satellite adjusted its orbit and commenced probing the subterranean depths. The ether crystal displayed a faint blue screen as the map of the pit expanded at a rate of 5 meters per minute. Lin Ming observed the intricate, branch-like structure of the pit, noting that at the terminus of each passage, there was a relatively spacious chamber. His gaze sharpened, his eyes igniting with anticipation as the map continued to unfold, drawing gasps from Lin Ming. Within every branching corridor, several green light points patrolled along fixed paths, while in the spacious chamber at the end of the pit's passage, a massive light point lay dormant. As the map continued to expand, Lin Ming gasped in astonishment upon discovering a red light point situated at the deepest part of the underground, a striking revelation at a depth of 80 meters. Chapter 23, Sweeping the Pits. Gazing at the blinding red dot, Lin Ming took a deep breath. He resolved to relocate the survival pod into the underground pit to evade the extreme weather conditions. After all, where there is perpetual daylight, there will inevitably be an unyielding night. When temperatures plummet to several degrees below zero, the insulation of the underground pit would prove far more effective. However, if there were any threats lurking within the pit, this plan would necessitate postponement. Nevertheless, armed with a formidable electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming found little cause for concern. Eradicating or taming all the simulated crabs within the pit was merely a matter of time. In 30 hours, the sun will begin its movement, and temperatures will gradually rise. To prevent any complications with the survival pod, it is imperative to plan ahead. Lin Ming contemplated. The heavy-duty extravehicular suit could withstand temperatures of up to 300 degrees, and theoretically, the survival pod could endure similar extremes. Yet, he could not take the risk. The survival pod was his lifeline. Should it become damaged, the fragile advantage he had painstakingly accumulated would vanish in an instant. The earlier misfortune of Zhao Yiheng, who had succumbed to oxygen deprivation due to a leak in his survival pod and was cast into the abyss of deep space, was a fate Lin Ming was determined to avoid. In the face of survival, all resources and wealth are but illusions. As preparations commenced, Lin Ming switched the functions of the miniature satellite to initiate deep space reconnaissance. Should the satellite detect an F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod, he would promptly send out a distress signal. This way, he could avert the scenario of sending a call for help without being able to locate the resource supply pod. With preparations complete, Lin Ming equipped himself with ample supplies and the remaining simulated crabs, setting forth toward the pit. Consulting the map, he noted 9 sizable green light points and 1 red light point still remaining within the pit. As for the minuscule green light points representing the simulated crabs, there were around 100. Lin Ming had no intention of exterminating them for resources, rather, he planned to reprogram them all. Armed with the complete map of the pit and the ability to visualize resource points, Lin Ming moved with remarkable speed. Pair up. Bring back the patrolling ones for reprogramming. Lin Ming commanded. The swarm of simulated crabs reacted swiftly, following his instructions to charge into the pit in pairs like bandits. In a flash, the patrolling simulated crabs, caught off guard, were swiftly seized by the 2 assailants and dragged out of the pit. The patrolling crabs flailed their pincers helplessly, but to no avail. Before long, the captured crab was successfully reprogrammed, becoming a member of Lin Ming's growing ranks. With sheer numbers on his side, within half an hour, all the patrolling simulated crabs had been brought under Lin Ming's command. He observed as the previously motionless large green dot at the second fork in the pit began to stir, making its way toward the entrance. Just in time. Lin Ming positioned himself beside the entrance, grasping the electromagnetic gun in his right hand, poised for action. Soon, a faint tremor announced the arrival of a massive simulated crab, entirely black and equipped with 6 pincers, as it surged forth from the depths of the pit, its pincers flailing wildly. "Who told you to exit with your left foot first?" Without allowing the creature a moment to react, Lin Ming swiftly squeezed the trigger of his electromagnetic gun, a flash of silver light streaking forth. Boom! The leader of the simulated crabs had barely grasped the situation before its chest erupted in a shower of fragments, cleaved in 2. "Retrieve your leader's remains, we shall proceed to the next level." Lin Ming directed the simulated crabs as they hoisted the carcass of their leader back to the survival pod for collection. At that moment, the ether crystal emitted a prompt, detected 2 F-level carbon-based life resource supply pods, located 3.7 light minutes away. Shall I send a distress signal? Absolutely. The advantages of the microsatellite soon became evident. Previously, Lin Ming could only rely on luck. Now, the microsatellite had detected 2 F-level carbon-based life resource supply pods in a single sweep. 2 F-level carbon-based life resource supply pods detected. Based on the current trajectory and velocity of the supply pods, they are estimated to arrive in 5 hours. Seeing the notification on the screen, Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. By the time he dealt with the leader of the mimic crabs in the pit, the supply pods would arrive just in time. Drawing from his prior experience, Lin Ming adept handled the mimic crabs in the pit, each one being continuously brought back to the survival pod. After being reprogrammed, they returned as members of the excavation team. Meanwhile, Lin Ming leisurely awaited at the entrance, delivering a fatal blow to the furious leader of the mimic crabs that had charged out of the pit. As the underground caverns grew deeper, it took an hour to thoroughly clear each branch, and the pace was slowing. Several hours later, Lin Ming felt somewhat fatigued. It seems I can only deal with 6 mimic crab leaders today, the remaining ones will have to wait until tomorrow. Although the heavy exosuit facilitated movement, it was still far from the comfort of regular clothing, and after several hours outside, Lin Ming needed to return to the survival pod for a respite. All right, that's enough for today. Let us head back, everyone. After counting, he found that his army of mimic crabs had swollen to a formidable 65. With the retrieval of 6 mimic crab leaders, the quantity of high-purity silicon ingots had exceeded 100, and there was a considerable stockpile of electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Upon entering the survival pod and shedding the cumbersome exosuit, Lin Ming ran his fingers through his damp hair, feeling sticky all over. After 3 days without a shower in such high temperatures, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Fortunately, there's no shortage of water now. I might as well have the mimic crabs fetch some while I sleep. Lin Ming resolved to take a bath. With ample water sources in the pit and sufficient energy reserves, the water required for bathing was no longer an unacceptably scarce resource. Moreover, the bath water could be added to the temperature control chamber, and if necessary, it could be purified again by the survival pod, consuming just 1 unit of energy. Before long, Lin Ming had the survival pod heat water, indulging in a refreshing bath while also cleaning his close-fitting garments. Bliss! Drying off with warm air, Lin Ming felt revitalized. In such extreme conditions, being able to enjoy a hot shower was an immensely relaxing experience. Checking the ether crystal again, he noted that the F-level carbon-based life resource supply pods would not arrive for another half-hour, so he decided to visit the temperature-controlled chamber. To his astonishment, he discovered that the seeds of the Venus flytrap had surpassed their germination phase and had been transplanted by the mechanical arms in the chamber to the hydroponic growth racks, with dense root systems thriving in the nutrient solution. Each Venus flytrap's roots extended over 1/2 meter, and the once murky nutrient solution flowing past them had become crystal clear. Furthermore, Lin Ming noticed that a vibrant purple bud was poised to bloom on the originally green plant, likely to open fully in no time. Truly a marvel of biotechnological enhancement. May it ripen swiftly. Lin Ming murmured, struggling to swallow a mouthful of nutrient paste. Chapter 24 Canned meat soon. 2 F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods descended in succession, ejecting 2 1-cubic meter superalloy containers. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod retrieved. This time we have acquired long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint X1, superalloy X1, fuel X3. F-class carbon-based life resource supply pod retrieved. This time we have acquired vitamin supply packs X10, high-protein frozen canned goods X10, superalloy X1, fuel X3. Canned goods. Lin Ming swallowed hard as he gazed at the 10 massive cans stacked ahead. These cans were preserved in special containers that resembled plastic, elastic and exceptionally corrosion-resistant. Within each special container lay a large lump of high-protein food, each piece weighing 10 pounds. Hey, we can enjoy a good feast for a while. Lin Ming continued to freeze the remaining 9 boxes of canned goods, eagerly opening the last remaining one. The contents appeared pink, with visible strands of meat. Lin Ming gulped. It was canned meat. He swiftly commanded the 3D metal printer to produce superalloy utensils, and as soon as the outer layer of the can thawed, he impatiently cut off a piece and, without waiting for it to heat, stuffed it into his mouth. The texture was tender. The rich meatiness accompanied by an enticing aroma made Lin Ming's saliva flow uncontrollably. A quick pan fry would make it even more delectable. With patience, he sliced a few pieces and used hot air to roast them. Soon, the originally pink meat slices bore a slight brown char, curling ever so slightly. Lin Ming picked up a slice with his alloy chopsticks, savoring the charred aroma and the rich, layered taste. So satisfying. After consuming a pound of the pan-fried canned meat, Lin Ming contentedly patted his belly and proceeded to freeze the remaining portions. These few boxes of canned goods have already made the endeavor worthwhile. Lin Ming then opened the vitamin supply pack. Inside each pack was a large canister of freeze-dried powder, along with 2 1-liter plastic bottles. There were no specific labels indicating their contents, but the ether crystal promptly provided annotations. Vitamin freeze-dried powder, mixed with water for consumption to replenish essential vitamins. Granulated sugar. Cooking oil. Not bad. Quite considerate. Lin Ming added some vitamin freeze-dried powder and granulated sugar to his superalloy cup, along with hot water, and gave it a gentle shake. In no time, a fragrant vitamin hot drink was ready. As he sipped it carefully, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpectedly delightful flavor, which had an alluring fragrance that lingered on his palate. After finishing the vitamin hot drink with a satisfied burp, he casually picked up the chip containing the long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint. Long-distance microwave power transmission technology blueprint overview. It contains documentation on a technology that utilizes microwave power transmission, allowing for long-distance energy transfer with the appropriate equipment. What the hell? Lin Ming presented the chip to the survival pod, and the mechanical arm gently grasped it, loading it into the pod's reading interface. The ether crystal projected a notification screen. New technology is being decrypted. Estimated decryption time, 6 hours. Upon completion, new technology, microwave power transmission will be available. All right, take your time decrypting. I'll prepare for sleep. Lin Ming lay down in the sleep pod, adjusting into a comfortable position as he slowly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Lin Ming found himself at the entrance of a pit, observing in real time the enormous red dot slowly ascending on the map. Armed with an electromagnetic gun, he waited for the appearance of the unknown creature at the pit's entrance. Soon, a tremendous tremor emanated from underground, as a massive, crab-like creature with numerous giant claws broke through the earth. Damn it, how can it not die? Lin Ming jolted awake, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The ether crystal displayed a notification indicating that the microwave power transmission technology had been decrypted, and the 3D metal printer could now commence the production of microwave power transmission devices. Upon reviewing the technical details, he discovered that the microwave power transmission equipment consisted of a transmitter and a receiver. The required energy for manufacturing the transmitter and receiver had increased from a basic unit of 1 to 5 units, with the necessary high-purity silicon ingots X10, circuit boards X2, electromagnetic coils X5, and any-level universal chips X1. Additionally, it noted the distance limitations for microwave power transmission. For every kilometer between the transmitter and receiver, energy transfer would diminish by 1, with a maximum transmission distance of 100 kilometers. Wait, something seems off. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly realized a critical issue. He had only acquired the technology for microwave power transmission but lacked the manufacturing technology for solar panels. What good is that? Lin Ming grimaced, as 16 hours later, under the blazing sun, he had initially hoped to create an array of solar panels to achieve energy autonomy. However, the materials he possessed were already sufficient to fully repair the damaged solar panels. Repair the solar panels, choose complete restoration. Lin Ming commanded the ether crystal. Shortly thereafter, the ether crystal presented a notification: solar panels repaired successfully. This restoration consumed energy X10, high-purity silicon ingots X50, electromagnetic coils X20. Solar panels have been deployed. Lin Ming felt the survival pod tremble slightly as he climbed the ladder. Through the hemispherical glass, he observed the previously retracted solar panels on both sides of the pod beginning to unfold. Before long, the 2 solar panels were fully extended, each consisting of an array of 5 1-square-meter small panels, totaling an area of 10 square meters. Current light levels are low, not too shabby. After addressing the solar panel situation, Lin Ming rose to freshen up slightly and then entered the temperature-controlled room to check on the growth progress of the Venus flytrap. To his astonishment, the plant had grown twice its height since yesterday, reaching half a meter, and the previously purple flower buds had fully bloomed, rhythmically opening and closing. It grows this fast. Lin Ming felt a twinge of surprise. He promptly took out the dehydrated vegetable pack and dehydrated seed pack he had obtained earlier. The contents of the dehydrated vegetable pack had turned black and appeared completely spoiled. Lin Ming attempted to place the blackened dehydrated vegetables near the flower buds of the Venus flytrap. The flower buds seemed to sense something, as their previously slow opening and closing began to quicken, and the plant gently bent toward the dehydrated vegetable pack. Observing this, Lin Ming placed the dehydrated vegetables into the flower bud. The bud swiftly closed, enveloping the dehydrated vegetables, and then the Venus flytrap became still, showing no further movement. After watching for a while and seeing no unusual behavior from the Venus flytrap, Lin Ming placed the remaining 2 dehydrated seeds into the 2 flower buds. Eat up. Hurry and eat. Chapter 25. Crisis. Gazing at the large-mouthed flower buds enveloping dehydrated vegetables and seeds, Lin Ming was filled with boundless anticipation. He had grown weary of the nutrient paste and found the Indian flavors utterly intolerable. Although the canned meat was delectable, its quantity was limited, thus, the crops capable of sustained production were fundamental to long-term survival. At present, only 2 large-mouthed flowers remained, their buds gently swaying, appearing as if they were eagerly awaiting nourishment. Lin Ming activated the interstellar trading channel, perusing it to see if any other players were offering plant seeds or similar products. To his astonishment, he discovered that the prices for oxygen and electricity had begun to soar, reaching exorbitant levels compared to the previous day. Water x 5 liters exchanged for oxygen x 1 unit. Water x 5 liters exchanged for electricity x 1 unit. Stone x 2 cubic meters exchanged for electricity x 1 unit. Is there anyone with surplus electricity? I have ample stone mined, but I'm out of electricity for decomposition. Desperately seeking oxygen, I'm willing to trade all my remaining pure water, which is 6 liters, please. Even if you manage to exchange for oxygen, how long can you survive without water? Where is the great Lin Ming? Please, come and sell us some oxygen. Don't mention Lin Ming. That fellow is a shameless rogue, surely biding his time until we exhaust our oxygen, only to sell it at a premium. I've seen enough of such unscrupulous merchants. How amusing. Can you think before you speak? What valuable possessions do you possess that would make Lin Ming covetous? Is it merely a kidney that you use for a minute each day? After glancing at the players' chat records, Lin Ming gained a general understanding. Although there was no distinction between day and night during the extreme daylight, according to the time, it was already the morning of the 4th day. The vast majority of players, even if they had remained in a resting state, would not have been able to sustain themselves with oxygen until this point. Thus, those players attempting to idle away the time found themselves in a state of oxygen deficiency, water resources and nutrient paste were not as scarce. After all, in extreme conditions, one could endure with. Lin Ming observed the mentions of his name in the chat channel, feeling an inner calm. He was no saint, he would perform certain acts within his capacity, such as contributing the F-class universal password to promote better development in the region. However, he would certainly not part with his current oxygen and resources, regardless of how many players those resources could assist. What would happen when those players eventually ran out of resources? Performing minor good deeds should not entail bestowing great favors. Opening the regional chat channel, Lin Ming noticed that, after a night had passed, the number of players had suddenly dropped to 9,857. This indicated that over 100 players had either entered escape pods or succumbed to death. Zhao Yihong was the first player to enter an escape pod, prompting the ether crystal to issue a notification of his slumber, even conducting a live broadcast. However, the other players did not receive such treatment. On some desolate planet light years away from Lin Ming, they quietly perished, or were carried into the boundless universe in their escape pods, leaving behind not a single frame of imagery or sound. Lin Ming clenched his teeth. At this moment, there remained 16 hours until the peak of the blazing sun, and he needed to expedite his progress, otherwise, he too could easily become one of them. After some contemplation, Lin Ming decided to alert the other players. Greetings, I'm Lin Ming. Has anyone noticed any changes in the sun's trajectory on our planet? It seems to me that the sun has risen slightly higher. This statement sparked a flurry of reactions. Due to his previous actions, Lin Ming's name had become a hallmark in the region. Soon, players began to respond. The great Lin Ming has appeared. I've been observing daily. The sun's relative position has been consistently changing and is now rising. Compared to when I first arrived, it has ascended by 5 degrees. That sounds very professional. I lack relevant knowledge, but the information interface indicates that the surface temperature here has risen from over 50 degrees to 70 degrees. You are so fortunate. The surface temperature here has already surpassed 100 degrees. The lightweight space suit is no longer wearable. Now, to go outside, I can only don the heavy-duty space suit. My goodness, with the sun at this angle, it's already scorching. If it rises directly overhead, then, it seemed that most players had grasped his intended meaning, and Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. He did not take advantage of the situation to sell resources for a hefty profit. After all, he had already realized that interstellar survival operated on a model of both competition and cooperation. If he resorted to extreme measures to seize resources, leading to the dormancy or demise of the majority of players, then, over time, the overall development level of players in his region would lag considerably. This would hinder Lin Ming's ability to acquire higher-grade resources from other players. Basic resources could only sustain life. It was the advanced resources or technology that drove development. The electromagnetic gun was the best testament to this. This was also the reason Lin Ming ultimately decided to contribute the F-class universal password. Moreover, he had always harbored a sense of impending crisis. The ether crystal had indicated that if the planet were transformed into a habitable one, he could choose to bring over the remaining surviving players or opt for solitary demise. Would the act of bringing over all the players be mandatory, without their consent? Did the owner of a habitable planet possess absolute control over other players? If someone else were to develop successfully and forcibly recalled all players, including Lin Ming, would they then be compelled to obey the wishes of the habitable planet's owner? It would be one thing if the players hailed from the same nation, but what if they were players from foreign countries? Reflecting on the actions of those foreign individuals who had trafficked human labor for cotton production centuries ago, a profound sense of crisis welled up within Lin Ming's heart. At that point, the dynamic might no longer be one of equals, but rather that of planet owners and their 30 billion slaves. Lin Ming closed the information screen and looked up at the first layer of pipelines, now completely overtaken by blue algae, transformed into a verdant hue. Currently, the oxygen produced by the blue algae was sufficient for the large-mouthed flowers in the temperature-controlled greenhouse, achieving a balance of income and expenditure regarding this resource. Excellent, I hope we can soon achieve a net oxygen output. Lin Ming mused, touching the green-tinted pipes before returning to the living quarters. He stretched his limbs, donned the heavy-duty space suit, equipped himself with the electromagnetic gun, and, after ensuring his supplies were in order, set his gaze resolutely. Today's objective was to clear the underground pit. Whatever that enormous red dot was beneath the ground, it was doomed today. Chapter 26, The Last Survivor. In light of the necessity to confront 3 leader-like crab creatures, as well as the enigmatic red light, Lin Ming crafted an electromagnetic gun and ample ammunition, which, with a series of clicks, he completed his supplies. Clad in a heavy exosuit, Lin Ming wielded the electromagnetic gun in both hands, while a second gun was slung across his back, and a slender belt of super-alloy bullets encircled his waist, presenting an imposing and formidable appearance. Over 60 of the simulated crab army lined up in 6 neat rows, trailing closely behind Lin Ming. Upon activating the real-time map, he observed that the once dispersed large green dots in the pit had inexplicably shifted and were now congregating around the cave entrance, forming a triangular formation. Lin Ming clicked his tongue in mild disbelief. Are they truly prepared to fight to the death? Had he been unprepared, one might have assumed the crab leaders were emerging one by one, potentially leading to great peril. However, equipped with the cave map and his keen eyesight to discern the distribution of resources above, Lin Ming was not susceptible to such treachery. Gazing at the ammunition he carried, 5 dum-dum bullets and 3 armor-piercing rounds, he felt confident in his ability to confront the 3 crab leaders. Lin Ming positioned the simulated crab army in front of him to deter the simultaneous assault from all 3 leaders, dispatching one of them to lure the others. With a rustle, a slight tremor was felt, and Lin Ming watched as the 3 crab leaders surged forth from the pit. These creatures exhibited no inclination towards strategy, opting instead to rely solely on brute strength to overwhelm Lin Ming. However, armed with the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming focused intently, aiming at the cave entrance. The moment the first crab leader emerged, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The silver bullet transformed into a streak of light, instantly obliterating the head of the emerging crab leader. Thanks to the assistance of the heavy exosuit's targeting system, combined with the stability of the exoskeleton and the remarkably accurate trajectory of the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming had no fears of missing his mark. With a successful hit, Lin Ming swiftly retreated, simultaneously retrieving a second dum-dum bullet from his waist and loading it into the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. Boom! The second crab leader sent the fallen corpse flying as it leapt from the pit's entrance, its small eyes locking onto Lin Ming, who was in the midst of reloading. Charge, my minions! Just as Lin Ming finished loading the bullet and had yet to aim, he commanded the simulated crab army to swarm forward, blocking the advance of the crab leader. The onslaught of crabs became a nuisance for the crab leader, which flailed its 6 pincers, continuously swatting away the advancing crabs. At that moment, Lin Ming had completed reloading and aimed at the crab leader, pulling the trigger once more. Boom! The resounding blast shattered the underbelly of the crab leader into fragments. Lin Ming did not indulge in any sense of triumph. Instead, he pushed off the ground with his right foot, leveraging the exoskeleton's power to propel himself several meters sideways. With a crash, a massive crab leader erupted from the black debris, its 6 pincers slamming down onto the ground. Had Lin Ming not noticed the 3rd crab leader lurking behind, he could have easily lost his life to that blow. Damn it! How insidious! Luckily, I was 1 step ahead. Lin Ming had no time to change ammunition. He swiftly discarded the electromagnetic gun, retrieving another from his back. Aiming carefully, he opened fire. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 crab leaders fell, reduced to a pile of silicon fragments. He dispatched 10 simulated crabs to scour the battlefield, while the remaining 40 or so were sent into the pit. Within the pit, around 20 simulated crabs remained, belonging to the now-deceased leaders. With their commanders gone, these crabs were directionless, halting their patrols. Lin Ming would not let this opportunity slip. He extracted them and reprogrammed them. Simultaneously, a reconnaissance squad of 5 simulated crabs ventured deeper underground, heading straight for the red light. Gently caressing the ether crystal, Lin Ming activated the holographic display, watching in real time as the crabs shared their perspective. The pit below mirrored the upper levels, each branch revealing a relatively flat space with a sewage pit. Upon reaching the 7th branch, Lin Ming sensed something amiss with the sewage pit. It appeared that, in addition to the wastewater, there was something else within. What is this? Lin Ming urged the simulated crab to approach, as its pincers delved into the sewage pit and then retracted, presenting what they found before Lin Ming's eyes. As the view magnified, Lin Ming inhaled sharply. A layer of blue algae was distinctly floating atop the sewage pit. Switching to the crab's perspective from night vision to standard mode, he then realized the cave was well lit, evidently providing illumination for the blue algae. Strange, the simulated crabs do not require oxygen. Are these algae naturally occurring or intentionally cultivated? With this question in mind, he directed the reconnaissance team to continue their descent. Indeed, within the sewage pits of the 8th and 9th branches, blue algae appeared once more. Moreover, the deeper they descended, the more abundant the algae became. In the sewage pool of the 9th branch, it was densely packed, transforming the entire pool into a vibrant green. The reconnaissance team pressed onward, while Lin Ming remained fully focused on the shared perspective. Whatever that immense red dot was, it was bound to reveal itself. As the pit continued downward, suddenly, a vast space emerged. Lin Ming had previously noted this expansive area on the real-time map, but due to the presence of the enormous red dot, he had overlooked this detail. Now, through the perspective shared by the simulated crabs, Lin Ming grasped the vastness of this space. It was a hemispherical chamber, like an inverted bowl, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a height of approximately 5 meters. Within the space, there were few objects, only some stones that appeared to have been meticulously sculpted. Lin Ming's brow furrowed. The stones bore a striking resemblance to furniture, stone tables and stone chairs. At the center of this space, Lin Ming beheld something familiar. A cryostasis pod. The moment he laid eyes on the cryostasis pod, Lin Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that this planet housed other players besides himself? No wonder the light was in blinding red. Just then, the cryostasis pod emitted a hissing sound, white mist billowing forth, and a humanoid creature, albeit far removed from human form, sat upright. This being's skin was exceedingly dry and wrinkled, shedding desiccated flakes with the slightest movement. A single enormous eye was situated on its forehead, the dim iris the size of an egg, fixated intently on the simulated crabs. The creature's throat emitted a parched sound. I have waited for you for so long. Why have you only just arrived? At Chapter 27, the past Lin Ming remained silent, uncertain of what this humanoid creature wished to convey, and could only listen. 100,000 years have passed, a full century of millennia. The creature's enormous eyes fixated on the simulated crab, as if it could perceive Lin Ming behind the shared perspective. Harvesters, you have ultimately arrived. Harvesters? This unfamiliar designation left Lin Ming perplexed. He spoke. I do not understand what you mean, nor am I the harvester you speak of. The creature chuckled, its wrinkled visage quivering like that of a Sharpei. Harvester, would you care to hear a story? Before Lin Ming could respond, the creature continued, once upon a time, how long ago was it? By your reckoning, it was approximately 100,000 years. During that epoch, our planet Urea was a remarkably beautiful world, teeming with countless billions of flora and fauna flourishing, reproducing, and residing. Lin Ming felt a stir in his heart, astonished that this desolate planet once nurtured as much life as Blue Star. Until one day, our scientists discovered an artificial spacecraft traversing our solar system. It sped past our planet at an astonishing velocity, too swift for us to capture a clear image, leaving us only with an approximate trajectory. Then, we detected a small capsule detaching from the vessel, descending onto Urea. Our military and scientists hastened to the landing site, only to find the capsule had been opened, and remnants of the black tide were present. You have likely encountered it. Those substances resembling sewage, we refer to as black tide. Upon returning the remnants of the black tide to our laboratory, our scientists reached a terrifying conclusion: this substance would annihilate all life on our planet. Lin Ming's brows furrowed at this, foreseeing the impending tale of extinction on Urea. Within the black tide exists a type of black microorganism, voraciously consuming all organic matter, and even inorganic nutrients, to augment itself. These microorganisms underwent biological modification, rendering them impervious to toxins, viruses, and bacteriophages. Our groundwater became contaminated, followed by rivers, lakes, and eventually the oceans. Flora and fauna began to perish at an alarming rate, only to be devoured and transformed into more black tide, sweeping across the land. Fortunately, we discovered their weakness. They are averse to light. If subjected to 10 units of time, equivalent to your day, of intense illumination, the microorganisms within the black tide would lose their vitality. The black tide subjected to prolonged exposure to light would transform into a remarkably stable organic sludge, capable of significantly enhancing crop yields. Ironically, Urea briefly alleviated hunger as a result. However, some consequences take millennia to fully manifest. Initially, we observed the pollution of our oceans, with vast numbers of marine life perishing within 1,000 years. Fish populations were entirely extinguished. The anaerobic organisms on the seabed, after a brief revelry, also succumbed to their final twilight within 10,000 years. Lin Ming trembled at the enormity of the black tide's destruction. The creature's voice grew somber as it continued. During this time, the sentient beings of the planet united in an unprecedented act of self-preservation. We redirected a suitably sized asteroid from the asteroid belt, and through precise calculations, caused it to collide at a designated point, altering the orbit of Urea, resulting in the current state you observe. A small region of Urea now exists in perpetual daylight, while larger expanses remain eternally engulfed by the black tide, a paradise for them. Lin Ming gazed into the distance where the sun lingered near the horizon, realizing that the eternal daylight in this region was wrought by the planet's indigenous inhabitants. We have endured in this territory for nearly 10,000 years, gradually uncovering the entire truth. A hint of inscrutable emotion flickered in the creature's singular eye as it rose from its dormant chamber. At that moment, Lin Ming noticed that aside from its head, which bore resemblance to a human, its body was akin to that of the simulated crab, featuring 8 legs and a pair of pincers. It began to ascend the tunnel slowly, continuing. The architects of this calamity are more advanced sentient beings from the cosmos. They unleash the black tide upon living planets, allowing it to consume the planet's nutrients, only to return at some point to harvest the black tide, thereby seizing the entire planet's resources. Upon learning the truth, we developed high-energy weapons, hoping to inflict severe damage upon the life forms that would come to harvest the nutrients. However, we were unaware that time was their most formidable weapon. The increasingly scarce resources and energy ultimately led us to our final step. A small fraction of us entered prolonged hibernation, while many more perished. The creature's tone was filled with sorrow. After 100,000 years, I am the last of the Ureans. I have exhausted my life's knowledge in the hope of transcending time, to witness the harvesters and behold the life forms that obliterated my home planet. Rustling sounds echoed from the depths of the tunnel as Lin Ming stood at its entrance, aware that the creature approached. He stepped back, observing the real-time map. The enormous red dot had near the tunnel's mouth. Lin Ming raised his electromagnetic gun.as. The creature's head emerged at the entrance. He decisively pulled the trigger. With a swift crack, the armor-piercing round penetrated the creature's massive singular eye, creating a thumb-sized hole in its head. Instantly, the creature collapsed, lifeless, into the tunnel. Lin Ming refrained from advancing, waiting until the red dot vanished before instructing the simulated crab to drag the creature out and dismantle it from a safe distance. Indeed, apart from its head, which was carbon-based, the creature's body had been entirely transformed into a silicon-based life form, akin to the simulated crab. Otherwise, it would not have survived for so long in such a harsh environment. Moreover, through the simulated crab's perspective, Lin Ming noticed a spherical container within the creature's abdomen. The simulated crab gently prodded it, and a thunderous explosion reverberated in the distance. Lin Ming inhaled deeply. This creature had intended to perish alongside him. Thankfully, he had been cautious enough not to make physical contact with the creature, or he would have been reduced to mere fragments. My apologies. There is no enmity between us, yet annihilation is the highest tribute one can pay to other life forms. Lin Ming bowed slightly toward the distant explosion. Chapter 28, The Pit Transformation Plan. After a brief moment of silence for the humanoid beings, Lin Ming commanded several simulated crabs to conduct a thorough patrol of the pit. At this juncture, aside from the sewage pit, there was nothing else within the depths. Lin Ming's gaze was fixed on the real-time map, his eyes glistening with intensity as he confirmed once more that no anomalous light points were present in the pit. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, these humanoid creatures had dwelled here for countless years. Should there be any hidden traps or biological viruses, he would be ill-prepared to cope. Lin Ming instructed the simulated crabs to diligently gather the remnants of the humanoid beings, ensuring they were all returned to the stasis chamber. He noticed a button on the stasis chamber adorned with unfamiliar text. Thanks to the self-translation system previously provided by the humanoid beings, Lin Ming quickly deciphered that the inscription conveyed the meaning of reject. We are all cosmic beings, existing within the boundless cosmos, and we shall also perish amidst its vastness. Lin Ming murmured softly, prompting the simulated crabs to press the button. With a resounding rumble, the ground beneath him trembled, stones scattered, and dust billowed into the air. Lin Ming retreated to a safe distance, witnessing an opening of approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter materialize near the pit. The stasis chamber, laden with remnants of the humanoid beings, was propelled skyward, soaring towards their heavens. Lin Ming gently waved at the white trajectory, saying, "Farewell, last survivor, I shall assume your place." Once the launch port was opened, the long-obscured depths of the pit were flooded with sunlight. Lin Ming recalled the humanoid beings mentioning that the black tide feared intense illumination, losing its vitality after 24 hours in such light. Thus, he returned to the survival pod, utilizing a 3D metal printer to fabricate several exceptionally smooth metal plates, instructing the simulated crabs to position them at various angles within the pit. This way, the sunlight could reflect multiple times, enveloping the entire pit in brightness. Even if remnants of the black tide lingered, they would gradually lose their vitality. In 10 hours, the sun will begin to rise, reaching its zenith in 12 hours and maintaining that intensity for 48 hours. Lin Ming recalled the orbital information provided by the miniature satellite. After calculating the time frame, he determined that when the sun was at its highest, the interior of the pit would be thoroughly cleansed by the light, allowing him to move in. The pit constitutes a sealed environment, with a curved entrance that structurally can isolate most air circulation. Thus, it seems feasible to initially transform the subterranean environment into a more habitable dwelling, Lin Ming declared, filled with vigor. After all, the pit had been crafted by humanoid beings as a living space, and its selection and layout had undoubtedly been meticulously considered. Once sufficient disinfection was achieved, it would be suitable for habitation. Moreover, the pit contained a wealth of sewage reserves, and with the survival pod's decomposition capabilities, he would not lack for water or nutrients. The large-mouthed flower could also be transplanted. Quite splendid, Lin Ming thought, brimming with hopes for the future, as he ordered several simulated crabs to patrol near the entrance of the pit before returning to the survival pod with the remaining few dozen. Before entering the survival pod, Lin Ming issued a command to the neatly arranged simulated crabs, retrieve all the nearby stones. Now that we have so many crabs, we should be able to collectively move even the larger ones. Today's objective is to clear the area within a 3-kilometer radius. Not a single stone should remain. Every fragment must return to the chamber. Clatter, clatter, clatter. All the simulated crabs waved their pincers in acknowledgement and promptly began their swift tasks. Upon entering the survival pod, Lin Ming removed his heavily laden extravehicular suit and activated the ether crystal. He noticed a red dot in the upper right corner of the Planet Information tab. Even unread notifications. How trendy, he remarked, opening the planet information. Your planet. Description. Your knowledge of this planet is quite scant. Fortunately, its data mirrors that of your home planet. Rotation period, 24 blue star hours. Revolution period, not significant. Current surface temperature, 75 to 85 degrees Celsius. Current status, polar day. Current gravitational constant, 9. 8 kg. Present atmospheric composition, nitrogen 80, carbon dioxide 19. Others. 1. Note, please be attentive to the orbital fluctuations of this planet, as there are indications suggesting that, after a period of time, the angle of the star in relation to the ground will undergo changes. The surface temperature has already begun to rise gradually. Following this trend, Linming estimates that when the sun is at its zenith, the surface temperature could reach at least 150 degrees. Fortunately, that enigmatic, advanced life form does not intend for the surviving humans of the blue planet to languish in despair, but rather will issue timely warnings. Linming activated the regional chat channel and discovered that some astute players had already recognized the unsettling situation. Oh no, oh no, oh no, the sun is about to rise, and I haven't found a water source. Is there anyone willing to trade purified water? I'll exchange it for rusty iron ore. To the chap above, you really ought to update your version. What era are you living in, still trading rusty iron ore? Haven't you seen that the folks in Tang province have started discounting their rusty iron ore? I managed to partially repair the solar panels before the sun rises, preparing to store electrical energy. Those hoarding energy for profit are likely to incur substantial losses. The situation seems amiss. Why, despite the immediate abundance of sunlight, is the price of electricity still on the rise? Goodness, the trading price per unit of electricity has escalated from 3 units of oxygen to 3.5. Is it conceivable that the majority of players have yet to repair their solar panels, and as temperatures soar, the energy consumption required to maintain the survival pods at a comfortable temperature is increasing? Indeed, you make a valid point. I must hastily acquire some electricity. As Linming perused the incessantly scrolling chat messages, he opened the interstellar trading options and observed that the price of oxygen was gradually declining, while the costs of electricity and purified water were on the ascent. The price for each unit of electricity had already risen to the equivalent of 4 units of oxygen, and it appeared that this trend would continue in the near future. The situation for purified water was even more outrageous. Each litre could be exchanged for 6 units of oxygen, and it was in such demand that it would vanish the moment it became available. Gazing at the soaring prices of purified water and electricity, Linming felt a stir of temptation. He currently possessed 340 units of electricity, and his water resources were plentiful. If he were to sell at this juncture, he would undoubtedly make a substantial profit. However, this thought flickered momentarily in his mind before he gently shook his head. The fundamental resource of oxygen held little significance for him now. Apart from depleting the oxygen reserves of other players and diminishing their chances of survival, it served little purpose. As for contributing electricity and water, Linming was not of a selfless disposition and could not act with such altruism. Simply refraining from participating in price inflation was already a display of considerable restraint. At that moment, Linming noticed a private message. His brow arched. He had long since configured his private messages to be initiated solely by friends who could be seeking him at this hour. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from Sun Yao. Linming, can you rent out that electromagnetic gun of yours? Chapter 29, Who Hasn't Eaten Meat? Leasing. Upon seeing these 2 words, Linming couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The interstellar exchange does not offer any functions related to credit endorsement. Thus, all leasing is fundamentally based on the level of trust between the parties involved that he had transacted with Sun Yao on 2 occasions. Once for the thermal greenhouse construction blueprint, and once for superaller. However, that was the extent of their dealings. The manufacturing cost of the electromagnetic gun was negligible for Linming, to the point of being inconsequential. Nevertheless, this did not justify casually leasing out the electromagnetic gun. The value of an item is not determined solely by its production cost, but rather by the difficulty of acquiring it and its utility to the trading objective. Given the current circumstances, both the acquisition difficulty and practical value of the electromagnetic gun were of paramount difficulty for the vast majority of players. Linming did not believe that Sun Yao could offer a commensurate price. That said, in the realm of commerce, a competent businessman would not dismiss any potential trading partner outright. After a moment's contemplation, Linming replied, a leasing is an option, but I will need to see your offer. As it stood, he was not lacking in basic resources such as oxygen, electricity, and purified water. In terms of non-basic resources, he had a modest stockpile of rusty iron ore, high-purity silicon ingots, universal chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. The roaming pseudocrabs outside served as a potential resource reserve. Sun Yao quickly sent a message, Linming, do you wish to savor some meat? After sending this message, on a desolate planet light years away, Sun Yao's face broke into an inexplicable smile. He was aware that Lin Ming was thriving, capable of manufacturing electromagnetic guns, and had no shortage of basic resources. However, in terms of food, he was undoubtedly still subsisting on the unpalatable nutrient paste. Sun Yao had previously interacted with affluent individuals and knew their relentless pursuit of quality in life. Lin Ming was presumably one of those individuals, and thus, he would likely be willing to incur some costs and risks for the sake of culinary delight. As expected, Lin Ming responded promptly, "What do you mean, have you obtained the meat?" "Not yet," Sun Yao replied, sending Lin Ming the pre-prepared illustrations and videos, "but I possess a method for acquiring substantial quantities of meat." Sun Yao, Spiked Giant Shell Dragon Sun Yao, video. Lin Ming clicked on the Spiked Giant Shell Dragon illustration, letting out an exclamation. Spiked Giant Shell Dragon. Description: a colossal beast adorned with spikes, appearing fearsome yet is, in fact, herbivorous and possesses a gentle disposition. As he opened the video, Lin Ming beheld a brief clip recorded by Sun Yao.it depicted a wilderness akin to that of the Urea planet, where 7 spiked giant shell dragons, each over 5 meters in length and 2 meters tall, were galloping towards the sun. These giant shell dragons were covered in black, diamond-shaped spikes, which glimmered as they ran, reflecting sunlight. Lin Ming felt a twinge of envy. It seems to be a silicon-carbon hybrid creature. Its exterior is silicon-based, capable of reflecting sunlight, potentially even absorbing some solar energy, while its core is carbon-based, allowing for the harvesting of meat. Sun Yao's planet is undoubtedly superior to mine. The presence of animals indicated a complete biological chain. Water sources, food, herbivorous creatures, carnivorous predators, and even microbial decomposers would all exist. However, no matter how superior someone else's resources might be, they do not belong to him, and should other players discover the resources he possessed, they would likely be filled with envy. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, questioning when his perspective had become so narrow. He messaged Sun Yao, "What price are you offering?" "Sun Yao, if you lend me the electromagnetic gun for 1 day, fully charged, I will return it to you the next day along with all the meat produced by a spiked giant shell dragon." Lin Ming categorically refused. "I cannot accept that." What a preposterous proposition. Lending out an electromagnetic gun for an entire day, along with 5 units of energy, in exchange for the meat of a single spiked giant shell dragon, Lin Ming was not devoid of meat. "Sun Yao, Lin Ming, I understand the electromagnetic gun is precious, but this is meat we're talking about. Fragrant, delectable, and irresistibly savory meat. Just imagine, a slight roasting, and it would be aromatic and tender. I can hardly contain my saliva at the thought." Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming burst into hearty laughter. Sun Yao was indeed a talent, attempting to employ a culinary charm offensive to sway him. Was he truly testing his resolve? Honestly speaking, had Lin Ming not had high-protein frozen canned food, he might have already been negotiating a deal with Sun Yao, merely discussing some details. But who could blame him for having it? Feeling slightly hungry, Lin Ming retrieved an opened can, carefully slicing a few pieces and placing them on a superalloy plate. Subsequently, he began recording a video. He first pierced a slice of tender meat with a superalloy fork and delicately roasted it with hot air sizzle. The fatty meat slices emitted tiny bubbles upon contact with the hot air, accompanied by a delightful popping sound. Before long, the tender meat turned a faint golden hue, with wisps of white steam rising from it. Lin Ming promptly stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewing heartily. Having recorded this, he sent the video to Sun Yao. Light years away, Sun Yao gazed at the now silent message box, a triumphant smile adorning his face. He took out a tube of nutrient paste, taking a hearty gulp. Damn it, even I'm salivating at the thought. Regardless of how abundant your resources are, when faced with meat that satisfies one's cravings, one must yield. In this world, 2 types of business most effectively addressed a man's physiological desires. One was meat, and the other was also meat. At that moment, many charming young women in the regional channel had commenced their business of selling meat, reaping bountiful rewards. Was it too much for Sun Yao to embark on a second type of meat business? Soon, the ethereal crystal trembled slightly, and Sun Yao noticed Lin Ming had replied. I thought you were going to remain silent and act all high and mighty, but it seems you have capitulated. Let me see how you intend to negotiate. What the hell? Upon seeing the video, where Lin Ming was meticulously roasting the meat slices, the tender pieces sizzling and oozing fat, followed by the unmistakable sounds of chewing, Sun Yao swallowed hard. What was going on? How did Lin Ming obtain meat? Where did he acquire such meat? Could it be that the desolate planet he inhabited had discovered living creatures, and he had managed to hunt one down with an electromagnetic gun? That couldn't be possible. He had trekked 7 or 8 kilometers, fortuitously discovering a water source in a nearby cave, and had waited 2 days to catch a glimpse of the elusive spiked giant shell dragon. It must have been a stroke of luck, as Lin Ming only seemed to have procured a small amount. Sun Yao was in the midst of rationalizing this when he suddenly saw Lin Ming send another image. Lin Ming, image. Sun Yao's right hand trembled as he gently tapped on the image. There, within Lin Ming's superalloy plate, lay a massive chunk of meat weighing around 10 pounds. Lin Ming, now, tell me, what price do you intend to offer? This meat is decent when freshly eaten, but it can become rather monotonous if consumed in excess. Chapter 30, Are you speaking human? One can get tired of eating too much. Can you believe this is human language? Sun Yao gritted his teeth as he watched the video Lin Ming sent, where the latter struggled to consume an entire tube of nutritional paste. A tempest of emotion surged within him, akin to a child who, upon receiving what he perceives to be an extraordinary toy car, excitedly boasts to his friends, only to be met with a lackluster "oh" as they unveil a treasure trove of toy cars, some already worn out from overuse. The comparison between individuals can be utterly disheartening. Sun Yao labored to regain his composure, and after a lengthy pause, he finally adjusted his mindset. A big shot is indeed a big shot. It was my folly. Observing the message from Sun Yao, Lin Ming couldn't help but smile faintly. Although he hadn't witnessed the moment firsthand, he could accurately surmise Sun Yao's internal turmoil. Lin Ming casually typed a response, You can borrow the electromagnetic gun, but I have no interest in the spiked armor dragon. Reading Lin Ming's reply, Sun Yao felt invigorated once more. As long as Lin Ming was willing to negotiate, it implied he possessed something of value to Lin Ming, but what could it be? Upon voicing his curiosity, Sun Yao received Lin Ming's succinct response, I want a dragon egg. Damn! Sun Yao nearly ground his pearly whites to dust. He had painstakingly waited to encounter the spiked armor dragon, only for Lin Ming to target its egg directly. After much deliberation, Sun Yao responded word by word, Lin Ming, it remains uncertain whether the spiked armor dragon is oviparous. Even if there is a dragon egg, hatching it requires stringent conditions, not to mention the vast resources needed to raise it to maturity. Lin Ming replied, You need not worry about those details. 1 dragon egg in exchange for 1 electromagnetic gun. Once you find the dragon egg, send me a picture and its data, and I will trade you the electromagnetic gun. After sending this, Lin Ming ceased all communication. Sun Yao stared blankly at the messages in the chat window, his eyes devoid of focus. The dragon egg of the spiked armor dragon. Although the encyclopedia indicated that the spiked armor dragon is herbivorous and possesses a gentle disposition, it would likely fight fiercely against anyone attempting to steal its egg. Contemplating the dragon's immense size and its formidable spikes, Sun Yao realized that such a colossal creature would require no finesse. A simple charge would obliterate him into mere fragments. Lin Ming was indifferent to Sun Yao's feelings. He cared little about how to acquire the dragon In fact, he harbored minimal expectations regarding whether Sun Yao could procure it. The deal had originated from Sun Yao's suggestion. If it materialized, splendid. If not, Lin Ming would incur no loss. This enhancement was not part of his plans and would not significantly affect his objectives. Having concluded these matters, Lin Ming indulged in some fried meat along with his nutritional paste to satiate his hunger before heading to the temperature-controlled chamber. The big-mouthed flower was his primary concern. After all, if the plan proceeded smoothly, the yield from the big-mouthed flower would be crucial in addressing food scarcity. An irreplaceable creature, no matter how much meat it produces, will ultimately be consumed one day. Even with every meal satisfying immediate cravings, Lin Ming could discern the difference. Upon passing through the transfer chamber, Lin Ming was elated to observe that the 3 big-mouthed flowers, having consumed freeze-dried vegetables and seeds, exhibited noticeable changes. First, the big-mouthed flower that had consumed freeze-dried vegetables showed little change above the stem, though its buds had withered. Upon closer inspection, he noted that tubers, about the size of a thumb, had begun to sprout from its roots. Counting carefully, he found a total of 8 tubers, their outer skin slightly yellowed. It appears the dehydrated vegetables were tuberous plants. I wonder what their flavor is like, Lin Ming mused, touching the glass pipe while glancing at the other 2 big-mouthed flowers that had devoured seeds. These 2 exhibited no significant changes in their root systems. Instead, their stems showed marked differences. The buds had withered, and the stalks had thickened, transforming from the thickness of chopsticks to that of a pinky finger, seemingly continuing to grow and swell. Furthermore, the originally low plants had risen in height, now reaching about half a meter. Lin Ming noted that the leaves on the stalks had also widened, with small fruits, wrapped in layers, beginning to form at the junctions. Interstellar corn. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched as he quickly recognized the characteristics of this plant. Rich in carbohydrates, corn also contains an abundance of trace elements and dietary fiber, making it an excellent staple food source. Of course, its taste pales in comparison to wheat and rice, but under these circumstances, having a staple crop was already quite commendable. Lin Ming did not dare to wish for more. After reviewing the consumption in the temperature-controlled chamber, he noted that the oxygen was being produced by blue algae, achieving a balance of gains and losses. There was an abundance of carbon dioxide in the external atmosphere, and Lin Ming had ample reserves of electrical energy to provide light and warmth. Water resources and nutrients also had stable sources, indicating that all he needed to do was wait patiently. Thinking about the imminent prospect of feasting on the interstellar corn he had personally cultivated, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. While meat could satiate his hunger, consuming it at every meal could become tiresome. His digestive system was still more accustomed to staples. Naturally, achieving a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables with nutritional equilibrium would be ideal, but that road remained long ahead. Initially, Lin Ming had acquired 5 big-mouthed flower seeds, all of which had successfully germinated and grown into big-mouthed flowers. Now, 3 of them had specialized, leaving 2 still eagerly awaiting sustenance. As Lin Ming passed by, these 2 big-mouthed flowers swayed gently, clearly begging for food. Not yet. Once your companion's corn matures, I'll feed you some kernels, he remarked, eyeing the blooming big-mouthed flowers and their sharp spines, resisting the urge to touch them. However, upon reflection, since the big-mouthed flowers had already produced interstellar corn, it would be prudent to reserve some corn for planting, eliminating the necessity for the big-mouthed flowers to consume again. As of now, the microsatellite had yet to detect any new F-class carbon-based life resource supply pods, meaning there would be no new plants for the big-mouthed flowers to ingest in the near future. Could the big-mouthed flowers consume meat? When this thought crossed Lin Ming's mind, it initially appeared absurd, yet Earth had carnivorous plants like the Venus flytrap and the pitcher plant, coupled with the fact that the big-mouthed flower was a genetically modified variant, anything was possible. With 2 big-mouthed flowers now mature, Lin Ming decided to experiment with one of them. He swiftly returned to the survival pod, carefully cutting a piece of meat the size of a fingernail and gently placing it into the flower's corolla. The sharp spines immediately sprang into action, swallowing the meat piece, and then the petals continued to open. Watching the frequency of the big-mouthed flowers opening and closing increase significantly, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing that it seemed unsated. If that were the case, he decided to push the experiment further, once again slicing off a piece of meat the size of a fingernail. After the big-mouthed flower devoured it, the frequency of its petal movements quickened even more. You certainly have a hearty appetite. Lin Ming continued to slice the meat. It wasn't until the big-mouthed flower had consumed 5 pieces that the petals reluctantly closed completely, the heavy bud drooping slightly under the weight of the meat, drifting into slumber. Chapter 31, a sense of crisis emerging from the temperature-controlled chamber. Lin Ming observed the diligent labor of the mimic crabs through their shared perspective. Presently, there were 55 mimic crabs engaged in transporting stones, in addition to those patrolling and standing guard in the pits. This number marked a significant increase compared to the initial workforce of mimic crabs. However, their efficiency had not improved substantially. The reason was simple: the nearby stones had become increasingly scarce, forcing the mimic crabs to source stones from more distant locations. Despite their tireless efforts, the high-intensity work rapidly depleted their stored energy, necessitating pauses for recharging. How curious that I find myself anticipating the sunrise. Lin Ming mused, observing the mimic crabs that took nearly 10 minutes to recharge. Stroking his chin, he noticed a cluster of massive boulders nearby that the mimic crabs could not possibly move, and he decided to lend them a hand, directing the 3D metal printer to fabricate several armor-piercing rounds. Lin Ming donned his heavy exosuit and seized his electromagnetic rifle, taking aim at the colossal boulders several kilometers away. With a swift whoosh, a silvery streak shot forth, and in an instant, the boulder was shattered into countless fragments the size of a fist. A resounding boom echoed moments later, the sound of the stone's destruction reverberating in Lin Ming's ears. Boom, boom, boom. With 5 shots, he obliterated 5 massive boulders, recharging his rifle for another volley. In under a minute, all the boulders lay in ruins. All right, time to wrap up. Today has been a productive day. Lin Ming instructed the mimic crabs to collect the remnants of the armor-piercing rounds before returning to the survival pod, where he prepared a cup of vitamin-rich hot beverage. Sipping the sweet concoction, he gently caressed the ethereal crystal and activated the regional chat channel. To his surprise, he noted that the number of players in the regional chat had dwindled to just over 9,400, and this figure would likely decrease further over time. Nearly 600 individuals have already ejected from the survival pods. Lin Ming sighed as he observed the players' discussions. Hey, have you all checked the district channel? Someone has unlocked the level 2 survival pod, a certain Thompson from the United States. Where's Lin Ming? Has he unlocked it yet? What's the functionality of the level 2 survival pod? Please share. Do we even need to guess? It surely offers enhanced protection and superior technology. The surface temperature here has skyrocketed above 100 degrees, and the survival pod now consumes 1 unit of energy per hour to maintain its temperature. A level 2 survival pod would undoubtedly alleviate that burden. Lin Ming, have you deciphered the E-level universal code? Please share. Yes, please save the children. My energy reserves are running low, and if I don't upgrade my survival pod soon, I might have to eject too. Smart individuals have already supplied resources to Thompson, while the fools linger here waiting. Thompson mentioned that those who contribute 1,000 units of materials will gain management privileges when he recalls all of humanity. Goodness, that American is something else, talking about cyber redemption vouchers. As Lin Ming read the messages flooding the chat channel, he opened the district chat, where the messages surged like a tidal wave in various languages. The district channel boasted a staggering 1 million participants, and even with each individual limited to 3 messages a day, the chat was perpetually abuzz. However, above the incessant barrage of messages, a line of red text caught his eye. Your district is developing at the slowest pace among all districts. It has taken until now for someone to upgrade their survival pod.asa reward. I shall directly disclose the E-level universal code to him. Below the red text was a line of white text, a message from the American player Thompson, pinned for a day. The message, automatically translated into English, read, "By the grace of the Lord, I have obtained the E-level universal code. Anyone who contributes 1,000 units of materials will be informed of the code, and when I recall all of humanity, you will gain the status of a council member." Lin Ming paused the chat channel, noting that the overwhelming majority of messages were pleased to Thompson for the E-level universal code. Some players were even lavishing praise upon him in various tongues. Behold, my God, this is the advantage of race, only the noble Anglos can master high technology in such a short time. Fortunate indeed that technology rests in the hands of civilization. Skin color is justice. However, it wasn't long before another player derisively remarked, "You two fools above, if you took a moment to glance at Thompson's avatar, you wouldn't be so naive." He is black. Lin Ming, uninterested in participating in such disparaging banter, was nonetheless intrigued by the red text. The possibility of upgrading the survival pod and directly obtaining the E-level universal code. The red text was pinned at the top of the district channel. It appeared that the first player in each district to upgrade their survival pod would be rewarded with the E-level universal code. Lin Ming was uncertain whether the second player to upgrade would receive this reward, and given that he lacked any information regarding the upgrade requirements, he did not dare to harbor such hopes. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. Even amid a million-strong district, his development was not particularly advantageous, let alone among the 30 billion players, where countless exceptional elites undoubtedly existed. If he could see resource distribution points, would others not receive any additional rewards? Lin Ming did not consider himself to be the chosen one of that high-tech life form. Regardless, I must focus on my own development. The journey to terraform the planet is still long ahead. Through the perspective of the mimic crabs, Lin Ming noted that nearly 10 cubic meters of stones had been transported, prompting him to initiate the mechanical arms. With a series of buzzing sounds, the process of breaking down the stones and rusty iron ore continued for several hours. Lin Ming successfully decomposed all the rusty iron ore, yielding 30 units of oxygen. After completing these tasks, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had been awake for over 10 hours. Climbing the ladder, he peered through the hemispherical glass dome, noting that the sun had risen significantly higher. Compared to its previous position hovering near the horizon, it now formed an angle of 20 degrees. At this rate, when I awaken, the sun should be blazing overhead, and the pits will have been thoroughly sterilized, making them ready for habitation. With a plan in mind, Lin Ming settled into the sleep chamber. To ensure absolute safety, he set an alarm to rouse him once during his 8-hour slumber. If any anomalies arose in the survival pod due to the sun's ascent, he would be promptly alerted. Having completed these preparations, Lin Ming sealed the top of the survival pod, closing the observation port to the hemispherical glass dome to avoid extreme light exposure, and drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 32, Relocation of the Escape Pod. A current surface temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. The life support system of the escape pod has increased power to 50, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Current surface temperature exceeds 150 degrees Celsius. The life support system of the escape pod has increased power to 80, consuming 2 units of energy per hour. Lin Ming was awakened by a persistent buzzing sound. He sat up, discerning that the noise emanated from the life support system adjacent to his pod, likely the cooling mechanism at work. Aside from the escape pod, the only other facility he possessed was a temperature-controlled chamber, which meant the life support system was not operating at full capacity and had already consumed 2 units of energy per hour. He accessed the escape pod's information and discovered that the external surface temperature had surpassed 170 degrees Celsius. At this moment, the sun hung at a slight angle, not yet directly overhead. If the sun were blazing down, would the surface temperature not exceed 200 degrees? Lin Ming rose, performed a brief grooming, and surveyed the conditions within the pit. Due to the previously placed metal sheets, the pit had been scorched by the relentless sun, with temperatures inside exceeding 100 degrees. Lin Ming opened the regional chat channel and noted a significant drop in the number of players, now around 900. In the 8 hours he had slept, over 500 players had opted to eject from their escape pods. It's scorching. The surface temperature here has reached 200 degrees, and the life support system is running at full power. The temperature inside the pod is rising to 45 degrees. Same here, I'm practically submerged in water. I can't last much longer. When will the sun set? The sun is obscured by clouds here, heh, and the surface temperature is only in the 30s. Damn, I genuinely envy the one above. The surface temperature here is over 170 degrees and still rising. It's bound to breach 200 soon. What is there to envy? That guy up there won't be smug for long. I've been through the same ordeal. Acid rain will soon follow, and my heavy-duty suit got damaged. Luckily, a buddy sent me a set before he ejected. Have you guys considered relocating? I just tried it. The escape pod's engine is functioning well. I've already moved to a spot with mountains. The temperature can drop by over 50 degrees in the shade at the foot. Wow, it can be done like that? I need to move too. Seeing the players' exchanges in the chat channel, Lin Ming smiled. It appeared many players had already conceived the idea of repositioning their escape pods to evade the scorching sun. After all, the escape pod was equipped with an engine, and the system had not indicated any damage, suggesting it was operational. Most players should have summoned resource supply pods, allowing them to recover fuel. If they did not relocate the escape pod now, when would they? Moreover, their attempts had bolstered Lin Ming's confidence, affirming that the escape pod could indeed achieve flight without the worry of unforeseen malfunctions. The disinfection should be nearly complete. It is time to move. Lin Ming gently caressed the ethereal crystal and opened the escape pod's control interface. Having reclaimed resources from the earlier supply pod, the escape pod stored 2 units of fuel. Lin Ming set the landing point to the bottom of the pit, where the humanoid biological hibernation chamber would be launched. The diameter here was approximately 7 to 8 meters, ample space for the escape pod to descend vertically. Furthermore, the top of the launch hole could be sealed, effectively blocking sunlight and causing the temperature to plummet to a more suitable level. Without further ado. Warning, current fuel can only sustain a short duration of low-altitude hovering. Please confirm landing point information. Insufficient fuel will result in premature descent. After confirming the ascent warning, Lin Ming reclined in the hibernation chamber and fastened his safety belt. Preparation for launch is underway, expected launch in 1 minute. The escape pod's central computing core whirred to life, initiating self-diagnostics across all systems. Simultaneously, the deployed solar panels began to fold, gradually retracting into the escape pod. 3 robust alloy struts extended from one side of the escape pod, securely anchoring the temperature-controlled chamber. The escape pod boasted 2 expansion interfaces. Currently, one was occupied by the temperature-controlled chamber, with the other remaining vacant. If they proceeded with this asymmetrical configuration during high-speed flight, controlling the aerial posture would undoubtedly prove challenging. Fortunately, as Lin Ming aimed for a short-distance takeoff, this slight imbalance in weight distribution could still be managed, given the engine's power. Warning, no fairing detected, insulation layer partially damaged, forceful takeoff poses a risk of disintegration. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Lin Ming confirmed once more. System self-check complete. The engine will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A searing flame erupted from the rear engine nozzle as the landing gear began to retract slowly. The escape pod floated approximately 10 meters above the ground. The rear engine nozzle slightly tilted as it gradually oriented towards the launch hole. 1 minute later, the escape pod hovered above the launch opening, the engine's thrust gradually diminishing, and the tail flame subsiding. With precise control, the escape pod descended gently, its landing gear extending to settle firmly on the ground. Done. Lin Ming accessed the escape pod's information and noted that the fuel consumption was negligible. The 2 units of fuel had not even changed. At this moment, the external temperature had dropped to 120 degrees, allowing the life support system to operate at low power to maintain a comfortable temperature. Just a few more hours, and the pit will have exceeded 24 hours of sunlight. Then we can close the opening and further lower the temperature. Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty suit and prepared to explore the bottom of the pit. Although he had previously viewed the bottom space from the perspective of a simulated crab, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat astonished. The space at the bottom of the pit was remarkably spacious, with only stone living facilities present, devoid of any other items. The surrounding rock walls were composed of high-strength stone. The previous 10 simulated crabs had taken half an hour to excavate only half a meter, attesting to its durability. Lin Ming walked around the space, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Once properly disinfected, it would serve as a perfect resting area, solid, comfortable, with a water source, effectively shielding against the extreme heat. Moreover, given the relatively enclosed nature of the pit, he could eventually alter the air composition within, allowing him to move freely without the need for his suit. This truly feels like home. Lin Ming sat on the stone chair, which was over 100 degrees, gazing contentedly at the space. Huh. His eyes slightly warmed. Lin Ming noticed a black dot of light flickering in the corner of the pit. He hurried over and discovered it was a smooth rock wall. There's something inside. Concerned that the exterior of his heavy-duty suit might damage whatever lay within, Lin Ming summoned a simulated crab to excavate the rock wall. Scrape, 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 the crab's pincers alternated across the rock surface, leaving shallow scratches in their wake. After a full hour of labor, the simulated crab finally breached the wall, revealing a square hidden compartment. Chapter 33, E-level universal password. Within the concealed compartment lay a superalloy storage box, approximately the size of a fist, perfectly sealed, devoid of any visible mechanism for opening. However, this posed no challenge to Lin Ming. He effortlessly tossed it into the survival pod, prompting the internal decomposition module to spring into action. Decomposing Alire Safe X1. Acquired E-level universal chip X1. Blueprints for level 2 survival pod upgrade X1. Storage chip X1. Ear. We've struck it rich. Upon witnessing the extracted items, a look of astonishment illuminated Lin Ming's face. He had not anticipated that such sophisticated beings would leave behind treasures of this caliber. This was likely the very essence of their civilization's most profound wisdom. Returning to the survival pod, Lin Ming gazed at the 3 black chips, each the size of a fingernail, delivered by the mechanical arm, his heart racing with excitement. Without hesitation, he commenced the use of the E-level universal chip to decode the E-level universal password. E-level universal password decryption in progress, estimated completion in 1 hour. As the prompt appeared on the light screen, Lin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He picked up the second chip and opened the blueprint catalog. Blueprint for Level 2 Survival Pod Upgrade X1. Description: a construction blueprint for the core module, integrating the pinnacle of technological advancement from the sentient life of Urea. This blueprint allows for the enhancement of your survival pod. Construction requirements: superalloy X100, high-purity silicon ingots X10, electromagnetic coils X50, circuit boards X50, F-level universal chips X10, or F-level universal chip X1, energy 100 units. Construction demand: 3D metal printer X1. Construction duration: 3 hours. Note: during the construction process, the life support functions of the survival pod will be temporarily suspended. Lin Ming glanced over the construction materials. He possessed the majority, only lacking some superalloy and electromagnetic coils. However, this was a simple matter. He swiftly acquired 2 simulated crabs for decomposition, thus gathering the necessary electromagnetic coils. He then accessed the interstellar trading post to list his trade information. Energy X1 unit exchanged for superalloy X5 units. Clean water. Oh my, trading energy and water for superalloy at such a low price during this time? Are you engaging in charity? Oh my god. How did you know I'm nearly dying of thirst? If you don't reject me, I would gladly adopt you as my righteous father. Wow, cool, I adore Lin Ming. Your avatar is so handsome. You must be a very sunny person. Are you lonely, big shot? I can video call anytime, and we could do customized sessions. In less than a minute, 100 units of superalloy were swiftly collected, prompting Lin Ming to hurriedly take down the trading information. The influx of eager players left him somewhat overwhelmed. Within mere seconds of retraction, another 50 units of superalloy were traded. I must set a trading limit next time, otherwise, I risk being completely drained. Lin Ming silently congratulated himself for not listing oxygen, as he might have been caught in a dire situation of oxygen deficiency. Donned in his heavy exosuit, Lin Ming completed his preparations and commenced the upgrade of the survival pod. The 3D metal printer whirred to life, rapidly producing sheets of superalloy protective panels, which were diligently installed by the mechanical arm in various locations. Lin Ming observed that while some superalloy panels were being affixed, others were simultaneously decomposed to regenerate the superalloy powder required by the 3D printer. As the superalloy panels were installed, circuit boards and electromagnetic coils were systematically loaded into designated positions, enhancing the electronic configuration of the survival pod. Lin Ming opted not to dismantle the F-level universal chip from the electromagnetic wave communicator. Instead, he utilized 10 F-level universal chips to form a multi-core computational array. After all, this 10-core computational array was merely intended to meet the basic functional requirements of the survival pod, and its computational power was more than sufficient. The 3D metal printer continued its relentless operation, akin to the restoration of the ship of Theseus, sequentially installing the superalloy protective panels. After watching the upgrade process for a while, Lin Ming shifted his attention to the final chip. The catalog displayed that this was a storage chip, containing merely a segment of footage. As he activated the playback, Lin Ming witnessed a recording by the sentient life of Urea depicting their experience of this black tide invasion. This mirrored the account offered by the previous humanoid beings. A spacecraft swept through their galaxy at an astonishing velocity, discarding a separation pod containing the biologically modified a black tide. In the ensuing millennia, the sentient beings of Urea exhausted every conceivable means to fend off the encroaching a black tide, ultimately succumbing to the depletion of resources. However, Lin Ming noted that as they entered a prolonged state of hibernation, awaiting the arrival of their harvesters, they had devised a plan, their Urea Life Preservation Initiative. In this initiative, numerous distinctive or prevalent genetic specimens of flora and fauna from the planet Urea were methodically frozen, eternally encased in the shadows of the moon's far side. They harbored the hope that, upon the extinction of Urea's civilization, they could preserve the last flicker of life's spark. Silver Moon, Lin Ming murmured, realizing it was indeed the moon several times larger than their own. He had not anticipated the presence of numerous genetic specimens of flora and fauna on its far side. If the giant mouth flower were to consume them, could it possibly restore Urea to its once vibrant state? The prerequisite, however, remained that he must successfully transform the planet Urea and gain control over this black tide. In short order, the ether crystal stone emitted a prompt on the light screen. If E-level universal password deciphered, the password is 1. 3. Well done. Input the password into the microsatellite and search for any nearby E-level carbon-based life resource supply pods. Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement within. Compared to F-level, E-level carbon-based life resource supply pods were evidently a notch higher. He wondered what treasures they might hold. The upgrade of the survival pod was still in progress, and upon checking the status, Lin Ming noted that it was already more than halfway completed, advancing smoothly. Player Thompson, LV2, requests to add you as a friend. Hem. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of a pale blue screen. He had heard of this Thompson in the chat channel. He was the one who first upgraded his survival pod in their region. I didn't expect that upgrading the survival pod would also add a golden LV2 tag to the name. It seems rather ostentatious, but why is this fellow adding me? Having previously come from a business background, Lin Ming was not in the habit of rejecting friend requests. After all, business is often conducted through conversation, and anyone could potentially be a client. Upon accepting Thompson's friend request, the latter quickly sent a message. Thanks to the system's seamless translation, Lin Ming faced no barriers in comprehension. Hello, my friend. I am Thompson. I believe you've read my message in the regional channel. Lin Ming succinctly responded. What is it? Thompson, taken aback by Lin Ming's lack of admiration for his early upgrade, felt a twinge of irritation, which naturally seeped into his tone. My friend, from what I gather, you are one of the better developed players in your area. I am here to discuss a collaboration and hope for your cooperation. Observing Thompson's somewhat rigid demeanor, Lin Ming felt a flicker of displeasure. This man seemed rather naive, clearly the type who had never experienced much of the world. Placed in Blue Star, he would likely find himself bankrupt within 3 months. Glancing at Thompson's avatar, Lin Ming nodded. His complexion matched that of many who, having been suppressed for too long, lacked both knowledge and confidence compared to the Anglo-Saxon elite. They had been playing their tricks for centuries, and even if their methods were still rather shabby, they managed to present themselves in a grandiose manner. Some fools were easily impressed by this, but Lin Ming was not among them. He casually typed a few words. Oh, go ahead. Chapter 34. The unfortunate Park Booching is speak up. Is this how you address the first player in the region to upgrade to survival pod? I am favored by the Lord, the chosen one. Thousands of light years away, Thompson seethed with indignation, though his exterior betrayed none of his fury. Flashing a set of pearly whites, he dictated through voice input. Lin Ming, I hope you do not fail to recognize your fortune. There is an ancient saying among the Dragon Kingdom people, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are true talents. I am the chosen one who possesses the E-level universal code. Lin Ming found Thompson's claims credible, for the announcement regarding the E-level universal code had indeed been disseminated by that high-tech intelligent life form. However, just how impressive could the E-level universal code truly be? Lin Ming replied, I understand. Thompson, incensed, clenched his fists. Lin Ming, do you comprehend what the E-level code signifies? It represents advanced technology, greater supplies, and more resources. I chose to engage in collaboration with you out of respect and trust. I said I understand, which means I am aware of the code. Lin Ming had no desire to waste further words on the unexpectedly intrusive Thompson. He promptly transmitted the E-level code, 1:3. Thompson stared at the lengthy sequence of numbers, momentarily stunned. 100 decimal places, this is, he could hardly believe his eyes as he compared each digit, only to be astounded to confirm that it was indeed the E-level universal code. Thompson was taken aback. Following a brief period of shock, a wave of rage surged through him, intense, unbridled fury. The reason was simple. It was well known that deciphering the E-level code was exceedingly challenging, and he had only obtained it after upgrading to the secondary survival pod. This implied that there must be a traitor among those with whom he had collaborated to acquire the E-level code. Betrayal. I detest betrayal above all else. Once, my father betrayed my mother and me, forcing me to endure the scorn of others throughout my childhood. Thompson's eyes blazed with fury as he scanned the chat list. Within the region's 100 sectors, he had contacted over 70. Among those with whom he had established collaboration, there were a mere handful. Who among those few could be the one to have betrayed him? After meticulously reviewing the chat records with each of these individuals, Thompson zeroed in on one suspect, Park Booching from the Korean nation. Thompson's eyes blazed with rage, nearly spewing fire. Only someone from the Korean nation would be so shameless. No wonder Park Booching was so quick to reach an agreement with me and accepted so many stringent conditions. It turns out he had no intention of collaborating sincerely from the outset. Just then, a message from Park Booching arrived. Lord Thompson, gathering 1,000 units of energy is quite challenging. Would it be possible for me to initially trade 100 units with you, and I shall procure the remainder within 3 days? What do you think? Upon reading Park Booching's message, Thompson leaped to his feet. Indeed, it was him. This was Park Booching's tactic of delay. How foolish of him to have believed in the spirit of the contract and sent the E-level universal code to Park Booching in advance. Thompson opened the chat box and bellowed, Park Booching, I want you dead. Lin Ming, of course, was oblivious to the myriad of convoluted thoughts swirling in Thompson's mind. His attention was solely focused on the pale blue screen before him. Detection of Class E carbon-based life resource supply capsule X1, located 9 light minutes away, with the target rapidly receding. It is estimated to exit the maximum cooling zone in 10 minutes. Is the Class E supply capsule moving at such a swift pace? Quickly, send out a distress signal. Observing the rapidly departing point of light, which was nearing the limits of the distress signal coverage, Lin Ming urgently issued the command. In 5 minutes, the distress signal will reach its farthest extent, with an estimated chance of intercepting the Class E carbon-based life resource supply capsule at the maximum distance. In 10 minutes, a response will be returned. Lin Ming anxiously fixed his gaze upon the pale blue screen, watching as the waveform of the distress signal gradually approached the point of light. 10 minutes later, the ether crystal finally provided Lin Ming with a satisfactory notification. Smiley Class E carbon-based life resource supply capsule detected 1. Based on the current trajectory and velocity of the supply capsule, it is estimated to arrive in 5 hours. That's a relief. Lin Ming exhaled with a sense of ease, inquiring, why does it take so long? Logically, the Class E supply capsule should be quite fast, shouldn't it? The ether crystal responded. Smiley, the supply capsule's flight path is in opposition to the orbit of Urea planet, and both deceleration and reverse acceleration require time. Lin Ming nodded in understanding. At this moment, the survival pod had completed its upgrades, and Lin Ming felt a surge of excitement as he descended the ladder into the survival pod. Spacious, this was Lin Ming's immediate impression. The original internal dimensions of the survival pod were 2 meters by 3 meters, with a height of 2 meters, totaling 12 cubic meters, which had inevitably felt somewhat constricting for habitation. The living space of the escape pod has now been transformed to dimensions of 3 meters by 4 meters, with a height of 2.5 meters. While the numerical increase may seem modest, the actual internal volume has nearly tripled. The significantly more spacious interior is far more comfortable. However, it does come with certain drawbacks. The vast internal space necessitates an increase in the power output of the life support systems, which consume 1 unit of energy per hour during regular operation. An energy consumption of 1 unit per hour amounts to 24 units per day. How outrageous! Lin Ming mused as he accessed the escape pod's information, feeling quite content. Level 2 Interstellar Escape Pod. Description: accept your fate, this shall be the home from which you can never depart in your lifetime. Fuel, 200, capable of limited low-speed movement. Energy, 198 1000. Electricity is the essence of your survival. Oxygen, 43 1000. Each unit of oxygen sustains vigorous activity for 1 hour, restful sleep for 2 hours, or hibernation for 10 hours. Purified water, 73 1000. Unit liters. Food, nutritional paste X17. Each tube provides sufficient caloric sustenance for 1 day. High-protein freeze-dried cans X9. 7. Space, 330. Items not stored within the survival pod may be susceptible to damage from extreme temperatures or other factors. Accessories: solar panel, current energy conversion efficiency, 0, electromagnetic communication device, equipped with F-grade universal chip, sleep chamber, operational, escape pod, operational, expansion interfaces, 1-4, climate-controlled chamber, in operation. In comparison to the Class 1 survival pod, the Class 2 survival pod boasts double the carrying capacity across all categories, allowing Lin Ming to store a considerable amount of resources without the concern of exceeding capacity. The number of expansion interfaces has also increased from 2 to 4, promising the potential for additional expansion modules in the future. Currently, the solar panel remains unextended, thus not generating power. Observing the intense sunlight streaming almost vertically from the top of the pit, Lin Ming mused that failing to deploy the solar panel would be a tremendous waste. The space at the bottom of the pit is limited. The solar panel can only be angled slightly. If it could be extended outside, it would operate at full capacity. Stroking his chin, Lin Ming suddenly snapped his fingers. That's right, I possess microwave power transmission technology. I almost forgot about that. Bring a few crabs to lift the solar panel outside, 3D metal printer, manufacture a pair of microwave power transmission devices. Chapter 35, Reverse Engineering Technology. Perhaps due to the ascension of the survival pod to level 2, the 3D metal printer completed the manufacturing of a pair of microwave transmission devices in merely 10 minutes. These devices were exquisitely crafted, resembling diminutive horns the size of a palm. The transmitting end was responsible for converting electrical energy into microwave transmission, while the receiving end transformed the microwaves back into electrical energy. Before long, several simulated crabs adept transported the solar panels to the ground. Once unfurled, the 210 square meter solar panels lay flat on the Earth. At this juncture, the sun had ascended to its zenith, and the solar panels required no adjustment in angle. The simulated crabs, with their dexterous pincers, swiftly connected the microwave transmission device to the transmitting end of the solar panels. Lin Ming placed the receiving end onto the interface of the survival pod. It was imperative that no obstacles interfered with the microwave transmission, as this would significantly hinder the efficiency of power delivery. Fortunately, the launch shaft was vertical, alleviating any concerns on that front. After a brief calibration and angle alignment, the survival pod indicated that the solar panels were connected and commenced generating power at full capacity. Current efficiency of solar panels, 100, capable of producing 9 units of electrical energy per hour. Observing the notification on the pale blue screen, Lin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Wasn't it stated that the maximum power output of the solar panels is 10 units per hour? Why is there a shortfall of 1 unit? The ether crystal promptly responded. Sad smiley. The current surface temperature is excessively high. To ensure transmission efficiency, 1 unit of electrical energy is required per hour to activate a high-powered fan for cooling the solar panels. Alternatively, you may substitute with purified water, estimated consumption of 20 L of purified water per hour. Upon reading the ether crystal's reply, Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, if air cooling is an option, there's no need to resort to water cooling. He jested, for although there was plenty of contaminated water in the pit, extracting purified water would also consume electrical energy. Moreover, water resources remained a non-renewable asset. Using even a little would mean one had less. Currently, the survival pod required 1 unit of electrical energy per hour excluding other consumptions. Lin Ming was netting 8 units of electrical energy each hour, culminating in nearly 200 units of surplus energy daily. TSK, thankfully, the solar panels have been fully restored. The rising sun represents net gain for me. Lin Ming recalled other players who found themselves in similar circumstances. If those players had repaired their solar panels, even partially, the generated electrical energy would suffice to maintain the life support systems, preventing them from succumbing to the heat. Players who had not repaired their solar panels either relocated their survival pods or employed water or other means to cool down, managing to endure. Those who did nothing could only forfeit their chance at survival and eject from the escape pod. As for sharing the E-level universal password, Lin Ming had no intention of doing so. A rise in benefits for one often breeds resentment in another. Sharing the F-level universal password was aimed at resolving the survival predicaments of others. Any player with a modicum of intelligence would seize the opportunity to send out a distress signal to navigate through the current hardships. Those who were lazy or simply unfortunate would still face insurmountable challenges in survival, even if Lin Ming shared the E-level universal password, allowing them to withstand the relentless sun for 48 hours. Distributing the E-level universal password would undoubtedly benefit some players. However, it was more likely to foster dependency among the vast majority, which could prove detrimental in the long run. Regarding moral dilemmas, Lin Ming felt no pressure. Ultimately, his contribution of the F-level universal password aimed to enhance the player's capabilities, thereby affording him greater leverage in resource or technology exchanges in the future. Capital investment is fundamentally about profit, not charity. If capital engages in charity, it invariably seeks to recoup its losses elsewhere. With a tube of nutrient paste clenched between his teeth, Lin Ming awaited the arrival of the E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. The demonstration animation on the pale blue screen indicated that the supply pod would arrive in 10 minutes. Lin Ming soon noticed an anomaly with the E-level supply pod. What is going on? Why is the trajectory of this supply pod not parabolic? It seems it won't land on the ground after all. The ether crystal replied. Sad smiley. Supply pods of E-level and above possess a technological manufacturing level that exceeds your current understanding. To prevent technological leakage, the resource supply pod will skim past in low Earth orbit, releasing supplies before plummeting into the star. You're quite blunt. Upon hearing the ether crystal's explanation, Lin Ming comprehended the situation. The propulsion system and fuel of the E-level supply pod surpassed the technological capabilities of Blue Star by leaps and bounds. Soon, as the E-level supply pod skimmed its perigee, it released an alloy supply box. Watching the alloy supply box carve an arc in the air, Lin Ming felt a twinge of concern. It won't just burn up in the atmosphere, will it? The ether crystal remained silent. As it neared the ground, only a few kilometers away, the ether crystal provided a live feed. The Alire supply box, enveloped in flames, was protected by a foamy substance that gradually ablated in the high temperatures, yet it remained unscathed. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated as the Alire supply box, shielded by the foam, struck the ground with a bounce. Boom, boom, boom. After several successive bounces, the foam gradually peeled away from the Alire supply box, which eventually settled quietly on the ground. TSK, is that really possible? Lin Ming was astonished that such an advanced supply box could land in such a violent manner. He hurriedly instructed several simulated crabs to cooperate in lifting the Alire supply box down. Quick, disassemble it, hurry. The moment the Alire supply box arrived, Lin Ming urged impatiently. E-level resource supply box retrieved. You have obtained Alire X1, reverse engineering technology chip X1. Gazing at the notification that appeared on the pale blue screen, Lin Ming hastily directed the mechanical arm to retrieve the chip. What does this technology entail? The chip he held in his hand was indistinguishable from the previous ones he had acquired. The chip, the size of a fingernail, was pitch black. Lin Ming requested the ether crystal to provide a description. Smiley reverse engineering technology chip. Description: to know the phenomena is one thing, but to understand the underlying principles is paramount. From this moment forth, you will be able to conduct reverse analysis on your technological creations, acquiring all associated techniques. A simple yet profound statement filled Lin Ming with exhilaration. Reverse engineering. At this moment, he possessed a Level 2 survival pod, a heavy-duty extravehicular suit, and simulated crabs, each a high-tech marvel, yet he had only been able to own them without the ability to replicate. With the acquisition of reverse engineering technology, he could obtain the corresponding manufacturing techniques. As long as he had the resources, he could create anything. Analyze technology. Reverse engineering technology decoding in progress, estimated mastery of relevant technology in 1 hour. Chapter 36. Reverse engineering. With successful reverse engineering, you have mastered the technology of reverse engineering. Upon observing the pale blue light screen prompt emanating from the ether crystal, Lin Ming resolved to give it a try. Let us commence by reverse engineering the technology necessary for constructing a survival pod. Please select the chip to be used for reverse engineering. R. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10,000 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to initiate the reverse engineering process? You may shorten the duration of reverse engineering by increasing either the number of chips or their computational power. Damn. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that reverse engineering was not an omnipotent remedy, it was fundamentally reliant on computational power. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, let us attempt the F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1,000 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to initiate the reverse engineering process? It seems that the computational power of the F-grade universal chip is equivalent to 10 F-grade universal chips. What about the E-grade? The ether crystal displayed another prompt. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 years, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to initiate the reverse engineering process? 100-fold improvement. A. By this calculation, even the E-grade universal chip can only reduce the reverse engineering time to 1 year. Such an extensive duration is beyond my patience. E. The D-grade chip is out of the question. Acquiring it is likely as arduous as scaling a mountain. Ear. Thus, the only feasible direction remains brute force accumulation. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Is it possible to reverse engineer the F-grade universal chip? Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 24 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to initiate the reverse engineering process? Note, reverse engineering will damage the target being studied, rendering it irreparable or non-recoverable. Given that the F-grade universal chip possesses relatively low technological complexity, the time required for reverse engineering was drastically reduced, making it acceptable to Lin Ming. However, he lacked the knowledge to fabricate chips, as the resolution of a 3D metal printer was at the micron level, inadequate for the precision required in chip manufacturing. Let us try the solar panels. Lin Ming instructed the simulated crab to dismantle a solar panel, utilizing the E-grade universal chip for reverse engineering. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 0.1 hours, with an energy consumption of 1 unit per hour. Shall we commence the reverse engineering? Yes. Lin Ming was taken aback by how brief the time required for reverse engineering the solar panel was, and he promptly confirmed, upon reflection, he understood. Although the F-grade universal chip was diminutive, its internal circuitry was exceedingly intricate, with transistors likely numbering in the tens of billions. Thus, reverse engineering was extraordinarily time-consuming. The same could be said for the survival pod. The remnants of intelligent life from the Urea planet contained structures and technologies beyond Lin Ming's comprehension, let alone the myriad chips and circuit boards housed within. While the solar panel was considerably larger, it lacked high-precision manufacturing techniques, allowing for a swift reverse engineering process. Minutes later, Lin Ming beheld the notification of successful research. Solar panel. Description: a device capable of converting light energy into electrical energy, serving as your optimal source for power acquisition. Manufacturing materials: high-purity silicon ingot X10, electromagnetic coils X3, circuit boards X1. Energy consumption: 1 energy. Is this it, just this? Observing the minimal materials required to produce a solar panel, Lin Ming glanced at his current inventory. 163 high-purity silicon ingots, 48 electromagnetic coils, and 72 circuit boards. Surprisingly, the limiting factor for his solar panel production was the high-purity silicon ingots. Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to fabricate a solar panel, which took 10 minutes. Once the simulated crab had installed the solar panel, Lin Ming noticed that its energy output was indistinguishable from the original. Excellent, it seems the counterfeit functions just as well as the authentic one, without any compromise. Lin Ming immediately maximized the capacity of the 3D metal printer, issuing a task for the production of the remaining 7 solar panels. Regrettably, I have yet to discover any silicon mines nearby. Dismantling the simulated crab feels a tad disheartening, as this little creature is quite useful. Watching the industrialized 3D printer, Lin Ming murmured to himself. After a brief silence, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Ming's eyes. Of course, he could trade with other players. Simply acquiring materials felt too trivial. Lin Ming promptly sent a message in the regional channel, outsourcing solar panel manufacturing. Each solar panel requires high-purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X6, circuit board X2, no additional charges, honest and fair. His message instantaneously captured the attention of the players. Lin Ming has surfaced. Wow, what's up with this LV2? Have you upgraded your survival pod? Big shot. As expected of Lin Ming, while we mere mortals tremble in the shadows, he's already upgraded his survival pod. To think he can manufacture solar panels. My goodness, I haven't even repaired mine. Sigh, I wish to place an order, but my energy only lasts a few hours, and I lack the necessary materials. To the one above, why not dismantle your damaged solar panel and let Lin Ming create a new one with the materials you obtain? To the one upstairs, I admire your unique thought process. Come learn cooking from me. Is that really hard? Big shot. Order placed but payment pending, eagerly awaiting delivery. The regional channel buzzed with fervent chatter, and Lin Ming found himself inundated with orders. Player Jing Qinghong offers high-purity silicon ingots X60, electromagnetic coils X18, circuit boards X6 in exchange for 1 milliliter of water. Do you agree? Player Li Bingtiao offers high-purity silicon ingot X40, electromagnetic coil X12, and a circuit board X4 in exchange for 0.1 units of oxygen. Do you agree? Player Zhao Xingxing proposes to trade high-purity silicon ingot X20, electromagnetic coil X6, and a circuit board X2 for 1 milliliter of urine. Do you agree? Countless trade requests flooded in, leaving Lin Ming somewhat overwhelmed. Following his usual practice, he accepted orders in the order they were received, and after collecting the materials, promptly traded the solar panels freshly produced by his 3D printer. Insufficient urine. Trade failed. Lin Ming was taken aback. Damn, who has such a peculiar taste to trade my urine? Noticing Zhao Xingxing's sweet and adorable avatar, presumably belonging to a young girl in her 20s, Lin Ming opened the chat. Hey, how about we change the trading method? I don't have that in stock. Zhao Xingxing promptly sent a voice message, her enchanting voice resonating. Brother Lin Ming, I just wanted to cut in line and remind you this way. Is that all right? Chapter 37. Sun Yao's predicament. In response to Zhao Xingxing's request, Lin Ming naturally declined. Although Zhao Xingxing was sweet and charming, she was ultimately unattainable. Even if she offered some audiovisual services, Lin Ming could only fret in vain. Ultimately, he had to resort to driving a manual transmission. It was unnecessary, however. This led Lin Ming to make a decision regarding trading restrictions. Every player's survival pod was equipped with 10 damaged solar panels, and the materials obtained from disassembly could manufacture 3 functional solar panels. They would undoubtedly find the corresponding materials to repair the solar panels in the future, and the electricity generated by 2 solar panels would suffice for their current needs. Therefore, Lin Ming limited each player to trading for only the materials required for 2 solar panels. This way, he could service more players, and these players would still have several damaged solar panels to repair later, maximizing his profits. In terms of overall revenue, he would not incur any losses, as there were hundreds of players eager to manufacture solar panels. This was his unique business. He had no concerns about competitors encroaching on it. Indeed, a monopoly is the easiest business to manage. Lin Ming sighed, accepting the trade requests from players one by one, and began processing the orders. After exhausting the entire production capacity of the 3D metal printer for the day, Lin Ming finally ceased accepting orders. He calculated that even while he slept, the 3D printer would operate at full capacity, continuously producing solar panels. Keep it up. Soon I'll be able to establish a solar farm. Watching the 3D metal printer continuously extruding black high-purity silicon powder and then heating it into shape, Lin Ming wore a broad smile. Unfortunately, reverse engineering required damaged research subjects, and it was irreversible. Otherwise, he would have loved to reverse engineer the 3D metal printer and produce them in bulk. Oh, right. The life support system can also be reverse engineered. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. Reverse engineering the survival pod would consume a considerable amount of time, but would reverse engineering a subsystem take significantly less time? Without hesitation, Lin Ming issued a command to the ethereal crystal. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-Grade Universal Chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 hours, with a consumption of 1 unit of energy per hour. Would you like to begin reverse engineering? Yes. Just as Lin Ming had anticipated, the life support system was primarily used for maintaining temperature and humidity, regulating gas composition ratios and pressure. This technology could be accomplished with a technological level of Blue Star. Once he could manufacture the life support system, Lin Ming could install one in each of the 9 branches inside the pit. At that point, the temperature, humidity, and air composition within the pit would become habitable, allowing Lin Ming to move freely without donning a spacesuit. Moreover, the large-mouthed flowers and mature interstellar corn could be transplanted into the pit, eliminating the need for a temperature-controlled greenhouse. Lin Ming was not concerned about the materials and energy consumed in constructing the greenhouse. He was more focused on the available space within the pit. With that thought, Lin Ming walked into the greenhouse to observe the growth of the large-mouthed flowers. To his astonishment, the growth rate of the large-mouthed flowers exceeded his expectations. The interstellar corn had already begun to take on an initial form, with each ear growing to the size of a fist. The roots had also reached the size of eggs, appearing to still be in the process of growing. What delighted Lin Ming the most was that the large-mouthed flower that had consumed meat had begun to shed its bloom, and in its place, something resembling a pod had started to grow. No wonder the large-mouthed flowers were so eager for meat. It turns out that after devouring meat to absorb nutrients, they can produce seeds. Does this mean I will never run out of large-mouthed flower seeds in the future? Gazing at the last flower still in full bloom, Lin Ming deliberated and ultimately decided against feeding it meat. It was simple. While devouring meat could produce pods, the seeds within the pods had yet to mature, and whether they could germinate remained uncertain. He could wait until the pods matured and confirm that the seeds could sprout before offering meat to this particular large-mouthed flower. Subsequently, Lin Ming took a moment to inspect the blue algae. The blue algae had completely occupied the entire cultivation rack, and it was evident that tiny bubbles were occasionally emerging, likely oxygen. Lin Ming contemplated taking some blue algae as samples to cultivate in the sewage pool within the pit, to see if it could thrive directly in the sewage. To prevent depleting the nutrients in the sewage pool or triggering any uncontrollable situations, Lin Ming seized the opportunity to have the busy 3D metal printer create a super-roller metal door tailored to the shape of the tunnel. Having completed the preparatory work, Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty space suit, equipped with a metal cylinder containing blue algae samples, and set off towards the upper part of the pit. Following closely behind were 2 simulated crabs, carrying the super-roller metal door with their claws raised. The tunnel within the pit had evidently been meticulously designed, with a slope of approximately 30 degrees and distinct steps. Thus, within 10 minutes, Lin Ming reached a branch at the top of the tunnel, the very spot where he had first discovered the simulated crab leader. Lin Ming crouched down, maintaining a half-meter distance, carefully observing the sewage pool. From the structure map scanned by the miniature satellite, he could see that the sewage pool was roughly a 10 by 10 meter square, with a depth of 3 to 4 meters, containing a total of 3 to 400 cubic meters of sewage. Due to Lin Ming's earlier clever plundering, the water level in the sewage pool had decreased by 1/3, leaving over 200 cubic meters, ample for cultivating blue algae. Carefully opening the metal cylinder, he poured the blue algae samples into the pool. Having completed this task, Lin Ming did not linger. He promptly stood up and began installing the super-roller metal door. He left 1 simulated crab inside to monitor any changes in the sewage pool, ready to respond promptly should anything unusual occur. He chose to cultivate in the uppermost branch of the pit, ensuring that even if this pool of sewage suffered losses or became entirely unusable, the damage would remain within controllable limits and would not affect the living quarters below. The design of the pit must have taken this into account from the outset, with each branch being independent of the main passage. As long as the entrance to the junction was sealed in the event of an emergency, it would not impact the other sections. Buzz, 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 buzz. Before Lin Ming could catch his breath, the ethereal crystal suddenly vibrated urgently. Lin Ming, big boss. Lin Ming, big boss. Are you there? Are you there? I'm going to die. Help me, help me. Video. Lin Ming opened the ethereal crystal, discovering that Sun Yao was sending him a message. Upon opening the video, Lin Ming saw Sun Yao's face filled with exhilaration, joyfully shouting, har har har. I found it, I found it. Spike shell dragon eggs, 8 of them, a full 8. I'm going to hit it big. If I sell them to Big Boss Lin Ming, I wonder how many electromagnetic guns I could get. Just as he finished speaking, a massive shadow loomed over Sun Yao, and the excitement on his face immediately froze. Sun Yao stiffly turned his head. Before him stood a spike shell dragon, its eyes the size of goose eggs filled with fury. Roar. The spike shell dragon let out a long howl, spitting saliva all over Sun Yao. The video ended. Is he dead? Seeing that Sun Yao's icon was still lit, Lin Ming sent a video call request. Sun Yao quickly connected. At this point, less than half a minute had passed since he sent the video, and a standoff between man and dragon was still ongoing. Sun Yao held one of the dragon eggs, poised to throw it to the ground. The spike shell dragon glared angrily, yet dared not take a step forward due to Sun Yao's actions. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you're still alive. I'm about to die. Sun Yao's voice was filled with a weepy tone. Big Boss Lin Ming, the encyclopedia says the spike shell dragon is herbivorous. It shouldn't eat meat, right? Lin Ming reassured him. Herbivores rarely consume meat, but occasionally they might take a bite if they come across it, as it contains rich trace elements not found in plants. After hearing this, Sun Yao's expression grew even more distressed. Lin Ming continued, besides, even cows and sheep will defend their young against tigers and leopards. You're holding its egg. Even if it doesn't eat you, it could still trample you to death. Did someone say you're good at comforting people? Sun Yao's expression hardened. Big Boss Lin Ming, since I can't get out, I'll just go for broke. The player Sun Yao wishes to exchange spiked shell dragon egg, X1 for oxygen, X0. 1 units. Will you accept? No. Lin Ming promptly declined, and then, observing Sun Yao's bewildered expression, initiated a new trade request. Player Lin Ming, LV2, seeks to exchange electromagnetic gun, X1 for spiked shell dragon egg, X1. Will you accept? Wow, you actually upgraded the survival pod. Sun Yao's attention momentarily shifted elsewhere. TSK, impressive. Noticing the spiked shell dragon becoming increasingly impatient, taking a tentative step forward, Lin Ming urged, enough chatter, swiftly agreed to the trade. Upon agreeing, Sun Yao immediately found himself wielding a gleaming silver electromagnetic gun, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. As the spiked shell dragon witnessed the disappearance of the dragon egg from Sun Yao's grasp, replaced by an unfamiliar weapon, it erupted into a frenzied charge towards him. Your gun is formidable, but will it prove effective against this creature? Sun Yao shouted, instinctively aiming the electromagnetic gun at the spiked shell dragon and pulling the trigger. Boom! With a resounding blast, the spiked shell dragon's upper body was obliterated into a mist of blood, vanishing before Sun Yao's astonished gaze. P.S. Starting today, we will enter a verification period for recommendations. Your encouragement during this time will be immensely beneficial. If you find it agreeable, please take a moment to click and urge for updates. PS2, beginning tomorrow, there will be 2 fixed updates daily, at noon 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Once again, heartfelt thanks to all. The author expresses his gratitude. Chapter 38, The Dragon Eggs Acquired. What the hell is this gun? Sun Yao stood frozen in shock as he witnessed the electromagnetic rifle obliterate the upper half of the spiked armored dragon in a single shot. This creature measured 5 meters in length and weighed 3 to 4 tons, resembling a dinosaur. The immense pressure it exerted was something only those who had experienced it could comprehend. Just moments ago, Sun Yao had resigned himself to a certain death, yet in the blink of an eye, the spiked armored dragon had been reduced to mere fragments by the electromagnetic weapon. Lin Ming, however, remained remarkably composed. He was already well aware of the electromagnetic rifle's formidable power, and the one he had just traded to Sun Yao was loaded with dum-dum bullets, enhancing its lethality even further. If silicon-based life forms could be split in two, one could only imagine the fate of carbon-based organisms. Lin Ming chuckled lightly, shaking his head at the stupor-stricken Sun Yao. As per our earlier agreement, 1 electromagnetic rifle in exchange for 1 dragon egg. What do you plan to do with the remaining few? Having narrowly escaped death, Sun Yao contemplated seriously before responding. Let us split these 8 dragon eggs in half. I will trade you 3 more, and you can exchange them for basic resources at your discretion. Agreed. With Sun Yao's willingness, Lin Ming did not hesitate to finalize the deal. Each dragon egg was valued at 30 units of basic resources, resulting in an exchange of 3 dragon eggs for 30 liters of water and 60 units of electricity. For the 4 remaining dragon eggs, Sun Yao produced a metallic cylinder, each containing 2 eggs. Lin Ming further gifted Sun Yao 3 dum-dum bullets, ensuring that even if he encountered a spiked armored dragon again, Sun Yao would possess the means to confront it. Gazing at the 4 dragon eggs now in his possession, Lin Ming wore a beaming smile. I hope there are both males and females among them. Perhaps we can establish a breeding ground for spiked armored dragons. He carefully placed the dragon eggs into the incubator, uncertain of the ideal hatching temperature, but speculating it would be similar for carbon-based life forms. He decided to wait a few days to observe the outcome, contemplating alternative methods if necessary. As Lin Ming watched the rapid operation of the 3D metal printer, he felt a profound sense of appreciation. Indeed, the sight of labor is most exquisite, especially when observing others at work. After completing a batch of solar panels, Lin Ming reviewed his inventory, feeling exceedingly satisfied. Most items were being utilized effectively, with only the miniature satellite remaining idle. The miniature satellite can float aimlessly in the sky. Let's assign it a task, Lin Ming commanded, initiating a geological survey of the surrounding area. He could visualize resource points on the map, and the satellite would amplify his advantages. However, whether due to the hardness of the terrain or other factors, the satellite could only scan a circular area with a diameter of about 10 meters at a time, capable of penetrating the ground to a depth of 50 to 100 meters, depending on geological conditions. Observing the real-time map, which expanded outward from the center of the pit, Lin Ming likened it to dispatching a scout gradually unveiling the surrounding obscurity. It's a pity the miniature satellite lacks a camera. Otherwise, we could obtain a panoramic view of the resources available nearby, he lamented slightly. After some thought, he decided to deploy 10 biocrabs to explore the environment. The maximum connection distance for the biocrabs was 10 kilometers, but since their power supply came from solar energy, as long as he issued a return command after a certain duration, he need not worry about their safe return. Without delay, Lin Ming began plotting their route. If the biocrabs' patrol path were to be a straight line, it would only yield a star-shaped map. The optimal vision range for the biocrabs was 10 meters, so he designed an S-shaped patrol route, allowing them to gradually expand their field of vision. All right, you shall create a flat map while the miniature satellite generates a 3-dimensional one. Off you go, my little friends. With a decisive command, the biocrabs immediately sprang into action, forming a line as they crawled out of the pit. Having completed this task, Lin Ming brewed a cup of vitamin-infused hot drink, sipping it slowly while perusing the regional chat channel. With no mobile phone or other means of entertainment available, engaging with the chat channel served as an excellent way to relieve stress and stay updated on the latest news. Following the direct exposure to sunlight, which had dramatically raised the surface temperature to 200 degrees, the number of participants in the regional chat channel had plummeted. However, players quickly adapted to the conditions. The trend of decreasing numbers began to stabilize, settling at over 200 participants. Opportunities for discussions in regional channels and world channels are now available. Each regional channel requires an investment of 0.1 units of resources, while each world channel demands 0.2 units. The acquisition quantity is limited. Interested parties may contact me privately. Basic resource exchanges are now open. Oxygen, water, and energy can be exchanged without limit, at rates more favorable than those at the exchange. First come, first served. The Stray Survival Group cordially invites all players to join. Members enjoy discounted trading prices, with a plethora of non-basic resources available. Every day, one member will be randomly selected to receive a reward of 10 units of basic resources. Joining the group requires only 1 unit of basic resources. Please contact me privately to enter. The Interstellar Bank is now open for business. Unused resources can be stored here, yielding a daily return of 20, with a permanent rebate. Deposits start from just 1 unit of resources, with a guarantee of credibility. Beauty Ruin is currently hosting a live stream in the group. Fellow wolf friends, hurry and join, an exquisite performance is about to commence. Entry requires 1 unit of basic resources. At this moment, it was already the 5th day since Lin Ming's arrival on the wilderness planet. Many players had thoroughly grasped the system and began to explore avenues for profit. For instance, the Interstellar Bank, which any discerning individual would recognize as a classic Ponzi scheme, continued to attract a large influx of players. Many players, fully aware of the fraudulent nature of the scheme, still chose to take a gamble. After all, in the early stages of a Ponzi scheme, some individuals do manage to profit. They were wagering that they could recoup their principal before the orchestrators absconded with the funds. While Lin Ming was engrossed in this spectacle, a message suddenly appeared on his screen. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was from Tang Chengyan. After a previous unpleasant encounter, The two had not been in contact since, leaving Lin Ming curious about the purpose of this message. Opening the message, Lin Ming discovered a link to join a group, accompanied by a note, a high-level resource trading group, backed by the Tang family. Entry requires only 1 unit of basic resources. There are abundant high-level resources within the group. You are warmly welcome to join. To his astonishment, Tang Chengyan was attempting to pull him into the group. Joining necessitated the payment of 1 unit of basic resources. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming transferred 1 unit of energy to Tang Chengyan. For Lin Ming at this juncture, 1 unit of energy was not a significant sum, and considering Tang Chengyan's previous association with the Tang province's dealings in rusty iron ore, he likely possessed ample resources and would not resort to deceiving him for a mere unit of basic resources. Soon after, upon receiving the resource, Tang Chengyan sent Lin Ming 3 handshake emojis and subsequently added him to a group named Treasure Pavilion. Within the group, players were actively engaged in a live stream, showcasing items they wished to exchange. I found sour berries at the foothills today. To be candid, their taste is quite tart, yet they are edible and can replenish vitamins. I have approximately 200 grams and hope to trade them for 10 units of energy or 5 units of oxygen. Chapter 39. The bustling trading community, surprising indeed. Who could have anticipated that plants could flourish in the vicinity of a survival pod? This revelation suggested that the planet he inhabited bore closer resemblance to the original blue planet, both in terms of atmospheric composition and biological resources. The thought of his own planet, ravaged by their black tide and rendered largely desolate, filled Lin Ming with profound envy. He still possessed a large-mouthed flower that had yet to devour any items, and the sour berry could certainly be consumed as well. However, upon further reflection, Lin Ming dismissed this notion. According to the player's account, the taste of the sour berry was both tart and astringent, primarily serving the function of replenishing vitamins. He had no deficiency in that regard, thus losing interest in making an offer. Nevertheless, his disinterest did not imply that other players shared the same sentiment. An item capable of replenishing vitamins. In the early days of the Age of Discovery, sailors suffered greatly from scurvy, only to discover through research that the illness was caused by a lack of vitamin C in their diet. Prolonged deficiency of vitamins could indeed be fatal. Therefore, the sour and astringent taste of the berry should not be considered a drawback. I bid 3 units of oxygen. I bid 5 units of energy. I offer 1 liter of purified water, plus half a tube of nutritional paste, for just 50 grams. One after another, players in the group announced their offers. Soon enough, in less than 5 minutes, the player in possession of the sour berry sent a message declaring that it had been sold out. What a pity! Many players who failed to secure the sour berry lamented quietly, redirecting their attention to the next item up for bidding. Previously, Tang Chengyan had hinted in the group that an exceptional item would be making a grand appearance today, with the sour berry merely serving as an appetizer. After a brief wait, the second player commenced a live broadcast. As the camera zoomed in, players beheld a black chip, roughly the size of a fingernail, nestled in the player's palm. F-grade universal chip. This player shared an illustration in the group and began his explanation. It can be utilized to repair electromagnetic communication devices and even decode universal passwords. Immediately, a player chimed in with a reminder. The esteemed Lin Ming has already shared the F-grade universal password. Can this chip decode E-grade universal passwords? The player broadcasting the live session momentarily faltered. No, it cannot. Instantly, another player scoffed. Then what is the point? An F-grade universal chip can also repair electromagnetic communication devices. Why would I need a higher grade chip? Upon hearing this, the broadcasting player regained his confidence. This chip, due to its superior computing power, will not burn out after repairing the electromagnetic communication device. Instead, it will enter a cooling phase for a period of time before it can be reused. As he spoke, he demonstrated live by sending out a distress signal. After a few minutes of waiting, he astonishingly located 3 F-grade carbon-based life resource supply pods. Wow, what an innate live-streaming prodigy, managing to directly locate 3 supply pods. If it weren't for the ether crystal's indication being genuine, I'd suspect foul play. Count me in. How much is your chip? The broadcasting player, still wearing a look of surprise, responded, I'm not sure what it can be exchanged for. Let us have everyone bid 5 liters of purified water. The first player to bid left everyone dumbfounded. What a joke. At this point, many players had yet to discover water resources, conserving every drop, as the initial 10 liters provided was nearly depleted, with the prospect of resorting to urine looming. This player boldly offered 5 liters of purified water. Had they stumbled upon a river nearby? After a moment of silence, another player joined in. E1 solar panel. Are you out of your mind? You re-putting up a broken solar panel for bidding? I can do that too, I'll bid too. The bidding player quickly retorted, hold on, mine is a complete solar panel, capable of generating power upon installation. A player queried, impossible. Have you discovered ultra-pure silicon ingots, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils nearby? The bidding player beamed with pride. Hey, didn't he see that coming, did you? I had these custom-made from the esteemed Lin Ming. Each person can only order 2, and I ordered early, thus obtaining 3. Wow, it's Lin Ming's merchandise, no wonder. How can I order some too? Me too. Same here. As Lin Ming observed this exchange, he suddenly noted a surge of custom orders for solar panels, shaking his head with a smile. This was absurd. What on earth was happening? Weren't they auctioning the F-grade universal chip? How had the conversation veered so off course? However, since the orders had come in, Lin Ming accepted them. At worst, he would start allocating the production capacity of his 3D metal printer for the following day. At this moment, the sun was directly overhead, and the solar panels operated at peak efficiency. Coupled with the fact that many players required energy to sustain their life support systems, the two parties quickly reached an agreement, sealing the deal. One item after another was sold, and Lin Ming also had his sights set on something he desired. A player named Zhang Bei initiated a live broadcast. A glass, discovered in a nearby meteorite crater. Due to the difficulty of climbing up the crater, I only managed to extract a small portion. Lin Ming, gazing at the fist-sized piece of glass in Zhang Bei's hand, felt a flicker of interest. Glass, while not a particularly high-tech product, could theoretically be produced from sand. However, due to the absence of recipes and corresponding synthesis technology, the equipment within the survival pod was incapable of manufacture. This was a limitation of the program. Given his future plans, he would require glass in substantial quantities. Thus, Lin Ming inquired, "What is the price?" "Oh, 1 liter of purified water." It's Lin Ming. Upon seeing Lin Ming's ID and the prominent LV2 designation, Zhang Bei stuttered, "If you need it, you can have it for any resources you wish." Lin Ming furrowed his brow. 1 liter of purified water was a tad expensive, considering the piece of glass was merely fist-sized and not particularly pure. However, he intended to purchase the glass for reverse engineering, aiming to obtain the synthesis recipe for glass production. In that case, he could manufacture glass from sand himself. He currently had no shortage of purified water, so there was no need to barter with other resources. Thus, Lin Ming replied, "All right, let it be purified water. I'll trade with you." Zhang Bei hadn't anticipated Lin Ming's swift acceptance. As time passed, the value of oxygen was gradually declining, while the worth of water resources was soaring. Zhang Bei hurriedly agreed to Lin Ming's trade request. TSK, as expected of a big shot, generous with his resources, 1 liter of water for a piece of glass. You don't know the taste of a big shot. He's lacking in nothing now. Perhaps he'll use that glass as a decorative piece. How enviable, there are so many wealthy players. Does it hurt to have one more? Lin Ming's presence sparked fervent discussions among many players, until, 5 minutes later, Tang Chengyan announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. We are about to commence the live broadcast of the final auction item. The last item up for auction is a jetpack." What on earth? Upon reading Tang Chengyan's message, Lin Ming sprang to his feet. Chapter 40, The Jetpack Flight Soon. A player commenced a live broadcast. Lin Ming observed that this player was not within the survival pod but donned a heavy-duty exosuit, braving the sweltering external environment. The most striking feature was the peculiar backpack strapped to his back. This backpack was comparable in size to an ordinary one, yet it boasted 2 nozzles the size of water bottles at its rear, each adorned with flared extensions. "Hello everyone, my name is Wei Cheng. By a stroke of luck, I discovered this jetpack flight backpack." Wei Cheng turned his back to the camera, zooming in on the jetpack for a close-up. Lin Ming noticed that the jetpack was aerodynamically designed, resembling the survival pod in certain aspects, and was secured to the universal interface at the back of the heavy-duty exosuit with 2 buckles. The jetpack flight backpack utilizes turbofans for propulsion, drawing its power from the electrical energy within the heavy-duty exosuit. Excluding the weight of the player and the suit, it can bear a maximum load of 300 kilograms, reach an altitude of 100 meters, and attain a maximum flight speed of 30 kilometers per hour, consuming 1 unit of electrical energy per hour. There is an urgent flight mode, during which the speed doubles, and energy consumption rises to 3 units per hour. Prolonged use of this mode may result in damage to the jetpack. As he spoke, Wei Cheng began his demonstration without any visible action from him. The jetpack behind him emitted a low hum. Buzz, the powerful turbofans escalated from a low frequency to a high-pitched roar, instantly unleashing a forceful gust of air, sending dust swirling beneath Wei Cheng's feet. Simultaneously, he soared into the air, ascending several hundred meters. Lin Ming clenched his fists in excitement. Flight had been humanity's dream since time immemorial. To fulfill this aspiration, mankind had invented airplanes and rockets, broadening their horizons and transforming the world from a 2-dimensional plane into a 3-dimensional realm. Woohoo! Wei Cheng exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, he transitioned from a vertical ascent to level flight. the camera following his swift movements. With his left arm bent beside him and his right fist raised high, he struck a superhero pose, a demonstration of urgent flight mode. Buzz! As he finished speaking, the turbofans roared even louder, propelling He Wei-cheng's speed to new heights. Whoosh! Low-altitude pass. He Wei-cheng abruptly decreased his flying altitude, zipping just 2 meters above the ground and trailing a cloud of dust behind him. Stunt flying. He Wei-cheng shot upward, his flight trajectory nearly reaching a 90-degree angle, soaring into the air within seconds and executing several figure-8 maneuvers. Soon, the thunderous roar of the jetpack ceased. He Wei-cheng, propelled by inertia, ascended several more meters before beginning a gentle descent. A live broadcast accident? Lin Ming observed He Wei-cheng on the screen. The descent grew increasingly rapid, yet the jetpack remained eerily silent. Buzz! Just as He Wei-cheng was within 2 meters of the ground, the jetpack erupted with a tremendous roar, the turbofans operating at full throttle. A powerful gust of air immediately countered his descending force, as if an invisible tether held him firmly in place. The fans gradually slowed, and He Wei-cheng descended gently from the 2-meter height, landing securely on the ground. It is equipped with an anti-fall mode. No matter how recklessly one may act, the flight control program will take over when necessary to prevent a crash. The demonstration concluded, Lin Ming's fists clenched tightly, his excitement palpable. Undoubtedly, this was a flawless demonstration that piqued his immense interest. The jetpack flight backpack must be acquired. Lin Ming stood up, donned the heavy-duty exocert, and began his preparations. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted with fervor, as many players, believing themselves to be contenders, began to place their bids. Your complete heavy-duty exocert, just acquired from a brother who escaped from the ejection pod, in 99 condition, plus 5 units of electrical energy. What is this? F-level universal chip, just bought in the group. I won't elaborate on its function, plus 3 liters of purified water. Step back a bit. I have high-protein freeze-dried canned food, obtained from an F-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. I am willing to offer 5 kilograms. Image. The previous player sent an image of the high-protein freeze-dried canned food to the group, alongside a picture of the cooked meat, golden brown and wafting steam. Wow, there's actually meat to eat. It looks delicious. I'm losing my mind. This is what I call a bidding war. Everyone has an F-level universal password. Why are you the only one standing out? Meanwhile, He Wei-cheng, still broadcasting, swallowed hard, his expression filled with hesitation. He had found the jetpack flight backpack in a relic, possessing a total of 2 sets. Although he could accept trading 1 set for 5 kilograms of canned food, it still felt somewhat unfair. Hunting trap. At that moment, a player began posting an image. The picture showcased an imposing, basin-sized hunting trap crafted from supereller. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. This supereller hunting trap is reusable, and it comes with a supereller chain that can be anchored to the ground. No matter how large the beast, it cannot escape, ensuring you meat for every meal. With this bid, silence enveloped the chat. He Wei-cheng nodded, preparing to agree, when suddenly, a notification appeared in the group. Lin Ming, LV2, has started a live broadcast. Alongside He Wei-cheng's live feed, another broadcast appeared. In the new frame, Lin Ming was outside, clad in a heavy-duty exosuit, holding a gleaming 2-meter-long electromagnetic gun crafted from superalloy. The electromagnetic gun, my creation. Lin Ming's voice was steady as he briefly showcased the gun's design before adjusting his stance. He positioned himself with 1 foot forward and the other back, right hand gripping the gun, aiming at a boulder 4 kilometers away. Utilizing electromagnetic rail to propel superalloy bullets, each shot consumes 1 unit of electrical energy. As he spoke, Lin Ming pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The powerful recoil sent Lin Ming, clad in the heavy-duty exosuit, staggering back several meters. As the camera zoomed out, players were astonished to discover a small hole the size of a thumb in the boulder 4 kilometers away, with wisps of smoke rising from it. Armor-piercing bullets, muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters, effective range of 10 kilometers. Within effective range, nothing can withstand it. Then, Lin Ming retrieved a superalloy bullet, thumb-thick and as long as an adult's forearm. Wow, you call that a bullet? Effective range of 10 kilometers, heavens, is it really that terrifying? What a stunning gun. Lin Ming, take a shot for the crowd. With such a long barrel, I have a bold idea, he. Ignoring the commotion in the group, Lin Ming loaded a dum-dum bullet into the barrel and aimed once more. Whoosh! In an instant, the boulder shattered into countless tiny fragments, sending dust billowing into the air. After the shot, Lin Ming's right hand hung low, the slender barrel of the electromagnetic gun angled downward. The scorching sun beat down, reflecting off the gun's surface, which shimmered with an orange glow, making it exceedingly eye-catching. Boom! Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated, leaving the players' heads spinning. Dum-Dum Bullet, muzzle velocity of 3,000 meters, effective range of 5 kilometers. Within effective range, I am invincible. P.S. Special thanks to the book friends Under the Pomegranate Skirt and EX Unknown X for their support, and gratitude to everyone for their encouragement and readership. Thank you all. Chapter 41, Crop Maturity, exchange your jetpack for this electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming's gaze shifted slightly as he regarded He Wei-cheng, whose expression was vacant and mouth slightly agape. All right, sure. He Wei-cheng gulped nervously. Wasn't he supposed to be the star of today's trading livestream? Why was the esteemed Lin Ming involved? An electromagnetic gun, was it truly that impressive? He couldn't shake the feeling that he had just struck an extraordinary bargain. Stammering, He Wei-cheng added, Lin Ming, do you need me to add anything else? Lin Ming chuckled, no need. Great. He Wei-cheng hastily initiated the trade. Player He Wei-cheng wishes to exchange a jetpack X1 for your electromagnetic gun X1. Do you accept? Yes. Once the trade was completed, Lin Ming promptly closed the group live stream. During the transaction, he had added 3 armor-piercing rounds and 3 dum-dum bullets as a token gift for He Wei-cheng. With the jetpack secured, Lin Ming's excitement surged as he quickly charged his heavy-duty exosuit and affixed the jetpack to his back. Click, the crisp sound echoed as the jetpack locked firmly onto the rear of the exosuit. Simultaneously, the ethereal crystal projected a pale blue screen. Smiley detected new expansion accessory for heavy-duty exosuit, jetpack, demonstrating usage techniques shortly. A video commenced, elaborating on various flying techniques and functionalities. Got it, thanks. Lin Ming slightly bent his legs and assumed a jump position, feeling a tremendous force push him skyward. How exhilarating! In the lower right corner of his vision, the current speed read 28 kilometers per hour. After a brief adjustment period, Lin Ming had adept mastered the jetpack, performing an array of dazzling maneuvers. In addition to free flight, the jetpack also supported intelligent navigation, allowing it to autonomously fly to designated locations. Ascending to the maximum altitude, he hovered at a height of 100 meters, taking in the spectacular view of the surrounding landscape that stretched for miles. Upon closer inspection, the area was strewn with rubble, chaotic and disordered. A conspicuous blank area with a radius of 3 kilometers caught his eye. It was the initial landing site of his survival pod, where the mimic crabs had thoroughly scavenged the nearby debris. Near the pit, a diligent group of mimic crabs transported stones, stacking them by the cave's entrance. The solar panels nearby stood out vividly against the earthy backdrop. 10 mimic crabs, moving in unison, patrolled 10 different locations, mapping out a high-precision cartography. Everything around him filled Lin Ming with exhilaration. The vastness of the sea allows fish to leap, the heights of the sky permit birds to soar. On the 5th day since arriving on Urea, Lin Ming had finally established a solid foundation, no longer worrying about survival. The next step was to expand and strengthen. After enjoying an hour of liberating flight, Lin Ming reluctantly descended. The reason was simple. Players eagerly awaiting their supplies had been bombarding him with messages in the private chat regarding the progress of solar panel production. Delivery is imminent. Please be patient. Returning to the pit's bottom, Lin Ming handed over the completed solar panels to the waiting players. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. The sustained excitement had given way to profound exhaustion. After consuming a tube of nutritional paste and gulping down some water, Lin Ming set his ethereal crystal to do not disturb mode and fell into a deep slumber. He awoke 10 hours later, feeling refreshed. How delightful. It's been ages since I woke up naturally. Stretching lazily, Lin Ming washed up and activated the ethereal crystal. Unsurprisingly, the majority of messages were requests for delivery. Having briefly woken up yesterday to fulfill one order, he now had just over 30 solar panels waiting to be delivered. He quickly completed the transactions. For each solar panel sold, Lin Ming earned a tidy profit on the materials. After tallying his earnings, he was astonished to find that he had amassed nearly 100 units of solar panel materials in less than a day. If he were to manufacture all these solar panels, it would only take an hour, and the generated power could fully recharge the survival pod's energy system. However, the 3D printer required time to produce them. Deciding to halt orders for solar panels, Lin Ming allocated the remaining capacity of the 3D metal printer solely for his use. Let us get back to work and finish producing these solar panels. Then, I'll grant you a break. He encouraged the tirelessly working 3D metal printer and made his way to the temperature-controlled greenhouse. The few giant mouth flowers were currently his greatest concern. Upon entering the greenhouse, Lin Ming was taken aback by one particular giant mouth flower. It had transformed into a plant resembling interstellar corn, now devoid of any resemblance to the original flower, appearing entirely like a corn stalk. Standing 2 meters tall, its stalk and leaves had turned completely yellow, devoid of vitality. Several cobs, each the size of a small arm, sprouted from the stalk, their silks now a deep brown. Fully matured. Lin Ming cautiously plucked a cob, tearing it open to reveal golden kernels that looked delicious. How fragrant! The natural aroma of corn made Lin Ming swallow hard as he took a bite. The tender kernels burst in his mouth, sweet and aromatic, leaving a delightful aftertaste. This tastes delightful. Roasting it should make it even better. Lin Ming harvested all the corn, peeling each one carefully. He selected 5 of the largest and most plump kernels for planting, storing the rest for occasional feasting. Next, Lin Ming turned his attention to another giant mouth flower that had also consumed seeds. This particular flower had undergone less transformation, sprouting a rice ear that was shifting from green to yellow, still not fully matured. Rice, har har har, how diverse our staple foods are. Lin Ming gently stroked the rice ear. Given the growth rate of the giant mouth flower, he estimated that by later today, the rice would be fully matured and ready for harvest. Unfortunately, the yield was rather modest, requiring him to save it all for future planting. The third giant mouth flower had consumed dehydrated vegetables, while its upper portion showed little change. The tubers at its base had grown from the size of an egg to that of a fist, with one already having fallen off. It seems this one is also nearing maturity. Is this a potato? Lin Ming remarked, slightly bemused that he hadn't expected potatoes to be classified as vegetables. In practical terms, all 3 crops he had cultivated were high in carbohydrates and could serve as staple foods. However, potatoes could also be used in various dishes, thus improving his diet. Lin Ming gathered the fallen potatoes and combined them with the raw corn he had just bitten into, preparing to roast them using hot air. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming's aloe plate was filled with roasted potatoes, roasted corn, and roasted meat slices, all exuding delightful aromas. After sprinkling some salt on the roasted potatoes, he inhaled deeply. A wonderful day begins with breakfast. Chapter 42. Enhancement of talent. Lin Ming relished his meal with exceptional delight. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged absence of such fare, but the ordinary roasted potatoes and corn, merely sprinkled with a touch of salt, tasted to him like exquisite delicacies. Normally, Lin Ming had a hearty appetite. After finishing a barbecue feast, he would require a tube of nutritional paste daily to replenish his energy. Yet this time, after consuming just a single roasted potato, a cob of corn, and a few slices of roasted meat, he felt a sense of fullness wash over him. Indeed, the satiety from carbohydrates is far more profound. Lin Ming burped, savoring the gratifying sensation in his stomach, as if a gentle warmth were radiating within him. The 3D metal printer continued its tireless operation, and within the duration of a meal, it produced yet another solar panel. The efficiency remains insufficient. How I wish there were a few more machines, Lin Ming mused, feeling a twinge of regret. He had contemplated reverse engineering the 3D metal printer to produce multiple units and establish a multi-threaded output. However, the drawback of reverse engineering lay in the risk of damaging the target during the deconstruction process, rendering it irreparable. Even if successful, without the appropriate materials for the 3D printer, possessing the technology would be utterly futile. Although reverse engineering technology is commendable, one must first discern the material requirements post-deconstruction, which is quite unfortunate. Lin Ming sighed softly, then turned his attention to the life support system he had begun to reverse engineer the previous day. Gently caressing the ether crystal, Lin Ming accessed the system log. Carbon-based life support system reverse engineering completed. You have mastered the technology of the carbon-based life support system. Carbon-based life support system. Overview: consuming electrical energy, it can maintain the temperature, humidity, and air composition suitable for the survival of carbon-based life forms, which is fundamental to your existence. Material requirements: ultrafine ion powder X150, any grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X5, circuit board X5, pure water X1 liter. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption: electrical energy X10 units. Upon reviewing the materials needed to produce the carbon-based life support system, Lin Ming was somewhat astonished. It was not the quantity of required materials that surprised him, but rather the scarcity. The ultrafine ion powder, a byproduct generated from the decomposition of rusty iron ore, was already in abundance, numbering in the hundreds. He also had plenty of universal chips, circuit boards, and electromagnetic coils. Given that he could produce the necessary components, Lin Ming promptly halted the current operation of the 3D metal printer and commenced the production of the carbon-based life support system. The ether crystal timely displayed a notification. In manufacturing a carbon-based life support system requires an energy consumption of X10 units and a duration of 0.5 hours. Shall we commence production? Yes. Upon confirmation, the 3D metal printer immediately sprang into action. Fine iron powder began to flow in through the feed port, heated by the nozzle, forming slender tubes. After observing for a while, Lin Ming comprehended why the materials required for the carbon-based life support system were minimal. The system's function is to maintain a constant temperature and humidity while regulating air composition. Achieving a stable temperature is remarkably straightforward. It merely necessitates a cooling fin combined with a fan equipped with an electromagnetic coil and circuit board. The principle of humidity control is similar. Air composition regulation employs a centrifuge, none of which are particularly advanced technologies. Of course, the prerequisite for regulating air composition is that Linming possesses an adequate supply of oxygen. After all, the components responsible for adjusting air composition can only modulate it. They cannot generate oxygen from nothing. Once everything is assembled, a Class F universal chip will oversee and adjust the system, thus fulfilling the requisite demands. Half an hour later, the ether crystal emitted a notification. The carbon-based life support system was complete. Linming observed that this device bore a striking resemblance to a fresh air conditioning unit, comprising both an indoor and an outdoor unit. The two units were interconnected by metal piping, with purified water serving as the refrigerant. Naturally, employing a specialized refrigerant would enhance the efficiency of the carbon-based life support system, but Linming lacked such resources and had to resort to using purified water instead. This choice resulted in the system consuming 2 units of energy per hour, significantly less efficient than the original model that accompanied the survival pod. Nonetheless, a slight reduction in efficiency was a minor concern, primarily resulting in higher energy consumption. Currently, energy was not a substantial issue for Linming. TSK, if this contraption were to be produced on Blue Star, it would likely never pass inspection, failing to meet national energy consumption standards. Linming jested. Donning his heavy-duty exosuit, he prepared for installation. He intended to first place it at the initial tunnel branch, as it served as his experimental field. Having introduced blue algae there the previous day, it should now be generating oxygen. Linming activated the perspective of the bioengineered crabs stationed there and discovered a thick layer of green floating matter had emerged atop the sewage pool. The blue algae had begun to proliferate abundantly. Linming felt a slight warmth in his eyes as a green gas icon appeared in the center of the sewage pool, accompanied by a small floating window. Blue algae, oxygen, 1 unit hour. The sudden appearance of the floating window left Linming astonished. While he had previously been able to perceive resource points, they had only presented as dots of varying colors, with no indication of the types of resources or their output efficiency. Why had there been a change? Reflecting on recent events, Linming glanced at the cleanly gnawed corn cob on his plate. Could it be that consuming interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes had caused this? Such benefits from consuming these items were quite unexpected. The sudden revelation filled Linming with delight, regardless of whether it was indeed due to his recent diet. Being able to view specific information about resource points and their output was undeniably advantageous. It seems I should indulge in these delicacies more often. Linming mused cheerfully. He summoned 2 bioengineered crabs to assist in transporting the indoor and outdoor units of the carbon-based life support system while he himself carried a dozen or so pipes, swiftly climbing the steps of the tunnel. Before long, the trio reached the first tunnel branch. After confirming that there were no threats aside from the blue algae, Linming opened the superalloy door. Finding a suitable spot that would not obstruct anything, he commenced the installation of the indoor unit. Once the indoor unit was secured, he proceeded to the tunnel entrance to install the outdoor unit. After fastening it in place, he connected the 2 units with piping. Testing the airtightness of the pipes, Linming retrieved 1 liter of purified water from his exosuit and filled the liquid reservoir of the outdoor unit. As for the energy supply, he crafted a pair of microwave power transmission devices, directly powered by the nearby solar panels. Linming attempted to activate the carbon-based life support system. Buzzing, the metal fan of the outdoor unit began to whir rapidly, reaching 7,200 RPM in no time. Linming returned to the first tunnel branch, closed the superalloy door, and activated the monitoring equipment of his exosuit. Current temperature: 65 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 85, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 75, carbon dioxide 13, oxygen 11, others 1. Current temperature, 55 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 75, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 76, carbon dioxide 10, oxygen 14, others 0. Current temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, current relative humidity, 50, current atmospheric composition, nitrogen 78, carbon dioxide 0, oxygen 22, others 0. The carbon-based life support system is functioning normally. The current environment is suitable for habitation. Chapter 43. Technological Creations Success. Linming exclaimed, clenching his fist. Having previously employed light to thoroughly disinfect the pit, he felt no apprehension about the black tide interfering. Cautiously, he lifted the glass visor of his heavy exosuit helmet. After taking a gentle breath, he sensed no irregularities. It seems that by following this procedure, I can transform the entire pit into a habitable environment, allowing for unrestricted movement. Linming mentally mapped out the forthcoming renovation plan for the pit. However, there was one more step to complete. Blue algae, through the process of photosynthesis, decomposes carbon dioxide to produce oxygen. If the carbon dioxide concentration within the pit is too low, the blue algae will be unable to photosynthesize. Conversely, if the carbon dioxide concentration is excessively high, it will result in symptoms of respiratory distress. Nonetheless, this issue can be addressed. The constant temperature chamber contains a soulless cultivation framework system capable of introducing carbon dioxide into specific areas, thereby maintaining a higher concentration of carbon dioxide in certain zones. Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit, entered the survival pod, and attempted to reverse engineer the constant temperature chamber. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1 year, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to commence reverse engineering? You may reduce the duration of reverse engineering by increasing the number of chips or enhancing the chip's computational power. Observing the projected duration, Lin Ming felt no concern. Drawing from previous experiences, he adjusted the reverse engineering target to a subsystem within the constant temperature chamber, thereby reducing the time required. Adjust the reverse engineering target to the soilless cultivation framework system. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 2 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to commence reverse engineering? Indeed, the time needed to reverse engineer the soulless cultivation framework system had drastically diminished. After all, the system's function is akin to that of a carbon-based life support system, merely necessitating adjustments to nutrients and air components, thus not overly complex technologically. The soulless cultivation framework system is modular, with each layer constituting a subsystem. Lin Ming disassembled one layer and began the reverse engineering process. Reverse engineering technology decryption in progress, estimated to grasp relevant technology in 2 hours. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming gently caressing the ether crystal, a pale blue light curtain emerged, revealing a 3-dimensional map of the surrounding area, centered around him. The topography within a 10-kilometer radius, as well as conditions approximately 50 meters underground, were meticulously detailed. Gazing at the 3-dimensional map, Lin Ming felt a flicker of warmth in his eyes as the map underwent a transformation. Numerous points of light in various colors appeared on the 3-dimensional map. Some points were located on the surface, while others lay several meters or even dozens of meters underground. Beside these points of light were small floating windows documenting detailed information. Rusty iron ore, reserve 53 units. F-grade universal chip, reserve 13 pieces. Damaged F-grade universal chip, reserve 256 pieces. On the surface, the majority of resources were those Lin Ming had already extracted, offering little allure. His gaze shifted downward, and he noticed several larger black points. Hornblende, reserve 58 units. Hornblende, reserve 418 units. Muscovite, reserve 167 units. Titanium ore, reserve 262 units. Hornblende, Muscovite. Lin Ming consulted the corresponding catalogue and discovered that these ores could be utilized to extract high-purity silicon ingots. As for titanium ore, it could naturally be synthesized into superalloys when combined with iron. Regrettably, much of the titanium ore lay several meters beneath the surface. Given the simulated crab's excavation efficiency, the cost-effectiveness was too low, and it would likely remain unextracted for the time being. Fortunately, Lin Ming did not currently lack superalloys. Even if he did, the interstellar trading post could acquire them at a reasonable price. In contrast, hornblende and muscovite were predominantly located in shallow depths of 1 or 2 meters. Since the stones collected by the simulated crabs held minimal value, Lin Ming decided to designate responsibility zones for the crabs, instructing them to begin harvesting hornblende and muscovite. Continuing to scan the 3-dimensional map's periphery, Lin Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he discovered an underground pit. Could there be another humanoid entity in the vicinity lying dormant? Considering the knowledge that humanoid beings possessed about urea, as well as the E-grade chips they had left behind, Lin Ming felt a twinge of unease. These beings were technologically advanced, likely reaching or even surpassing the technological level of the former Blue Planet. Moreover, they referred to Lin Ming as the Reaper and had attempted to eliminate him prior to their demise. With such intelligent life nearby, Lin Ming found it difficult to rest easy. Miniature satellites focus on detecting this area. On the 3-dimensional map, the structure of the underground pit was only partially revealed by the miniature satellites. The satellites adjusted their posture, expelling flames from their thrusters as they began to concentrate on the designated area. Soon, the complete structure of the underground pit materialized before Lin Ming's eyes. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Within the pit, there were no green or red points of light, but rather a grey gear symbol, accompanied by a floating frame that displayed technological creation, a remnant of some intelligent life. Here we go. Lin Ming sprang to his feet, donning his heavy exosuit. He commanded the 3D metal printer to fabricate 10 bullets, arming himself with an electromagnetic gun and strapping on a jetpack before swiftly departing the pit. You, come here. He beckoned 3 simulated crabs over, grasping one of them by its claw as he ascended into the air. The remaining 2 crabs clung to the legs of the first, following suit. Opening the 3-dimensional map, Lin Ming marked the entrance, activating the adaptive flight mode on his jetpack. Buzzing, the turbine of the jetpack whirred to life, propelling him toward the pit at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. The pit lay 10 kilometers away. With the jetpack, a journey that would typically take an hour was reduced to a mere third of that time. You go ahead and scout the path. Lin Ming commanded one of the crabs as he set it down. The simulated crab promptly complied, nimbly burrowing into the tunnel. From the perspective shared by the crab, this pit appeared identical to the one Lin Ming occupied, both having been artificially excavated. The interior branched into several passages, yet the pools containing contaminated water had long since dried up, leaving only cracked black residue. The gear symbol on the 3-dimensional map was situated at the bottom of the pit, and the simulated crab reached it within 10 minutes. The arrangement at the pit's depths was largely unchanged. The once occupied position for the hibernation pod was now empty, indicating that the humanoid beings that had once occupied this place had chosen to escape. Following the guidance of the light points on the 3-dimensional map, Lin Ming swiftly directed the crab to locate a black chip. Well done, that's the one. Be gentle, and bring it back. Chapter 44. The development of other players. Before long, the simulated crab returned with the black chip. Upon receiving the black chip, Lin Ming opened the Ether Crystal's illustrated guide and discovered pertinent information. Liquid Fractionation Tower Manufacturing Blueprint. Description: the liquid fractionation tower developed by the intelligent life of Urayer to address their black tide employs a special process to catalyze their black tide, yielding various chemical products. Material requirements: 500 units of ultrafine iron powder, 1 universal chip of grade F or higher, 10 electromagnetic coils, 10 circuit boards. Manufacturing requirements: a 3D metal printer is necessary. Manufacturing consumption: 50 units of electrical energy. A liquid fractionation tower. Gazing at the preview image in the guide, Lin Ming noted that the liquid fractionation tower stood 5 meters tall, resembling a blast furnace. This is akin to an oil fractionation tower. It can separate different grades of products based on varying temperatures. Lin Ming observed that, in comparison to the life support system, the materials and energy consumption required for manufacturing the liquid fractionation tower had increased several-fold. 500 units of ultrafine iron powder, an F-grade universal chip, and 50 units of electrical energy, TCH. For an average player, this would be unattainable. However, since the liquid fractionation tower catalyzed their black tide, it was likely that other players could not acquire it either. This technology appeared to be a unique feature of the Urayer planet, much like how Sun Yao possessed the spiked shell dragon, and He Wei Cheng had obtained the jetpack. Lin Ming glanced at the task list on the ether crystal. The progress on the reverse engineering of the soilless cultivation framework system was already over half complete. By the time he returned, he should have nearly finalized his research. The current priority was to properly transform the first pit branch and then use it as a template to modify the entire pit.as for the liquid fractionation tower, which consumed vast resources yet offered no immediate utility. Lin Ming decided to postpone its construction. After all, the 3D metal printer was currently working busily, and Lin Ming hoped to complete the solar panels before the scorching sun withdrew. In doing so, he could fully stock the energy reserves of the survival pod, ensuring ample power even when the sun dipped back to the horizon. Grabbing a simulated crab, Lin Ming, as before, carried 3 of them back. Upon reaching the pit, he waited for about 10 minutes when the ether crystal promptly displayed a notification. Soilless Cultivation Framework System Reverse Engineering complete. You have mastered the technology of the Soilless Cultivation Framework System. The Soilless Cultivation Framework System featured a modular design. Lin Ming observed that each module constituted a layer, requiring merely 20 units of ultrafine iron powder and 3 units of electrical energy for construction. He meticulously measured the first pit branch and confirmed the construction plan for the initial phase. Let us construct 3 rows of frameworks, with each row comprising 5 layers, totaling 15 modules. 1 row will be designated for transplanting the bigmouth flower, interstellar corn, and interstellar potatoes, while the remaining 2 rows will facilitate the circulation of blue algae to produce oxygen. Upon finalizing the design, Lin Ming dispatched the construction task to the 3D metal printer. ZZZZZ. The nozzle of the 3D metal printer whirred into action, completing the current solar panels before promptly switching tasks to commence the construction of the soilless cultivation framework system. The nearby simulated crabs, agile and quick, retrieved the completed solar panels and installed them into the ground-s solar power array. Reviewing the construction progress, Lin Ming noted that each module's construction duration mirrored that of the solar panels, 10 minutes. Thus, the creation of the 15 soilless cultivation framework modules would demand 2.5 hours. Looks like you'll be working overtime today. Observing the relentless 3D metal printer, Lin Ming opened the interstellar trading channel and searched for metal printers, only to find none available for sale, leaving him disheartened. As he browsed the item list in the interstellar marketplace, Lin Ming discovered that, aside from basic resources, players had begun trading non-basic items, F-grade universal chips, nutrient-rich soil, acid berries, rock salt, titanium or external combustion generators, alongside spiked shell dragon meat, skin, and teeth. He promptly bypassed the first two items, acid berries, which he had encountered in their treasure pavilion trading group, were sour and unpalatable to him. Rock salt served to replenish sodium, but Lin Ming already possessed refined salt, rendering it unnecessary for now. The emergence of titanium ore surprised him. According to the confirmed locations of titanium ore on the Urayer planet, most lay buried over 10 meters underground or deeper. He hadn't anticipated that players had already begun mining titanium. This indicated that, aside from Lin Ming, other players were also advancing in technological development at a commendable pace, and he could not afford to be complacent. Technology escalates at an exponential rate. Falling behind at any given point could render one perpetually unable to catch up. Reminding himself not to take pride in minor achievements, Lin Ming continued to explore. The external combustion generator utilized a Stirling engine for power, driving the generator to produce electricity. Due to the inefficiency of the Stirling engine, its maximum output was limited to 1 unit of energy per hour, consuming considerable amounts of fuel and oxygen. As Lin Ming analyzed the pros and cons of the external combustion engine, he was astonished to see a player purchase it for 20 energy units. Other players quickly took note of this development and began to discuss it. That guy who just bought the generator must be a fool. Doesn't he understand the massive consumption of a Stirling engine? It won't be long before he exhausts his oxygen. Exactly, with that time, he might as well seek out Lin Ming to buy a few solar panels. Clean energy is the future. You're out of the loop. Lin Ming has already halted the trading of solar panels. The price of a single undamaged solar panel has skyrocketed. Oh, then there's no need to purchase such an inefficient item. What a waste. Perhaps the fervent discussions among the players made the buyer restless. He retorted, "You fools, the core principle of the external combustion engine is merely to boil water. With the sun shining so brightly outside, I can use a few mirrors to harness solar energy to boil water. This is just another form of solar energy generation." Upon hearing this, the players who had been mocking him fell silent in astonishment. Whoa, it can be played this way. Don't assume I'm ignorant of science. I just know a little less, not that I'm foolish. With such clear and bewildered eyes, what is a Stirling engine anyway? The players' banter brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. Indulging in light-hearted entertainment during his leisure time was indeed a form of relaxation. As for the spiked shell dragon meat and the other materials, Lin Ming saw that it was indeed being sold by Sun Yao. It appeared that this fellow had safely returned to the survival pod and had begun to decompose that half of the spiked shell dragon. Thinking of the advantages of consuming interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes, Lin Ming resolved to trade for a piece of spiked shell dragon meat, as it might yield additional benefits. Sun Yao had listed the price for private messaging, so Lin Ming sent him a message directly. "Are you there? How much for the spiked shell dragon meat?" Chapter 45, The Damaged Conveyor Belt. Sun Yao responded with remarkable swiftness, "Big brother Lin Ming. I was so preoccupied with trading the meat of the spiked armored dragon that I forgot to set aside a portion for you. That was my oversight. Let me trade it directly to you. Player Sun Yao wishes to exchange spiked armored dragon meat, x 10 kilograms for purified water, 1 ml. Do you agree?" Observing the trade request sent by Sun Yao, Lin Ming resolutely declined. He and Sun Yao had engaged in several transactions, establishing a certain degree of familiarity. However, this familiarity was rooted in mutual benefit. If he were to receive a portion of dragon meat without compensation, it would undoubtedly leave Sun Yao feeling uneasy. Otherwise, Sun Yao would have offered him a share of the dragon meat the moment he acquired it, rather than only suggesting it when Lin Ming reached out. It was evidently mere politeness, a gesture stemming from Lin Ming's formidable capabilities. The planet where Sun Yao resided boasted a complete ecosystem, potentially harboring an abundance of resources surpassing those of Urayer. In the future, Lin Ming would likely engage in more transactions with him. Relationships forged from mutual benefit could only be solidified through further dealings. When he first ventured into business, clients frequently treated him to meals and drinks, often culminating in extravagant arrangements. Back then, he was young and unaware that all these gifts were discreetly priced. When a client spent 10,000 on him, they anticipated profiting 50 to 100,000 from product policies. It was not until he lost several high-value clients that he came to understand, one who accepts favors is beholden to the giver. From that point on, whenever he met clients, he ceased participating in lavish receptions, standing firm and even daring to confront clients whose annual sales exceeded 100 million. Returning to the present, Lin Ming pondered briefly before stating, "I will trade you an equivalent weight of forever frozen high-protein canned food. This canned food is savory, can replenish sodium, and has a long shelf life. What do you say? Sun Yao immediately acquiesced. All right, I'll heed your words, big brother Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. He appreciated Sun Yao's straightforward nature, devoid of any pretentiousness. Thus, he added an interstellar potato and an interstellar corn to the deal. Player Lin Ming wishes to exchange high protein forever frozen canned food, x 10 kilograms, interstellar potato, x 1, and interstellar corn, x 1 for a spiked armored dragon meat, x 10 kilograms. Do you agree? After Sun Yao confirmed, the transaction was swiftly completed. Big brother Lin Ming, what are these interstellar potato and interstellar corn? Aren't they just ordinary potato and corn? Lin Ming replied, these were acquired from a carbon-based life resource supply pod. Consuming them can enhance one's physical health. Such a boon. Sun Yao exclaimed joyfully. Originally, Lin Ming's trade of high-protein canned food for dragon meat felt slightly imbalanced, as one was a frozen product while the other was fresh. However, Lin Ming's immediate provision of an electromagnetic gun had effectively saved his life, leading Sun Yao to still agree to the exchange. Yet now, Lin Ming's additional offerings thoroughly leveled the potential price difference, even granting him a slight advantage, which stirred an inexplicable sentiment within Sun Yao. Big brother Lin Ming was indeed impressive. Not only did he thrive, but he also generously ensured that others did not suffer losses. Trading with Lin Ming was undoubtedly worthwhile. Gazing at the exquisite interstellar potato and interstellar corn in his hands, Sun Yao hesitated for a moment before sending Lin Ming an image. Big brother Lin Ming, are you interested in this? Lin Ming opened the image sent by Sun Yao, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Damaged conveyor belt. Description: a conveyor belt capable of continuous operation, enhancing your transportation efficiency, but due to prolonged disrepair, certain functionalities are impaired and thus unusable. It was a conveyor belt. He envisioned the resource-extracting mimic crabs. The mimic crabs had limited physical size, making their resource transport incredibly sluggish. If a conveyor belt system could be constructed, allowing the mimic crabs to focus solely on resource extraction while the conveyor belt handled transportation, it would significantly boost resource extraction efficiency. As for the minor damages to the conveyor belt, with reverse engineering technology, blueprints could be derived and a new one manufactured. Lin Ming silently acknowledged the benefits of conducting business with discretion. By making Sun Yao feel comfortable, he would be inclined to offer additional items for trade. Otherwise, Sun Yao might only trade basic items with Lin Ming in the future, concealing more valuable items. Such a splendid item. Lin Ming unabashedly expressed his enthusiasm for the conveyor belt. What price do you seek? Sun Yao hesitated, contemplating before honestly stating, I am uncertain. Currently, I lack basic resources, and electricity seems to hold little value. I already possess an electromagnetic gun, so I wonder what else big brother Lin Ming might have to offer. Lin Ming replied, Mimic crab. What the heck? What extraordinary technology has big brother Lin Ming begun manufacturing intelligent robots? Sun Yao was astonished. Through serendipity and a friend's introduction, he had acquired the damaged conveyor belt in exchange for a dragon egg. He had initially thought such a technological creation, even in its damaged state, would hold substantial value. He never anticipated that Lin Ming would directly offer a mimic crab. This is not of my creation. It was manufactured by the intelligent life forms on my wild planet, but the quantity is limited. I only possess 2. Lin Ming knew when to be forthright and when to be discreet. He continued, I can trade you 1, how does that sound? Great. Sun Yao joyfully consented. After the transaction was completed, Sun Yao circled the mimic crab thrice to the left, thrice to the right, then bent down to carefully touch it. The mimic crab rubbed its carapace against Sun Yao's palm, its 2 small eyes twitching gently, clearly relishing the attention. Such a sophisticated mimic crab, its back even possesses tactile sensitivity. Sun Yao squatted down, caressing the crab's back. The mimic crab thoroughly enjoyed this, rolling over to expose its belly, its pincers gesturing animatedly. Do you wish for me to scratch your belly? Sun Yao teased, scratching the mimic crab's belly, which elicited further delight from the creature, causing all 8 of its legs to quiver gently. This is wonderful. I never thought I could have a mimic crab as a pet here. I shall name you Little Black. You know, I once had a black Labrador named Little Black. He was over 2 years old, quite mischievous, and had a penchant for rummaging through garbage bins, scattering trash everywhere. In those moments, I would seize a slipper to scare him, and Little Black would lie down, exposing his belly and wagging his tail in submission. And then, I could never bring myself to scold him. I could only scratch his belly and admonish him to refrain from raiding the garbage bins in the future. Yet that foolish dog, even when he knew he was in trouble, continued his antics, scattering trash all over. Oh, Little Black, where are you? I miss you so much. Little Black. Sun Yao suddenly collapsed onto the mimic crab's belly, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 46, A Surge of Power. Upon acquiring the damaged conveyor belt, Lin Ming immediately commenced his investigation. Please select the chip for reverse engineering. E-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power of the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we begin the reverse engineering process? Yes. The technological sophistication of the conveyor belt was rather modest, thus the reverse engineering required merely 1 hour. With the reverse engineering process underway, Lin Ming began to prepare the assembly of the soulless cultivation framework system. After a brief wait, the 3D printer had successfully produced 5 modules, sufficient to form 1 set. Accompanied by 2 simulated crabs, Lin Ming transported the 5 modules to the first branch of the pit. Upon opening the metallic door, Lin Ming observed that after an initial phase of rapid operation, the life support system's operational speed had gradually diminished, and the noise had significantly reduced. He secured the 5 modules against one side of the stone wall with superalloy rivets, simultaneously connecting them to the life support system via piping. Soon, the system sprang to life, drawing wastewater directly from the reservoir below, filtering it, and channeling it into the pipes. The life support system then began to regulate the water temperature and extracted an appropriate amount of carbon dioxide from the outside air. Completion, we can commence transplantation. Lin Ming nodded slightly and quickly descended to the bottom of the pit, arriving at the temperature-controlled chamber. The largemouth flower, which had borne potatoes, had completely withered, with several potatoes having fallen from the stem. The largemouth flower that produced rice had also fully matured, its heavy rice ears bending the stalk. Meanwhile, the carnivorous largemouth flower had burst open its pods, and Lin Ming found 5 seeds on the ground. As for the largemouth flower that had consumed nothing, its blossoms remained in full bloom, gently swaying as Lin Ming approached. Lin Ming collected the potatoes, rice, and largemouth flower seeds and brought them back to the first branch of the pit. He reserved 5 potatoes for consumption, while the remaining ones were cut into small pieces and placed on the soulless cultivation framework to germinate. The same was done for the largemouth flower seeds. The rice and corn underwent a brief threshing process before being spaced apart to begin germination as well. The next task is to patiently await results. Lin Ming gazed hopefully at the framework brimming with seeds, allowing the simulated crabs to stand guard, before closing the superalloy door. Back in the survival pod, Lin Ming removed his heavy exosuit and retrieved the spiked giant shell dragon meat he had traded from Sun Yao. Consuming corn and potatoes would enhance his talents, but would eating the giant shell dragon meat elevate his abilities further? This question could only be answered through practice. Lin Ming directly cut off 1 pound of meat, freezing the remainder for later use, and prepared to grill it. Given the substantial quantity of meat this time, he decided to process it first. He began by scoring the surface of the meat in a diamond pattern, then marinated it with fine salt, and finally applied a layer of nutrient paste. Lin Ming had finally mastered the proper use of the nutrient paste. It was a paste made from a mixture of various seasonings and foods, and consuming it directly was rather unpalatable. However, when used as a marinade, it would yield a delightful reaction upon grilling. After half an hour of marination, Lin Ming commenced the hot air roasting of the marinated meat alongside the potatoes. The pink meat immediately began to bubble upon contact with the hot air. In less than 5 minutes, the exterior of the meat transformed into an enticing brown, lowering the temperature slightly, and after another 10 minutes of roasting, the entire survival pod was filled with the aroma of meat. Gurgle, the scent of roasted giant shell dragon meat was far more appetizing than that of canned meat, and Lin Ming found himself continually swallowing saliva. Taking a bite, the first sensation was the crispy yet not burnt shell. The texture was both crunchy and chewy due to the Maillard reaction, releasing a burst of flavor with each chew. Lin Ming followed with a piece of roasted potato, and after swallowing, he gazed at the fragrant grilled meat. Beneath the crispy shell lay perfectly cooked, tender, and juicy meat. Lin Ming cut off a piece and placed it in his mouth. The moment he chewed, the marinated juices exploded between his lips and teeth, and his entire tongue was enveloped in a flavor that could only be described as perfection, so delicious that he nearly swallowed his own tongue. In just a few bites, Lin Ming devoured the meat, then sliced off a piece of fat. Gulp, the ultra-high-calorie fat sent Lin Ming, who had abstained for so long, into a euphoric exclamation. Delicious, truly delightful. In under 5 minutes, as before, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, igniting a fervor throughout his body. It seemed as if an inexhaustible strength had awakened within him, compelling him to shout, to run wildly, to exercise with abandon. Thus, Lin Ming seized the superalloy greatsword he had previously crafted. This sword, weighing over 100 pounds, had once required all his strength to lift. Although it remained somewhat cumbersome, he could now manage to swing it several times. As the digestion of the giant shell dragon meat continued, Lin Ming felt his body growing stronger, the weight of the sword becoming more manageable, even allowing for fluid and agile movements. My strength has increased significantly. Setting down the great sword, Lin Ming stretched his body, the joints popping satisfyingly. He activated the holographic map, gazing intently as his eyes began to blaze with excitement. Suddenly, various resource light points appeared, accompanied by floating windows indicating their quantities. It appears each type of food emphasizes different aspects. Closing the holographic map, Lin Ming exercised a bit longer, fully absorbing the giant shell dragon meat. He conducted a test, instructing the 3D printer to produce weights of varying sizes, each increment by 10 kilograms. As he tried each one, he ultimately discovered that he could now lift a staggering 300 kilograms, a feat previously unimaginable. I recall that the strongest weightlifting champion on Blue Star achieved around 500 kilograms. If I consume an entire piece of dragon meat, I should easily surpass that mark. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Just then, the ethereal crystal projected a notification screen. Smiley reverse engineering of the conveyor belt is complete. You have mastered the technology for producing conveyor belts. Conveyor belt, description, a continuously operating mechanism that enhances your transport efficiency. Material requirements, ultrafine iron powder X50, any grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coil X1, circuit board X1, resilient material X1. Manufacturing requirements, requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption, energy X5 units. Gazing at the materials required to manufacture the conveyor belt, Lin Ming stroked his chin. Resilient material, likely rubber or something similar. I have not encountered any relevant resource deposits nearby, nor have I seen them in the interstellar trading post. After pondering for a while, Lin Ming suddenly clapped his hands. Could the skin of the spiked giant shell dragon suffice? It seems I must have a conversation with Sun Yao. P.S. Special thanks to book friends Under the Pomegranate Skirt, Dimension 123, and Macabacker in the Basement for their support. I am immensely grateful for everyone's encouragement, comments, and continued support for my writing. Little Wind is deeply touched and sincerely thankful. Hee, didn't you see this coming, did you? A surprise update. Another chapter will follow in 1 minute. Chapter 47, Sun Yao's talent with the previous transaction as a foundation. Lin Ming did not need to elaborate much, and Sun Yao readily consented to this deal. There are a total of 5 skins from the spiked shell dragon. What do you intend to exchange for them? Lin Ming prompted Sun Yao to make his offer. Sun Yao quickly responded, Boss Lin, do you have any surplus interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn? Just one of each will suffice. Lin Ming had a modest reserve of both interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn, so this was not an issue. After the transaction was complete, Lin Ming casually mentioned, please refrain from calling me boss in the future. It sounds awkward, just call me Lin Ming. Have you tasted the meat of the spiked shell dragon? After consuming it, I felt as though my strength had increased. Sun Yao replied, Lin Ji, I have tried it, and my strength has indeed augmented significantly. I can now lift stones weighing over 400 kilograms. Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming felt a twinge of surprise. He had consumed a pound of spiked shell dragon meat and his strength had risen to 300 kilograms. He had assumed that this was quite impressive. Yet Sun Yao had gained over 100 kilograms more. It became evident to him that one could not generalize about human physiques. Perhaps Sun Yao was inherently stronger, thus possessing a higher potential for strength. Lin Ming then subtly inquired, I suppose you have also consumed the interstellar potatoes and interstellar corn. Did you experience anything extraordinary? Sun Yao responded, Lin Ji, of course. You know what I mean. Lin Ming blinked. It appeared that his ability to perceive resource points was not unique. Sun Yao seemed to possess a similar talent. A fleeting sense of inexplicable disappointment crossed his mind, but Lin Ming quickly regained his composure and said, could it be that you also? Sun Yao affirmed, indeed, Lin Ji, these are truly remarkable items. My time has tripled. I used to reward myself with 10 minutes, but after consuming the interstellar corn and potatoes today, I rewarded myself with over half an hour. My arms are sore from it. Lin Ming, he suddenly realized that their conversation seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Lin Ming closed the chat. Before him lay 5 pieces of spiked shell dragon skin, quietly displayed. The skin of the spiked shell dragon was adorned with silicon-based spikes, which they utilized to regulate body temperature and absorb sunlight. Before manufacturing the conveyor belt, these spikes needed to be processed. Lin Ming attempted to pick up a piece and used the decomposing core that came with the survival pod to break it down. The ethereal crystal stone quickly provided a prompt, decomposition successful, high toughness dragon skin X1, high purity silicon ingot X3. The method was effective. Lin Ming processed the remaining 4 pieces of dragon skin and then began to attempt the manufacture. The components required for the conveyor belt were minimal, primarily consisting of bearings, a metal frame, a control box, and the dragon skin that covered it. Within 5 minutes, the conveyor belt was successfully manufactured. This is a conveyor belt measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, supported by adjustable brackets that can modify its height between 0, 2 meters and 5 meters. The conveyor is equipped with a control box that allows commands to be sent directly via an ether crystal. Lin Ming placed the conveyor on the ground and accessed the ether crystal's control interface, commanding, run. With a hum, the metallic bearings on the conveyor began to rotate, causing the dragon skin atop it to move swiftly. Reverse. The conveyor immediately halted its motion and commenced running in the opposite direction at the same speed. The conveyor's operations are quite straightforward. The adjustable parameters include height, direction, and running speed, which ranges from a minimum of 1 meter per second to a maximum of 5 meters per second. As for its energy consumption, it still relies on electrical power, but the advantage lies in the built-in microwave energy receiver, consuming merely 1 unit of energy after a full day of operation. Lin Ming pondered the utility of such a device. Having 1 or 2 would be of little significance, while a dozen might just suffice for beginners. To substantially enhance efficiency, however, the conveying distance would need to be measured in hundreds of meters. Currently, he possesses ample materials for constructing the conveyor, yet resilient materials remain exceedingly scarce, considering that a single spiked giant shell dragon can yield 5 units of dragon skin. An entire specimen could produce 10. If he could procure the skins from 7 or 8, or even 10 such dragons, Lin Ming could construct a conveyor belt cluster extending 100 meters in length. Naturally, among the planets he is aware of, only the one inhabited by Sun Yao is known to harbor spiked giant shell dragons. It appears he will need to engage in conversation with Sun Yao once more. This time, Lin Ming refrained from directly opening Sun Yao's chat window, for the nature of this collaboration differed from previous exchanges. The earlier dealings had been one-off transactions, leaving no room for further contact thereafter. However, to raid a spiked giant shell dragon habitat, relying solely on Sun Yao's own strength would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Lin Ming would certainly need to extend some additional assistance. Otherwise, even if Sun Yao agreed to venture alone into the dragon's lair, he could easily fall victim to a group ambush before taking down a few, rendering the endeavor futile. Based on their interactions thus far, Sun Yao's character is forthright and candid. Such individuals are intelligent yet do not engage in cunning manipulations during relationships. However, should they ever feel betrayed, they will not hesitate to sever ties, never allowing a second opportunity for deceit. Frankly speaking, Lin Ming appreciates befriending such individuals, as he has no intention of deceiving Sun Yao. This collaboration could serve as a pivotal moment. Should their partnership prove successful, their relationship could deepen, evolving into one akin to that of allies. Lin Ming sat in contemplation for a considerable time before finally making up his mind. He opened the chat with Sun Yao, inquiring, "Are you busy?" Sun Yao replied, "Brother Lin, please hold on a moment." "I just finished a meal of interstellar corn and interstellar potatoes. You know how it is." Lin Ming, after waiting a full 40 minutes, Sun Yao finally reached out again. "Brother Lin, is there something you need?" Lin Ming typed in the chat, "Are you interested in collaborating to raid the spiked giant shell dragon habitat?" Sun Yao responded eagerly, "Absolutely. Brother Lin, you have no idea, those female streamers are getting greedier by the day. Half an hour of suggestive one-on-one streaming costs me a pound of dragon meat, and then they claim their voices are hoarse and demand a leash. I got a set of original flavor, straight from the stream, hey." Lin Ming, time and again he found himself astonished by Sun Yao. He had not anticipated such extravagance among today's youth. Although he could not partake, the visual feast was undeniable. Lin Ming declared, "I have decided to cooperate with you to raid the spiked giant shell dragon habitat. From the video you sent me last time, it seems that a spiked giant shell dragon habitat typically hosts around 7 to 8 adult dragons, but no more than 10. You currently have a biocrab for scouting and an electromagnetic gun as a weapon. I shall handle logistics, providing real-time ammunition and spare electromagnetic guns, with all ammunition and energy costs on my account. What do you say?" Sun Yao responded without hesitation, "No problem, let's do it. P.S. Updates will resume as normal tomorrow at noon and 6 in the afternoon." Chapter 48, Unexpected Discovery. Having confirmed their collaboration, Lin Ming began to discuss some detailed matters with Sun Yao. "Lin Ming, loading the electromagnetic gun requires time. Should we encounter a significant number of spiked armored dragons, after you finish firing, engage in trade with me directly. I shall provide you with a fully charged electromagnetic gun, ready for use." Sun Yao replied, "Brother Lin, no problem. Yes, make an effort to utilize armor-piercing rounds, targeting the head or heart, as this can result in the immediate demise of the spiked armored dragon. With the assistance of the heavy exosuit's aiming system, this should pose little difficulty. Of course, in emergencies, feel free to unleash the dum-dum rounds. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I've feasted on dragon meat and my strength has surged significantly." My reflexes have also improved considerably. A few spiked armored dragons, but a minor challenge. When the time comes, you should stream live and share the vision from the mimic crab. 2 pairs of eyes watching are far more secure than 1. There remained something Lin Ming had yet to convey to Sun Yao. He could see resource points. Once Sun Yao initiated the live stream, Lin Ming could monitor the resource points in real time through the shared vision of the mimic crab. Should any spiked armored dragons or other threats attempt a stealthy ambush, Lin Ming would be able to detect them in advance, thereby minimizing Sun Yao's risk. After all, it was Lin Ming who instigated this sweeping operation. Safeguarding Sun Yao's life was paramount. Finally, Lin Ming began to discuss the allocation of resources. My primary interest lies in the hide of the spiked armored dragon, the rest holds little value for me. You may decide how to distribute the others. Sun Yao responded, then all the dragon hides will belong to Brother Lin, while we shall split the dragon meat evenly. As for the remaining materials such as dragon teeth and tendons, I shall take those. If we happen upon dragon eggs, we shall divide them equally. How does that sound? Agreed, although I shall pass on the dragon eggs, as I currently have for that I'm uncertain how to utilize. Lin Ming felt satisfied with this arrangement. After all, it was Sun Yao who would exert himself, while Lin Ming's contributions in this operation would be limited. This division allowed him to benefit, hence he relinquished his claim to the dragon eggs. With the plan established, Lin Ming produced a jetpack and sent Sun Yao the schematic. In the event of an emergency, act decisively and abandon the mission. I will provide you with this for your escape. Upon opening the schematic for the jetpack, Sun Yao was taken aback. My heavens, to what level has Lin Ming ascended? The first player in the region to upgrade the survival pod, the first to share an F-grade universal password, possessing an abundance of basic resources available for trade, and now, he even possesses a life-saving jetpack. Reflecting on how he had recently cherished a broken conveyor belt, Sun Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After resupplying, he patted the mimic crab beside him and said, "Little Black, let us depart." Lin Ming monitored Sun Yao's every move through the live stream. It was undeniable that one's circumstances could not be generalized. While Sun Yao's survival pod was surrounded by gravel and rubble, after walking several kilometers, he reached a relatively low-lying area. Here, a narrow crevice served as an entrance. Although termed a crevice, it was actually over 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters deep. As Sun Yao descended slowly along the crevice, Lin Ming observed the emergence of vegetation on the surrounding cliffs, albeit already withered under the sun's relentless rays. However, as Sun Yao descended approximately 50 meters, a transformation began to unfold. At this depth, the cliffs shielded much of the sunlight, nurturing the growth of flora and fauna. The once parched and cracked ground had become slightly damp, and patches of weeds resembling camel thorns flourished, with the occasional sighting of green shrubs. Brother Lin, what do you think of this hidden paradise I've discovered? There's a water source ahead. I stumbled upon it while fetching water and encountered a spiked armored dragon. Sun Yao gestured forward, saying, if it weren't for the concern over wild beasts in the vicinity, I would have considered relocating the survival pod here. Indeed, it is far superior to my location, which resembles a barren wasteland devoid of even weeds. Lin Ming remarked, focusing on the shared vision of the mimic crab scouting ahead. His eyes widened with excitement as he spotted various shimmering points of light in the shared vision. Clay, 31 units. Withered grass, fodder, 29 units. Ground cedar, fodder, 78 units. Water source, 78, 971 cubic meters. Upon seeing the water source's capacity, Lin Ming was utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "You have quite a substantial water supply here, verging on that of a small lake. Why have I not seen you selling water at the interstellar trading post?" In the live stream, Sun Yao chuckled wryly, unfastening a metallic cylinder from his waist to allow the mimic crab to collect water, while he cautiously stood several dozen meters away from the lake, observing from a distance. Brother Lin, you don't understand. Initially, I thought I had struck it rich, but after witnessing a spiked armored dragon being dragged underwater by an unidentified creature, that notion vanished. Sun Yao said, sending Lin Ming a picture. Lin Ming opened the image to find an exceedingly blurry screenshot of a video. In the screenshot, a massive tentacle was barely discernible, coiling around an adult spiked armored dragon. Wow. An adult spiked armored dragon weighs nearly a ton, and yet the tentacle effortlessly lifted it into the air. No wonder Sun Yao was so cautious. For the colossal unidentified creature beneath, even a being of Sun Yao's size would barely be a morsel. Thus, it was indifferent to the occasional water collection. However, should Sun Yao become overly brazen and begin wildly drawing water right by the lake, the enormous creature would undoubtedly intervene to protect its territory. Fortunately, extracting a small amount of water seems to go unnoticed by that creature. Accepting the metallic cylinder from the mimic crab, Sun Yao patted its carapace and secured the cylinder to his waist, saying, "Well done. Continue your patrol, Little Black." As the mimic crab resumed its patrol, Lin Ming suddenly caught sight of a fleeting purple point of light in the stream. Purple Danlo, medicine, 1 unit. Medicine. This was the first time Lin Ming had encountered such a classification. Although no players in the regional chat had requested medicine, illness is an inevitable part of life. The potential value of medicine is truly immeasurable. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that this was Sun Yao's planet, and they had not previously agreed on how to distribute such discoveries. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Ming spoke up. It seems there is a peculiar plant growing just to the right rear of the mimic crab. Oh, really? Sun Yao turned to look in that direction and, after careful inspection, uncovered a small, pale purple plant among the ground cedars. He chuckled. Brother Lin, your eyesight is quite sharp. You managed to. Sun Yao's words trailed off as the live stream fell silent. After a full 2 minutes, Sun Yao sent a schematic. Purple Danlo. Purple Danlo, description, a herb with unique medicinal properties. Its leaves, when steeped in water and consumed, can heal most non-fatal injuries and alleviate fatal wounds. When mashed into juice and applied externally, it can staunch bleeding, promote bone growth, and accelerate wound healing. Brother Lin, Sun Yao's voice trembled slightly. There's only one. How shall we divide it? Chapter 49, Carnage. We had previously agreed that I would only take the dragon skin and dragon meat, while the rest belongs to you. After a brief surge of excitement, Lin Ming regained his composure. Once the initial thrill subsided, he silently mocked himself. Lin Ming, oh Lin Ming, how could you be so greedy, holding such abundant resources and various rare technologies? He felt a twinge of avarice upon spotting a medicinal herb. Sun Yao fell silent once more. After a short while, he spoke. Brother Lin, we did come together to hunt the spiked shell dragon, and fair share is only just. This herb has 10 leaves. Let us split it, 5 leaves each. There's no need for that. I am not unwell at the moment, so it holds little value for me. Lin Ming suddenly recalled that he possessed a blossoming mouth flower that had yet to consume anything, and added, how about this? You keep the leaves and give me the stem. Sun Yao's expression turned urgent. But the compendium states that only the leaves of the purple danluo have medicinal properties. Let us settle on this division. Trust me. Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, I'll brew the stem in water, it might enhance the reward duration. At this, Sun Yao inhaled deeply. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Despite being tempted by such a precious item, he still adhered to his principles. Had their positions been reversed, he would have readily agreed to a split when it was first proposed. Very well. Sun Yao cautiously plucked the 10 leaves, stowing them in the inner pocket of his exosuit, and traded the stem to Lin Ming, solemnly stating, Brother Lin, should you ever require the purple danluo, feel free to ask. Agreed. Lin Ming nodded slightly at Sun Yao's conduct. He had not misjudged him. Sun Yao was a trustworthy friend. With the purple danluo stem in hand, Lin Ming made his way to the temperature-controlled chamber. Inside, the solitary mouth flower sensed Lin Ming's arrival and gently swayed. Don't fret. There's something delicious for you today. Lin Ming fed the purple danluo stem, along with its root system, into the blooming bud. The bud immediately curled around it, securing the stem tightly before drooping, remaining still. Lin Ming gently caressed the closed bud, saying, Once you mature, I shall transplant you, so you can dwell amongst your kind. Having completed this task, Lin Ming turned his gaze towards Sun Yao's livestream perspective. After tending to the purple danluo, Sun Yao paid careful attention to every blade of grass and tree around him. Unfortunately, he found no other precious herbs. After circumventing a broad lake, Sun Yao arrived at a slightly recessed cliff. Lin Ming noted an opening in the rock, the weeds before it trampled and withered, revealing the massive claw prints of a dragon. This is the nest of the spiked shell dragon. There's a considerable space within, as Sun Yao explained. It's not yet time for the spiked shell dragons to emerge. They likely won't come out for another 3 or 4 hours to drink and forage. Lin Ming stroked his chin contemplatively. So, we need to wait here for 3 or 4 hours? Is your exosuit's battery fully charged? Sun Yao chuckled, I have my ways. He then retrieved another metallic cylinder from his waist. Opening it, Lin Ming observed as Sun Yao poured out a dragon egg. Could he truly be a genius? Lin Ming marveled as he watched Sun Yao hand the dragon egg to the mimic crab, instructing it to carry it into the spiked shell dragon's lair. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, a cacophony of dragon roars echoed. The mimic crab entered swiftly and emerged even faster. Through the shared perspective of the mimic crab, Lin Ming glimpsed the interior. There are 9 spiked shell dragons, all adults. Be cautious. Understood. Sun Yao, having also seen the situation through the shared vision, retrieved an electromagnetic gun from his back, checked the ammunition, and quickly retreated. Thud, thud, thud. In the livestream, Lin Ming could distinctly hear the rapid and powerful footsteps approaching. Suddenly, a massive spiked shell dragon charged out of the cave, opening its gaping maw towards the mimic crab. Roar, whoosh, a flash of silver streaked through the air, creating a thumb-sized hole in the dragon's head, crimson and white viscera spilling forth. Crack, the spiked shell dragon swayed twice before collapsing lifelessly. Well done. Lin Ming praised, while simultaneously initiating a trade for the fully loaded electromagnetic gun in his hand with Sun Yao. Sun Yao agreed instantly, then aimed at another spiked shell dragon that had emerged from the cave and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, another spiked shell dragon fell. It must be noted that kinetic weapons are lethal to carbon-based life forms. No matter how hard their skulls may be, they pale in comparison to the super-alloy armor-piercing rounds traveling at an initial speed of 3,000 meters per second. After dispatching 3 spiked shell dragons in succession, the remaining dragons inside sensed something amiss. What on earth? Why are my kin lying motionless ahead? Observing the few remaining spiked shell dragons hesitating near the cave entrance, Sun Yao called out, "Little Black, lure them out." Screech! The mimic crab, which had been watching from the sidelines, quickly raised the dragon egg again and scampered back to the cave entrance. Roar! Seeing the stolen dragon egg, 2 of the spiked shell dragons became agitated, roaring angrily as they charged out once more. Whoosh, trading electromagnetic gun. Whoosh, 2 more spiked shell dragons collapsed. In an instant, the number of spiked shell dragons had halved. Consequently, no matter how the mimic crab enticed them at the entrance, the remaining 4 spiked shell dragons refused to emerge. Sun Yao urged the mimic crab, "Little Black, increase the effort." Screech! The mimic crab, with its 8 legs in swift motion, held the dragon egg and dashed into the cave. Roar! The 4 spiked shell dragons charged forward, only to see the mimic crab again carrying the dragon egg as it ran back out. However, the spiked shell dragons did not pursue. Instead, they retreated back into their lair. Then, the mimic crab once more dashed in with the dragon egg. The spiked shell dragons, enraged, charged out again. After several attempts, finally, 2 of the spiked shell dragons, unable to bear the humiliation, burst forth from the cave and were swiftly eliminated by Sun Yao. Only 2 remain. After confirming through the mimic crab's perspective that only 2 green dots were left inside, Lin Ming informed Sun Yao. "Time to water the garden." Sun Yao leisurely loaded an armor-piercing round and took measured steps towards the cave entrance. "The mountain does not see me. I shall see the mountain." When industrial civilization faced agricultural civilization, it could inflict a casualty ratio of 1 to 100. When interstellar civilization confronted prehistoric beasts, it was sheer slaughter. In scarcely 5 minutes, all 9 spiked shell dragons lay dead, which hardly qualified as a battle. "TSK, this is the power of the electromagnetic gun," Sun Yao remarked as he approached the pile of spiked shell dragon corpses, gently kicking the dragon's head, which was the size of a grinding wheel. Had this been before, I would have been too terrified even to glance at them. Chapter 50. Danger approaches. 9 spiked shell dragons, completely eliminated, all adults. Sun Yao gleefully reported to Lin Ming after tallying his spoils. "Lin Ji, I'm going to take a look inside to see if there's anything else." "All right, be cautious," Lin Ming advised with a note of concern. "Rest assured." Sun Yao, armed with an electromagnetic gun, sent the simulated crab ahead to scout the path while he cautiously followed at a distance of over 10 meters. Lin Ming remained vigilant, closely monitoring the shared perspective of the simulated crab. Perhaps due to the herbivorous nature of the spiked shell dragons, their lair contained no stored food. There were no dragon eggs either. It seemed Sun Yao had collected all the previous ones. No wonder the spiked shell dragons risked their lives to pursue the eggs. They were the hope for the continuation of their species. A bunch of impoverished wretches. Sun Yao, lacking any awareness of this, surveyed the area and felt a tinge of disappointment. "Sun Yao, what are those things on the ground?" Lin Ming pointed to the dark, football-sized objects visible through the simulated crab's perspective. His eyes glimmered with interest as he noticed the grey specks of light flickering upon the black spheres. "Are these?" Sun Yao jogged over to the cluster of dark spheres, crouched down to examine them, and reached out to touch them. Unfortunately, wearing a heavy exosuit, he could not discern their texture. "Don't touch them, I know what they are." Lin Ming quickly interjected upon seeing the floating window beside the light specks. "Feces, nutrient, 1 unit. What are they?" Sun Yao's curiosity piqued as he grabbed a handful of the soft mass, revealing indistinct plant fibers and intact wild fruits or seeds within. "This is dung." Sun Yao shuddered, vigorously shaking his hand, the force sending the feces flying against the stone wall with a loud smack. "Oh." Sun Yao removed a metal cylinder from his waist and used the water inside to wash the soiled exosuit, lamenting, "This is utterly revolting. This is a valuable find." Lin Ming thought of the miniature farm he had established at the first branch point. The spiked shell dragon's dung would serve as excellent fertilizer for the blue algae and crops within. Moreover, there were several piles of dung here, each containing dozens of black spheres, a considerable quantity indeed. "I'll give you 10 units of energy. Trade all this dung to me," Lin Ming proposed. "Lin Ji, what do you want with this stuff?" Sun Yao asked, bewildered, yet he began to comply. The prerequisite for trading items is the ownership of those items. These uncollected resources could not be directly traded. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Sun Yao extended a finger and gently tapped one of the black spheres, claiming ownership, and immediately commenced the transaction with Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already positioned himself at the first tunnel branch, and upon completing the trade, he tossed the black spheres into the wastewater pool, which was already half full. Splash, splash. The scene, combined with the somewhat dull splashes, made Lin Ming feel a wave of nausea rise within him. Fortunately, clad in the heavy exosuit, he was shielded from any potentially invigorating odors. For reasons unknown, Sun Yao worked with remarkable efficiency, completing all transactions of the black spheres in just 5 minutes. Afterward, he promptly took the metal cylinder and diligently cleaned his exosuit. Oh, I feel unclean. Sun Yao raised his right hand to inspect it closely, sniffing it. Of course, through the glass helmet, he could discern nothing. Lin Ming remained silent, offering no words of comfort. In the struggle for survival on a completely alien planet, using dung as fertilizer and even relying on urine for hydration is rather commonplace. Humanity's morality emerges only after basic needs are met. Without such fulfillment, primal instincts overshadow civilized behavior. Survival is the foremost principle of all life. After a few minutes, Sun Yao gradually regained his composure and approached the lair's entrance to begin clearing the bodies of the spiked shell dragons. All 9 were adult specimens, each requiring individual handling. With the aid of his exosuit, Sun Yao merely needed to grab the tails of the dragons and drag them one by one to the canyon entrance, where he would temporarily relocate the survival pod to decompose them for materials. Damn the decomposition core. Every time I break down the flesh of a spiked shell dragon, it only yields 100 kilograms. The rest consists of various materials, while the internal organs and skeletons, as well as other meats, I have no clue where they end up. Sun Yao complained to Lin Ming as he worked. Lin Ming countered, why not just butcher them yourself, with the superalloy knife? It should be a simple task, right? Lin Ji, I've considered that, but think about it, since there's a complete ecological chain in the canyon, there must also be carnivorous creatures aside from the herbivores. Those beasts have sharp senses. If even a trace of blood or meat remains outside the survival pod, they would detect it, and my pod would be in jeopardy. Lin Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sun Yao's reasoning. On the planet Urea, where Sun Yao was located, their black tide had caused the ecological system to collapse. Thus, after the initial days of trepidation, Lin Ming had begun to lower his guard against the surroundings. After all, the simulated crabs and miniature satellites were continuously exploring the area, and he could see resource points, confirming the vicinity was safe. Yet Sun Yao was not so fortunate. He was unaware of the surrounding conditions. For him, most nearby locations were shrouded in mystery. Moreover, discovering a canyon with a complete ecosystem naturally warranted caution. Abundant resources often accompany significant dangers, and the two coexist. Exactly. Lin Ming suddenly realized that if Sun Yao could trade the spiked shell dragons to him, he could decompose them himself, thereby avoiding deductions from the decomposition core. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. If he were to voice this idea now, it might lead Sun Yao to misinterpret his intentions, believing he aimed to monopolize all the spiked shell dragons, which could jeopardize their cooperative relationship. Most critically, why was Lin Ming unconcerned about the dangers Sun Yao feared? Was he absolutely certain that the surroundings were safe? If so, what methods did he employ to ensure that safety? For the sake of a meager profit, exposing his technological creations or even innate abilities would be a grave miscalculation. He only desired the hides of the spiked shell dragons. Everything else was beyond his plans. If he obtained them, that would be splendid. If not, he would not force it. Never lose sight of one's true intentions. As Lin Ming pondered this, he caught a glimpse of an enormous red dot rapidly ascending from the bottom of the lake, swiftly approaching Sun Yao, who was transporting the bodies of the spiked shell dragons. Beware. Chapter 51. The framework mining system, that thing is about to emerge. Lin Ming exclaimed urgently, handing over the pre-prepared jetpack to Sun Yao. Use this, strap it on your back. Through the shared perspective of the simulated crab, Sun Yao glimpsed the tumultuous waters of the lake. He hastily discarded the spiked giant shell dragon and accepted Lin Ming's trade request. With a click, the jetpack was secured to his back. Splash, a colossal tentacle whipped up a deluge of water, and a thick, slippery appendage, large enough for 5 people to embrace, surged towards Sun Yao. At that moment, Sun Yao had already donned the jetpack and leaped slightly into the air. Boom, a powerful gust of wind dispersed the water spray, and Sun Yao shot forth like a flying fish, breaking through the surface. Seeking death. Observing the tentacle miss its target and redirect towards the carcass of the spiked giant shell dragon, Sun Yao swiftly loaded a dum-dum round and fired at the tentacle. Splash! The massive appendage recoiled instantly, sending up a spray of water nearly 10 meters high. Lin Ming noticed a faint blue hue gradually spreading in the still turbulent waters. Damn it, daring to snatch my spoils. Sun Yao hovered mid-air with the jetpack on his back, gripping his reloaded electromagnetic gun, fixated on the lake surface, which was slowly calming. Lin Ming observed a large red dot rapidly descending until it vanished without a trace. "It should be safe now." However, he refrained from informing Sun Yao, allowing him to figure it out on his own. After hovering for a while, Sun Yao saw no sign of the unknown creature. He initially contemplated firing another shot into the lake but decided against it, considering that the bullets were a gift from Lin Ming. Each shot expended would mean one less for future use. Once assured of safety, Sun Yao gently descended, dragging the spiked giant shell dragon's carcass as he hurried away. As he toiled, Sun Yao asked, "Brother Lin, did I miss my shot just now? Otherwise, with the Dum Dum Round's power, I would have obliterated that creature." "No, you hit it," Lin Ming replied, sending a video clip to Sun Yao that he had just recorded. In 5 times slow motion, a colossal tentacle broke through the water's surface, gradually approaching Sun Yao. As he activated the jetpack and switched to a Dum Dum Round, a flash of silver light shot forth, penetrating the massive tentacle. Almost instantaneously, a tremendous void appeared within the tentacle. The cavity was so vast it could encompass the entire spiked giant shell dragon. Subsequently, the void rapidly diminished under the tentacle's formidable elasticity, leaving only a palm-sized rupture on the surface from which trickled a little pale blue blood. After watching the video, Sun Yao marveled, "Wow, that tentacle has incredible elasticity." Indeed, Lin Ming mused, while the Dum Dum Round can create a cavitation effect that greatly enhances destructive power, the tentacle lacks internal organs, and its inherent elasticity mitigates the damage. Lin Ming sighed, that tentacle is so enormous that it could shatter half of a spiked giant shell dragon's body, yet for it, that merely constitutes a flesh wound. Fortunately, although it was merely a flesh wound, the concealed unknown creature had retracted due to its injury and would likely not resurface anytime soon. Seizing the moment, Sun Yao hastily dragged the carcass, aided by the jetpack, until he reached the entrance of the canyon. "All right, it's safe now, I have my own matters to attend to," Lin Ming declared, shutting down the live stream. "Sure thing, Brother Lin. I'll get you the materials once I break them down." Sun Yao flew back to the survival pod, removed the jetpack from his back, and caressed it incessantly. What a marvelous piece of equipment. That was exhilarating, I wish it were mine. Reluctantly playing with the jetpack for a while, Sun Yao eventually returned it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded slightly upon reclaiming the jetpack. This collaboration had further solidified the trust between him and Sun Yao, paving the way for broader cooperation in the future. While waiting for Sun Yao to dismantle the spiked giant shell dragon, Lin Ming began transmitting signals to the microsatellite. The satellite had already scanned the vast majority of the geological data in the vicinity, but Lin Ming had more pressing tasks for it. Calculate the nearest trajectory and observe the sun's angle for the upcoming period. With a hiss, the microsatellite's thrusters ignited, adjusting its position to commence observation of the celestial body and the relative orbital movement of Urea. 10 minutes later, an ethereal crystal appeared on the display. Prediction shows that in 12 hours, the angle of the star relative to the surface will gradually decrease, reaching 45 degrees in 8 hours, and maintaining this angle for 72 hours. At that time, the estimated surface temperature will drop below 100 degrees Celsius. The cooling process has begun. The relentless sun of the past 2 days was about to wane, with the sun hanging askew in the sky. At a 45-degree angle, this position would provide ample illumination while preventing excessive underground heat. Were it not for the need to transport heavy objects, he could even don lightweight extravehicular gear to venture outside. Although the heavy-duty extravehicular suit featured highly sensitive exoskeleton assistance, it still fell short for some intricate movements and lacked tactile feedback, something Sun Yao could surely relate to. The next 3 days will be a period of growth. We must expedite our progress. Lin Ming contemplated before issuing a command to the microsatellite, initiate deep space exploration to check for nearby E-class supply pods. With a hiss, the microsatellite adjusted its angle and began its deep space reconnaissance. Descending into the pit, Lin Ming entered the first branch and discovered that the hydroponic framework had yielded signs of germination for the interstellar corn and rice seeds, while the fragments of interstellar potatoes showed no. At this rate, he would fill the energy reserves before the sun's angle shifted. In the short term, Lin Ming's energy reserves would be significantly bolstered, but due to the production capacity of the 3D printer, he would temporarily be unable to consume sufficient energy. Furthermore, for the next 3 days, he could maintain a commendable energy output from the solar panels. Thus, Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading platform, resolved to purchase some items with the energy reserves. After browsing for a while, Lin Ming's eyes landed on a chip containing the blueprints for the framework mining system, with a staggering price of 9,999 units of basic resources. Chapter 52 Bargaining Framework Mining System Introduction. The mining system, equipped with a superalloy drill bit, is housed within a colossal metallic framework. This design ensures stability during the extraction of mineral resources, allowing for uninterrupted mining operations. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1500, universal chip of any level X1, electromagnetic coils X50, circuit boards X50, superalloy X30. Manufacturing requirements: a 3D metal printer is necessary. Manufacturing consumption: energy X500 units. After consulting the catalogue of the framework mining system, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. The superalloy drill bit of this system perfectly addresses the issue of mining titanium or other resources buried deep within the strata, a challenge that ordinary crabs cannot surmount. Furthermore, Lin Ming already possesses the ultrafine iron powder and the related materials required for manufacturing. Although obtaining the 500 units of energy poses a slight challenge, it is not insurmountable. The only significant concern lies in the price. While the cost is within Lin Ming's financial reach, his current energy reserves have not yet reached their maximum capacity. Solar panels are gradually generating energy, and the peak output will be achieved later today, yet it still falls short of meeting the exorbitant price demanded by the seller. Moreover, even if Lin Ming were to amass such a substantial amount of energy, he would be reluctant to engage in trading. The 99.99 units of energy he possesses serve as nothing more than a gimmick, akin to displaying an electromagnetic gun valued at 999 units of basic resources. However, should Lin Ming inquire about the price, other players, upon recognizing his reputation and LV2 status, would undoubtedly demand an outrageous sum. Lin Ming has no intention of being taken advantage of. At that moment, Sun Yao sent a message to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, I've successfully decomposed a total of 87 dragon skins, 900 kilograms of dragon meat, and all other materials. Your share has been traded to you. Please approve the transaction request. Lin Ming opened the interstellar trading platform and discovered that Sun Yao had traded him 87 dragon skins and 450 kilograms of dragon meat, prompting him to click agree. Received. Lin Ming replied to Sun Yao, by the way, I need your assistance with something. Sun Yao quickly responded, Brother Lin, no need to be polite between us, just let me know. Lin Ming then conveyed his interest in the framework mining system to Sun Yao, providing detailed instructions on how to negotiate the price. Understood, don't worry, Brother Lin. Sun Yao immediately grasped the situation. Closing the chat window, Sun Yao switched to the interstellar trading channel and located the player selling the framework mining system. This player, named Lu Guodong, appeared to be a man in his 30s, with a fair complexion and no facial hair. Hello, is there a framework mining system still available? Sun Yao mentally rehearsed Lin Ming's script and sent the message to Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong promptly replied, yes, are you interested? Sun Yao responded, of course, it's a great item, but I don't have enough basic materials. Lu Guodong replied, the price I've set is merely for show. I won't sell it for that high. Everyone is still in the early stages of development, and resources are limited, as I'm aware. Sun Yao nodded, confirming Lin Ming's assessment that Lu Guodong's psychological price was not actually high. He merely wanted to secure a good deal due to the seemingly advanced technology of the framework mining system. He messaged, so, how many units of basic resources are you looking to exchange? I'll check if I have enough. Not much, not much. Lu Guodong quickly replied, I see you seem friendly, let us be friends. How about a flat price of 2,000 units of basic resources? 2,000 units of basic resources. Sun Yao scoffed. He could easily seize the opportunity but instead opted to barter for the framework mining system, given that all trades begin with inflated prices and are settled with reasonable amounts. Sun Yao boldly stated, Brother, we're both stranded on this unfamiliar planet. You know how development progress is at this stage. I'm currently meeting only my most essential survival needs, and I can offer you all my resources totaling 150 units. What do you think? Sun Yao's opening bid left Lu Guodong momentarily speechless. He demanded 2,000 units of basic resources, yet Sun Yao countered with a mere 150, an audacious move. Lu Guodong replied, 1,500 units, no less. You know how precious minerals are. The rusty iron ore around us is dwindling, and soon, this will become a money-making machine. Sun Yao shook his head and responded, that's too steep. Even if I forego all sustenance and liquidate all my resources, I can only muster 200 units. Brother, please reconsider. Lu Guodong hesitated. Since listing the framework mining system, he had received inquiries from players, but the highest offer had only been 400 units of basic resources, with a payment plan to boot. Although he was tempted by that offer, he was wary of the installment payment method among individual players. Sun Yao had already extended the highest bid, yet it still felt unsatisfactory. Lu Guodong tentatively proposed, how about you add 200 units of basic resources? If you agree, we can finalize the deal immediately. Upon seeing Lu Guodong's response, Sun Yao chuckled to himself. This was precisely how to ascertain Lu Guodong's psychological threshold. He decisively declined. Forget it, brother. I reconsidered, and even if I risked everything to offer 200 units of basic resources, what if it ends up in my hands like yours did? That would be quite troublesome, excuse me. Observing Sun Yao's retreat, Lu Guodong became anxious. The deal was within reach, they only needed to agree on a price to complete the trade. How could he abandon it now? He sent several messages to Sun Yao. Brother, 350 units, flat price. If that works for you, we can complete the trade now. Are you there? Brother, please reply if you see this. 330 units, consider it a friendly gesture. Hello. After leaving Lu Guodong hanging for a while, Sun Yao finally replied, no thanks, brother. I truly lack basic resources. Its 150 units, and if you agree, we'll trade. If not, then so be it. This time, Sun Yao waited a full 30 minutes without a response from Lu Guodong. He understood that Lu Guodong was in a state of intense internal conflict. He then edited a new message. By the way, brother, you seem quite accommodating. Let me give you a piece of advice. In our regional channel, the esteemed Lin Ming is developing exceptionally well. You might consider reaching out to him. If he is interested, you could strike it rich. The words struck a chord. Lu Guodong's eyes lit up as he abandoned his hesitation, promptly seeking Lin Ming's contact information and sending a friend request. Player Lu Guodong requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Upon seeing the friend request pop up, Lin Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Sun Yao had just informed him of Lu Guodong's psychological price, and now it was his turn to shine. After waiting another 10 minutes, Lin Ming finally accepted Lu Guodong's friend request and sent a message. P.S. Today, I am attempting to adjust the update time. From now on, updates will be posted daily at noon, with 2 chapters at once. A further chapter will follow 1 minute later. For those who cannot see it, please refresh. Chapter 53, Predicament. Lu Guodong hastily replied, hello, brother Lin Ming. Hello, is there something you need? Upon seeing Lin Ming's succinct response, accompanied by the LV2 notation, Lu Guodong felt a dryness in his throat. Although they were not conversing face to face, an inexplicable pressure weighed heavily on his heart. If he were to offend this esteemed individual, the framework mining system would indeed come crashing down upon him. Esteemed one, I have stumbled upon a trifling gadget. I wonder if it piques your interest. Lu Guodong stated, framework mining system. Millimeter, let me take a look shortly. After sending this message, Lin Ming fell silent. Lu Guodong waited for a full hour before he could no longer restrain himself and sent another message. Esteemed one, what do you think? Oh, I was just busy, Lin Ming replied tersely. Are you looking to sell? Yes, esteemed one. I only require 1,000 units of basic resources, any type will suffice. Upon seeing Lu Guodong's asking price, Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared this fellow was somewhat greedy, attempting to sell the framework mining system at an inflated price. Do you take me for a fool? Not at all, not at all. Lu Guodong panicked at Lin Ming's response. Indeed, one could never easily deceive such a distinguished figure. Gritting his teeth, Lu Guodong replied, esteemed one, I can offer a 50 discount. How about 500 units of basic resources? This item holds little utility, Lin Ming analyzed for Lu Guodong. On the surface, it appears to be a perpetual mining machine, yet it harbors numerous shortcomings. First, the basic resources required for its manufacture are substantial, and it consumes a significant amount of energy. Second, there are currently no mature exploration technologies available on the market. One can only gamble on luck. Should this behemoth be constructed in a location devoid of resources, it would render all efforts futile. Furthermore, its considerable size complicates transportation. Third, even if the first 2 issues are resolved, the energy necessary for continuous operation poses a considerable challenge. Hence, this contraption is merely aesthetically pleasing and functionally deficient. You should seek another buyer. As Lu Guodong absorbed Lin Ming's meticulous analysis, he swallowed hard. The esteemed one had swiftly discerned the framework mining system's flaws. The second point, the inability to ascertain the distribution of underground resources, was a fatal issue that drastically diminished the system's value. This was precisely why he had refrained from parting with it thus far. Players oblivious to these shortcomings could not amass sufficient basic resources, while those capable of gathering enough resources could clearly recognize the system's drawbacks. Lu Guodong felt his spirits plummet. 350 units of basic resources. I acquired this through all my available energy. Brother Lin Ming will undoubtedly be the first to gather the materials necessary for the framework mining system. Lin Ming remarked, are you implying that you currently lack energy? Lu Guodong exclaimed. He had inadvertently revealed his dire predicament. With this admission, Lin Ming understood that Lu Guodong sought to leverage the trade of the framework mining system to turn his fortunes around, having reached a point of utter depletion. 280 units of energy, fixed price. Just as Lu Guodong sank into despair, he noticed Lin Ming's offer. All right. Luke Wodong felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and promptly agreed. Let us proceed with the transaction. After completing the trade, Luke Wodong, overwhelmed with gratitude, messaged Lin Ming, "Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. Should I come across any promising technology in the future, I shall offer it to you at the lowest price." Millimeter. Closing the chat window, Lin Ming gazed at the black chip resting in his palm and couldn't help but chuckle. He mused that even if he had pressed the price down to 250 units of energy or even lower, Luke Wodong would have acquiesced. Nevertheless, Lin Ming allowed Luke Wodong some margin for profit, as he was accustomed to conducting business and did not favor the figure 250. Framework mining system under research. Expected to acquire relevant technology in 1 hour. Upon seeing the notification screen from the ethereal crystal, Lin Ming felt quite satisfied. The drawbacks he had previously articulated regarding the framework mining system indeed existed for other players. However, Lin Ming possessed ample energy and had the pseudo-crabs capable of extracting rust iron ore. Most importantly, he could identify resource points. This singular advantage allowed him to maximize the mining efficiency of the framework mining system, surpassing the vast majority of players. All pseudo-crabs focus on extracting stone blocks. I am currently in need of rust iron ore. Lin Ming commanded the pseudo-crabs. 50-odd pseudo-crabs are still insufficient, Lin Ming lamented, observing through the busy perspective of the pseudo-crabs. He resolved to conduct reverse research on the pseudo-crabs. However, he did not harbor high hopes for this endeavor. Please select the chip to be used for reverse research. F-grade universal chip. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 10 minutes, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence the reverse research? Yes. Reverse research on pseudo-crabs complete. You have mastered the technology for manufacturing pseudo-crabs. Pseudo-crab, description, a silicon-based life form with limited computational power, possessing a peculiar appearance, capable of adapting to various terrains, and completing designated tasks in harsh environments. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X2, any level universal chip X1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, energy storage block X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer, manufacturing consumption, energy X5 units. Upon observing the materials required to manufacture pseudo-crabs, Lin Ming had already formed a general judgment prior to the reverse research. After all, the materials obtained from decomposing the pseudo-crabs were identical. This reverse analysis was merely a means to draft the blueprints for manufacturing pseudo-crabs. What he lacked were not the techniques to produce pseudo-crabs, but rather the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. After spending an hour, Lin Ming successfully conducted reverse research on both the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards. Electromagnetic coil, description, a compact, widely used electronic component, often found in most technological creations. Material requirements: ultrafine iron powder X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer, manufacturing consumption, energy X1 unit. Circuit board, description, a precision constructed substrate, printed with numerous circuits, serving as a carrier for computational chips. Material requirements: high-purity silicon ingot X1, high-strength lightweight material X1, ultrafine copper powder X1. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer, manufacturing consumption, energy X1 unit. As expected, Lin Ming found himself unable to manufacture the two seemingly fundamental components. The electromagnetic coil was short on ultrafine copper powder, but this could be resolved once he extracted copper ore. However, the high-strength lightweight material required for circuit boards was something he had never even heard of. This material clearly was not a basic resource and would necessitate certain technology for synthesis. Lin Ming searched the interstellar trading post but found no relevant materials. This represented the frustration faced by those ahead of the majority of players. While the vast majority were still trading basic resources, he found himself in need of advanced resources, which could not be produced in the area and could only be sourced by himself. Thus, it devolved into a rather absurd cycle. To manufacture pseudo-crabs, one needed to produce circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, yet to acquire circuit boards and electromagnetic coils, one had to decompose pseudo-crabs. A linear path had turned into a deadlock. P.S. I extend my gratitude to the reader, a chicken wing rice fan, Yi Chinchio for the likes, and to readers, Carefree, and Koto Ayakawa of the Eastern Roman Empire, for the flowers. I also thank readers Pomegranate Skirt, Gulaker, Second Dimension 123, Fan of the Horn, A More Floating Years, Violation Shield, User 195235590, Fierce and Malevolent Chen Miss, Fan of the French Horn, Setting Sun Yang Yang, Carefree, for their support. I deeply appreciate all readers for their encouragement and continued interest, as well as their comments. PS2, regarding gifts, they are certainly welcome, as everyone loves money, but I urge everyone to act within their means. Donations, even if free, bring me great joy. Chapter 54, A Frog in a Well. Before long, Lin Ming ceased to concern himself with this matter. After all, the advancement of technology is a gradual process. Even if he currently lacks high-strength, lightweight materials, other players will inevitably discover them in due course. When that time comes, it would suffice to exchange resources or technological creations. Having toiled throughout the day, Lin Ming began to feel a sense of weariness and resolved to indulge in a meal to satiate his hunger before surrendering to a restful slumber. In times of immense pressure, a delightful feast coupled with ample sleep serves as a significant remedy for alleviating mental strain. Burp? After relishing a meal of barbecued dragon meat accompanied by various sides, Lin Ming patted his belly. A gentle warmth surged within his abdomen, yet this sensation seemed somewhat diminished compared to before. It appears that the strength conferred by dragon meat has its limits, Lin Ming mused, smacking his lips. It seems that to enhance his innate abilities, he must seek alternative avenues. He felt a twinge of curiosity about what enhancements he might gain during his next talent upgrade. Detection of Class E carbon-based life resource supply pod X1, located 5 light minutes away, with the target rapidly approaching, estimated to enter the maximum call area in 6 hours. Upon noticing the sudden alert regarding the ether crystal, Lin Ming issued a command, send a distress signal once the target enters the call area. The designated task has been executed. A distress signal will be sent in the specified direction in approximately 6 hours. Well, it appears that upon awakening, a new supply pod has arrived. Let us hope it contains something worthwhile. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had been on the planet Uria for 7 days and had achieved certain accomplishments. It was time to reward himself. Boil some hot water, I am in dire need of a proper bath. The 45-degree hot water was soon ready, and Lin Ming enjoyed a refreshing shower, feeling significantly revitalized. The bath water flowed directly into the temperature-controlled chamber, nourishing the blue algae within. Before retiring for the night, Lin Ming decided to utilize his time during sleep. The biogenic crab had already been instructed to gather a larger array of stones for the decomposition of rusted iron ore. The 3D metal printer was working tirelessly to produce solar panels. Currently, the Class E universal chip remained idle. I truly am a benevolent soul, allowing you to remain inactive for so long. Lin Ming pondered, let us assign you a task now. Conduct reverse research on glass. He had previously acquired a piece of glass intended for reverse engineering, but due to recent events, it had only now come to fruition. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, it is estimated that the duration for reverse research will be 0.2 hours, with an energy consumption of 1 unit per hour. Shall we commence the reverse research? Yes. After confirmation, Lin Ming reclined in the stasis pod, comfortably closing his eyes. Time to sleep. After a slumber lasting 10 hours, Lin Ming stretched languidly and rose from the stasis pod. The sensation of awakening naturally, without the jarring intrusion of an alarm clock, is truly delightful. After a brief freshening up, Lin Ming activated the ether crystal and began to review the notifications that had appeared during his sleep. Glass reverse engineering completed. You have acquired the technology to manufacture glass. Detected E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod 1, based on the current trajectory and speed of the pod, it is estimated to arrive in 7 hours. Remaining time: 2 hours 57 minutes. The biocrab reported an anomaly. Firstly, regarding the technology for glass production, Lin Ming had a general understanding. Upon inspection, as he had surmised, by gathering sand from the vicinity and consuming energy, he could continuously produce glass. Thus, the time consumed for reverse engineering glass was exceedingly brief, with 3 hours remaining until the arrival of the E-level carbon-based life resource supply pod. A sense of anticipation began to build within Lin Ming. An anomaly? What kind of anomaly? Lin Ming opened the video sent by the biocrab. This was a panoramic video recorded from the perspective of the biocrab. Snap, snap, snap. In the video, a biocrab was meticulously exploring the surrounding area, adhering strictly to the part set by Lin Ming. The ground was strewn with gravel and debris, while ahead lay an endless expanse of desert. The scorching sun in the sky was gradually altering its angle, hanging at a slight incline as calculated by the mini-satellite. Everything appeared normal. Snap, snap, snap. The biocrab took another step forward, and the scene before it transformed instantaneously. The once boundless desert suddenly vanished, replaced by a blackened ground and distant, undulating mountains. A sun the size of a millstone hung above the mountains, radiating boundless light. Lin Ming noted with astonishment that this enormous sun was, in fact, blue. The gravel that had once littered the ground was nowhere to be seen, supplanted by an unknown black substance. This black material had completely lost its moisture, cracking into various irregular shapes. The sudden change bewildered the biocrab's already limited computational chip. It attempted to return to its previous position, only to find the scene restored. Desert, gravel, and the slightly inclined sun above. Observing the return to normalcy, the biocrab remained unperturbed and continued its exploration. With another step forward, the world around it shifted once more. The biocrab. It stood there in shock for several minutes before turning to look back. Behind it, there seemed to be an invisible wall dividing the space into two distinctly different worlds. The inner world was that of the desert, filled with gravel and debris, accompanied by the blazing sun overhead. The outer world, however, was shrouded in darkness, with everything, be it the ground or the mountains, entirely enveloped by the black substance. The biocrab's universal chip calculated rapidly, as it circled in place, striving to reconcile the discrepancies between the two worlds, yet, it was to no avail. Thus, the biocrab could only remain stationary, reporting the anomaly to Lin Ming. The video concluded. After closing the video, Lin Ming fell silent. A peculiar thought began to germinate within him. He immediately dismissed this notion, yet an overwhelming sense of helplessness encroached upon his heart. Indeed, he should have considered from the very first day why the sun appeared at the same angle for everyone. The surrounding environment seemed remarkably consistent: gravel, desert, and the blazing sun. Perhaps due to his lack of experience on extraterrestrial planets, Lin Ming subconsciously accepted this as normal. A savage planet ought to resemble this, however. As soon as Sun Yao's world revealed the presence of the spiked shell dragon and a complete ecological chain, doubts began to swirl in Lin Ming's mind, though he did not dwell on them at that time. Reflecting further, other players had also made various discoveries, such as sour berries or relics of technological creations. Thus, a somewhat incredulous yet plausible idea began to surface: the survival pod and everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers were gifts bestowed by a high-tech life form, intended to aid them through the most arduous early stages of development. The sun he observed did not exist in reality. The true sun of this world was the vast blue sun outside. How absurd! I had thought it miserly, providing only a scant few basic resources, yet it has gifted us a stable little world. Chapter 55. Arc Furnace dressed in a heavy-duty exosuit, Lin Ming strapped on his jetpack and soared towards the location where the simulated crab had reported an anomaly. He yearned to witness firsthand the true essence of the Urea planet. Buzzing, the jetpack expelled a powerful stream of air, propelling him swiftly at a speed of 30 km per hour towards the site of the simulated crab. Consulting his map, Lin Ming noted that the reported anomaly was situated nearly 50 km from the survival pod. After nearly 2 hours, Lin Ming arrived at the boundary area. There, on the ground, lay a simulated crab, motionless and still. With a soft thud, he descended and gently patted the little crab's head, saying, "You may return. I shall handle things from here." With a series of clicks, the simulated crab extended its pincers and began its journey back. Lin Ming then gazed ahead, noticing what appeared to be a subtly distorted wall, reminiscent of an air wall in a video game, separating two realms. As he stepped through, he beheld the true visage of the Urea planet. "These black substances must be the desiccated black tide," Lin Ming exclaimed, crouching down to pick up a fragment of the cracked black material. As he gently rubbed it, it crumbled into fine black powder. With a focused gaze, Lin Ming turned his attention to the black powder. Nutrients, 0.01 units. Indeed, these black substances can serve as nutrients. Gazing upward, he noticed a range of towering mountains, reaching several thousand meters in height, stretching endlessly in the distance. Dozens of kilometers away, the peaks were entirely cloaked in this black matter. Due to the insufficient energy stored in his heavy-duty space suit to support a journey of such distance, Lin Ming relinquished the idea of exploring further. Is this the pinnacle of advanced technology? With a mere wave of the hand, billions of people can be transported across tens of thousands of light-years to different planets, while bestowing upon a radius of 50 kilometers an initial safe zone. Such an unfathomable and grand force, even for someone like Lin Ming, who possessed a modicum of scientific knowledge, could only be deemed miraculous. Never mind, for now, these matters are beyond my concern. I must focus on development. Perhaps in the future, I too shall wield such power. Lin Ming clenched his fist, silently resolving in his heart. As he surveyed the air barrier before him, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Originally, the air barrier was a meter away, yet now it seemed to have encroached upon his space. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and traced a line on the ground where the air barrier was situated. Shortly thereafter, he observed that the line had appeared behind the air barrier. The area covered by the air barrier is gradually diminishing. This signified that after a certain period, they would completely lose the protection of the air barrier. Relying on one's own strength is imperative. Only through proper development can one hope to survive on this planet. Without further hesitation, Lin Ming leapt lightly, his jetpack emitting a powerful gust of air that propelled him into the sky. On his return journey, Lin Ming pondered over the current situation, contemplating the planet where Sun Yao resided. He opened the chat interface. "Sun Yao, what is the composition of the atmosphere there?" Before long, Sun Yao replied, 80 nitrogen, 15 oxygen, 3 carbon dioxide, and 2 other gases. Upon learning of the atmospheric composition on Sun Yao's planet, Lin Ming further inquired, "So, have you always had an abundance of oxygen?" Sun Yao responded, "Indeed, the life support system in the survival pod can extract oxygen from the external atmosphere to meet my daily consumption." However, I've noticed in the regional chat channel that it seems other planets are quite deficient in oxygen. Deficient in oxygen, more like utterly devoid of it, Lin Ming continued to question, why then do you not sell oxygen in exchange for other resources? Sun Yao replied, I would love to, but only stored oxygen can be traded. I currently lack the means to extract oxygen directly from the air. Lin Ming instantly comprehended, the life support system could provide Sun Yao with oxygen, yet it could not facilitate any transactions involving it. Even if Sun Yao were to acquire the ability to extract oxygen from the atmosphere for trade, the majority of players were already not significantly in need of oxygen. This trend had already begun to manifest. Basic resources such as oxygen, water, and energy were plentifully available for trade in the interstellar marketplace, with various food items gradually surfacing as well. As players progressed, these fundamental resources would no longer pose a challenge. As for the numerous players who had voiced their lack of resources in the regional channel, this could also be elucidated through the Pareto principle. The Pareto principle, or the 80-20 rule, suggests that 20 of individuals hold 80 of the influence. Despite the lively discussions in the regional channel, the active speakers comprised merely a small fraction of the player base. The vast majority remained silent, only occasionally voicing their thoughts. Having grasped this notion, Lin Ming nodded in understanding. It appeared that after surpassing the initial stage, the resources on each player's planet would begin to diverge, developing their own unique characteristics. The distinctive feature of his planet, however, was their black tide. An inexhaustible black tide. Why do I feel that the unique trait of my planet is somewhat lackluster? After silently lamenting, Lin Ming noticed a brilliant light appearing on the horizon. The supply pod had arrived. Something was separating from the supply pod, tracing a parabolic arc as it descended directly toward the pit where Lin Ming's survival pod was situated. With a soft thud, Lin Ming landed gently, discovering that the E-class carbon-based life resource supply pod had arrived ahead of him. Supply pod retrieval initiated. E-class resource supply box successfully retrieved. This time, you have obtained Super Alloy X10, Big Mouth Flower Seeds X10, Arc Furnace X1. Due to the massive size of the arc furnace, the volume of the super alloy box surged, yielding 10 units of super alloy upon decomposition. Arc furnace description. A device that employs high-pressure electric arcs to smelt resources, yielding products of exceptionally high purity due to advanced smelting technology. Operational consumption, 100 units of energy hour. The arc furnace. Upon reading the description of the arc furnace, Lin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. Its arrival was remarkably timely. If he were to construct a framework-style mining system, he would initially need to transport the mined materials back to the survival pod to decompose them. However, with the arc furnace, he could directly decompose them on site. Moreover, according to the description, the purity of the products from the arc furnace would be even higher. The only drawback was its exorbitant energy consumption, 100 units of energy per hour. Their high energy consumption is not its fault. At mine, alongside the simulated crab, he erected the towering arc furnace, which stood 5 meters tall. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Ming resolved to give it a try. He retrieved 20 units of high-purity silicon ingots and fed them into the input of the arc furnace. Let me witness your capabilities. Arc furnace, activate. Chapter 56, Monocrystalline Silicon Crack. Within the confines of the arc furnace, high-voltage arcs commenced their operation, and soon enough, 2 blocks of black silicon ingots emerged from the outlet. A 10-to-1 yield, that's rather excessive waste. Lin Ming lamented as he watched the black residue tumble to the ground from the slag outlet, feeling a pang of regret. He picked up one of the black silicon ingots and opened the catalogue. Monocrystalline silicon, introduction, a silicon ingot of exceptionally high purity, virtually devoid of lattice defects or impurities, utilized in the production of chips or solar panels. Semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. Lin Ming exclaimed upon reading the description. He had not anticipated the arc furnace's purification capacity to be so formidable, capable of directly yielding semiconductor-grade monocrystalline silicon. This meant he would no longer lack the raw materials necessary for chip manufacturing. However, the most pressing issue at present was his lack of a 3D metal printer required for chip production. The 3D metal printer he currently possessed was of Type 1, with a resolution at the micron level, inadequate for fabricating high-performance chips. To produce reasonably effective chips, a 3D metal printer with a resolution of at least 50 nanometers was essential. Patience is key, patience is key. Lin Ming took a moment to steady his emotions and descended to the bottom of the pit. The 3D metal printer had finally concluded its industrious tasks, with dozens of solar panels being meticulously transported one by the simulated crabs to be installed in the power generation array. At this juncture, Lin Ming had amassed as many as 110 solar panels, which could fully recharge the power reserves of the survival pod each hour. Electricity will no longer be a bottleneck to my development. Currently, the limitation lies in production capacity. Observing the 3D metal printer, which had just found a moment's respite, Lin Ming produced the hide of the spikeback crab. Rest for an hour, doesn't that feel delightful? Now, let us get back to work. Z's of various materials flowed into the 3D metal printer's feed inlet, gradually being transformed into a complete conveyor belt module. Subsequently, Lin Ming began to procure a plethora of necessary materials through the interstellar trading post, utilizing the abundant energy at his disposal. The ensuing 3 days were marked by a period of steady development, with the sun shining gently and abundantly, granting ample time for the solar panels to generate power. He prepared to produce a framework mining system and a distillation tower. The efficiency of industrial machinery far surpassed that of artisanal labors like the simulated crabs. Even with the current full schedule of the 3D metal printer, he could first extract high-purity mineral resources using the arc furnace and then allow the 3D metal printer to gradually manufacture the final products. For Lin Ming, witnessing the 3D metal printer idling felt akin to throwing money away. Ultrafine iron powder, 1 energy can be exchanged for 5 units. Let us start with 5,000 units, surely there will be ample uses for it. Superalloy, 1 energy can only be exchanged for 3 units now, let's procure some. Fuel, stock up, as I plan to launch several satellites to survey the entire planet. Oh, a Venus flytrap seed. As Lin Ming perused the pages, he discovered that other players had already listed Venus flytrap seeds on the interstellar trading post. These seeds could be acquired from low-tier carbon-based life resource supply pods. It seemed that as time passed, many players had begun to obtain Venus flytrap seeds and were ready to start cultivating them. Lin Ming clicked in to view the details of the Venus flytrap seeds, observing that numerous players were already eagerly discussing them. What a Plants vs. Zombies mod, could it be that zombies will spawn around us in the future? Hey, why not take a closer look at the introduction? The Venus flytrap consumes plants and can be specialized into corresponding traits. Does that mean we can start farming? I see someone in the trading post is selling seeds. Seeds are useless without a suitable environment to plant them. Why not? I've discovered an oasis nearby, teeming with vegetation. Won't it work if I plant there? Oasis, do you have a water source? Wow, are you the one who has been selling water like crazy these past few days? You have a lot of it. Watching the players' discussions, Lin Ming suddenly conceived a business opportunity, selling climate-controlled greenhouses. Although some players' planets had climates conducive to directly cultivating Venus flytraps, they were few in number. Most players still lacked the conditions necessary for cultivating Venus flytraps, and a climate-controlled greenhouse could aptly resolve this issue. Without hesitation, Lin Ming instructed the 3D metal printer to produce a climate-controlled greenhouse, subsequently listing it on the interstellar trading post. For sale. Climate-controlled greenhouse includes raw materials, manufacturing cost 100 units of basic resources, energy not required. All-inclusive, 200 units of basic resources. The listing of the climate-controlled greenhouse instantly attracted a throng of curious players. Lin Ming's high-tech store has new arrivals. Let me see what good stuff it is. A climate-controlled greenhouse. An expansion module capable of growing Venus flytraps or other plants. This perfectly addresses my problem. It comes with raw materials, I'll take it. Lin Ming, we're all graduates of 9 years of compulsory education, how come you stand out so distinctly? Before long, Lin Ming's listed climate-controlled greenhouse was snatched up by a player for 100 units of ultrafine iron powder and 100 litres of water. Although there was a sewage pool within the pit to extract water resources, its total capacity was limited, using some meant diminishing the available amount. The first sewage pool had already been reduced by half. At this moment, being able to trade for some water resources felt quite profitable to Lin Ming. In just a few brief minutes, Lin Ming received several pre-order requests from players, some offering raw materials and others providing all-inclusive deals. Regardless of whether they offered food, water, or oxygen, Lin Ming accepted them all. After receiving 10 orders, he removed the climate-controlled greenhouse from the listing, ceasing to take any further orders. After all, the production capacity of the 3D metal printer was limited, and he still needed to manufacture the framework mining system and distillation tower. With sufficient materials, let's first construct a framework mining system and commence mining operations. Lin Ming had already discovered a copper mine nearby, perfect for extraction and smelting in the arc furnace. This would ensure he had an ample supply of raw materials to produce electromagnetic coils continuously. Ziz, the 3D metal printer, having just completed a conveyor belt module, swiftly shifted its production focus to the framework mining system. Due to its substantial size, the framework mining system was fabricated in several hundred distinct components, which would then be assembled individually. Otherwise, even if it were produced, Lin Ming would struggle to extract it from the pit. One by one, iron-structured metal cylinders materialized under the diligent work of the 3D printer, prompting Lin Ming to nod in approval. The main framework of the framework mining system bore resemblance to the primary structure of a construction site tower crane. At the heart of the main framework was an energy-driven motor, powering a superalloy drill bit to continuously bore into the earth, extracting the subterranean mineral resources. The production of all modules for the framework mining system would require 3 hours. Rather than idly waiting, Lin Ming ventured to the first branch of the pit, eager to check on the status of those seeds. Chapter 57. Work is rest. Upon arriving at the first pit branch, Lin Ming was immensely satisfied with the conditions within. The rice and corn seeds had begun to sprout, reaching a stage suitable for transplantation. The potato tubers and the large-mouthed flower seeds were in a similar state. It's time to begin the transplantation. Lin Ming carefully transferred the germinated seeds into the soilless cultivation framework system. These seeds were the foundation for the future development of his farm and required meticulous handling. Once these seeds matured into plants and bore fruit, their numbers would multiply exponentially. At that point, the transplantation would allow the simulated crabs to take action. Even if a few errors occurred during the transplantation, resulting in the loss of some seeds, he could absorb the loss. After completing this task, Lin Ming placed the 10 newly acquired largemouth flower seeds onto the growth medium to initiate germination. With the first pit branch now established, the subsequent 8 pit branches can be modified in bulk, following the successful model. Lin Ming contemplated the future development of the pits, feeling somewhat troubled. Upgrading the remaining 8 pit branches would require at least 8 life support systems and additional soilless cultivation frameworks. All of these would occupy the capacity of the 3D metal printer. Moreover, there were nearly 100 conveyor belts yet to be manufactured. Fortunately, the seeds would also require time to mature, alleviating Lin Ming's urgency. However, the 3D metal printer would not have a chance to rest anytime soon. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Ming. The 3D metal printer consists of various modules, such as the feeding port, robotic arm, melting nozzle, and forming substrate. While one module is in operation, the others experience a brief pause during which they are inactive. This implies that although the 3D metal printer appears busy, most modules are actually alternating in their rest periods. According to this logic, the busier the 3D metal printer is, the more rest time it accumulates. Thus, the work of the 3D metal printer is, in essence, a form of rest. How ingenious! Lin Ming was captivated by his own brilliant insight. Descending to the bottom of the pit, he observed the functioning 3D metal printer, and his mindset shifted entirely. Work diligently, this way, you shall rest more effectively. After offering some encouragement to the 3D metal printer, Lin Ming proceeded to the temperature-controlled greenhouse to examine the state of the large-mouthed flower that had consumed the purple danlu stem. The flower bud had fallen away, and the stem had elongated. The 2 enormous leaves exhibited veins transitioning from green to purple, indicating they were in a specialization phase. It was estimated that within a day or 2, they would fully specialize into the purple danlu. Remarkable! The large-mouthed flower is even stronger than I anticipated. This is the marvel of top-tier biotechnology. Lin Ming exclaimed in admiration. He then turned his gaze toward the 4 dragon eggs of the spiked giant shell dragon resting on the ground. These eggs had been there for some time and had not shown any changes. However, he was not anxious. Generally speaking, oviparous creatures require at least half a month, if not longer, to successfully hatch. Although the spiked giant shell dragon was not a creature from Blue Star, it should adhere to this natural law. He recalled a biology class where the teacher had shown him a series of photographs depicting chicks developing within eggs. The method for observing the growth of the chick inside the egg was straightforward. Shining a bright light on the egg revealed its interior. Following this principle, Lin Ming took one of the dragon eggs in hand and used the powerful spotlight from his heavy-duty exosuit to illuminate it from below. Soon, the dragon egg transformed into a translucent pale yellow hue. Lin Ming could clearly see a red spot, roughly the size of a fingernail, atop the opaque yolk. Numerous blood vessels had sprouted from the red spot, enveloping the entire yolk. It's a viable egg, appearing to be in the early stages of development. It will require some time before hatching. Using this method, Lin Ming inspected the other dragon eggs. The 4 eggs were likely laid around the same time and displayed similar developmental stages. All right then, you shall develop here at your own pace. Gently placing the dragon egg back on the ground, Lin Ming left the greenhouse. After a brief wait, the 3D metal printer finally completed its task. Lin Ming, along with the 2 simulated crabs, cooperatively transported several hundred modules out of the pit. Simultaneously, Lin Ming assigned a new task to the 3D metal printer: to manufacture a liquid distillation tower. There are only a few circuit boards remaining, and no one is selling them at the Interstellar Trading Post. This is quite concerning. Observing the dwindling stock of circuit boards, Lin Ming scratched his head. We'll take it one step at a time. Due to the modular design of the framework mining system, both installation and dismantling were relatively straightforward. Lin Ming located a copper mine with a reserve of 57 units and began constructing the framework mining system above its distribution point. First, he established the foundational framework. A massive metal frame was driven 1 meter deep into the ground, then, akin to a tower crane, it was raised layer by layer. After erecting a 5-meter-high supporting framework, Lin Ming donned his jet-powered flight pack to install the electromagnetic drive and superalloy drill bit. Finally, he attached the receiving end of the wireless power transmission module to draw energy from the solar panel array, thus forming a rudimentary mining site. The copper mine was situated 5 to 6 kilometers away from the pit. Under previous conditions, having the simulated crabs transport the mined copper back to the pit and then utilizing the survival pod's decomposition core for smelting and refining would have resulted in exceedingly low transportation efficiency. Currently, not many conveyor belts had been manufactured, and even with 100 conveyor belts, they only spanned 100 meters, far from meeting the existing demand. Fortunately, Lin Ming had an electric arc furnace. He directly transported the electric arc furnace next to the copper mine. This way, only 2 or 3 simulated crabs needed to be arranged to complete the fully automated process of feeding copper ore into the electric arc furnace. Let's give it a try. Lin Ming activated the framework mining system. Buzz, 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 the superalloy drill bit, driven by the motor, gradually accelerated while slowly descending. Squeak, the high-strength superalloy drill bit made contact with the hard ground, emitting a piercing friction sound. Fortunately, although the ground was hard, it was no match for the superalloy. The drill bit smoothly descended at a rate of 1 meter per minute, gradually approaching the copper mine situated several meters underground. Lin Ming opened the 3D map and saw that the superalloy drill bit had made contact with the copper mine. Clatter, before long, finely crushed copper ore tumbled out from the output of the framework mining system. The nearby simulated crabs immediately sprang into action, swiftly grasping the copper ore with their claws and depositing it into the electric arc furnace's feeding port. Crackle, the electric arc furnace roared to life, and soon, a purplish-red ingot of pure copper appeared at its output. Pure copper ingot. Description: a highly pure copper ingot, serving as a premium metal material with extensive industrial applications. Success. Chapter 58, What constitutes a complete industrial chain? Cradling a fist-sized block of pure copper in his palm and toying with it repeatedly, Lin Ming was filled with exuberance. This enabled him to fabricate electromagnetic coils. The next step was to devise a method for sourcing high-strength, lightweight materials to manufacture circuit boards. Once the production of circuit boards was resolved, he could embark on mass production of the simulated crabs. These rudimentary silicon-based life forms, as it currently appeared, were exceedingly useful and would significantly enhance Lin Ming's production efficiency. Hundreds, if not thousands, of simulated crabs lined up could even replace conveyor belts, albeit with some instances of overkill. Observing the electric arc furnace tirelessly purifying copper ore, small nuggets of copper were fed into the inlet, only to emerge as pure copper blocks from the outlet, while a substantial amount of waste was discarded. An idea struck Lin Ming. He accessed the control interface of the electric arc furnace and issued a command: reduce the purity of the output to 99. What I seek is quantity. After adjusting the melting purity of the electric arc furnace, Lin Ming witnessed immediate results. The yield rate of pure copper blocks, which had previously been less than 1/10, now doubled, with only 70 to 80% transforming into waste. Lin Ming picked up one of the outputs and consulted the catalogue. High purity copper block. Description: a copper block containing certain impurities, regarded as a commendable metallic raw material, slightly diminishing output efficiency while increasing energy consumption. Not bad, Lin Ming nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Although the efficiency of the output crafted from high-purity copper blocks was slightly reduced and energy consumption increased, the yield had indeed doubled. From an overall efficiency standpoint, this was a gain. As for the energy consumption, the current output from the solar panel array was sufficient, alleviating any immediate concerns. With the production line adjusted, Lin Ming returned to the bottom of the pit, awaiting the completion of the liquid distillation tower. This imposing structure, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, bore resemblance to a blast furnace and was divided into several layers. Each layer featured an outlet capable of dispensing different products. With the 3D metal printer incessantly at work for over 2 hours, the massive liquid distillation tower was finally completed. Lin Ming promptly assigned the task of manufacturing the life support system to prevent the 3D metal printer from becoming fatigued. Due to the tower's considerable size, it could not be directly transported through the tunnel. Thus, Lin Ming maneuvered the survival pod, facilitating the transfer of the liquid distillation tower to the surface via the launch channel. Having constructed this new technological marvel, it was imperative to conduct a trial. The inlet of the liquid distillation tower was a colossal water tank with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Lin Ming directed the simulated crabs to draw in wastewater from the second tunnel branch, filling the reservoir. After installing the microwave power transmission device, he activated the liquid distillation tower. A high-frequency noise resonated as the electromagnetic coils within began to heat the liquid. Lin Ming placed a metal cylinder at each layer's outlet to collect the resultant products. With a clatter, the first output emerged from the top outlet, a clear liquid continuously flowing forth. Lin Ming checked the catalogue, confirming it was pure water, the primary component of the wastewater. Shortly thereafter, the second layer's outlet exhibited activity, releasing a copious amount of white powder. What is this? Lin Ming pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the powder. Upon consulting the catalogue, he was astonished to discover that these white particles were none other than the vitamin supplements he had previously acquired. It made sense. When their black tide engulfed the entire planet, devouring all organic life, it undoubtedly contained various vitamins and nutrients. After a brief wait, a greyish-white, somewhat translucent substance emerged from the third layer's outlet. Lin Ming picked up a piece and noted its resemblance to rock candy. High-strength lightweight material. Description: a highly resilient polymer composite material, boasting exceptional strength, remarkable plasticity, and lightweight properties. It is impact-resistant and corrosion-resistant, making it one of the finest industrial raw materials, Lin Ming explained. After searching for it far and wide, he suddenly found it right in his dwelling. Who could have anticipated this? An overwhelming sense of joy enveloped Lin Ming, leaving him slightly dizzy. With access to high-strength lightweight materials, he could piece together a significant element of industrial production, enabling him to autonomously manufacture the vast majority of technological creations. What indeed constitutes a complete industrial chain? Having procured high-strength lightweight materials, Lin Ming was eager to test their performance. While they were undeniably lightweight, just how strong were they? Without hesitation, he set to work. First, he instructed the 3D metal printer to forge an arch-shaped superalloy frame and tray. Subsequently, he created ropes with the thickness of a toothpick using iron powder, superalloy, and the high-strength lightweight material. He intended to assess the tensile strength of these materials. Starting with the iron wire, Lin Ming secured one end to the pinnacle of the arch-shaped superalloy frame and attached the tray below, gradually adding stones weighing 10 kilograms each. After placing 5 stones, the iron wire snapped with a decisive crack. If the iron wire can withstand approximately 50 kilograms of tensile force, then what about the superalloy? The superalloy showcased formidable tensile strength, allowing Lin Ming to add over 60 stones before the superalloy rope finally broke. The tensile capacity of the superalloy exceeds 600 kilograms, a remarkable multiple of the iron wire's strength. Lin Ming gazed in astonishment at the superalloy rope, justifiably earning its superalloy designation. Finally, he turned his attention to the high-strength lightweight material. Do not disappoint me, he cautioned as he began adding stones. Upon reaching 50 stones, Lin Ming clenched his teeth. This strength, the high-strength lightweight material was nearing the tensile strength of the superalloy, albeit with significantly less weight. He continued to add stones. In no time, the count reached 100 stones, equivalent to 1 ton, yet, the high-strength lightweight material displayed no signs of distress. By heavens, its tensile strength is already double that of the superalloy. Lin Ming pressed on, and as the stones surpassed 200, the high-strength lightweight material remained steadfast, unfazed. Oh my, he swallowed hard. Soon, the number of stones exceeded 300, with a total weight surpassing 3 tons. The density of the stones is approximately 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter. The tray's designed capacity can accommodate a maximum of 5 cubic meters of stones. Surely, this must reach the high-strength lightweight material's ultimate tensile capacity. Lin Ming continued to add stones, becoming somewhat dazed. Ultimately, after placing 5 cubic meters of stones onto the metal tray, the total weight had exceeded 15 tons. However, the slender high-strength lightweight material remained as stable as ever, showing no inclination to fracture. Chapter 59, Technological Assessment. Since testing is to be conducted, it must be thorough. Lin Ming temporarily halted the task of the 3D metal printer, directing it to fabricate iron blocks using iron powder, each weighing 500 kilograms. Producing such a rudimentary item, devoid of any technological sophistication, the 3D metal printer exhibited remarkable efficiency, completing each block in merely 1 minute. After swiftly manufacturing 60 iron blocks, yielding a total weight of 30 tons, Lin Ming commenced his experimentation. This amounted to all of his existing inventory. In comparison to stone, which weighs 3 to 4 tons per cubic meter, iron possesses a greater density, approximately 8 tons per cubic meter. Lin Ming continuously added iron blocks to the tray until, in the blink of an eye, all 60 were placed. The high-strength lightweight material stretched slightly, appearing as delicate as a gossamer thread. Yet, astonishingly, it did not rupture. My goodness, what extraordinary tensile strength is this? Lin Ming was astounded. His understanding dictated that no material could withstand such immense tensile force, yet the high-strength lightweight material lay before him. A strand, no thicker than a toothpick, managed to suspend 30 tons of iron blocks without breaking. Damn it, let us raise the stakes, I'm all in. Lin Ming hastily accessed the interstellar exchange, fervently purchasing ultrafine iron powder. The 3D metal printer, which had just completed a batch of life support systems, did not pause for a moment and immediately commenced the production of heavy iron blocks. Lin Ming continued to add half-ton iron blocks to the tray, the total weight consistently fluctuating, 35 tons, 40 tons, 45 tons, 60 tons. After adding another block, the high-strength lightweight material finally reached its limit and fractured in the middle. The 60-ton iron blocks crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Ming had achieved his desired outcome. The tensile strength of the superalloy metal wire was 10 times that of iron wire. Meanwhile, the tensile strength of the high-strength lightweight material was a staggering 100 times that of the superalloy. This was far from a simple multiplicative relationship. In Lin Ming's understanding of engineering applications, many projects involving metal tensile strength, such as large cable-stayed bridges, rely on dozens or even hundreds of multi-stranded steel cables for support. Each cable is composed of numerous thinner steel wires, each as thick as a forearm. The necessity of using so many cables stems from the need for uniform tension, as well as the inherent weight of the cables themselves. This leads to the limitation that cables cannot be infinitely thickened to increase tensile strength, otherwise, they would fracture under their own weight. However, if these cables were replaced with high-strength lightweight material, a single slender strand would suffice to provide equivalent tensile strength. Lin Ming could scarcely fathom that a thin strand made of high-strength lightweight material could support an entire large cable-stayed bridge, along with the traffic traversing its expanse. If strands of high-strength lightweight material were to be coiled into cables as thick as forearms, with hundreds or even thousands of them, the weight they could support would be beyond imagination. Gazing at the broken high-strength lightweight material before him, Lin Ming raised his head, contemplating a term, space elevator. In contrast to the exorbitant costs and low efficiency of rocket launch schemes, a space elevator could transport vast quantities of materials into space at a slower pace and lower expense. Much like how maritime shipping costs are significantly less than air freight. Some ideas, once conceived, become uncontrollable. Lin Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within him. With his gaze fixed on the stars and his feet firmly planted on the ground, he acknowledged. First, he must focus on developing the present and gradually transforming the planet Urea. Returning to the base of the pit, Lin Ming, having labored throughout the day, felt a slight weariness. Today's achievements ignited an intensified yearning within him, reflecting on the high-tech beings capable of annihilating Blue Star with a mere gesture, determining the fates of billions. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes. One day, I will. Sipping slowly from a vitamin drink, Lin Ming's gaze became distant as he fixated on a single point, his mind adrift in thought. It was only when the ethereal crystal emitted a slight tremor that he snapped back to reality. The ethereal crystal rarely vibrates. What could be the matter? Setting down the superalloy cup, Lin Ming gently caressed the ethereal crystal. He noticed a line of red text appearing at the top of the regional channel. Humans, you have survived for 7 days. Those who remain are the strongest of your kind. First, I extend my congratulations. As a reward, I shall assess your technological creations in 48 hours. The strongest among each region shall receive my favor. An assessment of technological creations. Lin Ming instantly became alert. Scrolling through the regional chat channel, players were fervently discussing the matter. Is old Deng about to shower us with gold coins? I wonder what rewards he'll bestow. Sure, do you want to die? Be careful, he might eliminate you on the spot. He previously stated that only the strong have the right to speak. Since we have become strong, we should not be easily eradicated. Indeed, if that guy hasn't perished, does that mean I can directly request something from him, like a level 2 survival pod? Perhaps we aren't as strong as we think. The region, brothers, let us go and watch. Let us go. Lin Ming opened the regional channel. He discovered that a player named Thompson, an American, had posed an inquiry. As the first player, your subjects are basking in your grace, filled with reverence. Thompson's tone was subservient. TSK. Lin Ming closed the regional chat channel. This highlighted the distinction between the Chinese and Americans. Americans admire the strong, idolizing individual heroism. They tend to serve and flatter those they cannot hope to match. In contrast, when faced with oppression from powerful entities, the Chinese do not consider submission but rather endure and strive for vengeance. You either eliminate me outright, leaving no chance for survival, or await my resurgence, when I shall bring you down. Regarding that high-tech being, Lin Ming would show respect, admiration, and awe, but he would never cower in fear. Chapter 60, Item Grade Assessment. The news regarding the high-tech artifact undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the community. In both regional and district chat channels, as well as the global chat, fervent discussions erupted about the rewards bestowed by that advanced life form. If it weren't for the exorbitant 100% tax on inter-regional trades, I would have gladly contributed 1,000 resources to that fellow named Thompson. The strong remain strong, while the weak remain weak. With such an early advantage, subsequent players will find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Regrettably, our region had some promising players as well, like the esteemed Lin Ming or those from Tang Province, but now all the limelight has been snatched away by that cotton machine. Lin Ming paid little heed to the clamour in the regional channel, yet Sun Yao approached him eagerly. Brother Lin, have you seen the message that was sent? That one. Noticing Sun Yao's reference to the high-tech entity, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, do you have any thoughts? Sun Yao's message brimmed with enthusiasm, an E-level high-tech artifact, alongside 3 requests. If we could secure the top spot in the district, we'd strike it rich. Lin Ming replied, that individual isn't alone, numerous players from various regions have contributed resources to him, how can we compete with that? Sun Yao countered, Brother Lin, you could first gather high-tech artifacts from players in our region. After all, you were the first to upgrade to a level 2 survival pod, and with your previous act of sharing the F-level universal code, many players hold you in high regard. As far as I know, those from Tang Province have already begun their preparations to gather high-tech artifacts. The thought of Tang Province taking action struck Lin Ming, recalling the trading group at Treasure Pavilion that Tang Chengyan had invited him into. He had to admit that the business acumen of those from Tang Province was remarkably sharp. They had initiated their plans well in advance. Seeing that Lin Ming had yet to respond, Sun Yao grew anxious. Brother Lin, I have some trinkets here, all acquired in exchange for dragon meat these past few days. Are you interested in any? Sun Yao sent, camera, malachite, modular technology. Upon viewing the 3-item illustration sent by Sun Yao, Lin Ming let out a soft exclamation. It seemed that Sun Yao had managed to procure a considerable array of valuable items from the meat of the spiked giant shell dragon. The camera needed no explanation, everyone was familiar with it. Malachite, being a type of copper ore, was of little interest to Lin Ming as he had already located copper mines nearby. However, the modular technology piqued Lin Ming's curiosity immensely. Modular technology level description transforms the technology you possess into a modular format, allowing it to be disassembled or assembled according to your needs, resulting in entirely new technological products. Prerequisite technology requires reverse engineering technology. To his astonishment, this was the next tier of technology following reverse engineering. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Ming messaged Sun Yao, F modular technology, I am quite interested. What price are you asking? Sun Yao replied, Brother Lin, discussing price at this moment feels rather impolite. If you want it, just take it for now, remember me when you reap the benefits. Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming nodded. He had encountered several individuals with a similar disposition to Sun Yao, who were exceedingly generous with friends and willing to invest in them. Such investments often bore little fruit, yet if successful, the rewards could be monumental. It was akin to someone posing the question, if you could travel back 20 years and invest 100,000 in Tingzun, would you? Most certainly, you would decline, as you lacked that sum 2 decades ago. Having made up his mind, Lin Ming wasted no time, stating, very well, then, please hand over both the camera and the modular technology. Certainly. Sun Yao promptly traded the 2 items to him. After acquiring the items, Lin Ming was astonished to discover that a technology assessment grade was displayed next to the descriptions of both items. The modular technology was graded E, while the camera was graded F. It appears that it has enabled the display of item technology grades, allowing us to ascertain the intrinsic value of the items in advance. Time was of the essence. Lin Ming immediately sprang into action. Decrypt modular technology. Utilize the E-level chip to conduct reverse research on the camera. Decrypting modular technology, estimated to master the relevant technology in 6 hours. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse engineering. Should we commence reverse engineering? Yes. Suspending both processes, Lin Ming began to assess the evaluation levels of the surrounding items, the heavy-duty space suit, the lightweight space suit, the simulated crab, the electromagnetic gun, the jetpack, the constant temperature chamber. All of these were rated as F-class. After all, these items could have been produced according to the technological standards of Blue Star in the past, indicating a rather average level of technological advancement. In contrast, the 3D metal printer received a rating of F. The only item classified as advanced was the level 2 survival pod, which was rated as E-class. Lin Ming ascended from the bottom of the pit to examine the external technological constructs. The life support system, solar panels, microwave power transmission device, and conveyor belt were all rated F-class. The liquid distillation tower, arc furnace, and framework mining system, as expected, were rated E-class, marking them as some of Lin Ming's few advanced technological creations. While inspecting the liquid distillation tower, Lin Ming realized he had previously overlooked the output from the 4th layer, the very bottom. The black substance appeared to resemble waste residue. His eyes slightly heated. Lin Ming noticed that the black material had manifested a suspension frame. Nutrients. 0, 5 units. Well, at least these byproducts hold some value. Lin Ming summoned a simulated crab to dispose of the waste into the sewage pool at the first pit's branch. As for the electromagnetic coils, circuit boards, and high-strength lightweight materials, they constituted raw materials and had not been classified as technological creations. Perhaps it was due to the low level of technological advancement that they had not been assigned a rating. It seems that to attain a higher rating, one must possess a substantial quantity of technological creations or creations of sufficiently advanced technology. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming resolved to adopt a strategy focused on quality over quantity. The reason was simple: his solitary 3D metal printer was already operating at full capacity, and even with an ample supply of raw materials, he could not produce a significant number of technological creations. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming accessed the chat channel and entered their Treasure Pavilion group chat. Welcome, esteemed Lin Ming, our group is about to commence a new bidding auction in 10 minutes. The group administrator promptly extended a warm welcome to him. Lin Ming glanced at the chat, noting over 100 illuminated avatars. Evidently, many players were eager to seize the opportunity to sell their technological creations. After all, with the recent announcement, the prices of many technological creations had surged. What they once deemed unimaginable prices now held room for negotiation. As Lin Ming awaited the auction's commencement, he was taken aback when Tang Chengyan sent him a message. Are you interested in discussing a collaboration? P.S. There's one more chapter in the works. Once completed, I will post it, and everyone can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 61, Irresistible Terms of Cooperation. Upon seeing the message from Tang Chengyan, Lin Ming felt a twinge of PTSD. Why did it seem that every time someone from Tang province sought his collaboration, it inevitably led to some degree of unpleasantness? In contrast to Tang Haren's naivety, Tang Chengyan's tactics appeared considerably more seasoned. He first added Lin Ming to their Duobao Pavilion trading group, without any ulterior motive, allowing Lin Ming to taste the sweetness of success. Only after some time did he propose a request for collaboration. This approach effectively brushed aside previous grievances, ensuring that Lin Ming would harbor no significant bias during their discussions. Such was the demeanor of a competent businessman. Lin Ming pondered briefly before sending a message to Tang Chengyan. I would like to. Lin Ming instinctively declined Tang Chengyan's request, citing, I apologize, but my production capacity for the next several hours has already been allocated, and I still have 10 orders. If you doubt this, feel free to verify with them. Upon reviewing the screenshots, Lin Ming discerned that Tang Chengyan's strategy to intercept these orders was quite straightforward, by offering double the material compensation, and promising to gift the climate-controlled greenhouses to those players after a 48-hour evaluation period. Such a maneuver was undeniably bold. After all, Tang Chengyan's aim in hoarding climate-controlled greenhouses was to amass a greater quantity of technological creations, thus securing a higher evaluation. Once the assessment was completed, the utility of those greenhouses would diminish significantly. Moreover, for the players who had placed orders, a mere 2-day delay in planting would not incur substantial losses, as the compensation of double materials would suffice. Ultimately, the delivery of the greenhouses was inconsequential. As long as an agreement was reached, Lin Ming held no objections. He candidly stated, I have other plans for my production capacity. I understand your 3D metal printer's capacity is limited, Tang Chengyan remarked. Upon reading this message, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, glinting with a dangerous light. Who had leaked this information? The individual he interacted with most frequently was Sun Yao, yet he was unaware of Lin Ming's production limitations. Tang Chengyan continued, 3D metal printer, Type 1x3. It is not only you who acquired 3D metal printers from the resource supply pod, we too have fortuitously obtained 3 units. Tang Chengyan alleviated Lin Ming's doubts. We are fully aware of the benefits of this technology, as well as its drawbacks. Lin Ming nodded. The 3D metal printer could be obtained from the basic carbon-based resource supply pod. Given the passage of time, it was inevitable that some players would acquire them. With over 500 individuals in Tang province, securing 3 units was hardly surprising. Furthermore, it was likely that Tang province had players specifically monitoring the interstellar trading post. Even if other players listed 3D metal printers, they would be snatched up at the earliest opportunity. This had resulted in Lin Ming's inability to purchase a 3D metal printer, as he seldom checked the interstellar trading post. Let's discuss the specific cooperation plan, Lin Ming suggested, sensing Tang Chengyan's intentions. It's quite simple. We will assist you in expanding your production capacity, and in return, you will manufacture technological creations for us, Tang Chengyan stated plainly. Once you have completed and delivered 10 climate-controlled greenhouses to us, I will lend you 1 3D metal printer. The materials and energy consumption required for creating the technological creations will be provided by us. After 48 hours, the ownership of this 3D metal printer will be yours. Lin Ming chuckled and inquired, aren't you concerned that I might take the goods and default on the agreement? Tang Chengyan replied, prior to entering into this collaboration, we conducted an internal assessment, and the final decision was to partner with you, as the potential benefits far outweigh the risks. After all, the maximum loss would merely amount to 1 set of materials plus 1 3D metal printer. Observing Tang Chengyan's candidness, Lin Ming nodded. This was the hallmark of a competent businessman. The terms of this collaboration were indeed difficult to refuse. After all, if he succeeded in reverse engineering and manufacturing the 3D metal printer, his production capacity would be significantly liberated. However, a major concern loomed. If he lacked any one or more of the materials required for creating the 3D metal printer, he would be unable to fulfill the agreement. After contemplating, Lin Ming proposed, let us add one more stipulation. I have my own production schedule, so I may not be able to produce at full capacity. If necessary, you might consider renting me an additional 3D metal printer. During the production period, I will supply my own energy. Tang Chengyan decisively agreed. Deal. Having confirmed the cooperation, Tang Chengyan tentatively inquired, Lin Ming, I am aware that you possess numerous technological creations and upgraded your survival pod quite early. Perhaps you are aiming for a high district evaluation. Our collaboration would increase the likelihood of success. Our cooperative membership in Tang Province has now expanded from over 500 to 1,000. 1,000 against 1, the advantage is mine. Lin Ming graciously declined Tang Chengyan's further request, stating, I wish to attempt this on my own. After closing the chat with Tang Chengyan, Lin Ming first confirmed the authenticity of the order transfers with the 10 players who had placed orders for the climate-controlled greenhouses, and then commenced the production of the greenhouses using the 3D metal printer. Originally, a climate-controlled greenhouse required 8 hours to construct. However, Lin Ming was selling a simplified version, reducing the components of the soulless cultivation framework system and other subsystems from 5 modules to just 1. Even so, constructing a single climate-controlled greenhouse still required 2 hours. Following negotiations with Tang Chengyan, it was agreed that after Lin Ming delivered 5 climate-controlled greenhouses, he could pledge the remaining 5 sets of materials to gain access to a 3D metal printer. By the way, the previously manufactured climate-controlled greenhouses are of limited utility now and can be sold. Additionally, dismantling 4 sets of the soulless cultivation framework system will further expedite the construction process of the greenhouses. With determination, Lin Ming rubbed his hands together and set about making substantial alterations to the climate-controlled greenhouses. Special thanks to the readers, Xiao Juke for the generous support, and to users for 4416335, Dodo Bu Suiju, and Wusua12138 for their inspirational capsules. Gratitude also goes to user 2559 for 979 for the bubble milk tea, and Wang Yinxia for the encouragement. I appreciate the support from all the readers, including An Yifang, Hong Yun Chichen, Mu Dong, those who remain nameless, and user 2056565 for their generous tips. Your enthusiasm has deeply touched me. Originally, I intended to set a reward condition, such as adding a chapter for a certain amount of support, but considering everyone's encouragement, I felt that imposing conditions would be somewhat greedy. Hence, starting next month, I will provide 3 updates a month to express my gratitude for your support. As I am still working, I write after hours, and since this is a science fiction narrative, I need to research to avoid significant plot holes, sometimes writing until the early hours. Therefore, I am unable to produce instant updates. I hope for your understanding. Furthermore, the current setting of this book includes the planetary, stellar system, galaxy, and universe arcs, and I will not deliberately suppress development levels. After all, the advantage of science fiction is the expansive worldview, and I do not plan to shift to cultivation or supernatural themes after a mere 100 chapters unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This book will not delve into cultivation or extraordinary related content, focusing primarily on the ascent of the technological tree. That is all for today. I am feeling quite cheerful and have rambled on a bit. Once again, thank you for your support. Chapter 62, The Application of Modular Technology Before Modifying the Existing Temperature-Controlled Greenhouse. Lin Ming placed the blue-green algae and dragon eggs into the first branch of the tunnel. At this moment, various plants in the tunnel branch had already begun to reveal delicate stems, and it was estimated that they would mature in just 2 or 3 days. Returning to the bottom of the pit, Lin Ming boldly dismantled the excess modules from the temperature-controlled greenhouse, first delivering a set to Tang Chengyan. After the delivery, Lin Ming checked the progress. The decryption of the modular technology still required 5.5 hours, while the remaining for temperature-controlled greenhouses, due to the disassembled soulless cultivation framework system, would require a total of 7 hours to complete. I'll take a nap first, and when these processes are finished, I'll get up and work hard. Prior to this, Lin Ming decided to conduct a reverse study on the heavy-duty exosuit. This technology was rated only F-class, and using an E-class chip for reverse engineering should not take too long. Based on the computational power provided by the current chip, the estimated duration for reverse research is 4 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Do you wish to commence reverse research? Yes. After completing this, Lin Ming felt somewhat fatigued. He swallowed a tube of nutrient paste with water and lay down in the sleep chamber. Merely visiting the edge of the light screen to observe the real world outside had consumed nearly half a day, coupled with various other tasks. He had remained busy throughout the day. This time, Lin Ming did not sleep until he naturally woke up, but instead set an alarm for 5.5 hours later, intending to wake up immediately after the modular system was decrypted. Modular system decryption complete. You have mastered modular system technology. Heavy-duty exosuit reverse engineering complete. You have mastered the technology to manufacture heavy-duty exosuits. Lin Ming was awakened promptly by the alarm. The ether crystal projected a prompt light screen, indicating that the modular technology had been decrypted. How is this technology utilized? Lin Ming inquired with curiosity. The ether crystal provided an ambiguous explanation. The modular system is a post-technology of reverse engineering, allowing you to modularly deconstruct the technological products you have mastered. I understand every word, yet the combination leaves me perplexed. Realizing that further discussion would yield little, Lin Ming resolved to experiment personally. He waved his hand to summon a simulated crab. Snap, snap, snap. The simulated crab obediently approached Lin Ming, raising its pincers in a gesture of respect. Let's modularize this little creature. Modularizing the simulated crab. The simulated crab can be deconstructed into computational core module, photoelectric conversion module, energy storage module, locomotion module, armor module, and handling module. Simulated crab modularization complete. The embedded universal chip within the simulated crab was rated F-class. He retrieved an F-class universal chip. It replaced the computational core module. Replacing the computational core module requires a 3D metal printer. Do you wish to terminate the current process of manufacturing the temperature-controlled greenhouse? Yes. The 3D metal printer, which had been working intermittently, entered a brief state of complete rest, after which the simulated crab approached the metal substrate, flipped over, and exposed its belly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3D metal printer made an incision in the simulated crab's carapace, revealing the circuit board within. Lin Ming observed that in the center of the circuit board lay a black F-class universal chip. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 3D metal printer soldered the universal chip and replaced it with the F-class universal chip, then sealed the simulated crab's carapace. How does it feel? Lin Ming inquired, looking at the simulated crab. The simulated crab spun in place once, then again. It scratched its head with its pincers, seemingly sensing a difference. It dazedly approached the 5 other simulated crabs that were installing the temperature-controlled greenhouse support frame and stood still. Lin Ming noticed that this upgraded simulated crab fixated its little eyes on the actions of the 5 other simulated crabs. A few seconds later, the upgraded simulated crab suddenly dashed to one of the other crabs, raised its pincers, and struck the other crab's head forcefully, seizing the half-installed support frame. What is happening? Is it out of control? Lin Ming observed the upgraded simulated crab warily, ready to intervene at any moment. What transpired next left Lin Ming wide-eyed with astonishment. The upgraded simulated crab used its pincers to install a component of the temperature-controlled. Subsequently, the upgraded simulated crab raised its pincers and rapidly clacked them in alternating rhythm, producing a crisp sound. The speed was reminiscent of players maintaining their parents in Zwan. Snap, snap, snap. The upgraded simulated crab continued its rapid clacking for half a minute. The remaining simulated crabs raised their pincers and clacked once, seemingly indicating their understanding. Next, the struck simulated crab installed a component onto the temperature-controlled greenhouse support frame and passed it to the next crab. The next simulated crab received it, quickly installed a component, and passed it on. Meanwhile, the struck crab had already installed a new module and passed it over. Wow, this is an assembly line. Lin Ming was utterly astonished. The 5 simulated crabs maintained the same rhythm, completing the installation of 5 sets of temperature-controlled greenhouse support frames in just half an hour. Previously, each one required over an hour to finish a single installation. The time consumed had been reduced by more than half. Most importantly, it was not Lin Ming who optimized the installation efficiency of the simulated crabs, but rather the upgraded simulated crab. After completing the initial demonstration and issuing commands, this upgraded crab rested with its pincers crossed behind its back, remaining motionless. As a supervisor, however, Lin Ming had already discerned from the details panel that this upgraded simulated crab had entered a state of shallow sleep. This creature had learned to slack off. After completing the installation of the 5 sets of temperature-controlled greenhouse support frames, the upgraded simulated crab staggered over to Lin Ming, as if intoxicated. It pointed at the 5 sets of support frames with its pincers, then at itself, and slightly raised its body. Lin Ming, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Are you waiting for my praise?" The upgraded simulated crab raised its pincers. Snap. All right, well done, you've increased efficiency. It seems I shall deliver these temperature-controlled greenhouses ahead of schedule. Lin Ming patted the head of the upgraded simulated crab. There are still 5 sets left. Let them continue working, don't be idle. Receiving the command, the upgraded simulated crab danced about, seemingly indicating its loyalty. It then hurried over to the struck simulated crab, raised its pincers, and struck its back shell again. Snap, the 5 simulated crabs resumed their repetitive yet efficient actions. Much like before, Lin Ming opened the panel of the upgraded simulated crab and discovered that its description had been augmented. Compared to its peers, its computational ability had significantly improved. Its rating had elevated to F. Modular technology, truly formidable. Chapter 63. Lin Ming is currently integrating the technology he has mastered, with the upgraded bio-inspired crab serving as a template. Lin Ming has discerned the methodology for modular technology. He glanced at the heavy exosuit he was wearing. The reverse engineering of the exosuit has been completed, allowing for modular deconstruction. Moreover, he possesses another heavy exosuit gifted by Zhao Yihong, which can be utilized for experimental research. Modular heavy exosuit. Initiating modularization of the heavy exosuit. The heavy exosuit can be deconstructed into computing core module, life support module, exoskeleton module, energy storage module, insulation module, protective module. Modularization of the heavy exosuit completed. Drawing upon his prior experience with the upgraded bio-inspired crab, Lin Ming proceeded with ease. He retrieved the heavy exosuit gifted by Zhao Yihong and placed it onto the recently completed base of the 3D metal printer, which had just finished fabricating the last thermostatic module. See, I arrived just in time to ensure a seamless transition in your work, preventing any inadequate rest. Lin Ming addressed the 3D metal printer. Upgrade the computing core module of the heavy exosuit, replacing it with an F-grade universal chip. ZZZZZ. The silent 3D metal printer immediately sprang into action. In less than 2 minutes, the computing core module of the heavy exosuit was upgraded. Lin Ming accessed the interface of the heavy exosuit and noted that the description remained unchanged, with the technological assessment still at F-grade. What on earth? Lin Ming pondered in confusion. He resolved to conduct a test. Embracing the heavy exosuit, he entered the living chamber, meticulously cleaned and disinfected the interior, and donned the upgraded heavy exosuit. No sensation, simply no sensation. He performed various movements, and the exoskeleton responded with remarkable sensitivity, as alert as his own suit. Not quite, my friend. Lin Ming removed the heavy exosuit and continued his research for an extended period until he finally comprehended the situation. The computing core module merely serves to control the life support module and the exoskeleton module of the heavy exosuit. The computational power of the F-grade universal chip is sufficient to meet these computational demands. Even if he were to multiply the computing core's power tenfold, it would still only accomplish these tasks. Due to hardware limitations, the heavy exosuit cannot achieve superior functionalities. Oh my goodness. Lin Ming was deeply disheartened, preparing to abandon his modifications to the heavy exosuit. Then he caught sight of the electromagnetic gun resting in the corner. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Modular electromagnetic gun. Initiating modularization of the electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic gun can be deconstructed into computing core module, electromagnetic conversion module, energy storage module. Modularization of the electromagnetic gun completed. The principle behind the electromagnetic gun is quite straightforward. It involves supplying power to the electromagnetic coil, utilizing the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field to propel the bullet at high velocity. Consequently, the core of the electromagnetic gun is the electromagnetic conversion module. Manufacture the electromagnetic conversion module. Soon, the 3D metal printer completed its task. This is a 1.5-meter-long superalloy gun barrel, internally equipped with electromagnetic coils for propulsion. However, due to the absence of a power supply and computational core module, it remains inoperable. Could the electromagnetic conversion module be affixed to the heavy-duty exosuit? You may combine any technological modules you possess, though some combinations may prove. Thanks to the advanced modular technology, all modularized technological constructs feature universal interfaces for power supply and data transmission. Lin Ming accessed the specifications of the heavy-duty exosuit and noted the distinctions. Combat type heavy-duty exosuit. Overview. A remarkably weighty exosuit, augmented with an exoskeleton for enhanced mobility, capable of withstanding extreme environments, maintaining your normal body temperature in conditions ranging from -100 to 300 degrees Celsius, and able to transport objects weighing less than 1 ton. Equipped with an electromagnetic gun, it facilitates small-scale, low-intensity combat, power consumption, 1 unit-hour, electromagnetic gun discharge, 1 unit per shot, oxygen consumption, equivalent to resting consumption. This is excellent. Lin Ming exclaimed with delight as he hastily donned the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. He swiftly emerged from the pit and ascended to the surface. To his astonishment, the helmet of the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit featured a toggleable HUD targeting reticle, randomly aiming in a direction. Lin Ming felt a compelling urge to fire. Click. The electromagnetic gun barrel, which had been affixed to his back, swiftly elevated and leveled against Lin Ming's right shoulder, targeting that direction. He distinctly heard a whoosh beside him as a streak of silver light shot forth from the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun. After the discharge, the gun barrel retracted back to its original position. What a surprise, Victor! After several attempts, Lin Ming quickly identified the drawbacks of the combat-type heavy-duty exosuit. Each shot necessitated manual reloading, resulting in a painfully low firing frequency. Most critically, it consumed power, lacking an independent energy source. The electromagnetic gun's discharges depleted the exosuit's energy reserves. Originally, the exosuit could operate for 10 hours, but with the electromagnetic gun installed, each shot reduced its operational time by 1 hour. Continue upgrading, and by the way, initiate the delivery. Lin Ming returned to the pit's depths and handed over the temperature-controlled chamber to Tang Chengyan. Your efficiency is commendable. Without hesitation, Tang Chengyan swiftly traded a 3D metal printer. Observing the identical 3D metal printer, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and forced out a few words through gritted jaws. Reverse engineer the 3D metal printer using an E-class chip. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 10 hours, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence reverse engineering? One step closer to liberating production capacity, Lin Ming exclaimed with excitement, absolutely. With the reverse engineering process underway, Lin Ming continued to modify the combat type. First, he addressed the energy supply issue of the exosuit. This was a simple task. Lin Ming added another energy storage module to the exosuit. Consequently, the maximum energy reserve of the exosuit doubled, now amounting to 20 energy units. Next, he installed a microwave power reception module. As long as there was a microwave power supply within 100 kilometers, the exosuit could sustain an infinite operational duration. At worst, he could carry a set of solar panels and deploy them wherever necessary. Had it not been for the considerable area required for solar panels to provide sufficient energy, Lin Ming would have installed them onto the exosuit. Thus, in most scenarios, the exosuit would no longer need to worry about energy consumption. Subsequently, Lin Ming added a pair of crab-like manipulator modules to the back, effectively replacing the need for manual reloading with automated ammunition loading by the claws. To enhance firepower, he installed an electromagnetic conversion module on the left side as well. That should suffice. It's time to test it out. Lin Ming stepped out of the pit. He held a jetpack in his hands. Click, the jetpack was affixed to his back, flanked by the electromagnetic gun barrels. Slightly bending his knees, Lin Ming propelled himself upward. The jetpack, alongside the heavy-duty exosuit and Lin Ming, could bear a load of 300 kilograms, now displaying a capacity of 260 kilograms. It did not impede his flying speed. Lin Ming adjusted the flight speed to its maximum and aimed in a direction, fire at will. The electromagnetic gun barrels on both shoulders emerged simultaneously, releasing 2 silver beams that soared towards the heavens. Click, the gun barrels retracted to the back, and the pair of claws promptly engaged. Reloading completed. Fire at will. Fire at will. Fire at will. Fire at will. After exhausting 10 rounds of ammunition, Lin Ming finally paused, suspended in midair. Combat, exhilarating. Chapter 64. Modular micro-satellites. After soaring through the skies for a considerable time, Lin Ming reluctantly descended back to the depths of the pit, feeling a pang of hunger. There's still plenty of dragon meat. I should indulge a bit. He retrieved a piece of dragon meat and sliced off a pound, coupled with high-protein meat cans, as well as boiled potatoes and corn. He relished a hearty breakfast. Once finished, Lin Ming wiped his mouth and opened the previously suspended progress list. At this moment, over 9 hours remained for the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer. Must I wait so long? Just then, a message from Tang Chengyan arrived. Brother Lin, please send me the materials list needed for the construction of the constant temperature greenhouse and the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming, without reservation and without inflating the materials required, promptly forwarded the list for both items. After all, they had agreed on a collaboration, and since Tang Chengyan had honored his commitment, Lin Ming would do the same. He also informed Tang Chengyan, it will take 2 hours to construct the constant temperature greenhouse and 1 hour for the electromagnetic gun. Originally, the construction of the greenhouse required 8 hours, but Lin Ming was crafting a streamlined version, significantly reducing the time. Tang Chengyan then transferred a materials package and corresponding electrical energy to Lin Ming. Let us manufacture an electromagnetic gun first, and we can compare. All right. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Ming commanded the 3D metal printer to commence production of the electromagnetic gun. Immediately after, he clicked on the pending progress list. There were still 9 hours and 11 minutes left for the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer. Time drags on. Bored, Lin Ming scrolled through the queue and stumbled upon a notification he had previously overlooked. Camera reverse engineering completed. You have mastered camera technology. Camera introduction, a once popular gadget capable of capturing reasonably clear photographs, with a maximum shooting frequency of 30 frames per second. Material requirements, ultrafine metal powder X5, universal chip of any grade 10-1, circuit board X1, electromagnetic coil X1, high transparency glass X3. Manufacturing requirements, requires a 3D metal printer. Manufacturing consumption, electrical energy X1 unit. The camera truly lived up to its description as a simple gadget, boasting a remarkably low technological content. It didn't even receive the lowest grade F in technology assessment. Furthermore, the manufacturing process was exceedingly straightforward, with minimal material demands. The only slight challenge lay in acquiring high transparency glass. However, with the electric arc furnace at his disposal, Lin Ming felt unconcerned. He donned his heavy-duty extravehicular suit, exited the pit, and made his way directly to the electric arc furnace. The solitary electric arc furnace stood quietly without any activity, devoid of a task queue. Seeing you without rest pains my heart. Here I am to give you some work. Lin Ming commanded several simulated crabs to bring sand, produce some high-transparency glass for me. Buzz, crackle, the electric arc furnace sprang to life, drawing sand from the feed inlet into its chamber. High-voltage arcs crackled, swiftly consuming 100 units of electrical energy. Subsequently, fist-sized pieces of high-transparency glass began to emerge continuously from the discharge outlet. However, the furnace still contained a significant amount of molten glass, continuing its output. After 5 minutes, the electric arc furnace finally ceased operations, yielding 500 pieces of high-transparency glass stacked by the simulated crabs into a small mountain of glass. Lin Ming picked up 3 pieces of high-transparency glass and returned to the pit's bottom, just in time for the 3D metal printer to finish printing the barrel of the electromagnetic gun. Halt the process, and manufacture the camera. At this moment, Lin Ming had ample superalloy materials, so instead of using ultrafine iron powder, within just 5 minutes, a gleaming superalloy camera was completed. All right, let us resume the production of the electromagnetic gun. Lin Ming remarked as he began to toy with the camera. Due to its compact size, the camera could not accommodate a complete energy storage block. Thus, it relied on small capacitors for power, requiring recharging after every 100 photographs taken. Click, click, Lin Ming snapped photos of his surroundings. These images were stored within the camera and could be exported at any time. Computing core module, photoelectric conversion module, protection module, propulsion module, fuel storage module, microwave transmission module. Microsatellite modularization completed. Modular camera. Initiating modularization of the camera. The camera can be deconstructed into computing core module, imaging module. Camera modularization completed. This camera is rather rudimentary, it can only be divided into 2 modules. Lin Ming speculated that had it not been for the leniency of the modularization technology, the camera might have been modularized into a single entity. After waiting for the 3D metal printer to complete the electromagnetic gun, Lin Ming delivered it to Tang Chengyan, along with a complimentary superalloy armor-piercing round. Tang Chengyan responded, "All right, thank you. Let us compare and then decide what to manufacture next." "No rush." Lin Ming replied, then assigned a new task to the 3D metal printer: produce the microsatellite. Ziz, the 3D metal printer immediately sprang into action. Given the compact size of the microsatellite, the manufacturing time was merely 1 hour. During this period, Tang Chengyan sent Lin Ming a message: "Brother Lin, after our comparison, we have decided to focus entirely on the electromagnetic gun. I will send you the required materials shortly." "Understood." Lin Ming nodded in agreement. He grasped Tang Province's rationale. Both the constant temperature greenhouse and the electromagnetic gun were rated at F-level technology, yet the greenhouse consumed more materials and required double the manufacturing time. Given the same technological assessment, but with lesser material consumption and shorter manufacturing time, it was only logical to opt for the electromagnetic gun. Moreover, compared to the greenhouse, the electromagnetic gun offered commendable firepower support, proving to be more versatile and easier to deploy in certain situations. It could even be said that Tang Chengyan had exchanged a single 3D metal printer for Lin Ming's output of electromagnetic guns over 2 days, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of the people of Tang Province. Even if they did not secure the top position in technological assessment, this deal was undoubtedly advantageous. However, Lin Ming was untroubled by these matters. At this moment, they were separated by countless light years, and these electromagnetic guns posed no threat to him. Furthermore, after testing the electromagnetic gun's power, the people of Tang Province would surely be astounded by its might. Yet, Lin Ming had merely gifted 1 bullet. He had not mentioned that subsequent electromagnetic guns would also come without ammunition. The electromagnetic gun was complementary, but the bullets were not. The ammunition was made of superalloy, with a high manufacturing difficulty. To acquire them, one must pay. P.S. Thank you all for your generous support. To ensure everyone's reading and listening experience, subsequent daily acknowledgements of support will be updated in the author's notes of the day. Chapter 65. The True Urea Planet. After delivering another electromagnetic gun, Tang Chengyan sent a message to Lin Ming: "Brother Lin, why are there no bullets this time?" Lin Ming replied, "The bullets I gave earlier were from my previous stock. Currently, our production capacity is insufficient, so I won't be providing bullets." Tang Chengyan felt a pang of urgency and quickly responded, "But without the presence or absence of bullets is of little significance." He was not concerned about Tang Chengyan's ability to produce bullets. The 3D metal printer could manufacture technological creations with remarkable precision based on blueprints. However, without blueprints, no products could be created, as the 3D metal printer lacked independent thought and creativity. This was precisely why Lin Ming had previously instructed the printer to fabricate superalloy shields and swords during his explorations. The design for the superalloy shield and sword was hand-drawn by him, characterized by its rugged simplicity, easily replicable even by a kindergarten child. The 3D metal printer could produce it swiftly. However, the design of superalloy bullets had to adhere to aerodynamic principles. While Tang Chengyan could also create a hand-drawn design, it would significantly affect the accuracy and range of the superalloy bullets. Therefore, the simplest and most effective solution was to place an order for superalloy bullets from Lin Ming. Tang Chengyan replied, "Brother Lin, we are willing to exchange double the materials for superalloy bullets. How does that sound?" Lin Ming responded, "It's not that I am unwilling, it's simply that our current production capacity is insufficient. I still have other items to manufacture, and our two 3D metal printers are already operating at full capacity." Upon hearing this, Tang Chengyan fell silent. Lin Ming remained calm, patiently awaiting his response. 5 minutes later, Tang Chengyan replied, "Brother Lin, as per our previous agreement, if your production capacity is insufficient, we can lend you a 3D printer, but you would need to cover the energy consumption for manufacturing. What do you think?" Could it be? Absolutely. This was precisely what Lin Ming desired. After confirming with Lin Ming, Tang Chengyan reiterated, "Brother Lin, just to confirm, this 3D metal printer is being lent to you, and it must be returned once the rental period ends." "No problem." Lin Ming readily agreed. Soon, a new 3D metal printer was traded to Lin Ming. Observing the newly acquired printer, he instructed the machine to manufacture the electromagnetic guns vigorously. After all, it was not his property, so he would not monopolize its production capacity. 1 hour later, a brand new miniature satellite emerged from the printer. Gazing at the compact satellite and its seemingly feeble thrusters, Lin Ming issued the command, "Produce 3 more fuel storage modules and 4 thruster modules." Buzz. Lin Ming's own 3D metal printer swiftly commenced the new task. Once the new modules were completed, he began modifying the miniature satellite, expand the fuel storage modules to a T-shaped distribution and add 4 thruster modules in a cross formation. Buzz. The 3D metal printer executed Lin Ming's design, transforming the originally small satellite into a significantly larger entity. The fuel capacity surged from 10 units to 40 units, and the thrusters increased from 1 to 5 in parallel. Install the camera module. Whir! The camera was affixed to the top of the miniature satellite, integrated with the microwave transmission module. Finally, the 3D metal printer manufactured a new protective module capable of safeguarding the satellite's critical equipment from high-temperature ablation during launch. Lin Ming opened the miniature satellite's catalog. Smiley small exploration satellite F. Description: greatly expands your field of vision, capable of detecting surrounding terrain and imaging, predicting short-term weather, and performing limited exploration of interstellar space. Equipped with powerful thrusters and ample fuel, it can achieve prolonged orbits around planets. Consumption: launch consumes 10 fuel units, maintains 2 fuel units 24 hours in orbit, and doubles fuel consumption while in orbit. It can capture images and orbit planets. Lin Ming clenched his fist. With this capability, he could conduct comprehensive surveys of the Urier planet. Having exchanged 4 kilograms of giant shell dragon meat for 40 units of fuel, Lin Ming refueled the miniature satellite before transporting it to the ground. Fuel refueling complete. Self-check complete. The miniature satellite will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, ignition. 5 thrusters simultaneously expelled pale blue flames, with concentric Mach rings prominently visible amidst the blue blaze. The miniature satellite ascended rapidly. 5 minutes later, the ether crystal stone emitted a notification. Smiley miniature satellite launch complete. The current satellite can perform the following tasks. Smiley 1, omitted, 2, omitted, 3, omitted, 4, omitted, 5, planetary survey. The miniature satellite can fly in orbit around the planet, changing its trajectory to conduct detailed surveys. Initiate planetary survey. Orbit change initiated. Survey commencing. The camera on the miniature satellite captured images of the same location at a rate of 30 frames per second, subsequently overlaying these images to enhance clarity. Upon completing one survey, it commenced photographing the next location. Lin Ming opened the display, observing as the miniature satellite gradually transmitted the surveyed information back, images stacked upon one another, reminiscent of loading pictures when network connectivity is poor. Initially, the images appeared as low-resolution mosaics, gradually clarifying until forming a coherent whole. The miniature satellite orbited the Urier planet over a duration of approximately 90 minutes. Upon completing one survey, the satellite would adjust its angle to conduct surveys from different perspectives, progressively compiling comprehensive information about the entire Urier planet. From merely the first circuit of surveys, Lin Ming acquired astonishing information. The first revelation was the operational condition. The Urea planet was astonishingly rotating horizontally. Lin Ming recalled that the axial tilt of Blue planet was roughly 23 degrees. This angle resulted in varying light intensity across different locations. In contrast, the axial tilt of the Urea planet approached 90 degrees due to tidal locking by its sun. One side of the Urea planet perpetually faced the star, resulting in one hemisphere being eternally bathed in. Where Lin Ming resided was thus in an area that perpetually basked in daylight, with the sun never sinking below the horizon. Zooming in on the images, Lin Ming observed that the surveyed area was predominantly shrouded in black, with only a few patches displaying colors other than black. Upon magnifying the images further, he discerned 3 colossal impact craters. Each crater exceeded a diameter of 100 kilometers, spaced several hundred kilometers apart. The elevated circular mountains surrounding the craters, coupled with the everlasting daylight, impeded the advance of the black tide. The 3 impact craters were arranged in a triangular formation, resembling 3 holes on a black bowling ball. Remarkably, he found himself located within one of these craters. Lin Ming recalled the words of the intelligent life form on the Urea planet. They had attempted self-rescue, but ultimately failed. So those towering mountains were not naturally formed, but were instead the result of impact-induced circular mountains. They transported 3 asteroids and, through meticulous calculations, altered the trajectory of the Urea planet with their collisions, yet ultimately succumbed to their fate due to resource depletion. Every effort made by life. At this point, the setting of the Urea planet has been fully articulated. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with this configuration. Recently, I have noticed many readers expressing confusion regarding the trading methods of the interstellar trading post and the reasons behind the destruction of Blue planet. I have considered these aspects. They pertain to the setting and thus have not been addressed. These are all integral parts of the narrative, not bugs, and will be gradually revealed in due course. At 3:30 in the morning, I finished writing and went to sleep. Chapter 66, Planetary Transformation Initiative. The small satellite continues its cartographic endeavors. Lin Ming persistently observes the increasingly clear images, their resolution steadily. At this moment, the conditions within the 3 craters are becoming vaguely discernible. The crater in which he finds himself is the most desolate. Lin Ming gazes intently as various colored light points emerge on the map. Beside these luminous points, small windows hover, indicating the presence of diverse mineral resources. In the interiors of the other 2 craters, numerous light points flicker as well. However, the information in the floating windows adjacent to these points is no longer monotonous mineral data. Within one of the craters, Lin Ming observes remnants reminiscent of factories. Remains of a large liquid distillation tower, a technological creation. Remains of a solar power generation array, a technological creation. Space Launch Base, a technological creation. It becomes evident that this particular crater served as a primary industrial production base for the intelligent beings of Urea. In stark contrast, the situation within the other crater is entirely different. Here, rather than grand factories or industrial remains, one can faintly discern several hemispherical glass domes turned upside down. Beneath dozens of these glass domes, the majority have transformed into barren lands akin to his surroundings, yet a few of them surprisingly harbor patches. Endangered Animal Sanctuary, a natural settlement. Pastoral area, a natural settlement. It appears that this planet still sustains some plant life. I wonder if animals exist within. Lin Ming inhaled deeply. The thoughts of the Urea's intelligent beings echoed his own. The atmosphere of the planet has ceased to be suitable for open habitation. Consequently, they constructed vast glass domes, resembling transparent bowls inverted upon the ground. This formation created a miniature ecosystem, wherein the internal ecological system approached normalcy and remained controllable, allowing for continuous monitoring of their black tide invasion. Regrettably, after tens of thousands of years, the vast majority of these ecosystems have collapsed, with the remaining few having largely turned to desert, only sparsely covered by vegetation. At this moment, a profound desire surged within Lin Ming. He yearned to explore that area. After considerable effort, he managed to suppress his longing. After all, the 2 craters represented a world he had never encountered before, and venturing forth recklessly could lead to unforeseen dangers. When one is destitute, they often exhibit the boldest audacity, willing to wager their life for a chance at a brighter future. However, once one accumulates wealth and resources, they tend to grow increasingly conservative, becoming more cautious about preserving their life. Lin Ming belonged to the latter category. Nevertheless, this did not signify that he would refrain from investigating that region. Lin Ming turned his gaze toward the jetpack mounted on his combat-type heavy exosuit. His restraint did not preclude the possibility of the bioengineered crabs undertaking the exploration. While the small satellite could only capture images of lower resolution, the bioengineered crabs could conduct on-site investigations. However, modifications to the bioengineered crabs were necessary beforehand. Assign the task. Once the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer is complete, initiate the reverse engineering of the jetpack. A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Ming's eyes. He was determined to create several flying bioengineered crabs. Of course, a single diminutive bioengineered crab could not support a jetpack for traversing hundreds of kilometers across areas enveloped by their black tide. Produce modules related to the bioengineered crabs, multiplying the energy storage, mobility, and transport modules by 5. With a command, the 3D metal printer plunged into a frenzy of activity, producing module after module. Lin Ming commenced the upgrade of the bioengineered crabs, recalling the bioengineered crab leader he had previously defeated. Following the design of the bioengineered crab leader, Lin Ming assembled 3 sets of transport modules, one upgraded to an F-level universal chip computing core, and 5 sets each of standard energy storage and mobility modules. 2 hours later, 2 bioengineered crabs emerged, towering over those Lin Ming had previously encountered. These 2 upgraded bioengineered crabs possessed elongated abdomens, their heads resembling those of the bioengineered crabs, while their lower body— clack, clack, the 2 upgraded bioengineered crab leaders simultaneously clamped their pincers in a gesture of respect toward Lin Ming. Very well, you shall first bask in the sun to recharge. After a while, I will assign you tasks. Clack. The 2 bioengineered crab leaders promptly obeyed, swiftly departing the underground chamber, assigning the task of manufacturing electromagnetic guns to the now idle 3D metal printer. Lin Ming exited the underground chamber. He gazed at the illusory sun hanging askew in the firmament, contemplating the ringed mountain that encircled him from dozens of kilometers away. A comprehensive plan crystallized in his mind. I wish to place a cover over this ringed mountain. Lin Ming murmured softly. The intelligent beings of Urea had taken the initial step. They had established dozens of ecological zones of varying sizes, yet these ecological zones were insufficiently expansive to withstand any extreme conditions. Only by enlarging the ecological zones to encompass the entire ringed mountain could they hope to endure such extremities. Due to the atmospheric composition of the planet, open ecological zones could not be sustained, as carbon dioxide would annihilate the majority of life forms. Only by sealing off the interior of the ringed mountain could they regulate the air composition, creating vast habitable zones. The ideal material for constructing the cover would be glass. However, if composed solely of glass, the immense weight would shatter the glass dome, which explains why the ecological zones created by the intelligent beings of Urea remained so diminutive. Fortunately, with the liquid distillation tower, it became possible to extract high-strength, lightweight materials, fundamentally altering the situation. The exceptional strength and minimal weight of these materials would ensure that if thousands of high-strength, lightweight material fibers were fixed at both ends within the ringed mountain and crossed in the center, they could elevate the glass dome. Additionally, incorporating a superalloy framework for support would render it feasible. It is likely that the intelligent beings of Urea had conceived this plan, but were unable to implement it for various reasons. Step 1. Install glass covers over the 3 ringed mountains to alter the atmospheric composition, initially restoring ecological circulation and forming 3 habitable zones. Step 2. Utilize underwater tunnels or glass tunnels to connect the 3 ringed mountains, linking them with maglev trains or conveyor belts for material transfer. Step 3. Employ high-strength, lightweight material. Transform the entire planet, utilizing blue-green algae and the existing ecological zones to regulate the planet's atmospheric composition, thereby rendering Urea a habitable world. Gradually, these grand visions unfolded in Lin Ming's mind, each step a monumental undertaking requiring countless resources, advanced technology, and significant time. Interregional trade. Gazing at the starry sky while firmly standing on the ground, Lin Ming commenced his current endeavors after finalizing the transformation plan for the Urea planet. His immediate focus lay in securing the upcoming technological evaluation. Only through such an achievement could he potentially acquire more advanced technological creations and thereby attain further breakthroughs in science. Lin Ming accessed the interstellar trading platform, perusing the newly listed items. He observed a significant reduction in the quantity of high-tech creations available compared to before, with only a handful of basic materials remaining. What is going on? Lin Ming sipped some water while scanning the player. I just listed an F-class mechanical arm and it was snatched up in an instant by someone from Tang Province. There was no time to negotiate the price. Indeed, the folks from Tang Province have been rapidly purchasing rated technological creations today without any bargaining. I'm tempted to sell my escape pod. That won't work. I've tried, and it shows as a prohibited item for trade. Are you serious, buddy? Players from other regions are also coming here to buy up the goods. I just noticed that the trading player wasn't from our district, and we got hit with half the transaction tax, damn it. Upon reading that player's comment, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Interregional trading was indeed possible. Recalling how Thompson had previously solicited basic resources from players in different regions, he nodded in agreement. It seemed plausible, albeit with the caveat of incurring a hefty transaction tax as described by that player. He scoured the interstellar trading platform and discovered a button in the bottom left corner for switching regions, numbered from 1 to 100. Their current region number was 37. Lin Ming switched to region number 1. The players here were also engaged in discussions regarding the ease of trading technological creations, yet there was little of value to purchase. Lin Ming meticulously searched through each region. He found that the players in the first 60 pages were conversing in Chinese. From page 61 onward, however, the situation changed. Eagle language began to appear, followed by Bargar language, Shabar language, and an assortment of peculiar, spiraled characters resembling incense coils. Fortunately, the interstellar trading platform featured a built-in translation system. Lin Ming conducted searches in the trading platforms of each region, and ultimately identified 2 items of interest. Limited research technology chip. Description: after accumulating a sufficient number of technological creations, you have gathered some scientific knowledge. From now on, you may conduct limited directional research on a specific item, achieving certain breakthroughs, though it will not surpass the item's designated level and requires a high-performance computing chip. All-terrain tracked vehicle manufacturing blueprint F. Description: a multifunctional transport vehicle equipped with robust tracks, powered by an electric motor, capable of traversing various complex terrains, with a maximum load capacity of 50 tons, consumption, 1 unit of electrical energy hour when unladen, 10 units of electrical energy hour when fully loaded. Material requirements: electromagnetic coils X10, F-class universal chip X1, circuit boards X10, superalloy powder X150 units, ultrafine iron powder X1000 units. Manufacturing requirements: requires a 3D metal printer. Lin Ming initiated a private chat with the player possessing the limited research technology chip. This player, who communicated in Eagle language and was named Hoffman, appeared to be a rugged white man. His message was automatically translated into Chinese. What do you need? Lin Ming responded, I am quite interested in your limited research technology chip. Hoffman replied, this is a fantastic item, it allows for technological development, truly impressive. Lin Ming disregarded Hoffman's embellishments and directly stated, name your price. Hoffman retorted, a player from District 37, I see you've begun interregional shopping. Just so you know, interregional transactions come with a tax, and that cost falls on you. Lin Ming countered, that is only acceptable if your price is sufficiently low. Hoffman replied, I'm not lacking in basic materials. Do you have any interesting items, preferably in pairs? Lin Ming retorted, electromagnetic gun, bioimitating crab. Upon seeing the illustrated items Lin Ming sent, Hoffman appeared surprised. These are intriguing items. It seems you've been diligently collecting them lately, presumably to offer to that individual whose name begins with an N. I must caution you, those individuals are always duplicitous. They belong in plantations, shackled with chains made of superalloy. Do not be deceived. Seeing Hoffman's message, Lin Ming chuckled in response. Statements like yours would land you in jail in your country. Fortunately, that chaotic nation no longer exists. Hoffman seemed visibly agitated. Society is being disrupted by those N people. Damn it, I can finally express this sentiment freely. If you are supplying that individual, I will absolutely refuse to trade with you. Lin Ming assured, rest assured, I am not supplying him. Is that truly the case? Absolutely no deceit. Very well, considering you are from Huaxia, I'll trust you. Were you from Shabar or Bargar, I would certainly not believe you. They are naturally suited to be dogs. Hoffman rambled on for quite some time, evidently eager to vent. After bargaining with Hoffman, Lin Ming exchanged 2 electromagnetic guns and 2 bioimitating crabs for their limited research technology chip, along with an additional transaction tax. Once the chip was in hand, Lin Ming promptly commanded the ethereal crystal, decrypt limited research technology. Lin Ming was aware of this limitation, as was Hoffman. Moreover, being a Texan, Hoffman was irresistibly drawn to the electromagnetic guns. Thus, neither party wasted further words. Following the acquisition of their limited research technology chip, this individual was from the Shabar nation, named Jin Bugu. Lin Ming directly sent 2 illustrations in the trading chat box. High-protein eternal freeze canned food, X1, spiked giant shell dragon meat, X10 kilograms, in exchange for your all-terrain tracked vehicle manufacturing blueprint. Jin Bugu quickly replied, are you kidding? You think you can trade my high-tech blueprint for just a couple of pieces of meat? Lin Ming remained silent, locating and forwarding the barbecue video he had initially sent to Sun Yao to Jin Bugu. Video. Jin Bugu commented, looks delicious, but your quantity is far too scant. Lin Ming replied, will you trade or not? If not, I'll feed the meat to my dog. Jin Bugu panicked, then what will I eat? Lin Ming stated, 2 cans, 20 kilograms of dragon meat, 1 price, and I'll cover the tax. Jin Bugu agreed, deal. P.S. This book is entirely fictional and bears no resemblance to any real geographical locations. Chapter 68, The Death of Chu Wei. With the acquisition of new technology, Lin Ming immediately sprang into action. Having direct access to the technical blueprints of the all-terrain tracked vehicle, he bypassed the need for reverse engineering and was able to grasp the associated technology effortlessly. He opened the catalogue for the all-terrain tracked vehicle, and before him appeared a colossal steel transport vehicle measuring 5 meters in height, 3 meters in width, and 10 meters in length, equipped with 2 sets of superalloy tracks at both the front and rear, exuding a rugged and imposing presence. This contraption can only bear a weight of 50 tons. I would readily believe it could carry 200, he remarked in jest, before issuing a command: modularize the all-terrain tracked vehicle. Modularizing the all-terrain tracked vehicle. The all-terrain tracked vehicle can be deconstructed into computational core module, electromagnetic drive module, energy storage module, loading module, detection and obstacle avoidance module, and track locomotion module. Modularization of the all-terrain tracked vehicle complete. Once the modularized tracked vehicle was finished, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for what to do next. Meanwhile, the E-grade ship was engaged in reverse engineering a 3D metal printer, and the computational core of the escape pod was busy deciphering restricted research technologies. The 3D metal printer was hastily fabricating electromagnetic. As a competent helmsman, it was imperative to ensure a timely grasp of information to avoid any disconnection. Within the regional chat, players were intensely engaged in discussion, the pace of messages refreshing far more rapidly than before, causing Lin Ming to momentarily lose track of the conversation. Just as he was about to pause the chat feed to catch up on what was being said, he received a private message from Tang Chengyan. Are you there? Noticing a patron's approach, Lin Ming promptly responded, what is it? Tang Chengyan replied, could you trade over the electromagnetic guns you've already crafted? Initially, their collaboration involved trading once every hour. Tang Chengyan would send over a batch of materials, and Lin Ming would create and send back an electromagnetic gun, repeating the process. However, after a couple of exchanges, having established a degree of trust, Tang Chengyan sent over 6 materials in one transaction. After all, with a 3D printer already rented out, there was no need to be stingy over a few materials. Certainly, I've just finished crafting 3 electromagnetic guns. Lin Ming traded all 3 guns to Tang Chengyan. Thanks. After receiving the items, Tang Chengyan fell silent. With that, Lin Ming found himself with some leisure time and continued to peruse the regional chat channel. Did you see that? The abdomen of that creature is enormous, at least 2 to 3 times larger than a human's, and its 4 legs are as thin as a dog's, making it look just like an egat. Why is it that among carbon-based life forms, something can appear so grotesque? It has even frightened me, the handsome Wu Yinzu. The oxygen content on Chu Wei's planet is only 11. That creature must have exceptionally developed lungs, otherwise, it could not survive in such a low oxygen environment. I find it quite dangerous. Could we have such creatures lurking around us? The player's chat left Lin Ming bewildered. It seemed that someone had encountered an unusual life form. Patiently scrolling through the messages, he discovered a player named Chu Wei had posted several video clips. Notably, Chu Wei's avatar had turned grey, with a blood-red "dead" emblazoned in the lower right corner. What on earth happened? A sense of urgency gripped Lin Ming as he hurriedly clicked on the first video. This was from Chu Wei's first-person perspective. Surrounding him within a 10-meter radius was a throng of bizarre creatures. These beings possessed massive heads, grotesquely shaped, with 6 eyes on their faces, each covered by a translucent eyelid. Below their head, a corpulent grey-purple torso bulged excessively, exaggeratedly capable of containing a curled-up adult. Their 2 arms and the 4 legs beneath their torsos were astonishingly thin, even thinner than an adult's forearm, raising doubts about whether these frail legs could support their hefty bodies. Most striking were the creatures' mouths, or rather, orifices. From their faces down to their necks, there were 2 rows of 10 sets of ping-pong ball-sized openings, periodically opening and closing, clearly inhaling. Each inhalation caused their rotund abdomens to swell even further. What the hell are these things? Chu Wei exclaimed, and the video abruptly ended. Lin Ming's expression turned grave. He began to understand why Tang Chengyan had been so eager to obtain the already produced electromagnetic guns. He clicked on the second video. The video opened with Chu Wei's voice. Isn't this what you wanted? I can always return it to you. As the camera panned down, Lin Ming was shocked to see Chu Wei's right hand clutching a purple creature resembling those surrounding him, albeit only the size of a house cat. This purple entity emitted a buzzing sound from its orifice, the frequency gradually decreasing. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched. Here! Chu Wei declared, tossing the diminutive purple creature toward the nearest being. The creature deftly seized the small purple entity, and to Lin Ming's astonishment, it tore it apart with its hands, splitting it in 2. Splatter, blood gushed forth. Buzz, the leading purple creature faced the heavens, all 10 orifices emitting a mournful sound in unison. Buzz, the dozen or so surrounding purple creatures responded with a resonant call, their battle fervor palpable, causing Lin Ming's ears to ring. Amidst the battle cries, 2 purple creatures stepped forward, each taking a half of the torn purple body, opening their orifices wide, and swallowed the halves whole. Then, Lin Ming distinctly saw the 6 eyes, covered by grey eyelids, slowly open. The second segment of the video concluded, prompting Lin Ming to swiftly click on the third segment. In the footage, 2 purple-skinned creatures, their eyes wide open, charged forward in succession. Chu Wei, clad in a heavy exosuit, clenched his right fist tightly and delivered a powerful blow to the head of the first creature that charged at him. In an instant, an immense force propelled the creature's head away. The 4 legs of the purple being buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. "Is that all there is?" Chu Wei shouted, his fear dissipating, replaced by a fierce anger. "Die, all of you, die." The second purple creature appeared momentarily intimidated by Chu Wei's formidable presence, hesitating to advance. Chu Wei taunted, "Are you afraid?" As he moved closer, the second creature swiftly retreated, spewing a liquid akin to ink from a hole the size of a ping-pong ball, which promptly coated Chu Wei's entire helmet. "I can't see, damn it." A sharp sound echoed as something struck Chu Wei's glass visor, instantly creating a spiderweb-like crack. Lin Ming sighed and turned off the video. He then noticed that Sun Yao had sent him a message at some point. "Lin, have you seen the videos in the regional channel? P.S. I finished work late today, so I'm writing 1 chapter now, and another will be posted at noon. No need to wait, everyone. Chapter 69, The Freedom of Production Capacity, I see." Lin Ming replied. He was well aware of the reason behind Sun Yao's concern. After all, there existed a complete ecological chain in proximity to Sun Yao's location. The thought of awakening to find oneself surrounded by a group of sentient beings was certainly unsettling. Sun Yao remarked, "Brother Lin, could you sell me a few superalloy bullets? I feel somewhat insecure in the vicinity." Lin Ming smiled faintly. Upon viewing the video, he had already made his decision. He promptly sent a message to Sun Yao, "Mini satellite, combat grade heavy exosuit." Sun Yao. "Holy cow, Brother Lin. These items are treasures." Lin Ming inquired, "Do you want them?" I don't want them." Sun Yao hesitated before replying, "I can't afford them." "They're a gift for you," Lin Ming stated. After a considerable pause, Sun Yao finally responded, "Har, Brother Lin, I must admit I was a bit excited upon receiving the message, but this is quite the grand jest." Lin Ming reassured him, "It's genuine. I am gifting you a mini satellite, though you'll need to procure the fuel yourself, and you may exchange your own exosuit for the combat-grade heavy exosuit." This was Lin Ming's resolution. Through several collaborations with Sun Yao, they had established a solid foundation of trust. The fact that Sun Yao was able to provide what Lin Ming needed in their previous transactions indicated that he had been thriving in his endeavors. At this juncture, Lin Ming's own progress had begun to take shape, yet on the planet Urayer, he faced certain hindrances due to the incomplete ecological chain. Sun Yao's planet, with its fully established ecological system, could effectively complement this deficiency. Hence, he resolved to invest in Sun Yao. In the last century, the United States had invested in both Baikoko and Zabaikoko, propelling these minuscule territories into formidable powers. The United States reaped immense benefits from this, acquiring 2 staunch allies that could be relied upon, albeit occasionally at odds with each other. Most importantly, Lin Ming's investment constituted merely a minuscule fraction of his holdings. He had solar panels generating electricity, resources harvested using simulated crabs and framework mining systems, and production facilitated by. At most, these endeavors consumed merely an hour of his production capacity, yet, for Sun Yao, this could be transformative to his fate. A mere morsel left behind by a colossal entity could nourish numerous diminutive decomposers. "Currently, my production capacity is occupied." Sun Yao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, I'm at a loss for words." Lin Ming chuckled and replied, "Call me brother, and I shall lead you to a life of luxury." Sun Yao responded, "All right, following Brother Lin means indulging in a life of extravagance." He set the production capacity of both 3D metal printers to manufacture electromagnetic guns before preparing to take a short nap. Simultaneously, he set an alarm to awaken him once the reverse engineering of the 3D metal printer was completed. 3D metal printer type I reverse engineering completed. You have mastered the 3D metal printer type I. Conducting reverse research on the jetpack, based on the computational power provided by the current chips, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 0.5 hours. Awakening from slumber, Lin Ming swiftly sat up upon noticing 2 consecutive notifications. 3D metal printer, type 1 overview, utilizing ultrafine metal powder as raw material, it prints corresponding objects according to blueprints, with a maximum material requirements, F or higher grade universal chip X1, electromagnetic coils X10, circuit boards X10, superalloy powder X50. Manufacturing requirements, requires a 3D metal printer, type I. Manufacturing consumption, energy X50 units. Excellent. Lin Ming glanced at the inventory. Currently, the number of circuit boards was limited, with just enough to manufacture one 3D metal printer, yet this was no longer a concern. After allocating half of the manufactured electromagnetic guns to Tang Chengyan, Lin Ming summoned the upgraded version of the simulated crab. Channel the wastewater into the liquid distillation tower. I require high-strength lightweight materials. Clack, 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 the upgraded simulated crab signaled its acknowledgement with its pincers, then proceeded to distribute metallic cylinders to the remaining 5 simulated crabs, not forgetting to give a gentle tap on the start producing some electromagnetic coils. Lin Ming issued commands to the 2 3D metal printers. Given the relatively small size of the 3D metal printers and the fact that the electromagnetic coils and circuit boards were readily available, the manufacturing time was merely half an hour. Within this half hour, a substantial quantity of high-strength lightweight materials was delivered, and numerous circuit boards were produced. After half an hour, Lin Ming possessed 3 3D metal printers, along with a significant number of circuit boards. Lin Ming commanded once more, simultaneously produce the 3D metal printers. Buzz, 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 the 3 3D metal printers commenced their diligent task of creating themselves. From 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 comes all things. Watching the printers roll off the assembly line, Lin Ming exclaimed with exhilaration. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Consequently, Lin Ming produced a total of 22 3D metal printers in one go, bringing the total to 24, occupying the majority of the pit's bottom space. I have truly become impoverished. I am genuinely terrified of poverty. The reverse research on the jetpack had also been completed, with the manufacturing materials primarily consisting of superalloys and electromagnetic coils, along with circuit boards. Lin Ming expended a mere 10 minutes to fabricate 23 units in one breath, while also creating a small satellite. With preparations complete, Lin Ming sent a message to Sun Yao, "Let us trade." Sun Yao, without hesitation, began negotiations with Lin Ming. Soon, Lin Ming exchanged the small satellite and a combat-ready heavy-duty extravehicular suit equipped with a jetpack for a heavy-duty extravehicular suit. After the transaction, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a single message, "Brother Lin, from now on, my life is yours." Upon reading Sun Yao's message, Lin Ming closed the chat window, giving it little thought. He assigned tasks to the 3D metal printers, life support systems, hydroponic framework systems, conveyor belts. You may allocate as you see fit. Lin Ming glanced down at the heavy-duty extravehicular suit he was wearing. It is time to transform this pit into a habitable state. Subsequently, Lin Ming summoned 2 simulated crab leaders basking in the sun to recharge. To his astonishment, he discovered that their power was only half-charged. Truly pathetic. Why is the charging speed so slow? Waving his hand, he instructed the survival pod to fully charge the 2 simulated crabs, then directed the 3D metal printers to modify the jetpack to be affixed to the backs of the 2 simulated crab leaders. You will each explore these 2 locations. When I cannot reach you, remember to return punctually after 24 hours. Otherwise, I shall assume you are deceased. Lin Ming did not equip the simulated crab leaders with electromagnetic guns. He feared that these intellectually limited beings might accidentally discharge their weapons, potentially damaging critical items, resulting in an irreparable loss. Losing 2 simulated crab leaders was inconsequential. He now possessed ample production capacity. Chapter 70, Accelerate, continued to accelerate. Emerging from the subterranean pit, Lin Ming found himself on the surface. He cast a glance around. At the entrance of the pit, a stable array of over 100 solar panels was generating power. Not far off, dozens of simulated crabs were transporting stones, heaping them into numerous small mounds. The stones within a 10-kilometer radius had already been cleared by the simulated crabs, compelling them to venture farther afield in search of transportable rocks. To his right stood a dormant liquid distillation tower and an arc furnace, silently towering in place. Further ahead lay the continuously advancing framework mining system. "It is time." Lin Ming murmured softly. He then issued a command, "Conduct reverse engineering on the arc furnace using an E-grade chip." Based on the current ship's computational power, the estimated duration for reverse engineering is 1 hour, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence reverse engineering? Yes. With the queue for the arc furnace research established, Lin Ming proceeded to command, "Modulize the framework mining system and the liquid distillation tower." Modularizing the framework mining system. The framework mining system can be deconstructed into computational core module, support frame module, superalloy drilling module, electromagnetic conversion module, and transportation module. Modularization of the framework mining system is complete. Modularizing the liquid distillation tower. The liquid distillation tower can be deconstructed into computational core module, support frame module, energy conversion module, thermal management module, pipeline distillation module, finished product output module, and liquid storage module. Modularization of the liquid distillation tower is complete. A series of prompts continue to emerge. Lin Ming nodded and then stated, utilize restricted research technology to limit the study of the all-terrain tracked vehicles walking module. Please select a research direction. Increase the dimensions, doubling the length. Please select the chip for research. F-grade universal chip. Based, shall we commence restricted research? Yes. Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Ming quickly confirmed that he merely needed to enlarge the walking module. Simply enlarging the blueprint would suffice, although this statement may not fully align with reality, as the increased dimensions would necessitate additional considerations for load-bearing and suspension support. Nonetheless, being a mechanical product, it was less intricate than electronic devices, thus the research would not take long. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the enlarged walking module was completed. Due to the massive size of the enlarged walking module, Lin Ming deployed 16 3D metal printers on the surface for manufacturing. Commence production, initial output of 16 modules. With a command issued, Lin Ming continued, utilize restricted research technology to limit the study of the walking module for the simulated crabs. Please select a research direction. Increase the dimensions, replace the material with superalloy for enhanced stability. Please select the chip for research. F-grade universal chip. Based on the current chip's computational power, the estimated duration for restricted research is 20 minutes, consuming 1 unit of energy per hour. Shall we commence restricted research? The time is too long, utilize overclocking. Estimated duration for restricted research is 10 minutes, consuming 5 units of energy per hour. Shall we commence restricted research? Yet, at this point, the enlarged walking module was only halfway through production, prompting Lin Ming to instruct the simulated crabs to extract the remaining 3D printers from the pit's bottom. Commence production, initial output of 16 modules. With a sizzling sound, all 24 3D metal printers worked at full capacity. After half an hour, 16 enlarged walking modules were manufactured. Each of these colossal walking modules measured over 3 meters in length and nearly half a meter in width. The bright silver tracks, composed of superalloy, gleamed magnificently, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Ming positioned these modules appropriately, awaiting the completion of the 16 superalloy crab legs. Soon, once the crab legs were produced, Lin Ming issued another command, manufacture the framework mining system, produced in modules, 1 machine per. Sizzling sounds echoed around the entrance of the pit. This is the sound of industrialization. Lin Ming exclaimed, embracing a superalloy crab leg. Listening to what were once merely noises, he found himself oddly savoring the experience. After welding the 16 superalloy crab legs, the various modules of the framework mining system were also completed. Lin Ming continued with the assembly. The framework of the mining system was square, featuring 4 support points. Lin Ming welded a superalloy plate beneath each support point, with each plate supported by 4 superalloy crab legs. Upon completion, a framework mining system supported by 16 superalloy crab legs and equipped with 16 walking modules was born. Tracked framework mining system EVE description. A mining system equipped with superalloy drill bits, housed within a massive metal framework, capable of maintaining stability while extracting mineral resources uninterruptedly. With the installation of all-terrain walking modules, it can relocate once the mineral resources are exhausted. The technology rating remains E. Accelerate. Just as the reverse engineering of the arc furnace concluded, Lin Ming proceeded with modularization. Without even glancing at the modularization results, he, along with the simulated crabs, moved the arc furnace to a side support platform for welding. After all, only through modularization and subsequent assembly could the ether crystals recognize any technological creation. Upon completing the welding, Lin Ming placed 2 simulated crabs upon the platform. Thus, the ores excavated by the framework mining system could be directly fed into the arc furnace for smelting. Integrated mineral resource collection and smelting system EVE description. An integrated structure capable of simultaneous mineral collection and smelting. With the installation of all-terrain walking modules, it can relocate once the mineral resources are exhausted. Excellent, the technology rating has been upgraded to E. Lin Ming nodded, thoroughly satisfied. However, this was not the ultimate creation he sought. He glanced over at the liquid distillation tower. Accelerate, continue to accelerate. P.S. The next update will be at 12 o'clock. Future updates will consistently feature 2 chapters daily at noon, instead of rushing to post at midnight. Currently, I return home from work quite fatigued and require rest until 10:30. After setting an alarm, I write 2 chapters until 1 or 2 in the morning, which is becoming a bit arduous for this bifurcated schedule. Chapter 71, D-Class Evaluation. The liquid distillation tower has undergone modularization and can now be directly installed on the platform using a 3D metal printer. After the installation was completed, Lin Ming opened the illustrated manual. The rating remains E, which is insufficient. Lin Ming recalled the 3D metal printer. He lifted one and welded it onto another platform. Upon checking the manual again, he discovered that the evaluation was still rated E. Mobile microfactory structure E. Description: a microstructure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting. Ultimately, the actual output efficiency required practical verification. After installing the microwave power reception module, Lin Ming selected a copper mine and commanded the mobile microfactory structure to proceed there autonomously. Creaking and grinding, 16-tracked walking modules traversed the gravel, imprinting straight paths on the ground. Subsequently, the mobile microfactory structure stabilized above the copper mine point. 16 superalloy crab legs descended. With a hum, the superalloy drill bit slowly descended under the drive of the motor. Upon contacting the hard ground, the drilling speed decreased significantly, yet it continued to approach the copper mine buried deep beneath the surface. Before long, finely crushed copper ore was extracted from the ground, and the nearby mimic crab immediately sprang into action, depositing the copper ore into the feed inlet of the electric arc furnace. After accumulating a sufficient quantity of copper ore, the electric arc furnace activated, swiftly melting the ores into blocks of pure copper, which piled up in front of the discharge outlet. I believe I have grasped the issue at hand. Lin Ming waved to the upgraded mimic crab. Go instruct the 3D printer to produce several conveyor belts, so your minions can transport them over. Snap. The upgraded mimic crab set off to fulfill its task. Lin Ming then began optimizing the production process of the mobile microfactory structure. Although, in theory, the mobile microfactory structure could complete the entire process from mining to smelting to product output, Lin Ming overlooked the fact that it could only extract a single type of ore. The manufacturing of technological creations requires a variety of raw materials. Let us add some hoppers. This way, we can store different resources to compensate for the singularity of the mineral raw materials. The mimic crab's efficiency in transporting finely crushed raw ore is too low. Replacing this with conveyor belts would be more effective. If we employ water to cool the drill bit and lubricate the drilling process, the drilling speed will increase, and coincidentally, the output of the liquid distillation tower includes water. Moreover, adding several product slots would facilitate the collection of finished goods. The hoppers for loading resources proved easy to produce. He conducted a miniaturized limited study on the loading module of the all-terrain tracked vehicle and welded it to one side of the platform. A conveyor belt was added beneath the discharge outlet of the original frame-style mining system, directly connecting to the feed inlet of the electric arc furnace. The discharge outlet of the electric arc furnace was directly linked to the hopper via a conveyor belt. Each hopper contained purified resource materials, connected by conveyor belts to the side of the 3D metal printer.as for sorting the materials required by the 3D metal printer and feeding them. Each task was managed by a mimic crab. Then, a metal conduit was established from the uppermost level of the liquid distillation tower to the vicinity of the superalloy drill bit, supplying purified water to cool and lubricate the drill bit. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming opened the illustrated manual once more. Mobile microfactory structure E. Description: a microstructure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting, and product output, integrating various commendable technological creations, yet unverified and unable to ascertain output efficiency. If the output efficiency remains unascertainable, then allow me to demonstrate it for you. Lin Ming activated the mobile microfactory structure. As the superalloy drill bit commenced its operation, the liquid distillation tower began to function. A gentle stream flowed from the metal pipes, entering the boreholes through the superalloy drill bit. Lin Ming observed that the drill bit's operational speed had noticeably increased. Finely crushed copper ore emerged from the discharge outlet of the frame-style mining system, cascading onto the conveyor belt below. The continuously operating conveyor belt relentlessly fed materials into the feed inlet of the electric arc furnace. Crackle! The electric arc furnace began to operate, and blocks of pure copper appeared from the discharge outlet, transported by the conveyor belt into the hopper. With a hum, the opening beneath the hopper activated, the conveyor belt began to operate, transporting pure copper blocks along with the high-purity silicon ingots Lin Ming had previously placed, to the side of the 3D printer. Simultaneously, the high-strength lightweight materials produced by the liquid distillation tower were also conveyed over. The mimic crab responsible for sorting immediately deposited the raw materials into the feed inlet of the 3D metal printer. The 3D metal printer operated continuously, swiftly fabricating a circuit board, which subsequently fell into the product slot via the discharge outlet. Perfect! Lin Ming couldn't help but clap his hands in delight. Snap! The upgraded mimic crab followed suit with a pinch of its claws. Lin Ming opened the illustrated manual once again. Mobile microfactory structure D. Description: a verified microfactory structure capable of simultaneously conducting mineral extraction, smelting, and product output, integrating various commendable technological creations, with average efficiency. Is it merely average efficiency? Lin Ming scoffed, though the evaluation in this marked the first D-rated technological creation Lin Ming had ever encountered. Admittedly, as the description indicated, when it came to efficiency, the mobile micro-factory structure's performance was indeed rather average. After all, it could still only produce a single type of mineral raw material, while other materials needed to be preloaded into the hoppers. To enhance efficiency, producing several frame-style mining systems and interconnecting them with conveyor belts to create a small. However, Lin Ming was not overly concerned with the D-rating. This is merely a product for evaluation, there's no need to fret over such minutiae. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. With several hours remaining until the technological evaluation, he delivered another batch of electromagnetic guns to Tang Chengyan, along with a 3D metal printer. Our contract is complete. The items returned to their rightful owner. Tang Chengyan sent a handshake emoji. Brother Lin, your word is your bond. I admire your integrity. We shall undoubtedly have more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Well said. After closing the chat window and observing the mobile micro-factory structure, Lin Ming issued commands: produce circuit boards and electromagnetic coils at full speed, 3D metal printer, manufacture frame-style mining systems, conveyor belts, and glass. The mimic crabs will oversee the feeding and storage of finished products. He glanced at the upgraded mimic crab beside him. You will supervise the operations. The E-grade chips should not be idle either. Reverse engineer the F-grade chips. 2 days' time is acceptable, so there's no need to overclock. As for me, it's time for a hearty meal. Chapter 72, the foolish yet clever sizzle. Under the scorching heat, small bubbles danced upon the dragon meat and potato slices, emitting a delightful crackling sound. Lin Ming, while indulging in the succulent roasted meat, kept a watchful eye on the time. With just over an hour remaining until the commencement of the technological assessment, the regional chat channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. The technological assessment is about to begin. I wonder who will emerge as the top contender. It has to be Thompson. After all, he was the first in our district to upgrade his survival pod to level 2. His resources are substantial, and he has been actively acquiring technological artifacts across various regions. I believe the folks from Tang province also stand a chance. They've been quite active lately, and 2 individuals from there have upgraded to level 2 survival pods as well. Damn it, don't even mention them. They're not aiming for the technological assessment. They're just trying to profit from the situation. I've got a stash of goods that's now gathering dust. That's hilarious. And those from Tang province, do you know their only commonality with Thompson? They are all rather dark-skinned. They all share the surname Tang. Har har har. That's too funny. However, I must say, Lin Ming has a fair shot, as I feel he possesses a wealth of advanced technological artifacts. What are you thinking? A person's capabilities are ultimately limited. Lin Ming has been silent these past few days, and there's been no sign of him acquiring technological artifacts. He must have given up in advance. Sigh, he's just another flash in the pan. Upon hearing them discuss him, Lin Ming chewed on the sizzling, oily meat, savoring its flavor. It must be said, roasted meat is indeed far superior to roasted potatoes. The people from Tang province are certainly resourceful. Recently, their rampant acquisition of technological artifacts. Some individuals seized the opportunity to profit, purchasing these artifacts and reselling them at a markup to the Tang province residents. Unexpectedly, the people from Tang province turned the tables, selling a portion of their technological artifacts to these traders, making a hefty profit, and then promptly announced they would cease all acquisitions of such artifacts. Consequently, those middlemen found themselves in quite a predicament. Lin Ming surmised that at this moment, some players belonging to Tang province, yet not sharing the surname Tang, were negotiating with these traders to acquire technological artifacts at a low price. This back and forth allowed the Tang province folks to not only regain their technological artifacts but also secure a handsome profit. Just then, Lin Ming noticed a private message had been sent to him. Upon checking, he found it was from Sun Yao, and he opened it to read. Brother Lin. Sun Yao was brimming with excitement, sending a voice message. Guess what amazing thing I just obtained. What is going on? Sun Yao replied, video. Lin Ming clicked on the video.in it. Sun Yao, clad in a combat-grade heavy exosuit, soared through the sky, exuberantly shouting as he approached a crevice, hovering above a lake. Come out, you tentacled creature. After a moment of waiting with no response from the creature, Sun Yao instructed the mimic crab following him to repeatedly splash water with a metallic tube, pouring it into a nearby thicket. After the mimic crab had splashed 5 tubes of water, Lin Ming noticed ripples forming on the water's surface. Xiao Hei, run! Sun Yao directed the mimic crab away, swiftly ascending as he aimed and fired at the pursuing tentacle creature. Their high-velocity dum-dum round pierced through a tentacle, exploding it into numerous pieces. A faint blue hue spread across the water, and the tentacle quickly withdrew. Seizing the moment, Sun Yao dove headfirst into the lake. Lin Ming felt a rush of anxiety. Should one commend this fellow's bravery, or label him reckless? At the very least, he could have let the mimic crab scout the lake bed for visibility. Given that the heavy exosuit is designed for extreme environments, it posed no issue underwater. The jetpack transformed into a water-propelling device, sending Sun Yao plunging into the depths. He activated the spotlight on his exosuit, illuminating a colossal creature. It was a gigantic octopus. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Sun Yao shouted, simultaneously aiming 2 electromagnetic guns at the octopus's eyes and firing 2 dum-dum rounds. 2 bursts of light blue blood erupted at the lake bed as the octopus immediately ceased its movements, collapsing limply. "Don't play dead." Sun Yao fired 2 additional shots to confirm the octopus's demise before cautiously approaching and dragging it toward the surface. Thanks to buoyancy, he was able to maneuver the octopus while it was submerged. However, as one of the octopus's tentacles breached the water's surface, Sun Yao suddenly found the immense weight of the heavy exosuit somewhat overwhelming. He promptly began to sever the octopus's tentacle on sight. The video concluded. After watching Sun Yao's video, Lin Ming cautioned him, "It's best to exercise caution when confronting the unknown depths of the lake." Sun Yao chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I'm not an idiot. I had Xiao Hei dive down to scout the area beforehand and confirmed that this is the only bait guy down there. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, my electromagnetic guns can take it out." Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, he recalled scenes from movies where aircraft and tanks unleashed devastating firepower on monsters, only to be counterattacked in return. Yet, in reality, regardless of the thickness of armor, a single high-explosive shell from a tank could obliterate any carbon-based life form, rendering armor-piercing rounds unnecessary. Using aircraft to drop bombs is a blatant disrespect to the munitions involved. "And you gave me that small satellite, remember?" Sun Yao continued. "It's currently hovering right above me, monitoring every movement. If anything unusual occurs, I'll know immediately." Good, just stay vigilant." Lin Ming felt reassured. There's no fear in a fool possessing strength. The real concern lies in a fool possessing cunning. As they spoke, Sun Yao sent Lin Ming a massive octopus tentacle. "Brother Lin, it's still fresh. I just roasted some and the taste is exquisite." Lin Ming confirmed the transaction, and a gigantic tentacle appeared in the living quarters, nearly filling the space. He hurriedly began slicing the enormous tentacle into smaller pieces, freezing some while allowing the mimic crab to take others outside to dry into octopus jerky. Opening the encyclopedia, Lin Ming discovered the description of the octopus tentacle. Giant tentacle, description, an octopus tentacle from an unknown planet. Fear not, it is edible and tastes absolutely delightful. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Lin Ming swiftly cut a piece of the tentacle into thick slices, skewering them on a superalloy stick and beginning to roast them. After applying some nutritional paste, he took a bite. The texture was chewy and savory, reminiscent of grilled squid. Delicious, truly delightful. Lin Ming polished off one slice in a few bites before quickly roasting another piece. "By the way, Brother Lin." Sun Yao's message arrived once more. "I found this in its head. I can't use it, so I'll give it to you." Lin Ming opened the private chat to find Sun Yao had traded him a fist-sized, translucent orb. "What is this?" Lin Ming wondered, yet accepted it nonetheless. Investing should not only focus on long-term gains, it's also wise to seek short-term benefits occasionally. Upon opening the encyclopedia, Lin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" Chapter 73. The evaluation commences. Introduction to biological crystal nucleus. Crystals that grow within the brains of certain organisms may possess some unknown utility. What astonished Lin Ming was not merely the description of the biological crystal nucleus, but rather the appearance of a small floating interface beside it. Biological crystal nucleus D, computational resource, can serve as the computational core of a biological computer. D-grade evaluation, capable of functioning as the computational core of a biological computer. Furthermore, his talent has once again been enhanced. He can now discern the evaluation levels and applications of resources. A cascade of delightful surprises left Lin Ming utterly exhilarated. Having just consumed octopus meat, has my talent undergone a transformation? Could it be that each time I consume different food, my abilities will be augmented? Gazing at the sizzling octopus slices before him, Lin Ming eagerly devoured a few more. However, this time, no new changes in talent occurred. It seems that repetitive consumption yields no results. Nevertheless, Lin Ming remained elated. D-grade computational core. He attempted to utilize the biological crystal nucleus but noticed no alteration. Instead, he stumbled upon Thompson commencing a live broadcast. On the screen, the gleaming Thompson, eyes closed in prayer, wore a superalloy cross around his neck. Lin Ming noted with astonishment that the number of players watching Thompson's live stream had surged to a staggering 50,000. This indicated that a substantial portion of the surviving players were engrossed in Thompson's broadcast. My lord, your Holy Spirit nourishes my heart like refreshing rain. Thompson continued his low murmurs of supplication, until, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that instant, before him, before the over 500,000 players in the stream, and before the 30 billion players scattered across various savage planets, a floating interface materialized, displaying the same content in different languages. Technology evaluation, commencing. Thompson donned a lightweight extravehicular suit and exited the survival pod. Lin Ming observed that outside his survival pod lay mounds of technological creations. These unfamiliar technological artifacts lay in heaps like refuse, leaving a clear space in the center. Thompson stepped into the open area, facing the horizon. In the distance, the sun was just peeking over the horizon, casting its first rays of light. Holy light shines upon me, guiding my path. My lord, bestow upon me your blessings, TSK. Lin Ming inwardly marveled. One could not deny that Thompson played his cards well. He had undoubtedly calculated the timing, positioning the survival pod to coincide with the sunrise during the technology evaluation. Indeed, the fervor among the more than 500,000 players had reached a fever pitch. They inundated the live chat with messages, expressing their exhilaration. Thompson raised his left hand, displaying the text on the holographic screen to the viewers, ensuring all could clearly read the words. Lines of text gradually emerged. Sad smiley player Thompson, possessing the following quantity of technological creations. Happy smiley, F-grade technological creations, 1372 items, score, 1372 points. F-grade technological creations, 278 items, score, 2780 points. E-grade technological creations, 17 items, score, 17,000 points. E-grade technological creations, 3 items, score, 30,000 points. D-grade or above technological creations, 0 items, score, 0 points. Total score, 51152 points. A small grade difference equates to a 10-fold disparity, while a large grade difference results in a 100-fold gap. How can we possibly compare? Admit it, the Angsai race is the superior lineage. I've researched, and Thompson's great-grandmother has 1/16 Angsai blood. The Lord is about to grant Thompson the greatest creation. He will become the Lord's spokesperson. Thompson, I have devoted my entire fortune, merely seeking a place in this new world. The players continued to flood the chat with comments. Regional ranking. 3. The moment the regional ranking appeared, Thompson's calm demeanor shifted dramatically. What just happened? How am I in 3rd place? My lord, have you forsaken me? No, my lord. Damn it, damn it. Thompson yanked the crucifix from his chest and slammed it forcefully to the ground. 3rd place. Who are the 1st and 2nd? District 37, Tang Chengyan is live streaming. That fellow possesses something extraordinary. Tang, why is it always someone with a name starting with T? I detest those T-initialed individuals. Glancing at his own score and ranking, suppressing the upward twitch of his lips, Lin Ming opened Tang Chengyan's live stream. Snow blanketed the ground. Tang Chengyan stood in the snow, clad in a lightweight extravehicular suit. His expression was somewhat grim. Before him, Lin Ming beheld a massive machine. It resembled an X-ray machine used for checking bags in subways but was several times larger. Lin Ming felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Beside this machine appeared a small floating window. Technological Creation Improvement Machine EU description, capable of enhancing the small grade of technological creations, at the cost of significantly reducing the postage. No wonder they've been so active these past few days. Lin Ming observed Tang Chengyan's live stream, which, like Thompson, projected the evaluation hologram onto the broadcast. Player Tang Chengyan, possessing the following quantity of technological creations. F-grade technological creations, 8 items, score, 8 points. F-grade technological creations, 957 items, score, 9570 points. E-grade technological creations, 0 items, score, 0 points. E-grade technological creations, 9 items, score, 90,000 points. D-grade or above technological creations. 0 items, score, 0 points. Total score, 99578 points. Regional ranking, 2. Despite all calculations, who would have thought I'd end up 2nd? Observing the viewership for the live stream surge to over 400,000, Tang Chengyan donned a nonchalant expression. Welcome everyone to District 37's Tang Chengyan's live stream. Let me take a moment to advertise. F-grade technological creations are on sale at a discount, such as this F-grade electromagnetic gun. Tang Chengyan casually picked up an electromagnetic gun, loaded it, and aimed it at the distance, muzzle velocity of 10,000 meters, whoosh. A silver streak shot forth from the gun's muzzle. Simultaneously, the tremendous recoil sent Tang Chengyan flying, causing him to vanish from the live feed. The grace and humor of the Huaxia people coexist. Close to 100,000 points, yet he only ranked second. Who could possibly be? The score rankings are out. Everyone, hurry to check. Wow, over 1 million points. Lin Ming. Chapter 74:3 questions. The current technological assessment results for the region are as follows. 1 ST Place, District 37, Lin Ming, LV21002, 517 points. 2 ND Place, District 37, Tang Chengyan, LV299, 578 points. 3 Road Place, District 81, Thompson, LV251, 152 points. Lin Ming leads with an overwhelming advantage of over 1 million points. Countless players express their astonishment and envy, engaging in fervent discussions in the chat channel. 1 million points. Surely he possesses a D-grade technological creation. My goodness. E. My highest technological creation is merely F. How laughable. I'm not even close to his score. Ear. The rewards will be distributed soon. I wonder what splendid items will be offered. The reward is an E-grade technological creation, but he already possesses a D-grade creation. It will surely be beneath his notice. Of course, players from other districts began to voice their concerns. Why have 2 high-scoring assessments emerged from District 37? What accounts for their impressive development? Take a look. Their survival rate is the highest, with over 700-800 individuals, double that of our district. Could it be that they were placed on a resource-rich planet? Here, all I see is sand and stones. How unfair. Lin Ming paid no mind to the tumult in the chat channel, as he, like many players, awaited the reward promised by the advanced life form. An E-grade technological creation. Soon, all communications were restricted, and a line of red text appeared in both the regional and district channels. Sad smiley. Congratulations to District 37. You may request 1 E-grade technological creation. Lin Ming had already determined the item he desired, typing in the chat channel, I require a 3D metal printer, type 2. As you wish. Simultaneously, a small floating box appeared beside the holographic display. Detected 1 E-grade designated resource supply pod 1. Based on the current trajectory and speed of the supply pod, it is estimated to arrive in 3 hours. What astonishing speed. Lin Ming was taken aback. A 3-hour arrival time. Where on earth was this supply pod launched from? Either it was remarkably close, or it was traveling at an extraordinary pace. Now, you may pose 3 questions or requests, but be advised that not all inquiries will be answered, and unreasonable requests will be declined. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had already contemplated his 3 questions. The first question, to what extent must we transform the planet in order to bring back other humans and those already in space escape pods? This was a query that had arisen in his mind since discovering the ecological differences among the planets. Each player's planet varied, and so did the atmospheric compositions. The atmosphere of his current planet, Urea, lacked oxygen, while Sun Yao and some other players enjoyed atmospheres containing some oxygen, greatly reducing the difficulty of transformation. Furthermore, Urea's temperatures were exceedingly high. If they needed to lower it to a level suitable for humans to venture outside without protective suits, the engineering task would be monumental. Thus, Lin Ming sought a standard, a quantifiable and precise benchmark. The red text soon appeared. Sad smiley. When you are capable of bringing back your kin through your own abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming lost his composure. He had considered many standards, such as restoring the planet's ecological cycle, aligning atmospheric components with those of Blue Star, or achieving a climate of perpetual spring. Yet he had never anticipated that they would need to rely on their own abilities to bring back all surviving humans. What a joke. Based on their current level of development, each player was separated by thousands of light years, a distance that meant that even traveling at or near light speed would require millennia to reach one another's planets. This did not even account for the time needed for the spacecraft to accelerate and decelerate. The answer to his first question was far beyond his expectations, compelling Lin Ming to rethink his inquiries. After much contemplation, he slowly typed out his second question. The second question, to what technological level must we develop, and what technological path should we pursue, to bring them back within an acceptable time frame? The greatest fear in technological advancement is to hit a dead end. If a particular technological direction has limited potential, no amount of effort will yield the desired results. Lin Ming sought a clear development trajectory. After all, this advanced life form could traverse the cosmos freely and surely possessed knowledge of the correct path. Once more, the red text appeared. Sad smiley. 2 methods. The first, direct information transmission. This is the most cost-effective and easily achievable method. The second, direct material transmission. Under certain special circumstances, energy can be consumed to instantaneously transport material from one point to another, but the energy consumed for material transmission is proportional to the distance, while the transmission distance is inversely proportional to the quality of the material transmitted. This ambiguous answer took Lin Ming quite some time to comprehend. Fortunately, the advanced life form did not rush him but remained silent, patiently awaiting his response. Direct information transmission. Lin Ming still struggled to grasp the first method, so he focused on the second. This method suggested that there existed a technology capable of allowing material to traverse space-time, instantaneously appearing at another point. However, this method also had its drawbacks. The greater the distance, the higher the energy consumption. The further the distance, the lower the quality of material that could be transmitted. Lin Ming grasped a vague notion. An extraordinary idea began to form in his mind. When they engaged in interstellar trade, the items would vanish and reappear as if by magic. Such a counterintuitive phenomenon had previously eluded explanation. Perhaps now, it could be one of these two transmission methods. How did this advanced life form facilitate interstellar trade? Which method did it employ? Or could it be? Lin Ming typed his third question into the chat box. Do we truly exist? The red text appeared once more. Sad smiley. From the perspective of information, yes. From the perspective of material, no. But this is not a problem. Once technology reaches a certain level, information and material can be converted into one another. This technological assessment has concluded, and all related rewards have been distributed. Congratulations once again to all surviving players. As a reward for the development level of District 37, all players in District 37 will receive an opportunity for an E-grade carbon-based life resource supply pod. Good luck, humans. A series of red alerts continued to flash, yet Lin Ming felt disoriented. What did it mean that, from the perspective of information, yes, from the perspective of material, no? Did this imply that they had lost their physical forms, existing only as fragments of thought? He recalled the concept of the brain in a vat. If a life form's brain were to survive alone, and it were provided with the same information and stimuli, would it not realize that it was not a complete entity? Lin Ming extended his right hand and pinched his face. It hurt. Chapter 75, Wavering and Persevering. The evaluation of technology has concluded, rankings have been announced, and rewards distributed. The ban on speech has been lifted. Within the chat channel, not a single player uttered a word. They remained enveloped in profound shock. After a considerable time, one player tentatively inquired, "May I humbly ask, was his previous statement suggesting that we are merely a program and not truly existing individuals?" Silence reigned. Is there anyone of expertise who could elaborate? I feel so real, and I certainly do not appear to be a fabrication. How could I possibly be a mere program? I cannot possibly be a program. I absolutely refuse to accept that I am a program. I am a human being, a living, breathing individual. Programs do not die. I'm human, and only humans face mortality. Are you all silent because you do not believe? Fine, if you choose not to believe, then I shall prove it to you. Before long, Lin Ming observed that the avatar of that player had turned grey, and a crimson Adethi icon manifested in the lower right corner. Current number of survivors in the region, 7803 10,000. Current number of survivors in the region, 7794 10,000. Current number of survivors in the region, 7781 10,000. 1 by 1, players could not accept the reality, or rather, the reality as articulated by him, choosing instead to end their own lives. Lin Ming sighed. At that moment, a player named Grasimov, LV2, initiated a live broadcast. Grasimov appeared to be of Bear Nation descent, with glasses adorning his face and a scruffy beard. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he possessed a robust physique. Addressing the audience, he spoke in a relaxed tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I was previously a researcher at the Bear Nation Space Institute, and I am here to validate a certain matter." With that, Grasimov donned a heavy-duty extravehicular suit and exchanged 100 units of fuel at the interstellar trading post. Launch the escape pod. Destination: outer space. Warning, current fuel is insufficient to sustain the entire journey. Proceed. Yes. Warning, no nose cone detected. Heat shield partially damaged. Proceeding with takeoff poses a risk of disintegration. Confirm. The engine will ignite in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom! Scorching flames erupted from the engine's nozzle, and the landing gear began to retract slowly. "Oh ho!" Grasimov exclaimed with unbridled exhilaration. Though he was a researcher at the Space Institute, he had never before boarded a spacecraft for a journey into the cosmos. Current speed, 2 km/s. Current speed, 3 km/s. Current speed, 3.5 km/s. Significant damage to the thermal insulation has been detected. Please immediately abort the launch procedure and descend at once. No, do not abort, continue the ascent. Current speed 4 km/s. Current speed 5 km/s. The thermal insulation layer is completely compromised and the cabin is beginning to erode. The support structure of the escape pod is subjected to heat, resulting in a reduction of structural integrity. Please immediately terminate the launch procedure and descend at once. Fly, damn it, just fly. Grasimov shouted hysterically. Current speed 5 km/s. The escape pod has reached its maximum flight speed. Warning. Current cabin temperature has reached 80 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. Warning, current cabin temperature has reached 100 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. Warning, current cabin temperature has reached 150 degrees. Please don the heavy-duty extravehicular suit immediately. See, this bastard has locked us out of our technology. We are utterly unable to escape this wretched planet. This is a dehumanizing social experiment. I shall never relent. A blaze engulfed Grasimov's live broadcast. Grasimov, dead. Is the maximum flight speed of the escape pod indeed 5 km/s? Lin Ming murmured to himself as he gazed at the black screen of the broadcast. Grasimov sacrificed his life for this number. The first cosmic velocity surrounding the blue planet is 7.9 km/s. Given that the mass of Urea is comparable to that of the blue planet, the first cosmic velocity should be quite similar. Only by attaining this velocity can one reach low Earth orbit, allowing for a stable rotation around the planet without descending back to the surface. To completely liberate oneself from the gravitational constraints of the planet Urea, one must attain the second cosmic velocity. 11.2 km/s. For escaping the gravitational pull of a star and entirely disengaging from the current stellar system, the third cosmic velocity is required. However, at this moment, Lin Ming is unaware of the mass of the current star, thus rendering the third cosmic velocity unknown to him. Thank you for your valiant struggle. We, the compatriots of the Bear Nation, extend our utmost respect to you. Salute to the hero, may your journey be smooth. Farewell, Grasimov, my comrade. Across the regional channel, countless players mourn Grasimov. Lin Ming too sent a few floral symbols. Brother Lin, a private message from Sun Yao appeared. I do not comprehend. What do you not comprehend? Lin Ming inquired. Sun Yao replied, I do not understand the manner in which I am surviving now, nor do I grasp the meaning of survival. What more meaning is required? Lin Ming retorted, survival itself is meaning. But that scoundrel has limited our escape pod speed, rendering us unable to leave this planet. Why place hope in the escape pod? Is not its very name indicative? It is merely a vessel for our survival. Lin Ming rose, enunciating each word with clarity. Before the destruction of Blue Star, no evidence of technology from other civilizations was discovered, and yet it relied solely on itself to break free from the shackles of gravity. Why should we place our hopes in others? Indeed, it has demonstrated an insurmountable might to us, but so what? We can achieve it on our own. Sun Yao sent a message with a wry smile. Brother Lin, I admit your words carry a degree of persuasion, yet I still feel somewhat unsettled. Unsettled is it? Who has not felt discomfort at times? Cry when you must, laugh when you can, and afterward, carry on with what you need to do. It has merely imposed technological restrictions upon us, not entirely stifled our technological progression. We still have the opportunity to venture into space. Lin Ming contemplated the high-strength, lightweight materials, envisioning the potential construction of a space elevator, even the small satellites that could already reach the first cosmic velocity. Not to mention the perpetual base of Urea's intelligent life, located on the far side of the moon. Urea's sentient beings possess the capability to reach the moon's far side. Perhaps within another crater lies remnants of relevant technology. Moreover, current signs indicate that on many planets inhabited by players, there exists advanced intelligent life. Who can guarantee that the local natives share nuclear fusion technology with you? Chapter 76: 3D Metal Printer, Type 2. After Lin Ming's comforting words, Sun Yao gradually found solace. Survival itself is meaningful. Reflecting on Lin Ming's words, Sun Yao's eyes began to shine with understanding. Thank you, Brother Lin, I comprehend now. Closing the dialogue box, Lin Ming donned his heavy-duty exosuit and proceeded to the first pit's branch. It had been quite some time since he last checked on the crops growing here. In just a few short days, the plants had matured remarkably. The tubers sprouting from the soil were as large as a fist. The rice had turned a golden hue, bending the stalks under its weight. The interstellar corn was thriving, its stalks beginning to yellow. The flower that had consumed the purple Danu had fully adapted to its traits, adorned with clusters of tiny red spheres formed by minuscule fruits. These diminutive fruits, smaller than grains of rice, grew in dozens together, resembling a cluster of ripe bayberries. Excellent, they are growing rapidly. I estimate we can harvest seeds and initiate germination later today. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over a corner where dragon eggs lay, and he bent down to pick one up. It had been a while since he acquired these dragon eggs, and he wondered how they fared now. Strong light penetrated the shell, revealing that the once thumb-sized embryo had grown to the size of a chicken egg. Upon closer inspection, he could see a heart of grain-sized proportions beating within the embryo. Good, as long as they are alive. Lin Ming checked the remaining 3 eggs, finding them in the same condition. Since the plants are nearing maturity and can be widely sown, and the dragon eggs will hatch in due time, we must begin planning for the outdoor factory and farm. Lin Ming departed from the pit. He commenced designing the outdoor factory. First and foremost, although it was termed outdoor, it certainly could not be entirely exposed should a sandstorm or other calamity damage the 3D metal printer, or if sand and dust compromised printing precision, it would be a significant loss. Let's first create some metal frames from superalloy, combined with high-strength lightweight materials, to secure the glass substrate. I'll start with some small-scale prototypes, with a diameter of around 10 to 20 meters, which should suffice. With a clear plan in mind, Lin Ming set the 3D metal printer to produce the supporting structure modules for the framework mining system. After fabricating several modules, he began assembling them. Like building with blocks, he positioned the modules around the perimeter. Produce glass. Blocks of transparent glass, each with a side length of 1 meter, were created, and Lin Ming connected the glass substrate to the superalloy frame using high-strength lightweight materials. This process continued repetitively. 2 hours later, a 15-meter diameter hemispherical glass structure was inverted upon the ground. Lin Ming added a pair of grand arch doors on either side for himself and materials to enter and exit. Under the sunlight, the entire glass structure sparkled, resembling an Eskimo's igloo from afar. The life support system is commencing production. Let's create some metal panels. Lin Ming contemplated the insulation issue. In such harsh conditions, the glass structure needed to focus on cooling rather than heating. With consistent sunlight and the greenhouse effect within the glass structure, the internal temperature would be significantly higher than the outside. While the life support system could regulate temperature, it had its limits. Excessive temperature differentials could prove challenging and increase energy consumption. Lin Ming's idea was to cover the sunward side with a layer of metal panels to block sunlight. When the sun was strong, the panels would be deployed. This way, the internal temperature of the glass structure would remain at an optimal level. The glass structure for growing crops can enhance the life support system while adjusting air composition and internal temperature. In contrast, the glass structure for storing equipment only needs to focus on cooling, simply requiring metal panels to block sunlight, without the need for an enhanced life support system. Embodying this time, he selected a site 10 kilometers away. This area was surrounded by various exploitable mineral resources, ensuring higher efficiency. Additionally, constructing glass structures in a distributed manner would mitigate the impact of unforeseen events. The 16-tracked movement modules of the mobile microfactory construct activated simultaneously, gradually making their way toward Lin Ming's location. He says trial products are of no use. This trial product is simply marvelous. Lin Ming applauded with glee. At that moment, a brilliant arc appeared in the sky. The E-class designated resource supply pod had arrived. As he gazed at the departing superalloy supply pod, Lin Ming's mind ignited with a bold plan. If this plan comes to fruition, then the technological blockade will cease to exist. However, a considerable journey lay ahead before the completion of this plan. Watching the superalloy supply pod soar toward the pit, Lin Ming bent his legs slightly and leapt. Boom! The jet propulsion backpack behind him unleashed a powerful gust, propelling Lin Ming toward the pit. Upon opening the superalloy supply pod, Lin Ming beheld the object of his dreams, the 3D metal printer, Type 2. In comparison to Type 1, the overall structure of Type 2 was far more sophisticated, encased within a vast glass dome. 3D, a high-performance metal printer with processing precision at the nanometer level, requiring continuous operation in a dust-free environment. Due to structural and spatial limitations, the maximum printing target volume is 50 x 50 cm, consumption, 10 energy units. With this, he could manufacture chips. Unlike the Type 1 3D metal printer, Type 2 was primarily designed for creating high-precision technological artifacts, hence there were volume restrictions and it required operation in a dust-free environment. Fortunately, it came equipped with a dust-free workbench. Otherwise, establishing such an environment would demand significant effort on Lin Ming's part. Gingerly cradling the 3D metal printer, Type 2 in his hands, Lin Ming stepped carefully into the pit. Each step was deliberate to avoid damaging the outer glass dome. It took him a full half-hour to reach the bottom of the pit, where he placed the 3D metal printer, Type 2 inside the survival pod. This was his safest haven. Let me also bring down a Type 1 3D metal printer to keep it company. In just 5 minutes, Lin Ming descended with a Type 1 3D metal printer. This was not merely a whim, it served as a safety backup. although he possessed the knowledge to manufacture Type 1 3D metal printers, if all other 3D metal printers were damaged, he would be unable to create replacements. This particular 3D metal printer served as the mother machine. Should others be damaged, it could produce an endless supply. Chapter 77. The Glass Factory. Lin Ming glanced at the queue for reverse engineering the F-grade chip and discovered that it would require over 40 additional hours. Take your time. In the meantime, prepare the raw materials. Departing from the pit's depths, Lin Ming soared to the designated site 10 kilometers away. The mobile microfactory structure had already arrived, commencing the extraction of mineral resources while simultaneously refining the corresponding raw materials, and following the initial design, he spent another 2 hours crafting a glass building of identical dimensions. This structure shall serve as the manufacturing facility, perfectly situated amidst abundant mineral resources, with output far exceeding input. A total of over a dozen mineral resources were scattered within a range of several dozen meters to a kilometer. For each of these resources, he designed a framework mining system to be constructed at ground level. The extracted ores would be transported via conveyor belts to the glass factory, where an electric arc furnace would be employed for smelting and refining the ores. The purified resources would be stored in raw material bins, with sorting duties assigned to the simulated crabs. The raw material bins would be connected to a 3D metal printer via conveyor belts, where the simulated crabs would be responsible for feeding the raw materials. The finished products created by the 3D metal printer would be placed on the conveyor belt, where simulated crabs on either side would sort the different items into their respective storage bins. Lin Ming reviewed the flowchart of the process and nodded in satisfaction. After mentally simulating the entire operation, he identified 2 flaws. The first was the waste discharge outlet of the electric arc furnace. With continuous operation, the volume of waste would undoubtedly accumulate significantly, soon filling the entire glass factory. Lin Ming devised a conveyor belt to transport the waste to a location 500 meters away, where 2 simulated crabs would manage the clearing and stacking. The second issue was the lack of high-strength lightweight materials, an indispensable raw material for manufacturing circuit boards. However, this was not a major concern. Given the lightweight nature of the material, he could simply schedule the simulated crabs for periodic transport. All right, all set. After a thorough review of the design process and finding no further issues, Lin Ming instructed the mobile microfactory structure to commence operations. The workflow indicated by the ether crystal revealed that producing all these modules would require at least 3 days. Why does it take so long? Lin Ming inquired, soon realizing that the primary bottleneck lay in the capacity of the 3D metal printing. Stuck on production capacity again. He quickly brought in for additional 3D metal printers, causing the time required for the workflow to plummet to 8 hours. Excellent. With the design of the glass factory completed, Lin Ming returned to the entrance of the pit. He intended to use this glass structure for cultivating crops. The life support system had been completed, and several 3D metal printers were diligently producing the soulless cultivation framework system. Given the vast space of the glass farm, Lin Ming conservatively estimated that it could accommodate hundreds of cultivation framework modules. The water usage for this endeavor would be substantial. The water source within the pit is ultimately limited. The next glass farm needs to be constructed at the foot of the mountain. Lin Ming opened the map from the microsatellite surveying. After some time, the microsatellite had completed mapping the majority of the surface of Urea Star. Lin Ming observed that aside from the 3 craters that remained unaffected by their black tide, the rest of the planetary surface was covered in it. Wait a moment, why are there double images here? Since the microsatellite was equipped with a camera, each mapping required stitching together dozens of photographs. Lin Ming noticed that many areas obscured by their black tide exhibited blurry overlapping images. Open the raw data. Hundreds of millions of photographs were stored within the ether crystal. Lin Ming selected a location with double images. I want the photos from here. Hundreds of images appeared on the light screen, capturing various moments when the microsatellite took pictures. The photos were remarkably clear, with the black, viscous black tide distinctly visible. Play these images in chronological order at a rate of 30 frames per second. A brief video appeared before Lin Ming. The previously calm black tide depicted in the photographs now revealed its ferocious side in the video. It surged with violent waves, continuously undulating, making the entire black tide ocean appear almost alive. Open the photos near the craters and play them sequentially. Lin Ming contemplated a certain possibility. As the footage played, he observed distinct differences in certain areas. This spot, and this one, zoom in. These two locations were the weaker points of the cratered mountains. The enlarged video revealed that in these areas, their black tide exhibited vigorous activity, relentlessly crashing against them. After a span of 100,000 years, the thickness of the mountains here measured only 1/5 that of other regions, perhaps even thinner. Fortunately, after 100,000 years of erosion, 4/5 have been washed away. At least I need not worry about the black tide flooding into the craters within my lifetime. Lin Ming felt a slight sense of relief, however. After a moment, another thought crossed his mind. No, on the surface, the mountains still maintain 1/5 of their thickness. What lies beneath? Microsatellite use microwave detection on that area underground. The microsatellite, being an upgraded version, retained the function of detecting subterranean conditions via microwaves. As the microwave detection progressed, the underground conditions surrounding the weakened mountains gradually revealed themselves on the light screen. Lin Ming observed that what appeared to be an impregnable mountain was riddled with countless holes. Much like a decayed tooth, it seemed to have only a single black spot on the surface, yet the interior had already been nearly eroded away. Below, their black tide had carved out a subterranean cavern with a diameter of several hundred meters, allowing countless black tide currents to surge into the crater. Lin Ming opened the surface photographs from that location and, after careful searching, discovered a black tide lake with a diameter of less than 100 meters. Such a lake, if not specifically sought after, would be nearly impossible to detect. In the span of 10,000 years, it destroyed the entire planetary ecosystem. Then, with